Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
Once Mikhail was back home, he went to his room as soon as possible to check out the situation of his new Nidoran. Analyzing, Nidoran analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities, unlocking extra ability failed. Unlocking talents failed. Detected existing talent, attempting to improve talent, improving talent failed. Checking energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat, habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space successfully expanded. Relocate Nidoran to habitat, relocation successful. Energy storage at 30%. Process finished. That was the first notification he saw. The notification for the other twin was identical to this one except for the habitat part. There his space simply added the twin to the existing habitat. Analyzing, Nidoran analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities, unlocking extra ability failed. Unlocking talents failed. Detecting suitable habitat, Nidoran successfully relocated. The parents only had no talent to improve, and seeing that his space did not unlock a second ability for them, he could conclude that they did not reach light green potential. The twins on the other hand had their potential improved to deep green, which was, in his humble opinion, great. He also checked out their new habitat and it was a bit different compared to Nata's and Mothra's areas. Those two were purely forest areas. The Nidoran habitat had a small hill in the center with grass as well as shrubs on it, and surrounding the hill were trees, just that the foliage was not as dense as that of a forest. The whole area was 1,600 sqm big and was located to the right of the Magi Carp Pond. Mikhail was happy seeing his space grow. After he was done with checking out the Nidoran, he used his control over his space to address them. They had been looking around the new place they had found themselves in. He noted that they stayed together instead of splitting up, probably because they were not sure if anything dangerous was around. Hi. The Nidoran kept looking around as soon as they heard his voice trying to locate him but failed. Chuckle. You won't find me. You are currently inside my space. This is a place that only I and those I permit can enter, so you don't have to look out for danger because there is none. Also because this is my space, I can speak to you without having to enter myself. Mikhail saw the parent Nidoran slightly relaxing when he said that, but it seemed to him they would have to make sure of that themselves before they really relaxed, and he could understand that. The chibi Nidoran on the other hand were completely relaxed and were curiously looking around the place without an ounce of tension. He continued with the introduction. This area is yours and it is tailor-made for your species. To the west of your area is a pond with Magi Carp, and further left is a forest area that belongs to Nato and Mothra as well as another Caterpie. You can drink from the pond anytime you want, but you are not allowed to attack the other Pokémon inside my space, and they too won't attack you. As far as food is concerned, I will deliver you berries to eat. He saw how the Nidoran nodded at his request to not attack the others, but they looked uneasy when he said he would deliver them their food. There are also apricorn trees to the south of your area that you can eat if you get hungry, but I would prefer it if you didn't because I have another use for them. While saying that, Mikhail decided to simply plant 3 Oran berry trees and a Leppa berry tree in their area. Wait a minute, I decide to plant a few berry trees in your area so if you get hungry you can simply eat the berries that grow on them. The first batch should be ready in 3 to 4 days, so I will still give you berries until then. He saw the happy reaction of the parents at that and had to chuckle. Mikhail did as he said and planted the berry seeds. It was always interesting to see the seeds of berries and apricorns grow into full trees in a matter of days instead of the months or years it took normal trees to complete that growth. After that, he gave them a batch of berries and said goodbye before he stopped focusing on his space. The evening of that same day, just as he was going to start his writing exercises, his parents stopped him. When he gave his parents a confused look, his mother started speaking. Honey, we are going to pause your writing exercise for a while. We think that you have done a really good job learning to write the alphabet and all these words. Your progress is superb and we believe it is time to start your math lessons. Hearing his mother's explanation, Mikhail nodded, and after they saw his father continued where his mother had stopped. We will show you the numbers 1 to 100 and you will learn how to write them legibly. After that, we will start teaching you addition and subtraction within that scope. Once we believe you to be ready, we will add reading to your lessons. You will start reading your storybooks to us and we will correct you if you make mistakes. After that, we will resume your writing lessons, where we will read something to you and you will have to write it down. We will then check what you have written for spelling mistakes. So later on your lessons will consist of reading, writing, and math, but that's for later. Right now we will start with math. His father looked at him seemingly waiting for him to show his understanding, so he did just that. Okay, Daddy. Mikhail accepted his parents' plan while musing to himself. My parents are practically planning to make me learn the stuff they used to teach kids during the first 2 years at elementary school in my previous life, and my parents don't look like they will stop at that. In that case, what am I going to do when it's time for me to go to elementary school? Am I going to twiddle my thumbs or what? I will probably have to wait to find out. During my talks with Rose, I have found out that the starting age for school in Kanto is 5 at the soonest and 6 at the latest. I will ask my parents about it when I become 4. Who knows, I will probably have learned everything they teach at elementary school until then. Maybe they will exempt me from elementary school. That would be awesome. Anyway, that's for later. His mother was the one that continued this time. Today we will teach you the number 1 to 10. She took out a piece of paper that had the numbers written on it. While you already know what most of these numbers mean, I will still give you an example for them and I will show you which number is assigned to which symbol on this sheet, she said while pointing at the numbers on the paper. He nodded at that, because it made sense. While they used numbers during their talks and he knew for example that 1 meant a single piece of something, he shouldn't know which one of the numbers stood for 1. So their plan was reasonable. She pointed at 1 on the sheet and started to speak again. This is 1, and we use it to when talking about only a single piece of something. She took a single pen and said that she had 1 pen in her hand. After that, she pointed to the next number and repeated that for all 10 numbers. She would point out which symbol represented the number, then she would use the number in a sentence and show it with the corresponding number of pencils. After she did that 2 times she paused and Mikhail's father continued. He was sure his parents had decided to jointly teach him so that they could all spend the time together, which was why they kept alternating who was in charge of teaching. Now that your mother has told you the numbers and showed what they look like, I will show you how to write them. After that, you will have to write them yourself. His father showed him how to write the numbers and Mikhail repeated what he did. This way his normal writing lessons were substituted by math lessons, but the rest of his schedule stayed the same. 2 weeks later during his ball crafting session, he succeeded in making his first common ball. Name, common ball. Type, none. Class, E. Faults, none. Uses, common balls can be used to catch wild Pokémon. The common ball has the same probability of catching any Pokémon as the standard Pokeball, but if it is used against normal types the probability doubles. By the time he went through the whole batch of apricorns that he had prepared for the ball crafting session, he had made 2 successful common balls. It kind of resembled the premier ball, because of the glaze the ball was completely white. The main difference was that the common ball did not have a metallic sheen, because it was made out of wood, apricorn, and it also did not have the red line in the center that the premier ball had. Mikhail immediately used his balls on Magidraco and Magiflora. The reason he did that was to use the artificial bond the balls established to check their full status until they created a genuine bond. It took longer to bond with the 2 Magikarp because he did not spend as much time with them as he did with his other Pokémon, and they also saw what happened to the other specimen, which also slowed down the bonding process. He did not want to wait that long, and now thanks to the common balls he did not have to. He had already decided to use his next successful balls on the Nidoran pair. After he made that decision, he checked out Magidraco's status. Name, Magidraco. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1 year 2 months. Type, water. Potential, light green, 0.3%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dragon, weak. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low. Vitality, I. Strength, I. Endurance, G. Agility, F. Energy capacity, I. Energy density, I. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, none. Techniques, tackle, novice, splash, novice. He looked over her status and noted a few things. First of all, it looks like my unofficial nickname has been registered as her name. I really hope this is not permanent, because I don't plan to call her that in the future and I don't think she will like it after she evolves and gains sapience. Let's see. Mikhail checks if changing the name is possible. Yep, can be changed. That's good, but let's leave it for now. I'll change it when I decide on a name for her. What else? Her type is only water, but I knew that because I could already see that before this. Her affinities are what's important. In addition to water, she also has a dragon affinity, that is categorized as weak. On a side note, I currently know of 3 affinity categories. Budding, weak, and the standard one. Budding means the Pokémon has gained the affinity but it's quite weak. Weak, simply means the affinity has not reached the standard one yet. The standard affinity is automatically gained for the type one has. If one manages to increase an affinity to the standard category without gaining the corresponding typing, then that means their affinity is as good as someone that has a typing for said affinity. The next interesting point would be the bond. The bond is identified as artificial and categorized as weak. The rest is as I expected it to be. I knew her parameters besides endurance and agility would be bad, even if I have to say that her agility being F surprised me a bit. I also expected her to only know tackle and splash, but I plan to change that in the future. After he had looked through Magidraco's status he checked out Magiflora's status as well. Name, Magiflora. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1 year 11 months. Type, water. Potential, light green, 0.2%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass, budding. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low. Vitality, I. Strength, I. Endurance, G. Agility, F. Energy capacity, I. Energy density, I. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, none. Techniques, tackle, novice, splash, novice. He looked through it once before he compared it to Magidraco's status. Except for name, age, potential, and affinities, the rest is the same. Well, the name does not need to be explained and her age simply shows that she is 9 months older than Magidraco. As far as her potential is concerned, she is 0.1% behind Magidraco. Now her affinities on the other hand are actually an important part. She has the standard water affinity all Magikarp have, but she has the grass/flora affinity instead of the dragon affinity Magidraco has. Also compared to Magidraco's weak dragon affinity, Magiflora's grass affinity is shown as budding. The reason for that is probably that she gained hers later on, after her grass energy-induced fever to be exact. The fact that her affinity is currently weaker compared to Magidraco's natural one is normal. It will probably get stronger if I continue with feeding her grass-type supplements. Finished with comparing the status of the two, Mikhail leaves his space and goes downstairs to spend the rest of the day with his parents. Chapter 52, ch 29, 52, Improvements and Secret No More, kinda. 1 week had passed since Mikhail had succeeded in crafting his first common balls and today an important event happened. Well, at least, it was important for him and his Pokémon. Natu managed to reach the high iron stage. He checked Natu's status after praising him. Species, Natu. Gender, male. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, green, 26.5%, 69.34%. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, G-D. Strength, F-D. Endurance, F-C. Agility, F-C. Energy capacity, F-C. Energy density, G-C. Condition, healthy, tired, happy. Techniques, Leer, novice, beginner, Peck, beginner, nightshade, beginner, stored power, beginner, proficient, gust, proficient, teleport, beginner, proficient. All that move training had really helped Natu's energy parameters. While looking at Natu's status screen, Mikhail started to ponder about his training plans for the future. Theoretically, Natu is not far from fulfilling the minimum requirement for advancing to the bronze stage, which is a parameter average of B. However, that is only the minimum requirement and not really something I want to use. Anything lower than an means a parameter reduction upon breakthrough, which is not good, especially because it takes longer to make up for the parameter reduction than it would normally take to increase said parameter. One has to make up for the bad foundation, so to speak, before one can continue getting stronger. Besides, I would also lose out on the potential increase that comes with advancing while possessing a parameter average beyond A. It's becoming harder to increase the potential of my Pokémon with the materials I have on hand. Even if we disregard my materials, I noted that the effectiveness of E-class materials, in general, is reducing as well the more of them they consume, so getting new materials won't change much as long as they are not higher than E-class. He looked at Natu and Mothra, who were chatting with each other, or more like Mothra cheerily talking and Natu occasionally answering. He came to a decision, as he watched them. There is no reason to make all of my Pokémon break the limit since it is supplement and time intensive. I will only let Pokémon that I plan to really use go through the limit, breaking all the others simply have to do their best not to regress during advancement. Currently, this means Natu and Mothra will stay at the iron stage to focus on breaking their limits, while Caterpie will be allowed to break through without breaking his limits. This may lead to Caterpie reaching the bronze stage before Natu and Mothra, but that does not necessarily mean he will be stronger than them. As a reward for his achievement, Mikhail gave Natu, Mothra, and Caterpie 2 days off. The other two were really happy that they could mooch off Natu's success as well. 3 days after Natu reached the high iron stage, Mikhail succeeded in crafting another 3 common balls. He had initially been planning to use his next batch of balls to catch the Chibi Nidoran, but he decided against it upon further contemplation. The Chibis were relatively young and naive. Mikhail was sure that he could naturally bond with them in a relatively short time if he spent time with them and kept feeding them with enough candies, with enough berries. Because of this, he decided to use the balls on the 2 Magikarp inside his pond with the highest potential. This way he could see how much they were missing for a potential increase and decide if feeding them supplements would be worth it or not. As for the 3rd common ball, that one could stay in reserve for now. Once he had caught them, he checked their status. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1 year 31 months. Type, water. Potential, deep green, 98.7%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low. Vitality, I. Strength, I. Endurance, G. Agility, F. Energy capacity, I. Energy density, I. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, none. Techniques: tackle, novice, splash, novice. These two did not have any extra affinity and he did not expect one, but he had not checked before this, so it could have happened anyway. Anyway, once he saw the potential of the male Magikarp, he was sure he could help it promote to light blue in a week at most. The female one on the other hand would take longer, about 4 to 5 weeks to promote to light blue since she had 89.84% displayed in the potential line. Besides the fact that she was female, obviously, and that she was younger, the rest of her status was the same as that of the male. After he was done with their status, Mikhail started to ponder. I think that after both of them promote to light blue potential, it will be time for them to breed. Magidraco and Magiflora will be bred with the male Magikarp as well, as soon as the experiment is done, but that will take some more time. I should capture the other Magikarp inside the pond as well to see which ones can promote their potential easily, but that will have to wait until I have enough balls to do it. After catching and checking the two Magikarp, Mikhail continued as usual. 2 weeks later, Mothra managed to reach the high iron stage as well. He took her into his arms and happily swung her around while laughing and told her how proud of her he was. Mothra had an adorable eye smile the whole time he was praising her, and he could not stop himself from patting her head while cuddling her. Anyway, after they all congratulated her, he decided to, once again, give them 2 days off. While walking home after stopping their training, Mikhail decided to check up on his specimen. It had been about 4 weeks since Magidraco gained her 4th dragon scale and Magiflora her 2nd. Currently, Magidraco had 5 dragon scales, she had gained her 5th scale 2 weeks ago, and Magiflora had 3 scales, she had gained her 3rd scale 1 week ago. Mikhail was not really expecting anything to have changed yet, but he observed the progress of his experiment every day, so checking it now or checking it later made no real difference. He was pleasantly surprised when he saw that Magidraco had actually gained her 6th scale. Magiflora on the other hand remained unchanged, but it was already great that 2 happy events happened on the same day, so that did not hamper his happiness. He made sure to observe if anything else had changed either physically or psychologically, but was happy to note that no negative problems had cropped up. It was with this happiness that he returned home. Upon noticing his happiness, his mother asked him what made him so happy, but he simply said that he had fun with Nato and Mothra outside. After dinner, his parents decided to read some storybooks to him. The story they read out to him was about a child with psychic powers growing up to be a hero. It explains how the child notices his powers and how his parents see him using them. The parents then sign up their child to a school where the hero, Shigeo, is taught to control his powers. After the hero graduates from school, he says his goodbyes to his parents and embarks on a journey around their country, where he meets his Pokémon partners. During his journey, the hero together with his partners gets stronger and he occasionally returns home to visit his parents. In the middle of the story, the hero decides to pause his journey to stay with his parents for a month or 2. It had been more than a year since he had last seen them, so when he sees a family happily eating and laughing together, he suddenly misses his parents. A few weeks later, a message arrives stating that a massive tide is moving towards the country from the border near his home and that all able people were requested to help. Believing that his parents and the country would be in danger if the tide broke through the border, the hero decides to join the defense. The story describes how the hero helps to defend the border and that the situation was becoming dangerous because the tide did not seem to reduce no matter how many enemies they defeated, killed. Facing the impending breach, the hero decides to enter the tide to kill the leader and the 3 sub-leaders, hoping that the tide would break up once the leaders were beaten. After informing the general commanding the defense but without waiting for an answer, the hero teleports with his partners as close to the enemy leaders as he can. They fight through the remaining enemies between the leaders and themselves before they are face to face with them. The hero and his first partner Alakazam face the main enemy, a golem that is twice the size of a regular one. While Shigeo and Alakazam fight the main leader, his other 3 Pokémon faced the 3 sub-leaders. His Butterfree faced a Venomoth, his Starmie faced a Primeape and his Hypno faced an Arbok. After a hard fight, Shigeo and his Pokémon managed to beat their enemies. The Pokémon that witness the outcome of the fight all stop and start to retreat. Shigeo is welcomed back by everyone with thunderous applause and is declared the hero who saved the country by the leaders of the country. Together with Shigeo, his school and psychics, in general, become more famous, and the admiration towards psychics by the citizens increases as well. Mikhail thought the story was good, and after his parents finished reading it out loud, he decided to ask them some questions. Wow, that was great. Any, Mommy, Daddy, do we have psychics too? He tilted his head to the side to increase his cuteness factor when he posed that question. His father answered him. Yes, son. We have psychics in Kanto as well. Mikhail, who heard this, put on an awestruck face. Really? Awesome? Are there psychic schools too? Like the one the hero visited? His parents nodded at this and his mother was the one that replied. Yep. We have psychic schools as well. At these schools, children and adults that have psychic powers, like the hero, learn how to use their powers. The nearest one is in Honeydew City and the most famous one is in Saffron City. Mikhail, who was genuinely interested in this information, earnestly listened to his mother. His father, who saw how attentive Mikhail was, added. While having powers is not common, but it does happen to 1 to 2 people per major city per year on average, and it is always a happy event for a family when one of their members turns out to have powers. Not only that, but the government also supports the families that have such a member. Mikhail, who hears that, is intrigued by it, and he can see that his parents genuinely believe that having powers was a good thing. He did not know if it was his happiness from the events of the day, or if he had let himself get carried away by the story they had read, or it could have been the respect and acceptance his parents showed during their answers. Most likely it was a combination of everything, but Mikhail decided to tell his parents about his psychic talent. Whoa, Mommy, Daddy, I think I am a psychic too. I felt something warm in the air. Nata said he can feel it too. He helped me and now I can move it. Sometimes the warmth goes in my head. Mikhail, who saw his parents' happy face, thought in for a penny, in for a pound. Me and Nato played with the warm feeling. And then something really awesome happens. I started feeling really close Nato. Nata said it happened to him too. Hearing what Mikhail said, his parents showed shocked expressions on top of their happy ones. His mother was the first one to speak between his parents. Well, more like she first released a high-pitched noise before she talked, but she was the first anyway. Squee. My son is a genius. My baby boy is a big genius. Not only does he have psychic talents, but he has already started to use them, without any outside help. Mikhail, who heard that, blushed a bit because he had quite a bit of knowledge on the topic, but his mother saw it as him getting embarrassed and started to hug him. She also smooched his cheeks a few times, before she continued. As if that was not great enough, my darling also managed to bond with his Nato. As expected of my son. He is a great genius. Mikhail tilted his head when she said that and asked in a confused tone. Bond. This time it was his father who spoke up. He jumped in as soon as his mother stopped talking. He pouted after she said, my son. My boy, a bond with a Pokémon is something great. Normally, a trainer and his Pokémon can bond with each other after the Pokémon becomes quite strong. The bond really helps the trainer and the Pokémon as well. Not only that, a bond signifies that you are real partners and no one can try to catch your Pokémon even if it does not have a Pokeball. The bond replaces the function of the Pokeball in that case. Some people who have powers can bond with their Pokémon earlier than normal trainers because the connection does not have to be established from only one side, but both sides reach out to each other to establish the bond. In short, that you bonded with Nata so early is a really great thing and we are really proud of you. His father joined their hug as well after his explanation. This time his mother started talking before he could ask another question. We had actually noticed that you have a psychic talent, because of our Butterfrees noticing slight movements of Shinik energy around you and also the reactions of two Natas. Our initial plan was to wait until after your 4th birthday to tell you about it and to see if you want to enroll in a psychic school, but who would have thought that you would not only notice your talent but also manage to make some progress in it. The moment he heard his mother, Mikhail gained a gobsmacked look. He was honestly surprised his parents had noticed his psychic talent, but hearing the reason for their deduction he was convinced. He was happy that they were so accepting of his situation, and he was happy that he had decided to open up about his powers, well, at least a part of them. Mikhail never intended to keep his powers permanently a secret, at least not his aura and psychic talent. He planned to tell his parents about them one after the other with a few years between them, to not overwhelm them. Now that he had told them about him being a psychic, he planned to wait for 3 to 4 years before he told them about his aura. He could see their current agitation, and even if the reason was entirely positive, he thought that too many surprises at once were not good. He planned to give them a few years to get used to him being a psychic genius before he added aura to that list. He wanted to know what they planned to do now regarding the school. School? Do I have to go now? His mother answered him. No honey. The reason that we plan to wait until your 4th birthday is that the school only accepts students older than 5 and we wanted to give you time to decide if you want to go there or not. While you being a genius is great, we don't plan to change that. Besides, as long as nothing bad happens you will have to wait until you're 5 to go there anyway. His father fluidly continued where his mother left off. We will look out for a few introductory books that will help you get started or at least help you not lose control, but otherwise we will wait until you're older, okay? Mikhail nodded at that. He was happy with that and he was sure that after a while he could openly train his powers. After these revelations, the family together with all their Pokémon celebrated. His parents bragged about him to their Pokémon and everyone was happy. Before he went to bed that day, his parents told him that he should not tell others about his powers yet. Rose and her parents were the only exceptions in that regard. They said that we should wait for a little until he is a bit older before being open about it. He nodded at that and promised his parents to be quiet about it. Mikhail had a big smile on his face before he fell asleep that night. Chapter 53, ch 30, 53, Rare? Not for me? And twins. It had been 1 week since his talk with his parents and Mikhail could say, no matter how surprising it may sound, that nothing had changed as far as his schedule was concerned. He still did the same things as before and he also still did his exercises out of the view of his parents. He planned to slowly show his parents that he made progress with his psychic powers because it wouldn't make sense if he just start doing advanced exercises from the get-go. The one positive thing he noted was that he could accelerate his learning process a bit more than he already had and his parents simply attributed it to his powers. During his call with Rose, on Arc Day, he learned that her Vulpix egg finally hatched. It took about 5 months for the egg to hatch and that was without considering how long ago the Vulpix had laid the egg before it was given to Rose. She also said that her parents put the egg inside an incubator that helped monitor and help the egg hatch a little faster, or it would have taken longer. He was not sure if she was humble bragging or if she was openly bragging. He already knew that real Pokéeggs took a while to hatch, with some species longer or shorter to hatch than others. Apparently, Magikarp eggs on average took 5 to 6 months to hatch, which was according to his father on the shorter spectrum. He had asked his parents about Pokéeggs after hearing that the Vulpix had hatched. Mikhail's father told him that he had some time ago looked up how long Growlithe eggs take to hatch and that it took on average 16 to 18 months. If the cycle was similar for the Vulpix species, then Rose should be happy that her egg was not a recently laid one, or she would have had to wait even longer, and he had noticed over the phone how impatient she had started to get while waiting for the egg to hatch. Anyway, enough about Rose and her baby Vulpix, whom he was not jealous of at all. As he said before, it had been a week since the talk with his parents, and today a nice thing had happened. He had been feeding the Magikarp that he had caught a supplement mix to boost their potential, since that was easier and faster for them to absorb than giving them the raw material and letting them eat it or extract and absorb the energy on their own. If they simply ate it, then it would take a long while to digest and much of the effect would get lost. If they tried to extract and absorb the energy on their own, the effect loss would be minimized, but it would take much longer than it took with his mix. He was digressing again, but what was important was that the male Magikarp had promoted to light blue potential today. Not only that, but his Caterpie had, just like Mothra before him, started to feel the itch of evolution. Caterpie could now initiate an evolution as long as he wished to, but like Mikhail had asked Mothra before, he also asked Caterpie to delay his evolution for a while. There was still more that could be easily achieved during Caterpie's current form, and he wanted Caterpie to wait until then. Once Caterpie reached the high iron stage, he would seriously consider evolution, but before that, there was no need to hurry, since Caterpie was safe with him and not in any danger that necessitated evolving as fast as he could. Another 2 weeks later, his female Magikarp was also promoted to light blue potential thanks to his supplements. Together, with the male Magikarp and Mothra, he already had 3 Pokémon with light blue Oregon blue potential. If he counted the chibi Nidoran, that would undoubtedly reach light blue potential as well. Under his tender care, he would have 5 Pokémon with light blue Oregon blue potential, even though such Pokémon are really rare. This was all thanks to his space that not only upgraded the potential of his Pokémon but also supplied him with a steady stream of material that he could use as supplements. Otherwise, it would have been much harder for him to have Pokémon with such good potential. Oh, he was sure he could have done it anyway, thanks to the potential increase that the limit break provided, but that would have taken much longer, and he would have had to focus on a small number of Pokémon. Mikhail was thinking about capturing all the Magikarp inside his pond to check their potential status, but over the last 3 weeks he had only managed to gather 9 common balls, and that was including the 3rd ball left over from the time he caught the 2 Magikarp. Besides the 2 light blue Magikarp and his 2 specimens, he had another 15 Magikarp inside his pond, so he would have to wait until he had enough balls to catch them all. He was not sure why he did not simply catch them separately, but since he wanted to do it at once, he would do it at once. It was not like there was someone that could tell him otherwise, right? He shook his head at that. Now that both his Magikarp had been promoted to light blue potential, he believed that it was time for them to produce some babies for him. He had to make sure that they had some alone time without getting disturbed, and hopefully they would do the rest. 1 week had passed since then, and like he had predicted, the 2 Magikarp shared some intimate moments, but he was not sure if the female Magikarp was pregnant yet. He would have to wait. At most, it would take some more time, and thankfully he had more than enough of that. Currently, Mikhail was inside his space. To be specific, he was at the Nidoran's area. Since he had decided to bond with the Chibis the natural way, Mikhail would spend 1 to 2 hours every day playing with them and feeding them berries as well as beneficial materials. That was precisely what he was doing right now. He had just played with the Chibis for an hour, and now he was sitting on the ground with the 2 of them on his lap. Mikhail was alternately petting the male and female Nidoran, while occasionally scratching them behind the ear, but that wasn't all he was doing, not at all. Besides making them feel real good with his caresses, he would feed them berries or purple lilies. He had been doing this for the last 6 weeks, and he actually started to put the bonding issue aside to simply enjoy spending time with the 2 adorable little things. Exactly, because of this, he became surprised when he suddenly felt the energy of the Chibis reach out to his own, while he was caressing them. He sent his own energy towards theirs and successfully established a bond with both of them. I honestly thought that would have taken longer, Mikhail said out loud while scratching both Nidoran behind their ear. He could feel the bond between them, and the feeling brought a bright smile to his face. Nonetheless, this is a pleasant surprise. Thank you too for bonding with me. He felt warmth being transferred from his bond and heard them chattering happily at him. He turned to the parent pair that was watching them. I'll do my best to help them become the strongest Nidoking and Nidoqueen alive, you have my word. He saw how they stared into his eyes for a while after his promise before they both nodded. He was happy that he had their acceptance even if he did not truly need it. It was after all easier to swim with the current instead of swimming against it, and while there was not really anything the 2 could do to hinder him, their support would help his endeavors. The Chibis were still young, so having the help of their parents to help motivate them and keep them straight would be helpful. He saw no reason to make his job harder, so all free help was welcome. After conveying his intention to the parents, he checked out the status of the Chibi pair. He first checked the status of the female Nidoran. Name, none. Species, Nidoran. Gender, female. Age, 16 months. Type, poison. Potential, deep green, 64.8%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Poison Point, Rivalry. Talents, Keen Hearing. Affinities, Poison. Bond, Mikhail, Weak. Quirks, Curious, Playful. Parameters. Stage, Stageless, 61%. Condition, Healthy, Happy. Masteries, None. Techniques, Growl, Novice, Poison Sting, Novice, Scratch, Novice. He started to muse as he looked through her status. Well, their age explains why they are chibi-sized. 16 months is still quite young after all. I know that Nidoran normally mature when they are around 1 year or 36 months old, so they are not even halfway there. It seems she is missing 35.2% to promote to light blue potential. That shouldn't take more than 3 to 4 months to fill, which was not that long. I can't really train them while they are stageless anyway, so hopefully, that time is enough for them to reach the low iron stage. The next few lines are still the same. Our bond is shown without the artificial part, so no problems there, and the quirks fit perfectly, so no surprises there as well. I am sure her curiosity and playfulness are what helped us bond faster than I expected, and seeing that they are twins as well as the fact that their behavior is quite similar, makes me quite sure that the male chibi will have the same quirks. So next up is her stage, and I can see that she is missing 39% to reach the iron stage. It looks like me feeding them all those supplements and playing with them has helped her develop. Considering her age, her development should have been below 50% otherwise. The rest is not surprising and, as I had expected. Mikhail checked out the male chibi's status next. Name, None. Species, Nidoran. Gender, Male. Age, 16 months. Type, Poison. Potential, Deep Green, 64.2%. Genetic variation, None. Abilities, Poison Point, Rivalry. Talents, Keen Hearing. Affinities, Poison. Bond, Mikhail, Weak. Quirks, Curious, Playful. Parameters. Stage, Stageless, 59%. Condition, Healthy, Happy. Masteries, None. Techniques, Leer, Novice, Poison Sting, Novice, Peck, Novice. What he saw was mostly as he expected after seeing the sister's status, but still slightly surprising. Their age being the same is normal, since the two are twins, but, surprisingly, his potential is 0.6% behind that of his sister, even if it makes sense for them to not have identical numbers. The quirks were the same just as he had assumed, and like with his potential before, he was a bit behind as far as his development was concerned as well. He was 2% behind his sister on the road to the iron stage, but like they kept saying in my old world, girls mature faster than boys, so that could be the case here as well. Because I made sure to feed them the same supplements and I did my best to interact with them equally, so those shouldn't be the reason for the sisters' lead. I expected their starting moves to be different, and in this case, the games were correct, but I am sure I could make them teach each other their moves in the future. They have 3 to 4 months to waste anyway, and they can use that time for that. I am sure their parents will help them. If they finish early, I'll make them focus on their Poison Sting. He felt satisfied after going through their status, especially when he concluded that they would promote to light blue potential in 3 to 4 months. Most were already ecstatic when they managed to gain 1 or 2 blue potential Pokemon during their career, but here he was, already having 2 light blue and 1 blue potential Pokemon with 2 more light blue potential Pokemon on their way. Yes, this brought a smile to his face. He got happy whenever he thought of that. Naturally, he was only talking about the general trainer population, when he said that finding 1 or 2 light blue Pokemon was extremely fortunate. People like his father or most ace and upwards trainers were not included in this. Mikhail was sure that those had some light blue or better potential Pokemon because it would have been really hard to reach their position otherwise. He was not saying that he believed it to be impossible to reach that height without them, but he was sure that it would be much harder. Anyway, Mikhail scratched the 2 chibis a few more times before he stood up and gave the family some more berries. After that, he left the space and continued with his day. Chapter 54, CH 31, 54, The News and Pokeegg. Mikhail fell into a rhythm after bonding with the chibi pair. He told the Nidoran to train their moves on the side, and his other Pokemon already knew what they had to do, so he focused on his own training because he wanted to finally reach Tier 1 first class. His other personal projects were shifted to a lower priority. He did not forget to make sure everyone was fed and not overworked, while also keeping an eye on his breeding pair to make sure he would receive his egg sometime in the near future. He decided to focus on increasing his psychical endurance first, so he tried to prolong the duration he could keep his telekinesis up, instead of increasing his range or the number of sand piles he could levitate. It took him only a week to increase his time from 30 minutes to 42 minutes. During the beginning of the second week, he noted that the female Magikarp started to behave a bit differently. He was not sure if she was pregnant yet, but he decided to keep observing. By the end of the second week, he increased the duration to 50 minutes. 2 days after that, while the family was watching TV after their dinner, Mikhail heard/saw something interesting. His parents wanted to watch the news before they played the children's movie they had bought, and one of the news aroused his curiosity. The newscaster said that the position of the official gym in Arrow City had been transferred to the Kanzaki Hall that was specialized in flying-type Pokemon, and that, now, challengers would have to face a team of flying-type Pokemon instead of fighting-type Pokemon if they wanted to win the Arrow badge. Seeing this as a chance to learn more about the gyms, and because he was honestly curious about it, he asked his parents about gyms. Oh, gyms like in the stories. Mommy, Daddy, are there really gyms? Do we have a gym in Hopetown as well? Have you won against a gym as well? Can gyms change? He rapid-fired a few questions and his parents had to chuckle at his enthusiasm. His father patted his hair before he answered. Yes, gyms do exist in real life as well and not only in the stories, we told you. Unfortunately, Hopetown does not have any gym at all. Our town is not big enough for a gym, so there is none. Now to your question, if we have won badges, those are the medals you get when you beat a gym, during our journey. The answer is yes. Your daddy here has beaten many gyms during his journey. I managed to collect 4 S rank badges, 8 A rank badges, and 24 B rank badges during my journey. Aren't I amazing? Isn't your daddy great? Before Mikhail could ask what his father meant with S-A- and B rank badge, his mother, who couldn't stand her husband's bragging, retorted. Quit your bragging, doofus. Can't you see that you're confusing my sweetheart with your bragging? You haven't told him about the different gym ranks as well as their corresponding badge ranks, and yet you are bragging about the badges you have won. How should my darling know what you mean with B rank badge if you haven't explained it to him? No wonder he looks confused, even if I think that he looks absolutely adorable like that. So, how about you stop bragging and start explaining the gym ranks instead? Huh. Edward, who had a gobsmacked look on his face at the sudden trashing he was subjected to just because he humble bragged a bit, turned to his son, and saw the slightly confused look on Mikhail's face. He did not know if that was because of his bragging or because of the tongue lashing his wife had just delivered. This was something that only Mikhail would know. Nonetheless, he decided to do something all experienced husbands that found the formula for a successful marriage did when their wives start to nag them about things that were not vital. He nodded his head and acted as if she was absolutely right. You're right. I am sorry, honey. I should have explained the difference between the gyms to Mikhail before I started to brag. How will he realize how great his father is if he does not know what I am talking about? Thank you for pointing that out. Edward could not stop himself from giving a cheeky reply before he turned to Mikhail and started talking about gyms. I'll tell you about the gyms as well as what you can use them for, and I'll try to keep it simple, okay? Mikhail nodded at his father's query, and his mother, who was about to retort, decided otherwise after she saw him nodding. His father smirked at that for a brief moment before he put in a serious face and started his explanation. Gyms have 3 ranks that denote their position/importance. The gyms that are part of the highest rank are called major gyms, and if someone manages to beat one they receive an S rank badge. Badges also have stars that represent the difficulty, but that's not important right now. Under the major gyms are the standard gyms, or just gyms. Upon beating a gym the challenger receives an A rank badge. Finally, there are the minor gyms, that give out B rank badges once they are beaten. Did you get everything until here? Mikhail nodded at his father's question, and his mother, who saw a chance to diss her husband, chimed in. Naturally, he understood everything so far. Whose son do you think you're talking to? His father opened his mouth to retort. Yes, I know he's your son too, honey. I was just kidding. She continued without giving him the chance, so he just kept quiet. Anyway, I want to do some explaining too, so I will continue the explanation. Let's see, what else is important. Kanto has 12 major gyms, 22 gyms, and 66 minor gyms. When you beat a gym you receive a badge and some prize money. Major gyms are allowed to choose the shape as well as the title of their badge. Gyms can choose the shape of their badges, but the badges are named after the city the gym resides in. As for minor gyms, their badges all have the same shape and are also named after the city the gym resides in. Now, the reason trainers collect these badges besides testing their strength is to qualify for the league tournament. We'll tell you about the league and everything in detail some other time. What you need to know now is that there are 2 tournaments. The Junior League Tournament and the Senior League Tournament. To qualify for the Junior Tournament you need 16 B rank badges, and for the Senior Tournament, you need the 16 A rank badges. S rank badges are worth 2 A rank badges. Was that too much at once, or did you get everything, sweetie? His father snorted at his mother's question and spoke before he could reply. Darling, I think that was a bit too much at once. Son, besides the badges you should remember that gyms are much harder than minor gyms and major gyms are much harder than gyms. The tournaments are there to see who is the strongest of the people with enough badges. Mikhail just nodded. Your explanation was great, Arya, but I wanted to simplify the second part a bit. His mother simply smiled at his father, and he saw his father flinch slightly at that. After she saw him flinch, she said a simple sentence. Thank you, honey. Mikhail and his father simultaneously thought. Shit, she's angry. Mikhail immediately decided to use his cuteness to defuse the situation. Thank you, mommy. I got everything. That was what he said before he hugged her. He also kissed her on the cheek and she became happy. Ah, you're welcome, honey. The men mentally wiped their sweat and Mikhail decided to close the topic. He was already happy with what he had heard. To think there are so many gyms and that there are 2 different tournaments instead of 1. Well, it does make sense. Kanto is really big, so having only 8 gyms would be stupid. 2 different tournaments are a good idea as well, this way lower and higher ranked trainers won't have to participate in the same tournament. As for the specifics, I can learn those at another time. He looked at his parents. I want to watch the movie. Can we watch it now? His parents agreed to his request, and after the movie, he went to bed. 6 days later his mother had her birthday, so they held a little celebration. The cake held no indication of any kind towards her age, despite her being quite young. Apparently his parents told their friends that it was not necessary to come over and their friends simply send over their gifts through the post. The next day Mikhail's telekinesis duration reached 56 minutes. It seemed to him that all the training he did before had allowed him to rapidly increase his endurance for a while, but now he was reaching the end of that, which was why his improvements kept declining. He also noted after a week of observation that the probability of the female Magikarp being pregnant was high. Mikhail remembered his father during one conversation saying that Magikarp take about 1 month to lay their egg, so he would see in 2 to 3 weeks if she was pregnant or not. He also noticed that some of the Magikarp inside his subspace shared intimate moments as well, so he could probably expect some eggs from there too. As for the other Magikarp inside his pond, there had been no intimate behavior yet. He saw no reason to rush them yet because he was considering relocating some of the ones with worse potential depending on the potential percentage he was going to see once he caught them. Another week passed and he finally decided to stop focusing on his endurance after reaching 60 minutes. Mikhail's next goal was to widen his range from 40 meters to 50 meters. While playing with Growlithe during one of his breaks, he randomly decided to check Agni's status. Once he saw the status screen, he couldn't control himself and release a surprised yell. Whoa! While he told Growlithe, who had put on a questioning look at his shout, a random excuse, he was thinking something else. Agni's potential increased to light blue. How? When? I thought father planned to use the Firestone to elevate Agni's potential, but it already happened. Either my father's ambition towards Growlithe's potential is higher than I guessed, or this is simply a happy coincidence. Either way, my father gained another Pokémon with light blue potential. Besides, that nothing important happened that week. At the beginning of the next week, his guess concerning the female Magikarp's pregnancy was confirmed. She laid her egg, and as soon as she was done, and just as he was thinking that he had no incubator to help the egg hatch, his space made itself known, registering the existence of a Pokéegg. Analyzing, Magikarp egg identified. Noting available Magikarp habitat, checking habitat. No nesting area found. Generating nesting area, adding nesting area to habitat, nesting area successfully added. Energy storage at 99%. Process finished. He saw that in the southwestern area of the pond a cave opening had come into existence, and it was not hard to guess that this was the new nesting area. He looked inside the cave and saw multiple places that were obviously prepared for eggs. It seemed the nesting area could currently accommodate up to 30 eggs, which he believed to be more than enough for now. He also noticed that while energy concentration inside the cave was the same as the one inside the pond, it somehow felt milder. As expected of my space. This place has the optimal environment for the egg. Hopefully, this helps the egg and accelerates the hatching. Mikhail helped the new parents move the egg to the nest. The egg and the parents encountered no problems while entering, but when some of the other Magikarp got curious and tried to enter as well, they failed. The other Magikarp were unable to enter, and Mikhail was happy to note that only eggs and their parents had access to the nesting area. Chapter 55, ch 32, 55, Advancement, Sapiens, Evolution, and Visit. It had been a week since the Pokéegg situation happened. He had remembered the next day to check out the Magikarp egg, and compared to the Vulpix egg he couldn't see the potential of the egg yet. It said that the potential was currently in flux. It seemed the potential of the Vulpix had already settled, but the one of the Magikarp was not determined yet. He did not know how long it took for the potential to settle, but since it normally took Magikarp eggs 3 to 4 months to hatch, he assumed that the potential would settle in 1 to 2 months. Mikhail had succeeded in increasing his range to 50 meters during this time, and he decided to finally stop focusing on telekinesis. He decided to focus on his telepathy instead because he had neglected it a bit. After not advancing despite his success with his telekinesis, he concluded that he needed to advance in both paths to reach the first class, and after taking a look at his knowledge he saw that he was right. He had decided to take his knowledge as a reference because he wanted to try it on his own. That did not mean he was not using it, because he was, but he mostly looked at it if he couldn't afford to learn it on his own or if he was stuck. An example of needing the knowledge would be ball crafting, where he had to follow the steps to the letter, but for his psychic training, he could be more liberal. Anyway, until now he had managed to progress enough with his telepathy to transfer his own thoughts and feelings to a single person. He also could read the surface thoughts of a single person without any problems, but he did not manage to access any memories. His goal was to increase the number of individuals he could simultaneously use his ability on, and that's what he did for the next few days. He would occasionally check up on the egg as well. While checking up on the egg on the 5th day, he decided to put a few dragon lilies in the area around the egg. He wanted to see if the nesting area would turn the dragon-type energy inside the dragon lily mild like the energy in its environment, and if the egg would absorb the energy as it did to the energy in the atmosphere. To his delight, the energy of the dragon lily was indeed turned mild by the nesting area, so he had to observe if the dragon-type energy still harmed the egg. If it did, he would naturally remove the lilies, but after the energy turned mild he was 90% sure that his plan would work. The next day he checked 5 times, but no negative impact could be seen. His telepathy on the other hand had a small breakthrough. He, finally, managed to connect to 2 minds at once. Not only that, Mothra manages to achieve full sapience on the same day, He did not know if it was his constant use of telepathy or her training with confusion that did the trick, but it was a fact that Mothra managed to achieve full sapience during the high iron stage, while Butterfree generally achieved the same at the low silver stage, which means Caterpie would theoretically need even longer. Yet his Mothra had managed to do something like this. When he told his parents about Mothra's achievement, they were speechless. After they recovered, they extensively warned him to not mention anything about Mothra's achievement to anyone else. They were even more serious while talking about this than when they talked about his psychic ability. When he asked them why they were so serious, they said that many people would try to steal/get Mothra if her achievement got out somehow. While the Caterpie Butterfree included, were not really considered rare Pokémon, a Caterpie that managed to do what Mothra did would be really sought after because this undeniably proves that her talent and potential are extraordinary. After listening to their reasoning, he agrees with them. They obviously still celebrate Mothra's sapience, but Mikhail decides to tell everyone not to mention it to the outside, even to Rose. During the next day he also checked up on the egg 5 times, but still, no negative impact was noted. For the next 3 days, he reduced the number of checks per day to 3. The result was still the same, with no negative impact whatsoever, so Mikhail decided that the process worked for now and reduced the number of daily check UPS to 1. On the 10th day, since he started to focus on his telepathy, he succeeded in checking out 3 minds at once, and it took him another 3 days to increase that number to 4. As soon as Mikhail managed to use his telepathy on 4 minds simultaneously, he advanced to Tier 1 first-class psychic and unlocked minor psionic energy manipulation. His advancement caused his space to grow once more, and after it stopped growing he saw that his area had doubled in size, but the house stayed the same. The productivity was also increased to 7 materials per week, but that was not all. Mikhail also noted that he could access the knowledge of the 5th Pokémon stage. The 5th stage is the Dark Gold stage, and it corresponds vaguely to LV 150 to 249. The Dark Gold stage is divided into low, mid, and high grades as well. Low grade vaguely matches LV 150 to 189, mid grade matches LV 190 to 229, and high grade matches LV 230 to 249. Trainers of the Ace class and Elite class generally possess Pokémon of this stage. The main Pokémon of Ace class trainers range from low to mid grade, vaguely matching the LV 150 to 199. The main Pokémon of Elite class trainers on the other hand range from mid to high grade, vaguely matching LV 200 to 249. Afterward, he checked up on Magidraco as well as Magiflora and observed no negative reactions. Happy with everything that happened, he decided to relax for the rest of the day. He focused on his minor psionic energy manipulation for the next 8 days until he managed to form psionic energy into a small dagger and controlled 4 of them at once. When he checked his status, he noted that his own battle prowess had become equal to that of a low, bronze stage Pokémon, which should allow him to see the stage of Pokémon up to the mid, silver stage. That being the case, Mikhail decided to check up on his parents' Pokémon once more, to see if he could now see the stage of some more of their Pokémon. It took him 3 days to check out all of them because he had to wait for Pidgeot and Crobat to come home, but in the end, he managed to check them all. To his surprise, he managed to see the stage of all his mother's Pokémon, including Sunny and Star that he had already seen before. Species, Nidorina. Gender, female. Type, poison. Potential, light blue. Stage, silver stage, mid. Dash. Species, Butterfree. Gender, female. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light green. Stage, silver stage, low. Dash. Species, gloom. Gender, male. Type, grass, poison. Potential, light yellow. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Dash. Species, Poliwhirl. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, deep green. Stage, silver stage, low. Dash. Species, Sturyu. Gender, genderless. Type, water. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, bronze stage, mid. The first thing he noted when he checked her was that Titania's potential had increased to light blue, which was a pleasant surprise. After he was done with her Pokémon, he noted that his mother currently qualified for the senior class as a trainer, but that she was still registered as a junior class trainer. He knew that she had not upgraded her class despite apparently qualifying for it, or at least he had not heard anything about her updating her trainer profile since her retirement. Mikhail was sure his parents would have talked about it at home. If that had been the case, at least they would have before they started seeing him as a great genius. The status of his father's Pokémon were a mixed bag compared to his mother's Pokémon because he still couldn't see the stage of 3 of his Pokémon. Species, Nidorino. Gender, male. Type, poison. Potential, light blue. Dash. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, yellow. Stage, silver stage, low. Dash. Species, Pidgeot. Gender, female. Type, normal, flying. Potential, deep green. Dash. Species, Crobat. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Potential, light blue. Dash. Species, Seadra. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, green. Stage, silver stage, mid. Dash. Species, Magneton. Gender, genderless. Type, electric, steel. Potential, green. Stage, silver stage, low. Dash. Species, Radon. Gender, female. Type, ground, rock. Potential, green. Stage, silver stage, mid. Dash. Species, Growlithe. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, light blue. Stage, silver stage, mid. Nidorino, Crobat, and Pidgeot were the Pokémon whose stage he still couldn't see, and he also noted no change in their potential, but his failure to see their stage meant they were at the high, silver stage or higher. He had already noticed beforehand that Growlithe's potential had reached light blue, which brought the number of light blue potential Pokémon his father had to 3. Mikhail also noted that Magneton's potential had been promoted to green. If he sorted his father's Pokémon after their stage, then he had 3 unknown stage Pokémon, 3 mid, silver stage Pokémon, and 2 low, silver stage Pokémon. This meant that his father was not far from qualifying for the expert class as a trainer, and after experiencing firsthand how long it took to train Pokémon, Mikhail could honestly say he was impressed by and proud of his father. The man had managed to train his Pokémon to this stage despite being relatively young himself. He really was MC/SC character worthy. 4 days after he finished checking out his parents' Pokémon, Caterpie reached the high, iron stage. After everyone congratulated Caterpie, Mikhail fell deep into thoughts. He was wondering if he should let Caterpie evolve now or if he should wait until Caterpie was ready to break through to the bronze stage. In the end, he decided to allow Caterpie to evolve right now, so he told Caterpie that he could stop suppressing his evolution and evolve to Metapod. Caterpie started to cheer even more before he started to glow. Mikhail put a few heaps of silver powder, a few tiny mushrooms, and a few of his other bug-type materials around Caterpie so that he could absorb some of their energy during his evolution to hopefully increase his potential. All his Pokémon had surrounded Caterpie and were watching him. Even the Magikarp swam to the surface of the pond to observe the evolution. Mikhail could see how huge amounts of energy appeared around Caterpie and formed a fake cocoon. It took about a minute for the evolution to finish, and at the end, a larger-than-average Metapod stood in the place where previously a Caterpie had been. All his Pokémon cheered for Metapod and Mikhail walked towards him to hug him. He congratulated him a second time, this time for his evolution, and his Pokémon swarmed them to congratulate Metapod as well. At least the ones on land did. The Magikarp produced a few bubbles and withdrew deeper into the pond once the evolution ended. Once, the hug-like dissolved again and everyone calmed down, Mikhail collected the remainder of the materials and checked out Metapod's status. Species, Metapod. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, green, 99.2%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, careful. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, D. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Ground, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor. Air, minor. Rock, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, bug manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, beginner, electroabe, beginner, harden, novice. Mikhail carefully looked through the status screen. He was a bit disappointed that Metapod had not reached the deep green potential during his evolution, but the materials were not wasted because he was only missing 0.8% for a promotion. He also noticed that only one of Caterpie's abilities changed to shed skin upon evolving into Metapod and that the other ability remained. In the games, Metapod only had shed skin available as an ability, and he was happy that the ability change here was a bit more logical. The rest was the same as it had been before the evolution, except for the move section. The move Harden had been added there, so Metapod apparently automatically learned the move on Terra as well. He was happy with what he saw and patted Metapod. To Mikhail's wonder, Metapod informed him that he still felt the itch of evolution, which meant he could still evolve to Butterfree despite having evolved to Metapod just a few minutes before. Mikhail told him to wait until he reached the bronze stage to evolve again, and Metapod agreed. He left his space after spending some more time with his Pokémon. That evening his parents told him that his father had taken off the next Dial Day and that they would visit Rose and her family over the weekend. They would set off at Dial Day morning and would return on Grow Day night. He simply acknowledged that while anticipating the trip. It would be his first trip to another city. Chapter 56, ch 33, 56, The Trip to Rose's Home. On Dial Day at 6:30 a.m. the whole household woke up. Okay, more like his parents woke up and helped him out of his bed. Even if he normally woke up early for his morning training, that early was in young child standards like 7:30 or 8 a.m. Mikhail had a difficult time leaving his bed when his mother came to wake him up, but he would have never expected his mother to resort to soft torture to get him out of the bed. She tickled him until he was wide awake. Everyone changed, they had breakfast, then his father put the suitcase his mother had packed yesterday into the trunk while she cleaned the table, and at around 7 a.m. they drove off towards Hopetown bus station. Apparently, his father had reserved a parking space near the bus station for 3 days, so it was no problem to leave the car there until they returned. Their bus to Honey City, a Tier 5 city, would leave at 7:45 and was supposed to reach Honey City at 9:45, so they still had 20 minutes until departure. The bus was already there. It was one of those long-distance buses. They checked in with the driver and entered the bus after his father stored their suitcase. Inside the bus, on one side was a row of 2 seats, and on the other was a row of single seats with walking space between the rows. They went to their reserved seats and Mikhail sat with his mother, while his father sat alone. He did not know if it was because it was early, dial day was a workday, or if it was always like this, but the bus was nearly empty, so it was relatively quiet. His mother made his seat lean back a bit and gave him a pillow. Since he was still a bit sleepy, he fell asleep even before the bus drove off. Mikhail was roused from his sleep by his mother shortly before they arrived at Honey City bus station. His mother said the bus was 5 minutes late, but that their teleportation appointment was at 10:05 a.m., so they could afford a 5-minute delay. At 9:50 a.m. the bus arrived at the bus station, and they left the bus. After his father took their suitcase, the family walked towards the teleportation hub, and less than 5 minutes later they reached their destination. They had to wait for 10 minutes until their teleportation appointment, so Mikhail decided to grill his parents with a few questions while they waited. He first asked them about the teleportation service and learned quite a bit about it. Apparently, there were different teleportation options one could choose from, and, obviously, all options cost varying amounts of money. There was long distance and medium distance teleportation, private and public teleportation, as well as single and group teleportation. When I asked why there was no short distance teleportation, they said that the teleportation hub only provided their service between Tier 5 to Tier 7 major cities and that the shortest distance between such cities was considered medium. Those that wanted to teleport to other places had to privately book the service of psychic trainers. He learned that trainers with psychic types could earn good money thanks to the teleportation business, depending on their strength. Mikhail naturally mentally filed that away in case he needed to earn some safe and easy money. Our teleportation chain was the cheapest option, public medium distance group teleportation. They would have to teleport 7 times to arrive at Orchid City. After that, he asked about Honey City, specifically why it was named like that. He got a more extensive answer than he had expected. His father told him that in Kanto all Tier 6 as well as Tier 7 major cities were named after colors, except for Palette City, and that one was still related to colors. The other settlements did not have such a requirement, so most cities/towns/villages were named after something they specialized in or an event that happened to the place. Honey City was named as such because it was the biggest honey producer in Kanto. The city used its proximity to Viridian Forest to specialize in honey production. Not only did they have their own honey farm, but they also had special trainer teams that entered the Viridian Forest for really high-quality honey that was quite expensive. His father also told him that their next stop was Honeydew City, a Tier 6 major city. Amidst their conversation, the time for their reservation came and they walked towards a certain man, where 3 other people were already waiting. Mikhail's father went up to the man and they exchanged a few words before his father showed the man something, most likely their reservation. The man nodded before he said that everyone was there. The guy released a Slowbro and told everyone to gather around him. Mikhail was curious about the status of Slowbro, but he was not stupid and wouldn't touch the Pokémon of others without permission. Not to mention using his telekinesis on a psychic Pokémon, that would be quite stupid. After he became a first class, he had focused a bit on keeping the amount of Shinic energy he released the same as that of non-psychics, so as long as one was not a considerably stronger psychic than him, or actively checked him out, his psychic prowess should stay hidden. The teleportation itself was really great in Mikhail's mind. He had felt nothing besides a slight tug, after which they were at their destination. One moment they were in Honey City and in a matter of seconds they were at Honeydew City. Hundreds of kilometers in a matter of seconds. Teleportation was awesome and there was no disorientation or anything like that afterward. Most likely because Slowbro had done that so often, that it refined the move quite a bit. The trainer directly left with his Slowbro after making sure no problems happened. Since they had to wait for 10 minutes for their next teleportation, Mikhail decided to ask a few questions and to do the same at their other stops as well. It wasn't like they had anything better to do while they waited, so he might as well learn more about the places they stopped at. It might be useful for the future after all. He asked if there was anything special about Honeydew City and his parents said that they have a gym and 3 halls that were of interest for trainers. The current gym specialized in bug types and the 3 halls specialized in grass dash, flying dash, and normal types respectively. The term for gyms was 30 years and after that duration was up the position of the gym could be challenged or the gym leader could decide to not continue. Everyone qualified could try to gain the position, but in most cases, if the challenge was successful, it was one of the halls that gained the position. This was the current gym's 2nd consecutive term and they still had 12 years until the new term was up. The gym leader's ace was a pincer. Mikhail made sure to remember that, because it would give him places to challenge relatively strong trainers after he started his journey and also info on the gym because a new term would have started before he started his journey, so any of the halls could have taken over by then. Besides that, Honeydew City was known for its strong bug-type trainers, and training as well as care courses. He only thought as expected of a city with a bug-type gym on its 2nd term when he heard that. When it was time for their teleportation, they walked towards a woman who released a hypno that teleported them to their next stop, Lime City. During their 10 minutes wait, Mikhail learned that Lime City, another Tier 6 city, had a poison-type gym, and an electric-type as well as a fighting-type hall. Apparently, the fighting-type hall had been the gym during the last term but lost the challenge 2 years ago, to the poison-type hall, making it the new gym. The city had no particular specialties if one did not count the many dojos that called the city their home, with the one of the previous gym leader being the most famous. The ace Pokemon of the current gym leader was a Mook and the ace of the previous one was a Primeape. At 10:20 am they were teleported to Rapid City, a Tier 5 city, by an Alolan Raichu. When he noticed the Raichu he briefly couldn't control himself and hugged it, because it looked so cute. Ahem, it looked so cool with its levitating tail surfboard. The Raichu got surprised by his sudden hug, and nearly fried him, but it managed to rein in its electricity before he was harmed. He still felt a tingling but that was harmless, even if his hair stood up for a bit as a result. Mikhail got scolded by his parents because of his recklessness, but he thought it was worth it, even if he had to promise to not repeat something like that. He had not forgotten to check the Raichu's status during his hug and saw that Alolan Raichu was shown as a psychic variant Raichu. Its potential turned out okay, it was deep yellow. The trainer gave him a warning not to do something like that again, as he could have gotten hurt before they started the teleportation. During their wait in Rapid City, Mikhail decided to act as if his reckless maneuver never happened and asked things about Rapid City, like why it was called that. Well, it turned out the city was famous for its Ponyta and Rapidash ranches. Now he knew where he would have a wide range of Ponyta to choose from if he decided that he wanted one. He would be able to choose the one with the best potential, and as long as the price was okay he wouldn't have to hunt for one in the wild. They teleported to Jade City, a Tier 6 city, with the help of a Mr. Mime. They only had to wait for 5 minutes for the next teleportation, so he only asked questions about the gym and the halls. The gym here turned out to be a Dragon-type gym and it was currently on its 5th term. There were currently no halls because they all left after they kept losing the challenge. The ace Pokemon of the gym leader was a Dragonite. His father also added that the city was famous for its dragon theme and that there were courses on care and training of dragons as well as move tutors for dragon-type moves, like Dragon Breath. Their next stop was Flower City, a Tier 5 city. They had 10 minutes to their next teleportation, so Mikhail did his thing. You would have never guessed it, but the city specialized in flowers. They had all kinds of medical and other useful flowers. Flower City also had a minor gym that specialized in grass-type Pokemon, as well as a poison-type hall. The gym leader had a Bellossom as her ace Pokemon. After Flower City, they were teleported to Citron City, a Tier 6 city, by a Zato. Nate greeted the Zato when he saw it and they exchanged a few words before they teleported. Citron City had a Dark-type major gym and 4 halls. The halls specialized in Ghost Dash, Fire Dash, Ground Dash, and Normal type respectively. The ace of the gym leader was an Umbreon. The city had no specialty besides its diverse training and care courses. They were teleported to their final destination Orchid City, a Tier 6 city, by a Kadabra. At 10:50 they had finally arrived at their destination. Teleporting from Honey City to Orchid City took them 1 hour, and if one included the 125 minutes bus drive from Hopetown to Honey City, then the whole trip took 3 hours 5 minutes. This was not bad for a nearly 4,000 kilometers distance but could have been even shorter if they had substituted the bus drive with something faster. Mikhail and his parents left the teleportation hub after they arrived in Orchid City and they saw Rose and her parents waiting for them. They exchanged greetings and hugs before they started to discuss if they should go to the field's home first or if they should roam around the city first. In the end, they decided to leave their suitcase in the trunk of the field's car and walk around the city until lunch. After that they would decide if they would continue to walk around or go home. Chapter 57, ch 34, 57, Market. They walked towards the field's car and stored their suitcase inside the trunk. After that Thorn told them that the teleportation hub was not too far from the main commercial street and they started walking towards there. The walk took about 10 minutes and the adults were talking amongst themselves, while Rose was chattering at him and he was half-heartedly listening to her, sometimes nodding or shaking his head. Most of his concentration was on looking around. He noted that most people had a Pokemon by their side, but that all Pokemon were of small or medium size, around the size of a fully grown Growlithe or smaller. When he asked Aunt Lily why that was the case, she told him that all major cities forbade the release of large-size Pokemon outside of special areas, like the gym or parks with signs signifying that large Pokemon could be released inside. Those that broke the rule would be fined if they had no acceptable reason or permission to do so. As for the single Pokemon thing, that was more of an unspoken rule kind of thing. So while it is not forbidden to walk around with more than one Pokemon as long as they are small or medium-sized, it is frowned upon by the population. This means you won't get fined for it or anything, but the other people might give you the stink eye for it. When he looked at Mothra sitting on his left shoulder and Nata sitting on his head, all adults chuckled. Uncle Thorn said not to worry and that no one would say anything about them because the two were rather small and Mikhail, himself, was quite young, so people would ignore it because he was cute. He huffed at that. He was not cute, he was handsome, all right. The adults started laughing at his reaction and they continued walking. Mikhail kept checking out any new Pokemon species he saw or species of Pokemon he had not checked as often, but to be honest he was a bit disappointed with the outcome until now. He had checked about 20 Pokemon in the last 5 minutes but all of them had less than nice potential, including one of the King Royal starters. That one was especially disappointing. He had expected it to have great potential for being a royal starter and all, but this just proved that at the end of the day they were like all other Pokemon species as well. They also had members with bad and good potential. Still in the end he was disappointed to see a Bulbasaur with deep orange potential. He was sure that one had been a wild Bulbasaur before it was captured because he had seen a children's show that described the royal starters of Kanto for a bit, and when he asked his parents about them, they told him that 100 royal starters were given out every year to the top 100 graduates of Kanto. The starters given out had 3 stars at worst, which means they have at least light yellow potential, and 4-star ones were not that rare. The top 3 were even guaranteed 5-star starters, the top 20 were guaranteed 4-star starters, and the others were random. Anyway, besides the royal disappointment, the other Pokémon had orange or worse potential. At least he got to scan a few new species like Murkrow and Cubone. He stopped looking around and started listening to Rose. Princess is really cute. She is old enough for me to play with her now. Too bad she had to stay at home. He was pretty sure that Princess was her Vulpix. It had been about 3 months since Vulpix had hatched, so it was normal that it had left behind its most vulnerable state. Still, he was curious about something. Alone. Rose, who understood his question, shook her head in denial. Nope. Tamamo is staying with her. Mikhail nodded at that. So they left the Ninetales behind to look after the Vulpix. Makes sense. Rose started excitedly talking again after seeing him nod. When we get back home, I will introduce you to Princess. Then we can play together. He nodded at that. He had zero problems playing with a Vulpix, especially one that was still a youngling. Huh? It seems like I have a weakness towards cute/adorable things. Who would have thought? Cue sarcastic comment. After his brief comedic mental reaction, they arrived at the commercial street. 2 hours later he was starting to feel mentally exhausted. The women of the group kept entering all stores that caught their eye, which was practically every second store. They would enter the store, look around, try things on if possible, or simply look at them if not, and then leave without buying anything. They had entered more than 15 stores in these hours, including but not limited to 2 perfume shops, 3 boutiques, 2 Pokémon utensils stores, and more. The only thing they bought was a new grooming kit for Vulpix that Rose wanted at one of the utensils stores. Another hour later he was about to snap or collapse, and he did not know which one would be better. He looked over to the other men of the group and he could see that they also seemed to need a break. It made no sense to him. They had spent 3 hours entering and leaving stores, but had bought nothing, yet the women seemed to be ready for more. He did not know if they had sensed his desperate gaze or if heaven was helping him, but his father said that it was time for them to find a restaurant to eat lunch. Thorn supported him by saying that he was absolutely right, and Mikhail simply nodded his head in support. The women looked torn, as if they had not had enough yet, but ultimately agreed. Thorn led them to a restaurant called Golden and Toroast that according to him was famous for its Goldine fillets and Toros roasts. Who would have thought, right? They ordered their food, and while they waited for their orders to arrive, the adults discussed what to do after lunch. While they were talking, Mikhail heard Thorn mentioning the public trainers market, where you could apparently buy materials as well as some Pokémon. They were discussing if they should first return home and go there later or if they should do it now. Mikhail, who wanted to go now, shot his parents a puppy look and said he wanted to go now. The easily excitable Rose quickly joined him, and their combined might made the adult accept their demands. When he saw that they agreed to directly go to the market after lunch, he was happy. All according to Kakaku. That was what Mikhail thought after succeeding in getting his wish. Soon after their meals arrived and he had to agree with Uncle Thorn's earlier comment. The Toros roast tasted amazing. After everyone had eaten they asked for the bill and his father tried to pay for the meal, but Uncle Thorn disagreed. They started to softly argue who should pay for the meal, with each one wanting to pay the bill. Mikhail had to chuckle a bit at that, and he was not alone as Rose and our mothers giggled as well. The 2 men finally finished their discussion and Uncle Thorn was the one paying after he said that as the host he had priority for paying. It was funny to see 2 people argue about wanting to be the one paying the bills, and after that small scene, they left the restaurant towards the public trainers market. The public trainers market was apparently outside the commercial street because Uncle Thorn led them out of the street towards the west, and after a 5-minute walk they saw the market, and it was huge. Mikhail was impressed by its size since it looked nearly as large as the commercial street in his eyes, just not as well organized. There were many complete stores but many more stalls and booths. As they walked around he noticed that the vendors of the stalls are often not as professionals as those at the stores. When he asked Uncle Thorn why this was the case, Aunt Lily decided she wanted to answer his question and explained the reason before Uncle Thorn could. She said that the stores were owned by either companies, families, or trainers that had a constant supply of products/materials and that their business was big. The stalls/booths on the other hand were set up by either smaller businesses that did not need or want a large store and general trainers that rented the stalls for some time to sell the things they have found themselves. Most trainers sold the things they found in the wild to either the Alliance stores or to other businesses that wanted those materials, but sometimes some trainers wanted to sell their goods themselves. Mikhail nodded at her explanation and thanked her. They had already entered 3 stores that sold traveling equipment, berries, and poke blocks as well as evolutionary stones respectively. He was not as interested in the first 2 stores, but at the 3rd store, he decided to check out the goods. The store displayed a few fire dash, water dash, thunder dash, leaf dash, and moonstones in cases with different price tags. He saw that the cheaper ones were 8.000 poke per stone and the pricier ones cost 15.000 poke and 40.000 poke per stone. He used his telekinesis to slightly touch the stones to check their status because he wanted to see if his guess for their pricing was right. Fortunately, his Shinik energy went through the safety glass, and after he checked a few of the stones his guess was confirmed. Name, Firestone. Type, Fire. Class, F. Uses, it's a stone that has absorbed and stored large amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon, as well as to help some Pokémon evolve. Name, Firestone. Type, Fire. Class, E. Uses, it's a stone that has absorbed and stored large amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains compressed and thus purer fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon, as well as to help some Pokémon evolve. Name, Firestone. Type, Fire. Class, D. Uses, it's a stone that has absorbed and stored large amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains compressed and thus purer fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon, as well as to help some Pokémon evolve. Just as he thought the pricier ones were of a higher class, and it was the same for the other stones as well. The price for the 4 elemental stones was the same, but the moon stones were a bit more expensive. Name, Moonstone. Type, None. Class, F. Uses, it's a stone that has absorbed and stored large amounts of lunar energy from the environment. Contains lunar-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help some Pokémon, as well as to help some Pokémon evolve. Their status mostly resembled each other, except that the Moonstone had lunar energy as the energy instead of a normal element like the other stones. Besides the 5 evolution stones, they had a catalog with different evolution materials they could offer, that were currently not in the store, but could be provided as well. He noticed that there were many things he had never heard about, like the deep sea water and the pure lightning marble. He guessed that the water had the same function as a water stone but was more precious because it was more expensive than the stones. He generally noticed that the evolution stones he knew seemed to be the least expensive items in their category. He heard his father asking the clerk if they had better fire stones available, and the clerk said that while they did not have any in the store, there were some in the main branch that could be delivered if necessary. When his father asked for the price, Mikhail involuntarily sucked in air when he heard the price the clerk quoted for the next higher quality stones. She said the price for the fire stone was 130.000 poke. He looked around and saw that except for him no one else was surprised at the price. The adults seemed to have expected something along those lines, and Rose was in her own world looking at the different stones, muttering things like beautiful and shiny from time to time. His father thanked the clerk and said that he will think about it, and they left the store. Once they were outside, his father said that Agni was nearly at the point where his father thought that Agni was ready for evolution, which was why he was gathering information about the necessary high-quality evolution resources. As they kept walking around, Mikhail saw stalls selling different things, including some that sold Pokeballs containing Pokemon they had caught but didn't plan to keep. One stall even sold an Illithid in the form of a public auction. The stall owner said that he had not checked the Illithid's potential since he planned to sell it, because he was a poison-type specialist and had no need for it. At that moment he did not know if it was because Illithid were really rare or if Pokemon were generally expensive, but the Illithid sold for 1.096.000 poke. His father even said that the buyer got a good deal as long as the Illithid had 3-star potential. They did not stand too far from the buyer who released the Illithid to check it out on the spot before he finalized the payment, and Mikhail used this chance to check its potential since it was barely within his range. Species, Illithid. Gender, male. Type, electric. Potential, light yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, static. Talents, none. Affinities, electric. Mikhail nodded at what he saw. It has light yellow potential, which corresponds to 3-star potential, so the buyer made a profit. After that bit of excitement, they kept walking around. They also visited the stores of a few certified breeding/food farms that decided to sell the Pokemon that showed promising growth instead of using them for other purposes. All of these stores seemed to have 2 options to choose from. One being Pokemon that had their potential tested because they showed the most promise, and the other being Pokemon that were not tested but still showed promise. The first one guaranteed that the buyer would get a good potential Pokemon, but the price would be much more expensive, while the other group had unknown potential but was cheaper because of it. The price of the second group inside the store was the same. These stores were relatively large and kept the Pokemon outside their balls as long as they were not too large. He also noticed that they were all quite young and thus on the weaker side, ranging from stageless to mid, iron stage. One store that sold Rattata even had a tested 5-star potential Rattata, which was priced at 2.750.000 poke. He checked it out and saw that it had blue potential. The 4-star ones cost 750.000 poke and the undetermined ones cost 200.000 poke. His father told him that there has never been a case where a Pokemon sold at such certified stores had worse than 2-star potential, so the price was more than fair and the risk acceptable. As long as one got a 3-star Rattata, it would be with the price. He checked out all the released undetermined Rattata and found one with deep green potential among them. Species, Rattata. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, guts. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral. He tried to get his parents to buy it for him but failed, so he sulked for a bit after they left the shop, but decided to forget it. He now knew where he could buy good potential Pokémon once he started his journey, since all Tier 5 and up cities, and most Tier 4 cities seemed to have one according to his parents. He could either use them himself or buy them for cheap and sell them for more. During their walk, they heard that there was going to be a gym challenge tomorrow after a trainer had managed to beat the gym assistants today to qualify to challenge the gym leader. Yes, it looked like one had to beat gym trainer before one was allowed to challenge the gym leader, which made sense, as the gym leader would be swamped with challenges otherwise. The games were right in this aspect. Anyway, the adults decided to book tickets for the fight when they saw the odd looks on the children's faces at the mention of a gym battle. Thorne bought the tickets at the gym's webpage before they were sold out because you apparently couldn't just go to watch the gym matches for free. The gyms made money by selling tickets for the matches, which they used to help finance the gym and the prize money. The challenger did not get a cut of the earnings and only got some money in the form of prize money if he won the fight. After that was settled, they walked back to the Fields' car and drove to their home. The Fields lived in a relatively large apartment. Their home had 5 rooms, a living room, the parents' bedroom, Rose's bedroom, an office, and a guest room. They had dinner. Rose introduced Princess to Mikhail, Nato as well as Mothra, before they played for an hour or two, then it was time for them to sleep. While they were being introduced, Mikhail did not forget to check out her status, but he saw no difference compared to his last check, besides the poke egg part in the stage line turning to stageless. Species, Vulpix. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, light green. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, flash fire, drought. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. When it was time to sleep, Mikhail this time around did not give the women the chance to somehow make him sleep in Rose's room and directly went to the guest room to sleep while the adults stayed in the living room. Chapter 58, ch 35, 58, Watching a Gym Battle, 1. The next day after breakfast they decided to go out and walk around until it was time for the gym battle. He had forgotten to ask the type the gym specialized in yesterday, but he rectified that while they were outside. It turns out the gym specialized in the fairy type and that Orchid City only had a single hall, a fire type hall. The gym leader was apparently named Fabian and his ace Pokemon was an Alolan Ninetales. The battle was supposed to start at 3:30 p.m., so at 2:30 p.m. after a satisfying lunch, they made their way to the gym and Mikhail was quite impressed when he saw it. The gym was a really big standalone 2-storied building and besides being painted in pinkish tones it did not look too outlandish. The building was owned by the Pokemon Alliance and the gym leader used it for the duration of his or her term. Hall masters, leaders of the halls, that qualified for the gym leader position temporarily closed their hall and moved into the gym with all their staff. The Alliance financed the maintenance of their previous hall for the duration of the gym leader's term and if the gym leader lost his or her position or voluntarily stepped back, they could return to their old hall without any problems. The Pokemon Alliance also provided additional staff for the duration of the term if needed. It was 3 p.m. when they entered the building, and upon entry, his parents told him that most gyms were built the same. There were the registry and waiting area at the entrance, after which one would walk to the inner area where the battlefield was. There were personnel rooms at the sides of the field as well as the stairs leading up to the second floor, where the stands for the spectators were. It honestly resembled an indoor sports stadium a bit minus the open ceiling. The size of the battlefield depended on their category. Minor gyms had a field that was about a quarter the size of a football field in his previous life. Gym fields were half the size of a football field and major gyms had battlefields the size of a football field. The composition of the battlefield depended on the gym leader and could provide a home field advantage to the gym leader, like a rock-type gym having a rocky battlefield for example. The Orchid Gym had an indoor grass field, so no particular advantage for the gym leader. After they sat down on their seats, Mikhail heard an announcement that stated that the 2-star challenge would begin in 15 minutes. He, naturally, got curious and asked his parents what they meant with a 2-star challenge. It turned out that gyms had different difficulty settings, 1-star to 3-star, which would result in different badges, 1-star to 3-star, and different amounts of prize money. The rules were a bit different for the junior and senior league, for 1-star battles, but the rest was the same. The easiest challenge was the 1-star challenge. Here the gym leader would use Pokemon that have been provided by the Pokemon Alliance. The difference between the junior league and the senior league was that all 1-star battles in the senior league were 4 vs 4, while the junior league started with 2 vs 2 battles for the first few badges before increasing the number of Pokemon per battle until it became 4 vs 4 as well. Those that won received a 1-star badge and some prize money. The next difficulty was the 2-star challenge, where the gym leader would use some of his own Pokemon for the fight and the battle would either be a 4 vs 4 or a 5 vs 5 battle. The gym leader had the right to choose which one would happen. Those that won received a 2-star badge and more prize money. The last official difficulty was the 3-star challenger, where the gym leader used some of his older and stronger Pokemon for the fight. The battle would be a full 6 vs 6 battle. Those who won this received a 3-star badge and even more prize money. There was an unofficial even harder difficulty where the gym leader would use his main team, but the reward was the same as the one for a 3-star challenge, so only those that really wanted to challenge themselves would choose to do that. The only extra for a win here was that it would be noted on the challenger's profile that the challenger won against the leader's real team, which was more of a prestige thing. Besides the increased prize money, the stars also helped find seeded trainers that did not have to participate in the qualification round or only had to participate during the final stage of the qualification round. More importantly, it gave someone huge bragging rights if he had 3-star badges, especially if he had S-rank 3-star badges, then the bragging rights were immense. It seemed like the time for the battle had come during the conversation they had, because the announcement that the gym leader and the challenger were entering the field was broadcasted, so they stopped talking and focused on the battlefield. On the right side was the gym leader, Fabian, a man that was a bit smaller than his father. Fabian had pink hair, blue eyes, a handsome/beautiful face, fair skin tone, and a delicate build. Mikhail was not sure if Fabian's hair color was natural, but he assumed it to be because Fabian's eyebrows were pink as well. Anyway, the challenger was a young woman, with green hair and blue eyes. She had a beautiful face, a fair skin tone as well as an attractive body. Once both trainers were inside their designated area, the referee started speaking. This is an official 2-star gym battle and gym leader Fabian chose to hold a 4 vs 4 battle. The battle is over once all 4 Pokémon of either of the participants are unable to battle. Pokémon are considered unable to battle if they have been knocked out, are unable to continue to fight for more than 45 seconds, the trainer forfeits the round, or if I deem the fight over. The challenger, Aya from Fuchsia City, may substitute her Pokémon while the gym leader may not. The use of any recovery material or material that interferes with the opponent is forbidden. Have you both understood and accepted the rules? The 2 trainers nodded at the question and the referee continued. Good, then as soon as I give the start signal, both of you will simultaneously release your Pokémon. The referee had 2 flags, one red and one green. Green stood for the gym leader and red stood for the challenger. He raised both flags and lowered them again, while simultaneously using a whistle to signal the start of the battle. As soon as the trainers saw/heard the start signal they called out their first Pokémon. Gym leader Fabian released a Clefable, while Aya called out an Arbok. The first thing Fabian called out as soon as he saw Aya's Arbok was Safeguard, which Clefable immediately performed. Its body briefly shined in a white light that allowed it to be safe from any poisoning for a certain time. Aya, who saw Fabian's fast reaction, told her Arbok to go under and give their opponents a loud and hard slap to the face. Arbok seemingly used Dig to go underground and Fabian simply told his Clefable to start boosting. Clefable started to shine a bit with a pinkish glow after receiving the instruction, and Mikhail heard Uncle Thorn say that it was using cosmic power to boost its endurance/defense and energy density/special defense. It used the time until Arbok resurfaced to boost itself 3 times. Meanwhile, Arbok came up right behind Clefable and aimed a screech at Clefable as soon as its head was out. Then it used the momentum of its resurfacing to spin in the air and deliver an iron tail directly at Clefable's head. Fabian, who saw the metallic sheen on Arbok's tail, tried to tell his Clefable to use Protect, but Clefable was unable to hear him because Arbok kept up its screech right before it delivered the iron tail. Clefable itself was unable to see Arbok's move because Arbok was behind its back and its reaction was delayed by the sudden extremely loud noise. Once the iron tail hit home, Clefable was sent flying, but thanks to the 3 cosmic powers it took less damage than it would have otherwise taken from the super effective move. Mikhail, who saw that, was impressed by Aya's command. While the underground part had been obvious, the loud and hard slap had been subtle enough and the combination proved effective enough, especially because it interrupted Clefable from hearing the gym leader's command. He made note of this combination while observing how Clefable quickly stood back up. Fabian told it to use Sing as soon as it was back on its legs. Aya reacted and told her Arbok to counter Sing with another screech and to fire acid at its foe. Clefable dodged the acid and stopped singing after Fabian told it to use Encore on Arbok, forcing it to only use acid for a while. After that, he ordered Clefable to use Gravity to slow Arbok down and Cosmic Power and Minimize to boost itself. Aya, who currently had no other option until Encore wore off, told Arbok to use Acid to interrupt and damage Clefable. Unfortunately for her, Clefable managed to dodge all of Arbok's attacks, while successfully boosting itself quite a few times. Fabian seemed to be satisfied with something because he nodded before he told his Clefable to approach Arbok. Aya did not like that and told Arbok to maintain the distance, but sadly it was slower than Clefable because of gravity. It tried to use Acid to slow Clefable down, but Clefable still shortened the gap between them. Once Clefable was less than 5 meters from Arbok, Fabian told it to tank the Acid and use stored power. Aya's eyes widened in horror at that and she shouted towards Arbok to use Protect. Fortunately for her, Encore wore off and Arbok managed to use Protect in time. Unfortunately, Protect could not withstand the cosmic power and minimize boosted stored power and was destroyed after reducing the power of the move a bit. To the relief of Aya, her Arbok managed to weather the attack thanks to its timely Protect, but it was on its last legs. She promptly told her Arbok to use Haze to temporarily prevent Clefable from using such a powerful stored power once again. Fabian simply told his Clefable to use another cosmic power. While Clefable was using cosmic power, its Safeguard wore off and Aya, who noticed that as well, used this chance to at least weaken Clefable some more for her next Pokemon. She told Arbok to use Toxic and Clefable, who was only a few meters away, had no chance to dodge the move and got poisoned. Fabian, who saw that, clenched his hand at that before he told Clefable to use Dazzling Gleam, which managed to knock out Arbok. The referee declares Arbok unable to battle and tells Aya to recall it as well as to call out her next Pokémon. Aya slowly lifts Arbok's Pokeball and recalls it, after which she whispers something to it, which he assumes to be some encouraging words. She then proceeded to act as if she was thinking before the referee warned her to stop delaying and call out her next Pokémon. Mikhail had to smirk a little at Aya's behavior, even if it is a bit unsportsmanlike to drag the situation out so that Clefable got a bit more damaged by Toxic. He could appreciate the strategy even if he saw it as a teeny bit shameless. He saw Aya nod at the referee's warning before she called out her next Pokémon. Chapter 59, ch 36, 59, Watching a Gym Battle, 2. Aya called out a Mook. She did not lose any time and told her Mook to use Double Shock, which Mook directly executed. Multiple Mooks started to appear and all of them released a purple surge at Clefable. The poor Pokémon was hit by the move because it came so sudden and from everywhere, so before it could really react and dodge it was hit. Toxic and Venoshock really made a nasty combination. Selphable released a loud scream after it was hit by Venoshock, but for one moment it looked like it could weather the Venom combo, but it ultimately couldn't hold on. The previous damage from the Iron Tail at the head, as well as the poison damage from Toxic and on top of that a Venoshock was too much for Clefable. It fainted and Fabian recalled it before the referee had managed to announce his verdict. The referee still did his job and declared Clefable unable to battle. He also tells Fabian to call out his next Pokémon, which he does. The gym leader's next Pokémon is an Azumarill and he loses no time to command it to use Rain Dance. His next command immediately follows as well. He tells his Azumarill to use Defense Roll and it starts to perform a rollout. Mikhail assumes, and the adults around him agree, that this is probably a combination of defense curls and rollout. Aya naturally does not simply stand around and does nothing. As soon as Fabian gives the command for Rain Dance, Aya briefly puts on a disgruntled look, probably because the water will interfere with many of the offensive moves of Mook before she returned to a neutral look. She told her Mook to perform the prolonged battle protocol. Mikhail saw how Mook started to shine in purple and gray alternatively before it reapplied its double team. It also looked to Mikhail as if it was shrinking, so he assumed it was using Minimize, but it was the first time he saw Minimize really causing someone to shrink. His mother seemed to have seen his confused face and started to do a live commentary for him, to explain to him what was happening on the field. She said Mook used Acid Armor to raise its defense and Minimize to raise its evasiveness. She explained that Minimize generally only compacted the user a bit while also increasing the user's nimbleness to make dodging easier, but there were some Pokemon like Mook and Ghastly that due to their physiology could really shrink their body using Minimize. While Mook was boosting itself, Azumarill started running/rolling over the Mook images trying to get the real one. In a short time, Azumarill destroyed 2 images leaving only 5. Aya, seeing the situation, tells Mook to use Mud Slap all around the field, causing all places that the Mud Slap lands on to become muddy thanks to the rain. She planned to use the muddy ground to make Azumarill either slip or roll out of control. Aya, seeing the Rain Dance wear off, then tells Mook to perform Poison Gas, but Fabian, who saw her move and also noted the muddy ground, tells Azumarill to stop and reapply Rain Dance. It looks like Aya had expected this and had been waiting for it, because as soon as Azumarill executed the move she told Mook to use Disable to stop them from repeatedly reapplying Rain Dance. The current Rain Dance still dissolves Mook's poison gas, but she says to Fabian that it won't be enough to stop her. Just when Mikhail wondered how she plans to let Mook attack Azumarill, since her long-distance poison and ground moves are being neutralized or weakened by the rain, she recalls her Mook and calls out another Pokemon, a Haunter. He has to chuckle at that and the look on Fabian's face at her move. It seems the gym leader, like Mikhail, had expected her to let Mook use long-distance moves of other types or to let Mook approach Azumarill either for short-distance moves or to minimize the reduction on her long-range moves by the rain, but she simply changed her Pokemon instead. It was a good idea too. As soon Haunter was on the field, she told it to use Shadow Ray. Haunter used Shadow Punch to appear behind Azumarill, and instead of punching it, Haunter used Confuse Ray. The combo was successful, and Azumarill got confused, but that was not all. Aya told Haunter to use Hypnosis on it and Fabian tried to tell Azumarill to dodge the Hypnosis. Unfortunately, his command did not get through to his confused Pokemon, so it got lulled into sleep by Haunter. Aya used Azumarill's defenselessness to command Haunter to use Curse on it, then to recover the damage Haunter received by its own move, she told it to use Dream Eater. Fabian, who had been trying to call out to Azumarill to wake it up, stopped what he was doing after Haunter used Dream Eater the second time. He saw that the probability of Azumarill waking up before it got knocked out by Curse and Dream Eater was slim, and even then it wouldn't be able to fight for long, besides that the rain had stopped so its water moves would not be boosted in case he tried to use them. Furthermore, poison moves were back on the table, so instead of allowing Haunter to keep recovering he recalled Azumarill. The referee, seeing Fabian recalling Azumarill, says that the gym leader forfeited Azumarill by recalling it and that Haunter won. He told Fabian to release his next Pokemon, who called out a Gardevoir. Aya, seeing Fabian's Pokemon, recalled her Haunter and called out her Mook again. Both trainers simultaneously gave their commands. Fabian told his Gardevoir to use Teleporting Team, which it did, resulting in 8 Gardevoir that kept changing positions. Unfortunately, the move was useless against the move Aya told Mook to use, which was Poison Gas. The poisonous gas filled the whole field except for the trainer boxes that were protected, so Gardevoir could not escape it and got poisoned. Fabian, who saw his Pokémon get poisoned, decided to go on the offensive. He told it to approach it and use hypnosis, but Aya reacted to his command and told Mook to counter with Screech. Mikhail, who saw that, was impressed. To use Screech to disrupt Gardevoir's concentration, hence her hypnosis, is a good idea. It seems the strategy to use sound-based moves to counter Sing or even hypnosis is not that rare, at least amongst senior trainers and up. I'll have to remember that the counter can be used for hypnosis as well, and maybe even against other moves that required great focus/concentration. Fabian, who saw that his plan had failed, told Gardevoir to teleport away and use Calm Mind. After that, it should use Psybeam to attack from a distance while dodging any attacks with teleport. Gardevoir executed Fabian's instructions as soon as she could. Aya told Mook to use Protect against the Psybeams, but it did not hold on for too long before it was destroyed. Still following Aya's commands, it managed to perform a few boosting moves as well as a double team. Unfortunately, Fabian did not seem interested in playing with this many Mooks, so he told her to use a Misty Terrain and a disarming voice. The boosted move managed to disrupt all fake images and the real Mook was the only one left, so Gardevoir resumed its hit and teleport tactic. Aya, who saw this, told Mook to use another double team, but Gardevoir just disrupted it like before. Not only that, Fabian told it to use Heal Pulse, allowing it to recover most of the damage it had suffered from being poisoned. Aya, who saw this, told Mook to keep using Disable until it hit Gardevoir, and he even managed to hit it, but only after it had dodged the first two moves with Teleport, so the move that was blocked was Teleport, not Heal Pulse. Nevertheless, this was good for Aya as well, since Gardevoir would be unable to dodge Mook's attacks as easily as it had been before. She told Mook to use Sludge Wave and Fabian told Gardevoir to use Psychic to block the attack. While it was occupied with the Sludge Wave, Aya told Mook to approach it and use Venoshock. It seemed Fabian had been waiting for Mook to approach and Gardevoir had been faking the difficulty it was having with Sludge Wave, because once Mook was near enough she simply threw the wave aside and used Hypnosis on Mook, who was unable to dodge or block the move. Aya, who wondered when Fabian had told Gardevoir to use Hypnosis, thought about her options. Compared to her, Mikhail instantly thought about telepathy when he saw Gardevoir acting without any instructions. He had wondered why Fabian had not been using the telepathy of Gardevoir during the battle, but it seemed it was to mislead his opponent. He nodded at that before he focused on Aya to see what she would do now that her Mook was asleep. Aya knew she couldn't recall Mook while he was sleeping or he would be deemed unable to battle, since the 45 seconds of inability to continue would pass. Her only option was hoping Mook would wake up before he was knocked out or the time was up. She used their bond to urge him to wake up faster, but she saw how Gardevoir was using Dream Eater on her Mook. Just as she thought that Mook would be beaten before he could do anything, she felt him stirring and commanded him to use Venoshock. Gardevoir and Fabian were unable to react to the surprise attack and Gardevoir was hit, which caused it more damage than it had recovered through Dream Eater, but it was not enough to knock it out and it retaliated with a Psychic that was enough to knock out the already weakened Mook. The referee declared Mook unable to battle and told her to call out her next Pokémon. Aya simply recalled her Mook and released her Venomoth. She directly told her Venomoth to use Bug Buzz to disrupt Gardevoir from using any psychic moves, knowing that Bug Buzz had that little effect on most psychic moves that were not sufficiently mastered, because it interfered with the opponent's concentration and with Shinic energy as well, making it harder to use psychic moves in general. Aya then commanded Venomoth to use Sleep Powder, causing the already weary Gardevoir to fall asleep, but instead of pressing her advantage, she told her Venomoth to keep using Quiver Dance. Fabian, who saw through Aya's plan, decided that instead of allowing Venomoth to boost itself to the maximum before it attacked his Gardevoir, he would rather recall it, forfeiting it in the process. This way he could attack Venomoth before it managed to gain too many boosts, so that's what he did. He recalled Gardevoir, causing the referee to deem her unable to battle and telling him to release his last Pokémon before he called out his Ninetales. As soon as the Alolan Ninetales appeared on the field, Rose, who had been relatively quiet until now, besides occasionally releasing an or a released a squeal so loud that Mikhail thought she had mastered Screech as well. Rose started shouting how beautiful Ninetales was, how elegant it looked, and then she asked why it was blue instead of yellow. While her parents were answering her question, Mikhail noted that he had either missed Fabian commanding his Ninetales to release a blizzard or Ninetales had Snow Warning as an ability, because there currently was one on the field. Well, it could have been both as well, because the blizzard was strong. Fabian had indeed told Ninetales to use Blizzard as soon as she appeared on the field, knowing that it would be boosted by the Hail summoned through her ability. Then, knowing that Hail would support the move on its own for a short while, he told her to use Imprison on Venomoth to prevent it from using any moves that his Ninetales knew, before he told her to attack it with Ice Beam as well. Aya was unable to see her Pokémon, but she knew it was taking quite the damage by Ninetales' entry move. She tried to tell him to use Supersonic all around himself to at least confuse their enemy, but it turned out to be futile. Ninetales used Ice Beam and hit Venomoth 2 times, and after the second hit her Ice Beam boosted by the current Mega Hail managed to freeze Venomoth, so she used her Iron Tail to punt her Frozen 4 across the field, knocking it out just as the Hail returned to being a normal one, giving everyone back an only slightly impeded vision instead of a bad one. The referee noted that the Venomoth got knocked out and declared it unable to battle. He told Aya to recall and to call out her last Pokémon, which was the Haunter that she previously used. Aya knew that her chances to win the battle were drastically reduced after her starter got beaten quite handily at that, but she did not plan to give up. As soon as Haunter was out, she told him to bond with the foe through Shadow Ray. Fabian, who had expected that after the last time Haunter used the combo, told his Ninetales to dodge, which she successfully did. Nonetheless, Mikhail and everyone else could see Aya grinning despite Haunter missing his attack. Aya told Haunter to use Curse on Ninetales and Fabian told his Ninetales to retaliate with extrasensory, but to everyone's surprise, Haunter did not bother to dodge the attack, despite being quite weakened because of its previous battle as well as the curse it just used. Predictably, Haunter got knocked out by Ninetales' extrasensory. What surprised everyone was that Ninetales got knocked out together with Haunter. Mikhail and most of the experienced trainers that were watching the battle understood that Aya had commanded Haunter to use Destiny Bond during her first command, which was clever. Good strategy. She knew that she could not beat Ninetales with her Haunter, so she decided to force a draw and she used the longer command to hide the instruction for Destiny Bond in it. Mikhail nodded at his conclusion. He saw how the referee declared both Pokémon were unable to battle, which meant the battle was a draw. Both Aya, the challenger, as well as Fabian, the gym leader, met in the middle of the field to shake hands and Fabian congratulated Aya for her performance. He said he was impressed by her strategies and her resolve, as well as her success in forcing a draw after falling into a disadvantage. He declared that he decided that she had earned the Orchid badge and he handed her a badge that he took out from inside his vest. Aya thanked him with a happy face and she talked with Fabian for a bit before they both left the field, without giving anyone the chance to approach them. Aya probably went towards the Poke Center to heal her Pokemon and the gym leader to his bureau or wherever he waited for his challengers. When Mikhail saw Fabian giving Aya the badge despite her not winning the battle, he looked at his parents with a "what's going on" face. Before he could even ask why Aya had still received a badge despite only managing a draw, his father told him the answer. It seemed that Onterra gym leader had the right to decide if a challenger deserved a badge in case of a draw. They had to give out the badge in case the challenger won the battle and they were forbidden to give out the badge if the challenger lost. So there were no cases where a gym leader could simply give out badges without a fight or to a beaten challenger for one reason or another. Onterra, you either won and got your badge or you managed a draw and received one if the gym leader was impressed by you. After clearing up Mikhail's doubt, they stood up and walked out of the gym. While they were walking, Rose was excitedly talking about the fight. She would repeat scenes from her perspective or talk about how beautiful Ninetales had been. Everyone laughed a bit at how much fun she was having, but Mikhail had to confess that he was excited because of the battle he witnessed as well. How could he not be excited? He had just witnessed a real gym battle, so his steps were giddy as well and he was not alone in his excitement. Nadu and Mothra, who had watched the battle together with him, but had kept mostly quiet, fully concentrated on the battles that were happening, were really excited as well. He could feel it not only through their bond but also through his telepathy and through the emotion sensing he gained thanks to his aura. In short, all younglings were excited by the battle they had seen. Now that they had left the gym, the adults decide to walk around for 2 hours before going to a restaurant for dinner. Chapter 60, ch 37, 60, Egg Market and saying goodbye. Today was Grow Day, and they were going to return to their home tonight. The adults talked about what they wanted to do before the Geo family had to be at the teleportation hub. It was currently 9 AM and their reservation was at 7 PM, so they had about 9 hours to waste. Well, it was actually 10 hours, but it was better to leave 1 hour aside in case something happened. While they were talking about where to visit since they couldn't go to the commercial street, because the stores were closed on Grow Day. At least the ones the women were interested in were closed. Lily suggested visiting the Orchid Park, but the others decided to put it aside for now. A few more suggestions followed like the pool, but they were all put aside until Thorn remembered the Pokeegg Market. He explained that once every 9 months on a Grow Day, the city, with the support of the Alliance, organized an egg market where breeders and trainers handed over Pokeeggs to the organizer after quoting a price. The city took a 5% cut and guaranteed the safety of the transaction. After checking the egg to make sure it could be hatched alive, the organizer gathered all eggs from the same species in one area and displayed them together in clusters according to their species. Naturally, the price the owner set was displayed beneath the eggs. Visitors then could visit different areas to check out the clusters and choose one of the eggs they took a liking to if they found the price acceptable. The price itself is non-negotiable. All unidentified eggs were gathered in one cluster as well, but the eggs of the most prevalent species on the continent could be recognized by most people, so only eggs of rare or foreign species were put in this category. Mikhail's eyes lit up after learning about the Pokeegg Market and he saw that the same happened to Rose's eyes. He could hear her mumbling about finding Princess a little friend and he had to stifle his laughter at that. Anyway, the adults saw their reactions, and since they were interested as well, the unanimous decision to visit the Pokeegg Market was made. Because the area needed for the market was massive, the city set it up a bit outside the city. The drive there from the field's home took a bit more than 40 minutes. On the way, Mikhail learned more about the market and Pokeeggs. The reason the breeders and trainers sold these eggs like this instead of doing it themselves or through other channels, like auctions and so on, was that the Pokemon Alliance, or any other organization, were unable to check the potential of the Pokemon before it hatched. This meant that Pokeeggs that did not come from parents that were known to possess good potential were considered wild cards. so no one could guarantee the potential of Pokéeggs that came from parents that did not have parents with good potential or with unidentified parents, which was why they could not be sold for ridiculous prices. Pokéeggs with parents that had good potential on the other hand were sold for sky-high prices, and finding some of these eggs during an auction was not uncommon. Besides, one of the main reasons that trainers and breeders were willing to participate in the egg market was that the City and Pokémon Alliance were offering tax cuts and merit points for their participation. Mikhail and Rose used all their mettle and cuteness to get a promise out of their parents to buy them an egg if they found one that they really wanted. They hugged each other and cheered after getting the promise, and the men just slightly shook their heads amused by their antics, while the women once more had this glint in their eyes while looking at them. After they arrived at the location, they parked the car and walked towards the entrance of the market, where the personnel working for the organizer was handing out maps showing the distribution of the cluster, so people knew where the egg clusters of the species they were interested in were located. Mikhail was impressed for more than one reason. The area of the market is truly massive. Luckily, we came here early, but I still think the 8 hours we have left won't be enough to visit all clusters. Still, the map will be really helpful in that regard. As long as we visit only the clusters that are of interest, we should be fine. They even have the number of eggs that were put on display at the beginning. Naturally, the number decreases as the eggs get sold, but it will give one an idea how many eggs of the species one desires are available. While everyone was checking out the map in their hands, they started discussing which clusters they were going to skip and which cluster they were going to visit first. They started with the clusters nearest to the entrance and decided to pan out from there. The decision to skip the Caterpie, Weedle, Rattata, Spearow, and Acan's clusters was unanimous. Mikhail wanted to see if he could find a good Pidgey egg since, unlike the others, he could see the potential of the Pokémon inside the egg, after its potential had settled. Unfortunately, he was outvoted, so the Pidgey cluster got skipped as well. The first cluster they decided to visit was the Pikachu cluster, so they made their way over to the area the cluster was located at. It took them a bit more than 5 minutes to walk from the entrance to the tent the Pikachu cluster was displayed in, and from what Mikhail saw on the map there were about 400 Pikachu eggs available. They entered the tent and he saw rows upon rows of Pokéeggs that all had the same pattern, a yellow top with a black bottom that is separated by a zigzag line near the bottom area. Every row had 5 eggs on display, and Mikhail used his telekinesis to check out the potential of the eggs while walking between the rows. After checking around 20 rows, 100 eggs, he found 10 Piku eggs among them, while the other 90 were Pikachu eggs. The cheapest egg he found cost 80.000 poke and the most expensive one cost 150.000 poke. He found 16 eggs whose potential he couldn't see yet, and among the other 84 the best one was a Pikachu egg that had yellow potential. Funnily, the yellow potential egg was one of the cheaper eggs and cost only 95.000 poke. Checking the 20 rows took him around 10 minutes, and another 5 minutes later the others decided to go to the next cluster. He managed to check out another 50 eggs during that time and found a Piku egg with deep yellow potential amongst them. He noted the position of the egg in case he did not manage to find a better one. In that case, he would return and buy this one if it was still there. They decided to skip the next 3 clusters and directly went to the Clefairy cluster. Mikhail was surprised that there were any Clefairy eggs at all, but the number of eggs did prove that the species was still relatively rare, since there were only 14 eggs available. Checking those out did not take long, and the result was disappointing. The eggs were pink with a few white stars on them, and the one with the best potential he found was a measly orange. It was probably because he had such a small sample size, but he was left disappointed. They skipped the Vulpix cluster and went to the Jigglypuff one next. The eggs were white with a few pink swirls on them, and there were much more of them than there were Clefairy eggs, 112 to be exact. They spent enough time there for him to check them all out, and he found one that had deep yellow potential. The next best one had light yellow potential, so that was quite the lucky find. Unfortunately, he was not really interested in Jigglypuff, so it was kind of useless. They skipped the next 10 clusters, even if Mikhail was torn if they should really skip the Growlithe cluster, but he ultimately agreed because he already had a plan how to get his hands on a good Growlithe egg that involved the voluntary participation of Agni. Still, he insisted on visiting the Abra cluster, and the others agreed. His parents had a knowing look on their faces when he insisted on visiting the Abra cluster, but he simply shrugged at their behavior. The number of Abra eggs was surprisingly much smaller than he would have thought. There were only 69 of them. The egg was yellow with a brown stripe around the top of the egg. It took longer to reach the cluster than it took him to check them all out, but it was definitely worth it. He found an egg with light green potential, and it was in the middle of the price range. The cheapest Abra egg cost 120.000 poke, while the most expensive one cost 230.000 poke, and the one he marked cost 155.000 poke. Now that he thought about it, that was actually as much as some of the houses cost in his previous life, but here he was thinking that the same price for an egg was relatively cheap. After the Abra cluster, Rose insisted on visiting the Ponyta cluster, and he did not object. There were quite a few Ponyta eggs available, 354 according to the map, and the eggs were white with red flames on the bottom area. They stayed there for 15 minutes until Rose was satisfied, and during that time he managed to check only 90 eggs because Rose decided to drag him around with her. Still, he was not really interested in a Ponyta right now, so was not complaining, and he was definitely not pouting. The best egg among the Ponyta he had managed to check had deep orange potential, but he was sure there were better ones that he had no time to check. While they were deciding which clusters to skip, he noted that there was no cluster for ghastly, so he asked his parents why that was. His mother said that there were indeed ghastly eggs, but they were exceedingly rare in the wild and the breeders that specialized in the ghastly line would never provide them to a market. They skipped the clusters until the execute cluster, and the walk there took nearly 20 minutes. There were 256 eggs available and they were light pink with a few green stripes on them. He looked through all of them, and found one that had light green potential, but it was relatively expensive. It seemed the owner was sure the potential of the egg would not be bad, but he could not guarantee it. Either way, the price was set at 280.000 poke. Even though he would have liked to have it, he did not put it on his list of possible winners, because it was too expensive. Until now only Abra was really on the list, with Piku being a big maybe. After the Abra cluster, they visited the Rahorn cluster. Despite there being more than 557 eggs, all the ones he checked turned out to be duds. He did not know if there were any good ones, but among the 103 he checked, the best one had orange potential. After leaving the Rahorn tent, they decided to eat lunch, where they talked about which clusters to visit and which ones to skip. Mikhail noted that Chansey, Kangaskhan, Lapras, and Ditto had no egg clusters. He could understand Ditto, but it seemed that the others were too rare or the species/eggs were regulated, which he could totally imagine for Chansey with the Joy clan and all. Yet, the Joy clan was around on Terra as well, just like the Jenny clan. Anyway, they decided to skip the rest of the Kanto prevalent species, besides the Electabuzz/Elikid, Magmar/Magby, Eevee, and Snorlax/Munchlax clusters, before they continued with the Johto prevalent species. The Elikid eggs were yellow with 3 black half stripes on them. There were only 84 of them, and the best one had yellow potential while costing 200.000 poke. The Magby eggs had a red upper part while the lower part was yellow and was shaped like a flame. Only 48 of them were available and the best one had deep orange potential while costing 250.000 poke. The Eevee eggs were brown with a zigzaggy white stripe that went around the center of the egg. The map said there were supposed to be 33 eggs, but there were only 24 of them left, and after he checked those he found 2 that had light green potential. He could not believe his luck when he saw that. He actually first looked at his father and then at Rose, while asking himself if it was their luck that caused this, or if it was his luck. It could have been just a coincidence as well, but in the end, there were 2 Eevee eggs with great potential. He threw his mental list into the bin because he was going to take one of those eggs home. He would have tried to take both, but he was sure that was not going to fly with his parents, especially since both eggs cost 390.000 poke each and they were not even the most expensive ones. That honor went to an egg that cost 480.000 poke. Anyway, both Eevee were female and had the same abilities, so he simply went to the one he felt was better and told his parents that he wanted this one. At first, his parents had the "no way, did you look at the price" face on, but after a bit of begging and acting cute on his part, they reluctantly agreed to buy him the Eevee egg he chose. Seeing that he had secured himself the Eevee egg he wanted, he turned to Rose, so that he could subtly make her interested in the other Eevee egg with good potential. Since he could not get it, he thought it would be better if someone he knew got it, instead of a stranger. To his surprise, he saw Rose dragging her parents towards the egg he was planning to show her, the other one with light green potential, and unlike him, she did not even have to beg. Rose pointed at the egg, told her that she wanted that one, and they simply agreed. She let out a high-pitched noise and hugged her parents. They took their eggs and went to pay for them. They also bought a good incubator that was sold there and the total was 395.000 poke. Mikhail hugged his parents and thanked them after they left the Eevee tent. Since they had bought their eggs, they decided to stop here and walk back towards the car. The walk back took more than an hour and they drove towards the teleportation hub once they reached the car. There were still a bit less than 2 hours until their reservation, so they walked around a bit before they had dinner at a restaurant near the hub. Afterward, they said their goodbyes, where Rose clung a bit to Mikhail. He had to assure her that they would talk over the phone with each other and that they could visit them next before she was satisfied. The adults simply chuckled and Mikhail and his parents left. The return trip, including the bus ride from Honey City to Hope Town, took about 3 hours. Their car was still where they had left it and by the time they arrived at home, it was 10:30 p.m. As soon as they entered their home, his parents told him to go to bed and he did not disagree. First, Mikhail made sure the egg was safely deposited on his table, that Nato was in his own bed, then hugged Mothra, and went to sleep. Chapter 61, CH 38, 61, Evolution and Bronze Stage. The next day Mikhail decided to relocate the egg to his space for a bit so that the habitat and nesting area could be generated. He decided to check its status once more, before doing so. Species, Eevee. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, none. Pokegg. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral. He nodded at what he was seeing. The Eevee that is going to hatch from that egg will most likely have deep green potential after the first optimization by my space. Increasing her potential to light blue should be no problem, but if I can increase her potential to blue before it is time for her to evolve, then I can use the opportunity to push for deep blue through a good evolution stone and some supporting materials. If I can make use of the limit break to increase her potential as well, then achieving light purple, by the time for my official journey, at minimum is not impossible at all, but let's not get ahead of myself. Everything has to happen step by step. Let's start with putting the egg inside my space. Mikhail transferred the incubator to his space and checked to see what would happen. Registering the existence of a poke egg. Analyzing, EV egg identified. Optimization delayed till hatching. Checking energy storage. Energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat. Habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space. Main space successfully expanded. Generating nesting area. Adding nesting area to habitat. Nesting area successfully added. Relocating egg. Egg successfully relocated. Energy storage at 55%. Process finished. He saw that a grassy plain had been added to his space. The size of the new area was 625 sqm, and in the center of the plain was a small hill with an entrance to a burrow. He checked the inside of the burrow and saw that the nesting area was located inside the burrow. Surprisingly, the space inside the burrow was nearly half the size of the plain, at 300 sqm. Mikhail could see the incubator inside one of the nests and nodded to himself, happy that nothing unforeseen had happened. He received the status of the egg, and as expected, nothing had changed. His space had announced that it would perform the optimization after the EV hatched, so any change would have been strange. After he finished checking the new addition to his space, he took out the egg again and went down for breakfast. Besides occasionally keeping an eye on his eggs, as he had not forgotten about his magi carp egg, he once more focused on his own training. Mikhail wanted to achieve a certain mastery with his Shinic energy manipulation before he would stop focusing on his psychic training to restart his aura training. It took him nearly 2 weeks until he was satisfied with his progress, but he was finally done with his psychic training. For now, he had managed to apply a layer of Shinic energy on his skin that acted as a second skin capable of tanking some damage. It also could keep his skin safe from any harmful substances, as long as the skin was not broken. Besides that, he also succeeded in creating small platforms that he could step on. This allowed him to run/walk through the air, while his telekinesis was not strong enough to freely fly around with. He also used the principle behind the second skin and the platforms to create small shields that could block attacks from a distance. Together with the Shinic daggers, he had previously learned to create, he had partly covered the offensive, defensive, and mobility aspects of his Shinic energy manipulation. Naturally, there was much more that could be done with the ability, but this was enough for now. Mikhail could now temporarily stop and instead focus on his aura training again. His new goal was to raise his aura path to Tier 1 first class, just like he did for his psychic path. While he was doing his own training, he naturally did not forget his other responsibilities. So it was 5 days later, during his routine checkup on the Magi Carp egg, that Mikhail decided to put even more draconic material around the Magi Carp egg. Since the time he had put dragon lilies around the egg, in hopes of the egg absorbing the energy and adapting to it, he had not seen any negative effect on the egg, so he thought it was time to up the dosage. The EV egg showed no difference for now. Anyway, the eggs were not the only thing that happened. Species, metapod. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, green, 99.2%, deep green, 1.32%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, careful. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, C-B. Strength, D-C. Endurance, C-B. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, C-B. Energy density, C-B. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Ground, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor. Air, minor. Rock, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, bug manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, beginner, electroabe, beginner, harden, novice, dash, beginner. Iron defense, novice. During the first week of his psychic training, Metapod had managed to promote his potential to deep green. Not only that, but today, 2 days after he doubled the number of dragon lilies around the Magi Carp egg, Metapod had officially qualified for the promotion towards the low bronze stage. While it was the minimum qualification that would result in the reduction of the starting point for his parameters, but nonetheless Metapod had worked hard and had managed to reach this point in a relatively short time. Metapod had also managed to learn iron defense and increase his mastery of harden to beginner, despite focusing mostly on his parameters. Mikhail knew that Metapod wanted to advance to the bronze stage as soon as possible, but Mikhail disagreed. He wanted to increase Metapod's strength and agility to B before advancing, so that the reduction of the starting parameter was limited to 1, instead of the 2-value reduction it currently was. He thought for a bit before he decided to allow Metapod to evolve, since he believed it would be easier to train his strength and agility as a butterfree. Metapod was really happy with Mikhail's decision, and the disappointment over being not allowed to advance to the next stage was swept away as if it had never been there. Mikhail called over all his Pokémon, at least those that were not stuck inside the water, before he started to distribute a few portions of all bug-type materials he possessed around Metapod's position. Once he was done, he told Metapod that he could begin, and they all witnessed how Metapod started to shine in a bright white light. Energy was attracted from the environment and formed a cocoon around his Pokémon that he knew was extremely durable. After the evolution ended and a Butterfree stood/flew, where previously a Metapod had been, his space started to rumble. Butterfree's evolution caused the Caterpie habitat to increase in size. Apparently, Butterfree's evolution was the last push the area needed for an expansion. Since Mikhail knew that the living area of his Pokémon increased with their strength and population, even if the strength seemed to be the bigger factor, he calmed down after the brief shock he experienced because of the tremors. The tremors stopped a short while later, and he saw from his owner perspective that the habitat had doubled in size. He told everyone the reason for the tremors and everyone calmed down after hearing his explanation. They all congratulated Butterfree after his evolution, and after looking over Butterfree, Mikhail had to admit that Butterfree was an impressive specimen of his kind. From what he remembered, Butterfree were shown to have a height of 1.1 m in the data, and what he had seen until now overall fit, with some being around 10 centimeters larger and some being 10 smaller. His Butterfree on the other hand seemed to be around 1.6 m tall. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, deep green, 1.32%, deep green, 17.48%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, careful. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, C. Endurance, B. Agility, C. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, B. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, electricity, minor, ice, minor, air, minor, rock, major. Condition, healthy, euphoric. Masteries, bug manipulation, novice. Flying/air manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, beginner, electroabe, beginner, harden, beginner, iron defense, novice, gust, novice, confusion, novice. After checking his new status, he saw that Butterfree learned the moves Gust and Confusion. He knew that Gust was one of the hereditary moves that were learned upon evolution, but Confusion wasn't. Mikhail believed that the reason Butterfree managed to learn Confusion as well was that he saw the learning process Mothra went through while learning Confusion herself, or that the telepathy practice Mikhail used Caterpie/Metapod's assistance in had helped unlock Confusion. As for the percentage increase of his potential, Mikhail had expected that the increase would not be too high, because the majority of the materials available had already lost most of their effectiveness towards him before the evolution. Mikhail had simply added them because every little bit was helpful. Now that the evolution was over, he put away the leftover materials. Butterfree grew quite confident upon evolving, so after he checked his new moves and got used to his new form, he challenged Mothra to a mock battle. Unsurprisingly for Mikhail, but a big shock for Butterfree, he lost to Mothra and it was not even a close fight. Butterfree practically got trashed by Mothra. Fortunately, he did not get discouraged by his severe loss but used it as motivation instead. Butterfree threw himself into practice like mad, hoping to fulfill Mikhail's requirement as soon as possible, so that he could advance to the bronze stage. To be honest, Mikhail was not sure if he should be impressed or worried by Butterfree's behavior. He was afraid that Butterfree would overdo it, but fortunately, he managed to achieve his goal before it came to that. After training his strength and agility like someone possessed for a whole week, Butterfree managed to increase them to be as well, so Mikhail gave him the permission to break through. The breakthrough process resembled the evolution process a bit. Energy from the environment was attracted towards Butterfree, but compared to evolution, the energy did not form a cocoon. It simply got absorbed into Butterfree and helped him advance. This showed that, unlike the evolution, Pokémon were not untouchable during a breakthrough. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, deep green, 17.48%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, careful. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, low. Vitality, H. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Agility, H. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, electricity, minor, ice, minor, air, minor, rock, major. Condition, healthy, euphoric. Masteries, bug manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, beginner, electroabe, beginner, harden, beginner, iron defense, novice, gust, novice, confusion, novice. He saw that his new starting parameters took the Butterfree species as the basis, not the Caterpie or Metapod species, which made sense. From the values of those parameters, he could see that they did indeed start at one value lower than the basis of the Butterfree species. So if Butterfree had trained a parameter to a before he broke through, then it would have started at one higher value than it currently did. Still, he was happy with Butterfree's success and congratulated him. He also called the others over and informed them of Butterfree's accomplishment. He was Mikhail's first bronze stage Pokémon. Butterfree, proud of his accomplishment and confident in his chances, challenged Mothra once more. He still lost, and Mikhail nearly had to laugh at Butterfree's look after his loss, but he didn't. On the contrary, he went to Butterfree and told him that he did well. It wasn't even a lie, because compared to the previous battle, this one was more even. Mikhail told Butterfree that he did a good job and that he should now focus on learning new moves that widen his arsenal, which will increase his battle prowess. Mothra also encouraged Butterfree, which looked a bit funny to Mikhail, seeing a Caterpie consoling a Butterfree after beating it. Anyway, now Mikhail had his first bronze stage Pokémon and he was proud that he had accomplished this step so soon. It was with this feeling of accomplishment that he left his space to spend the rest of the day with his parents. Chapter 62, CH1, 62, Relatively Big Jump, 1. It had been more than a year, around 59 months, since his Butterfree had reached the low bronze stage. There was exactly 1 month left until his 4th birthday, and he felt it was time to go over everything that he had achieved since then, which was quite a bit, so he had to organize everything a bit. Let's start with his Pokémon. Mikhail currently had 12 Pokémon that he had bonded with. 6 of those 12 Pokémon he owned openly, which meant they were known by his parents. Those 6 are Zeta, Mothra, Butterfree, Nidoran, male, Nidoran, female, and Eevee. Yes, Neta had evolved and he was not the only one, but more about that later. AHH, the wonders of monologuing. Nothing proves your sanity as much as talking to / addressing yourself mentally or orally. Anyways, the other 6 Pokémon that he had bonded with were 6 Magikarp that he had chosen to train for the future. Now let's see the progress all his Pokémon had made during this time. First of all, was his Zato. Name, none. Species, Zato. Gender, male. Age, 3+ years, 113 months. Type, Psychic, Flying/Air. Potential, Light Blue, 98.9%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Keen Eye, Synchronize, Early Bird. Talents, moderately increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, Psychic/Chinook, Flying/Air, Ghost/Spectral, Trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, A. Endurance, S. Agility, S. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, major. Psychic, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor. Ice, minor. Rock, minor. Ghost, minor. Dark, minor. Condition, healthy. Content. Techniques, Leer, proficient. Peck, proficient. Nightshade, proficient. Gust, proficient. Confuse Ray, proficient. Psycho Shift, proficient. Wish, proficient. Light Screen, proficient. Reflect, proficient. Calm Mind, proficient. Cosmic Power, proficient. Stored Power, advanced. Teleport, advanced. Protect, advanced. Air/advanced. Psychic, advanced. Shadow Ball, advanced. Nato had evolved around 1 year ago, shortly after he broke through to the bronze stage and settled in the mid-bronze grade. Thanks to Nato's training until all his parameters had SS value, he started 1.5 values higher than before, so he managed to skip the low bronze stage and started directly at the mid-bronze stage. Once Mikhail had seen that Nato had settled into his new strength, he had felt that Nato was ready for his evolution, so he had given his go-ahead. After his breakthrough to the bronze stage with an average of SS, Nato had received an 80% potential bonus, which boosted his potential to light blue. The resources he had provided during Nato's evolution and the supplements he kept generally providing allowed, now, Zato to reach the cusp of blue potential. Now, Mikhail had to confess that Zato could have been stronger parameter-wise, if they had only concentrated on that, maybe even at the silver stage, but that would have been only brute strength. Exactly because of that, he had made Zato focus more on his moves, bringing all of them to proficient mastery, while the ones he deemed important were raised to advanced mastery. He had helped Zato learn quite a few new moves to complement/complete Zeta's move pool, and he was sure that it would be comprehensive enough for now. Maybe he would add 1 or 2 moves like Steel Wing to the move pool, but for now, he had focused on Zeta's strengths. Anyway, Zato could obviously advance to silver state right now if he wanted to, but he wanted Zato to achieve another SS average at least before that happened. Next up was Mothra. Name, Mothra. Species, Metapod. Gender, female. Age, 2 years. Type, bug. Potential, light purple, 1.48%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, shed skin. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug/growth, psychic/chinook, weak, grass/flora, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, likes to eat, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, S. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Ground, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor. Air, minor. Rock, minor. Condition, healthy, slightly peckish. Masteries, bug manipulation, proficient. Chinook energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, tackle, proficient. Bug bite, proficient. Electroabe, advanced. Thunder Fang, Advanced, Psychic Fangs, Advanced, Harden, Advanced, Iron Defense, Advanced, Iron Head, Advanced, String Shot, Mastered, Confusion, Mastered. Mothra's progress during this time was impressive. She evolved to Metapod after breaking through to the Bronze stage and getting used to it as well. Just like Zayto, her limit breaking had allowed her to skip the low Bronze stage and start at the mid Bronze stage. He had made Mothra train until she had reached a SSS value for all her parameters, and that 2 value boost had allowed her to skip the low grade, despite the Caterpie species having worse starting parameters. Her SSS breakthrough gave her a 160% potential boost, which upgraded her potential to the upper range of Deep Blue. Her subsequent evolution to Metapod and the resources he had provided while it happened, as well as the supplements he kept generally providing, allowed Mothra's potential to reach Light Purple. Since Mothra had a lower number of moves, and her talent helped her with learning new ones, she had more time to train her parameters. There was also the fact that her higher potential increased her training speed, which led to her having higher parameters than Zayto despite her breaking through later than him. This did not mean that her moves were bad, not at all. She had completely made Thunder Fang her own. She also used the same method to learn Psychic Fangs, this time using Confusion as the second component. After his little genius evolved and learned Iron Defense, she used it and Tackle as the basis to learn Iron Head. Besides learning these moves, she brought all her moves except for Tackle and Bug Bite to Advanced Mastery, as well as String Shot and Confusion to Mastered Mastery. Her mastery of String Shot brought her Bug-E Manipulation to Proficient Mastery, and her mastery of Confusion allowed her to gain Shinic Manipulation as well as increase it to Beginner Mastery, without having the Psychic typing, which was really impressive. To be honest, Mothra could have long evolved to Butterfree, but he was waiting for her to break through to the Silver stage first. He was hoping that her breakthrough and all her training will allow her to unearth her genetic potential, to hopefully gain a modifier or the Psychic type. The limit breaking was after all optimizing/tempering of her genes, which increased her potential and strengthened her. After Mothra came his Butterfree. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, Bug, Flying. Age, 2.5 years. Potential, Deep Green, 86.72%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Compound Eyes, Tinted Lens. Talents, none. Affinities, Bug/Growth. Bond, Mikhail, Weak. Quirks, Careful. Parameters. Stage, Bronze stage, High. Vitality, A. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, A. Resistance, Grass, Major, Fighting, Major, Ground, Minor, Bug, Minor. Weaknesses, Fire, Minor, Electricity, Minor, Ice, Minor, Air, Minor, Rock, Major. Condition, Healthy. Content. Masteries, Bug-E Manipulation, Beginner, Air-E Manipulation, Novice. Techniques, Tackle, Beginner, String Shot, Proficient, Bug Bite, Proficient, Electroabe, Proficient, Harden, Proficient, Iron Defense, Proficient, Gust, Proficient, Confusion, Proficient, Sleep Powder, Proficient, Stun Spore, Proficient, Poison Powder, Proficient, Psybeam, Proficient, Air Slash, Proficient, Tailwind, Proficient, Bug Buzz, Proficient. Now Butterfree was undoubtedly strong compared to the general Butterfree of the same stage, but one could still see the difference in talent compared to Mothra or even Zayto. Mikhail decided to train all of Butterfree's parameters up to this time before he broke through so that he did not suffer any reduction in the parameter value upon advancement. He had seen how long it took to compensate for the reduction he received for prematurely advancing to the Bronze stage, so he did not plan to repeat that for the Silver stage. On the other hand, he saw no need to make Butterfree break his limits before he broke through, as he was more like a trailblazer that guaranteed that he had someone stronger until the others caught up, because them breaking their limits was going to take longer and longer, so having someone to protect everyone in the meanwhile was important. Anyway, Butterfree was nearly ready for his advancement. Once he raised his strength to A as well, he would give the okay. He was also hoping to promote Butterfree's potential to Light Blue as soon as possible, since he is only missing 13.28%. On a side note, the way he had introduced Butterfree to his parents was quite clever if he was allowed to humble brag a bit. He had used the occasion of Mothra evolving to say that Butterfree had been attracted towards them by said evolution. From there they hit it off and Butterfree decided to join him. At least that's what he told his parents when they saw him bringing Butterfree home. They had been surprised at first but quickly gained the again, really, look on their face, which had been amusing to see. The reason for their surprise was that about a year in his parents had stopped sending one of their Pokémon after him, at least while he was in the area near their home. As for why they had stopped sending their Pokémon after him, he will address that later. After they agreed to let Butterfree stay, they allowed him to live beside Emerald and Cyan, after getting their approval. Now, it was the turn of the, unfortunately, no longer chibi Nidoran pair. The male Nidoran. Name, none. Species, Nidoran. Gender, male. Age, 2 years, 80 months. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.2%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, patient. Parameters. Stage, Bronze stage, mid. Vitality, C. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, D. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, D. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, leer, beginner, peck, beginner, dig, beginner, poison sting, proficient, focus energy, proficient, fury attack, proficient, helping hand, proficient, toxic spikes, proficient, double kick, proficient, horn attack, proficient, endure, proficient, bite, beginner, poison fangs, proficient, poison jab, proficient, toxic, advanced. And the female Nidoran. Name, none. Species, Nidoran. Gender, female. Age, 2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.6%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, D. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, growl, beginner, scratch, beginner, tail whip, beginner, crunch, beginner, poison jab, beginner, poison sting, proficient, fury swipes, proficient, helping hand, proficient, toxic spikes, proficient, double kick, proficient, bite, proficient, dig, proficient, endure, proficient, poison fangs, advanced, toxic, advanced. The ex-Chibis had made good progress as well. While they were only at the mid-bronze stage right now, that was because they had been really young when he got them, so it took a bit before he could start their official training, and even then he had to take it slow until they were a bit older. On top of that, he had trained them until all their parameters had reached SSS before he allowed them to break through, but the result spoke for itself. Their potential had reached blue and they were both about halfway through to deep blue potential. Besides this, he had made them focus on increasing their move pool. He made them teach each other some of their moves and made them learn poison fangs from Mothra. While most of their moves were only of the beginner or proficient mastery, with 1 or 2 advanced masteries, their wide pool made up for it. They could increase their masteries from now on. As for their evolution, he planned to let them evolve after they reached the high bronze stage. The two were anticipating their evolution quite a bit after they saw how their parents looked after evolving into Nidorino and Nidorina. They had done that after reaching the high iron stage and he had not interfered. Right now, the senior Nidos were at the low bronze stage and overall weaker than their children, thanks to him training the ex-Chibis, which Mikhail found a bit funny. He would never forget the gobsmacked face of his parents when he returned from his trip outside their property with 4 Nidoran following him. He even used the real reason why they decided to join him during his explanation. Mikhail told his parents how he saved the family from a group of Akans and how the Chibi Nidoran had taken a liking to him as a result. He said that after he asked the Chibis to join him, their parents decided to follow their children and agreed to join him as well. His parents rubbed their heads and scolded him a bit for recklessly endangering himself that way, but also praised him a bit for his accomplishment. Anyway, long story short, they were allowed to stay as well and after getting Titan's and Titania's consent, the Nidoran family was allowed to settle near their place, after accepting his parents' Nido pair as their superiors. The evolution of the parent pair changed nothing in the pecking order, as they knew that they were inferior. Anyway, in the eyes of his parents, the children pair were his Pokémon, while the parent pair was more like allies/supporters. He was actually considering whether he should give his Nidoran names or not, but that could wait for now. Now, the last of his open/official Pokémon was his Eevee, that hatched from the egg they had bought in Orchid City. Name, none. Species, Eevee. Gender, female. Age, +1 year, 48 months. Type, normal. Potential, blue, 26.9%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, stealthy. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, lively, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, E. Energy density, E. Immunity, ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, neutral energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, growl, beginner, tackle, beginner, tail whip, beginner, sand attack, beginner, helping hand, beginner, endure, beginner, takedown, beginner, shadow ball, beginner, baby doll eyes, proficient, bite, proficient, copycat, proficient, baton pass, proficient, dig, proficient, focus energy, proficient, charm, proficient, quick attack, advanced, swift, advanced, iron tail, advanced. His Eevee egg had hatched about 12 months after they had bought it, and after the upgrade by his space, Eevee had deep green potential. As a side note, Rose's Eevee hatched 2 months after his. After she hatched, he allowed her to enjoy the time until she finished her stageless phase. He bonded with her relatively fast, within a few weeks of her hatching. Anyway, the only thing he did during that time was training her quick attack after she neared the end of her stageless phase, besides that she somehow learned baby doll eyes on her own and kept using it against him to make him do things for her. After she reached the iron stage he started training her for real. He made her increase her parameters to the absolute limit as well. The SSS breakthrough increased her potential to borderline blue and the supplements he provided for her in general allowed her potential to reach its current state. Eevee had to learn moves to increase her move pool as well since he wanted her to be relatively versatile. Mothra helped Eevee with Iron Tail, his Nidoran helped her with Dig, Focus Energy, and Endure, while Zeta recently started to help her with Shadow Ball. He made Eevee focus the most on Quick Attack, Iron Tail, and Swift. Quick Attack was used for mobility, Iron Tail for close range, and Swift for long-range combat. He planned to make Shadow Ball another long-range mainstay, as well as Dig for maneuverability. She also possessed quite a few moves to lower the stats of her opponent if necessary and even had Copycat in case her opponent had a useful move, so she covered most of her bases. As far as her evolution was concerned, he planned to wait until she reached the silver stage. Besides, he was going to let her choose which evolution she wanted to evolve into since it was going to be her that had to live in her new body, so choosing one that she liked was mandatory in his opinion. However, that was still quite a bit away with her only being at the mid-bronze stage right now. Okay, that had been all his open/official Pokémon, so only the 6 Magikarp he chose for his team were left. A big thank you to Victor Diaz for becoming a patron. Chapter 63, CH2, 63, Relatively Big Jump, 2. The 6 Magikarp Mikhail had decided to add to his team were linked to the next 2 points he wanted to recap as well. First the Magikarp eggs as well as population and second the experiment he had started. During these 59 months, the population of Magikarp inside his pond had increased to 117. He had 16 Magikarp inside the pond at the beginning, and he added 18 more Magikarp that he caught during trips to Lake Hope. The other 83 Magikarp hatched from eggs that were laid by the available Magikarp. At the start, there were only 5 to 6 eggs that hatched every 6 months, which was the hatching cycle inside his space, but after the previous batches started reaching their maturity, the number of eggs started to increase to 10 plus eggs every 6 months. Anyway, long story short, the more Magikarp hatched and reached maturity, the more Magikarp eggs were produced. Actually, more than 83 eggs had been laid but the others had not qualified to stay inside the pond and were relocated to his subspace. Out of the 83 Magikarp that did qualify he chose 6 that stood out to him. The reason for that was linked to his experiment. He had retired Magidraco as well as Magiflora and had transferred them to breeding duty. Mikhail decided to shift the focus of his experiment to eggs instead. His test with the first egg had shown that the hatched Magikarp may possess an affinity in the event it had absorbed energy as an egg. The Magikarp that hatched from the first egg possessed a weak dragon affinity thanks to the energy it had absorbed from the dragon lilies. Still, Mikhail was lucky that the first egg managed to develop an affinity because subsequent tests showed that only around 15% of the eggs developed an affinity to the energy they absorbed. The others showed either no impact at all or had reduced potential as a consequence. At least he believed that to be the reason for the existence of most of the unqualified Magikarp. His tests had until now produced Magikarp with an additional dragon, grass, poison, fire, and dark affinity. Other elements were either not compatible with Magikarp or the number of tries/materials was insufficient. Some elements might have a lower compatibility, thus having a reduced success rate. Anyway, Mikhail chose one Magikarp with the highest potential from each successful affinity group and a standard Magikarp that had the highest potential among the standard Magikarp. Generally, he chose the ones that possessed light blue potential after the small bonus they gained from his space upon hatching, with the standard Magikarp being the only exception, as that one started with blue potential. Now, before he went over the status of his Magikarp, he had to touch upon something he found out during the training of his Magikarp. When 50% of the scales of a Magikarp that possessed an additional affinity turns to the color of its second affinity, then it has managed to push said affinity to the same standard as its water affinity. Still, the color difference is the only obvious change that happens. He noted that Magikarp do not automatically gain a second type upon achieving the 50%. They only gained their second type after they managed 50% and broke through to the next stage. Mikhail had confirmed this himself after some of his Magikarp had broken through to the bronze stage. He speculated that an evolution would work as well, but since none of his Magikarp had evolved yet, he couldn't confirm it. The first of his Magikarp was the one with a dragon affinity. It was actually the Magikarp that hatched from the first egg. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years, 56 months. Type, water, dragon. Potential, blue, 89.4%. Genetic variation, dragon variant. Abilities, swift swim, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dragon. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly combative. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, F. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, F. Resistance, fire, major, water, major, steel, minor. Weaknesses, dragon, minor, fairy, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, splash, advanced, swift, advanced, aquajet, advanced, water gun, mastered. Like he previously mentioned, his Magikarp gained the dragon type after increasing his dragon affinity to the same standard as his water affinity and breaking through to the bronze stage. Mikhail had made Magikarp train all his parameters to SSS before he broke through, and the bonus from that together with the supplements he fed him brought his potential to blue, not too far from deep blue. What did surprise him was that Magikarp's rattled ability was replaced by Shedskin upon gaining the dragon type while he broke through. About his quirk, Mikhail was not sure if that was the influence of his dragon affinity or just his nature, but Magikarp was always ready for a fight. Another important point were the moves Magikarp had been able to learn. Mikhail had first made Magikarp focus on his splash. He let Magikarp train the move so much that they managed to turn the move into a dodging maneuver. After that, they used splash as the basis to learn flail and bounce, which while not easy, wasn't that hard. Teaching him water gun on the other hand had been much harder. Mikhail knew that Magikarp could learn hydro pump, and since water gun was nothing more than a weaker hydro pump, learning the move was not impossible, so they tried until it worked out. Once he was good enough with water gun, they used it to learn hydro pump, and afterward, he made Magikarp master water gun. After Magikarp mastered water gun and achieved a certain providence with the manipulation of the water element, Mikhail tried to teach him aquajet. He made Magikarp surround himself with his own water and visualize shooting the water, with himself in the center, forward as he would with a water gun. It wasn't easy, but after a lot of trial and error, they succeeded. As for Swift, that one was pure speculation on Mikhail's part. He had thought that since Phoebus could learn Swift, Magikarp probably could as well, which turned out to be true. He had asked Eevee to help Magikarp train in Swift and they had eventually succeeded. He had thought about trying to teach him a dragon-type move but had to shelve that idea since Magikarp had zero experience with draconic energy and he thought it would take too long. Next up was the second Magikarp he had chosen. This one had a plant affinity. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years, 51 months. Type, water, grass. Potential, blue, 87.1%. Genetic variation, grass variant. Abilities, swift swim, sap sipper. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass/plant. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, peaceful. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, F. Strength, G. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, F. Immunity, grass. Resistance, water, major, ground, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, poison, minor, flying, minor, bug, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, splash, advanced, swift, advanced, aquajet, advanced, water gun, mastered. She hatched about 5 months after his first member and she had the grass type as well as grass/plant affinity. The process to gain the second typing was identical to the one of his dragon type Magikarp. Since she broke through with SSS as well, her potential was about the same as her predecessor, with blue potential. Instead of Shedskin, she gained Sap Sipper, which made her immune to grass-type moves. Her move pool and that of those after her was the same as the move pool of his first member. Mikhail's third member was the standard Magikarp that started with blue potential. This one actually replaced another standard Magikarp that had been hatched with light blue potential 2 months before him, but since his potential was better he took her place. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years, 44 months. Type, water. Potential, deep blue, 69.6%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, G. Strength, G. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, aquajet, proficient, splash, advanced, swift, advanced, water gun, mastered. His standard Magikarp already possessed blue potential, and after his breakthrough, it increased to deep blue. Besides his aquajet being a bit worse, nothing special came to mind. He had the standard abilities, as well as resistances and weaknesses. Next up was the Magikarp with poison affinity. This Magikarp and the ones that come after this one are still at the iron stage, so they have not gained their second typing yet. Neither have they replaced an ability for a new one. They only have improved their affinity to the same standard as their water affinity. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years, 40 months. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 27.8%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly vengeful. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SSS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SSS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, aquajet, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. Her potential is still light blue, but since she has nearly reached the limit for all her parameters, she will be able to break through soon, which will boost her potential to blue. She will also gain her second type and replace an ability for a new one. Her quirk seems to show the influence her affinity has on her, but it is not as pronounced as it was for general poison-type Pokémon. The number of resistances she will gain is remarkable as well. Another point would be that she lags behind a bit on her Swift and Aquajet. Next up is the affinity that he had expected the least, the fire affinity. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 34 months. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 19.6%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly impulsive. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, aquajet, beginner, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. The last two Magikarp are less than a year old, so they are a bit behind the others, even if it is not by too much. Besides that, the most obvious point would be that he has only recently started with Aquajet and that his parameters are all SS except for agility, which is SSS. His quirk also seems to be influenced by his affinity, which if one considered the other cases as well, showed that their affinity does have a certain influence on the behavior of Pokémon. How large this influence is, remains to be seen. Finally, there is the Magikarp with a dark type affinity. Wow, with so many Magikarp, calling them all by their species name can get confusing really fast. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 29 months. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 11.5%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dark. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, S. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, swift, beginner, aquajet, beginner, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. She is the latest addition to his team and she is currently only halfway through the limit parameter vice. On the other hand, just like the Magikarp with poison affinity, she has a large list of resistances she will gain as well. On top of that, she will be immune to the psychic type. Still, she has currently started on both Swift and Aquajet, so those two are her worst moves right now. Now that he was done with his Magikarp, he had to mention the Magikarp population inside his subspace as well. Compared to the one inside his pond, this one was quite a bit larger. The number of Magikarp that hatched from their eggs, the unqualified ones from the pond, and the Magikarp he relocated during his trips to Lake Hope had swelled the number of Magikarp to over 9,000. Okay, jokes aside, the number of Magikarp inside his subspace had reached about 400. Now considering that the worst ones had light yellow potential, with the majority having yellow potential, Mikhail could confidently say that whether he planned to create a Gyarados army or use them for nutritious food, he would have no problem either way. The most important part was that the increase in population was not slowing down and he had to seriously consider if the size of the subspace was going to be insufficient in the near future or not. Anyway, now that he had gone through his Magikarp and his experiment, his progress with ball crafting came next. Chapter 64, CH3, 64, Relatively Big Jump, 3. To be honest, there was no need to go into detail about everything he learned about ball crafting during these 59 months, but he was going to simply list the different balls he could currently craft, a bit on their use, and how he gained access to them. After he became sufficiently proficient with the production of common balls, Mikhail gained access to the knowledge on 3 new Pokeballs. The 3 balls were the water ball, the bug ball, and the grass ball. Like their names indicated, these balls were designed for Pokemon of the mentioned element. The balls would absorb energy from the environment to create a good atmosphere inside its space for Pokemon of its element. While these balls could be used for all Pokemon, even if Pokemon of certain types would feel uncomfortable inside, they work best for Pokemon that purely had the typing of the ball. This meant that the bug ball, for example, worked best for a Caterpie or Metapod, while the bug ball would also work pretty well for a Butterfree. A dual element ball focusing on the bug and flying type would still be better suited for it. An example of a dual element ball would be the net ball. It took some time because he had other things to focus on as well, but after he became proficient enough in the production of these 3 balls too, he unlocked another 3 Pokeballs. The new batch of balls were the Poison Ball, the Air Ball, and the Fire Ball. Their names showed their target group quite obviously as well, and he had managed to become proficient in the production of the Poison Ball and the Air Ball. He still needed to work on increasing his success rate for the Fire Ball. Mikhail could produce successful products, but he still failed more often than not. He hoped to finish with the Fire Ball soon, so that he may unlock the next batch of Pokeballs. There were still 11 elemental balls he had to master before he could access the knowledge on dual element Pokeballs, and he had to master those before he could access the triple element balls. The road to master a craft is long indeed. Even with him cutting the time it takes to memorize the necessary knowledge, mastering a craft was still a time-consuming activity. He was happy that he was young and that his lifespan was going to be really long, at least he hoped so, or all the knowledge he had access to would have gone to waste. The next point was the one that had the biggest surprises for him during this time. The unintended effects the progress of his aura training had on him, more specifically his body, had really surprised him. His previous progress with aura had no direct impact on himself, except for the body and regeneration boost he gained upon reaching tier 1, so it was quite unexpected when he noted 1 month into his training that he had grown by half a centimeter. At first, he was not sure if he had really grown a bit or not, because he was not supposed to grow in height at all until it was time for the second development phase when he became 7.5 years old. However, after he noted another increase in size during the next month, he confirmed that he had indeed started to grow again. Now, a difference of 1 centimeter could be ignored, but if he kept growing, as he suspected he would, then he had a problem. He concluded that his aura training was responsible for his sudden growth, which made sense since aura was life energy. A steady influx of life energy and his increasing aura capacity basically prematurely kick-started his second development phase. While his growth was slower than it normally would have been during the second growth phase, he still finished it 6 months ago, which meant that he currently looked like an 11-year-old child according to Earth standards. This was early by more than 4 years since he was supposed to look like this only after he became 8 years old. Anyway, as soon as he confirmed that he had started growing again, Mikhail knew that he would be unable to hide his growth from his parents for too long, so he decided to come clean himself. He went to his parents and told them that he had noticed another warm energy while he was focusing on his psychic energy and that he had tried to absorb it as well. He explained to them that he had noticed himself growing a bit after he kept absorbing the new energy. After he described to them the feeling of the energy as well as demonstrating to them the absorption process, his parents correctly deduced that the energy he mentioned was aura. Mikhail found his parents' reaction when they found out that he had not only 1 but 2 elemental talents, and that the second one was aura, quite funny. Still, the conversation that followed after they calmed down was much less funny. They started discussing the possible reactions and consequences that would most likely follow if it came to light that he had 2 complementary elemental talents. His parents concluded that it would be too dangerous and not worth the danger that would follow. They warned him that he would have to hide his second talent. Since his physical growth was not something that could be hidden without actually hiding him until he was old enough to not stand out, it would make more sense to say he had an aura talent and to hide his psychic talent until he was strong enough to protect himself from unsavory characters. Thus it was decided that he would openly only show his aura talent and that his psychic talent would remain a secret that would not be mentioned to anyone. The only ones that knew about his psychic talent besides them were the Field family. His parents assured him that it would not be a problem and that he should leave that to them. Mikhail agreed with their decision and they started to talk about the available aura schools. It turns out that the enrollment age for aura schools was higher than that of other elemental schools, with it being 8 years, because they waited until the body matured a bit more. This actually fit Mikhail's plans quite well, because he would have more time to consider if he should enroll or not, since he actually did not need the knowledge available at any of the schools, so access to resources would be the only useful thing for him. Anyway, the result of the discussion that day was that he would be allowed to openly display his aura talent and that his psychic talent would be hidden from the public. He had become quite adept at masking his energy, so the only ones who could notice his Shinic energy, or aura, while he was hiding them were either psychics, or aura users, that were much stronger than him, or if they did not possess the talent he was trying to hide, then they were individuals exceptionally more powerful than him. Since then Mikhail had reached the Tier 1, first class aura user grade. He had during his training first mastered how to sense the emotions and aura of others, before he unlocked the aura speech ability that allowed him to convey and understand feelings to slash of Pokémon. The final ability he unlocked was internal aura manipulation, which was useful to actively boost his body. This allowed him to increase his strength, speed, durability, or even his overall physique. After he reached the Tier 1, first-class aura user grade, he started to alternate his training time between psychic and aura training once more. While he has not reached Tier 2 in any of his talents yet, his battle prowess had reached the high bronze stage, which was really impressive, at least in his opinion. He showed his parents some of his progress to lay the foundation for some of his future plans, so they knew that he had entered Tier 1 in both categories, but not how high he had reached. His parents were extremely proud of him, and they had no problem with expressing that towards him. The increase of his battle prowess, and that of his Pokémon led to a large size expansion of his space. The total size of his main space had reached 78.000 SQM, 7.8 hectares, with 20.000 SQM, 2 hectares, making up the pond. Was a body of water 2 hectares in size large enough to be considered a mini lake, or was it still called a pond? He did not know, but he was happy that its size had increased so much because his Magikarp wouldn't have had sufficient space otherwise. The same was true for the Magikarp inside his subspace marine, which like all his substances were 7.800 SQM in size. Nevertheless, with the way the Magikarp population inside his subspace was increasing, he would either have to transfer the ones with the highest potential to the pond or limit their reproduction rate, because they were going to run out of space otherwise. The only reason they did not run out of space was that the size of bodies actually had to be regarded in cubic meters, and all of his subspace had a height of 25 meters, which meant that his subspace marine had an area of 195.000 cubic meters. The depth of his pond was currently 25 meters as well, so his main space did not have a population problem. Aside from the size increase, there were still another 3 upgrades to his space. First, the ability of his space to increase the quality of an object increased to D class. The same was valid for its production capabilities, which lead him to the second improvement, the production rate. His space could currently produce 10 D-class portions per material per month since it took longer to produce them, or he could produce 20 E-class materials per week instead. The third upgrade was to his house/mansion. Another floor was added to his house, one that contained a berry/potions lab, that was a strange mix of chemistry lab and kitchen. The lab was a relatively new addition, so he had not used it that much, but it certainly made the preparation of supplements easier for him. Another area that he had made remarkable progress in was his education, at least according to his parents. According to his parents, he had already completed the curriculum of the first as well as second year and was halfway through the third, final, year of elementary school, which made him wonder what he was going to do at school when it was time for him to enroll, once he turned 5. Hopefully, there was the option to test out, or something like online courses where he only had to pass the exams. Anyway, the only interesting subjects were basic geography, basic Pokémon knowledge, basic berry knowledge, and basic history. He found basic Pokémon knowledge and basic berry knowledge lessons relatively interesting because it showed him what was considered to be important enough to be taught to children first. Besides, hearing information on Pokémon and berries did not get boring in his mind, so that was a plus. Mikhail found himself really interested in the basic geography and basic history lessons. There he learned about important/dangerous places and important events/individuals. Granted, the subjects focused more on Hope Town, the area around it, and later on the Kanto region, but he found the information useful/interesting nonetheless. The most important event, at least in his opinion, he had learned of was the change in the calendar. Apparently, there were currently 2 calendars in use. The old calendar, that used NB, New Beginning, to denote the year, which started with the start of the current civilization, not that this was the reason given for the name, and the new/current calendar, that used SAE, since Alliance establishment, to denote the year. According to the old calendar, it was the year 4872 NB, and according to the new one, it was 2172 SAE, which meant the new calendar was introduced in the year 2700 NB. This also showed when the Pokémon Alliance, the current government, was founded. Now, here comes a piece of information that had surprised and impressed him. The person to be the most vital in the founding of the Alliance was none other than Samuel Oak. Yes, Professor Oak, at that time Champion Oak, was the one that led the establishment of the Alliance. That also means that the guy is over 2,300 years old because he knew that Professor Oak was still alive and kicking. How awesome is that? As he said, he found the history lessons quite interesting. Anyways, there was no reason to go over everything he learned. Let's see, after the education aspect, he only was left with other notable events that happened during these 59 months. Chapter 65, CH4, 65, Relatively Big Jump, 4, and Conversation about the Future. The most obvious notable events were probably the birthdays that happened during this time. He himself only had a single birthday, but the birthday of both of his parents came around twice during this time. His own birthday party was more of a dinner with Rose's family since she was actually the only friend he had right now, so there wasn't anyone else to invite. Still, it was a nice little celebration, and the gifts he received were certainly great as well. His parents gifted him an aura stone, a stone that could store a certain amount of aura for later use. By the wide eyes Rose's parents made when they saw the stone, he could infer that the stone was either quite rare or expensive, and most likely both. The aura stone/battery he received had been E-class and was able to store about as much aura as the reserves of Tier 1 first-class aura users. After his space managed to improve the stone to D-class, its storage capacity increased 5-fold. Mikhail also received a gift from Rose and her parents. They gave him a new grooming kit for his Pokémon, which was pretty useful. Mikhail and his parents naturally went to Rose's birthday parties as well. She had her 5th and 6th birthdays. During her 5th birthday, they gave her a school bag, since she would start going to school soon after, and for her 6th birthday, they gave her a grooming kit for her Vulpix and Eevee. Anyway, back to his own family. His parents invited their friends to their birthday parties. Since most of them were active trainers, they were mostly too busy to visit otherwise, so nearly all of them used those occasions to meet each other. As he had mentioned, all of them, except for the Field family, were active trainers, so they had no children of their own. Nevertheless, the parties were not boring for Mikhail, because he used them to gather some information from their guests. He had already learned the age groups of pupils beforehand, as well as the duration of the schools. Elementary school took 3 years, from the age of 5 to 8, depending on the starting age. Secondary school took 3 years as well, from the age of 8 to 11, also depending on the starting age. Finally, tertiary school took 3 years too, from the age of 11 to 14, depending on the starting age. Now came the part he learned from their guests. Students from tertiary schools that chose the Pokemon-centric education were allowed to roam around their home settlements, and train as well as battle with their Pokemon. They were allowed to use the battlefield and market, but they did not gain any access to Pokeballs. They were also not supposed to catch any Pokemon by themselves without supervision, hence the lack of Pokeball access. Since they were not official trainers, they also had to pay a token sum for healing at the Poke Center as well, but the price was greatly reduced since they were young. Nonetheless, this meant that there were children from the age group of 11 to 14 running around in settlements that were participating in Pokemon battles, especially during holidays. Since most children in that age group looked like 10 to 11 years old, just as he did, Mikhail could blend in with them and participate in battles as well without standing out too much. So besides hiding his identity and randomly challenging others, he had another venue to participate in battles. But that was not all, he also learned about the Battle Club. The Battle Club was an establishment sponsored by the Pokemon Alliance, that aspiring trainers and official trainers could join to battle against each other. There were ranks that the members were sorted into depending on their strength and number of wins. The best part was that one could choose to register anonymously as well, but this had the disadvantage that the benefits one would receive were greatly reduced, which was acceptable in his opinion. This meant that Mikhail could go all out without being afraid of exposing his face. He would naturally still be cautious, and do his best to hide his identity, but this gave him a venue to fight against strong trainers, without having to show his identity. Not only that, he could register with different identities/personas that used different Pokemon to train all his Pokemon. There was naturally more that he learned during their conversations, but those 2 points were the most important ones in his opinion, especially the Battle Club. Besides the birthday parties that were held, other important events were the evolutions and advancements of his parents' Pokemon. Yes, his parents had deemed some of their Pokemon to be ready for evolution and had prepared the necessary materials for those that needed them. From his mother's Pokemon, only Titania, her Nidorina, and Rivers, her Poliwhirl, evolved. Not only that, but they also improved their strength and potential. Name, Titania. Species, Nidorina-Nidoqueen. Gender, female. Type, Poison-Poison, ground. Potential, light blue-blue. Stage, silver stage, mid-silver stage, high. Name, Rivers. Species, Poliwhirl-Poliwrath. Gender, male. Type, water-water, fighting. Potential, deep green-light blue. Stage, silver stage, low-silver stage, mid. While their potential stayed the same as far as he could tell, the strength of her Butterfree, Staryu, and Gloom increased a bit. Name, Emerald. Species, Butterfree. Gender, female. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light green. Stage, silver stage, low-silver stage, mid. Name, Sunny. Species, Gloom. Gender, male. Type, grass, poison. Potential, light yellow. Stage, bronze stage, mid-bronze stage, high. Name, Star. Species, Staryu. Gender, genderless. Type, water. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, bronze stage, mid-bronze stage, high. This overall improvement should have made her strength equal to some of the experienced senior class trainers in his opinion, at least. Now there was much more to go over on his father's side. First of all, thanks to the improvement in his battle prowess, he could see the stage of Pokemon up to the low gold stage. This allowed him to finally see the strength of all of his father's Pokemon, and he was impressed with what he saw, especially after they improved. Let's start with the Pokemon that evolved. Name, Titan. Species, Nidorino-Nidoking. Gender, male. Type, Poison-Poison, ground. Potential, light blue-blue. Stage, silver stage, high-gold stage, low. Name, Cell. Species, Magneton-Magnezone. Gender, genderless. Type, electric, steel. Potential, green-deep green. Stage, silver stage, low-silver stage, mid. Name, Agni. Species, Grolive-Arcanine. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, light blue. Stage, silver stage, mid-silver stage, high. His father's Nidorino, Magneton, and Grolive evolved. Titan and Agni like Titania and Rivers evolved with the help of standard evolutionary stones of good class/quality. Magneton on the other hand used a chunk of a high-purity magnet to evolve. Luckily, for his father, not only did Titan's potential increase to blue, just like Titania's potential, but Titan also broke through to the gold stage. His parents had gotten pretty lucky with the moonstones they had procured since they had helped increase the potential of both Pokémon. The other two Pokémon managed to increase their strength by 1 grade as well, but only Magnezone succeeded in boosting its potential. Nonetheless, after Mikhail saw Arcanine for the first time, he gained a glint in his eyes while thinking that he would definitely have Agni get laid so that he could provide him an egg. Agni seemed to have noticed the glint in his eyes at that time, because he had gained a vigilant look for a moment, before deciding his eyes to have fooled him. Next up were the Pokémon that did not evolve. Name, Cyan. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, yellow. Stage, silver stage, low. Name, Sky. Species, Pidgeot. Gender, female. Type, normal, flying. Potential, deep green. Stage, silver stage, high. Name, Duke. Species, Crobat. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Potential, light blue. Stage, silver stage, high. Gold stage, low. Name, Azure. Species, Seadra. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, green-deep green. Stage, silver stage, mid-silver stage, high. Name, Vibra. Species, Radon. Gender, female. Type, ground, rock. Potential, green. Stage, silver stage, mid-silver stage, high. Except for Cyan and Sky, who showed no visible improvement, his father's Crobat, Seadra, and Radon increased their grade by 1, with Azure also increasing his potential. Cyan, probably because of his potential, started to lag behind his father's other Pokémon. Duke on the other hand became his father's second gold stage Pokémon. With the current strength of his Pokémon, Mikhail's father was nearly qualified for the advancement to the expert class strength-wise, and if another one of his father's Pokémon advanced to the gold stage, he would fulfill the strength requirement. These were the most important events he could think of that happened during these 59 months, and now that only 1 month was left until his 4th birthday, Mikhail wanted to talk with his parents about his plans for the immediate future. Now that his body had finished its second growth phase, and his personal strength as well as that of his Pokémon had reached a certain standard, Mikhail wanted to go out to truly explore different places. Besides, with Zato around, they could always run/teleport away in case they were confronted with a danger they couldn't deal with, at least as long as they did not come across someone that could lock down the space in the area to prevent Zato from using teleport. He even had already chosen his first target/destination. He wanted to explore the coastal areas near Science City first before venturing out and check the sea as well as 1 or 2 uninhabited islands. Having made up his mind, Mikhail went up to his parents to tell them about his plan to travel shortly after his birthday. The first reaction of his parents is to refuse his request, but Mikhail does not back down. They start a discussion that turns into a negotiation really fast. When Mikhail hears his parents' refusal, he tells them that he really wants to go out to explore. His parents say that is too young and that it would attract too much attention if he traveled alone. He countered that those that saw him would think that he was someone old enough to go to tertiary school since he had finished his second maturity and was relatively mature. When they said that it was too dangerous, he argued that he, himself, was stronger than most rookie and junior class trainers and that his Pokémon were strong enough to qualify him for the junior class as well. In any case, Zato could teleport them away in case of danger. After that, they said he had no idea how to camp outside, and since he couldn't really argue against that, he simply said he would learn to do so. After that, his parents mentioned his education, and Mikhail simply pointed out that he was nearly done with the curriculum of the elementary school, so that could hardly be considered a problem. They kept going back and forth like that, but he could see that the common logical answers he was providing were starting to soften his parents' stance. After a lengthy discussion, they came to an agreement, where all parties compromised a bit. His parents would allow him to go out to explore on his own if he agreed to return home every night. Not only that, he had to stay at home with his parents during the weekends. As for how he would solve the problem of the time it took him to keep returning home from his most recent location and vice versa, the solution to that one was easy. Zato would keep teleporting them until they reached his home, and he would do the same to return to his furthest/last position. Thanks to Zato's teleportation, the duration of the return trips would depend on the number of pauses they needed to do. At least it would train Zato's teleport on the side. Other than him returning home every night and staying home during the full weekend, they had no other big demands, and Mikhail agreed to the compromise. While this would reduce the sense of adventure of his travels, he still would be able to travel on his own, and there were worse things than having to return home to sleep inside his cozy, danger-free bed. As for staying at home, during the weekends, that was also no problem for him since he was happy to spend some time with his parents. After they came to an agreement, they started talking about things that Mikhail would need during his travels and things he had to keep in mind, but there was no need to rush since there was still a month until his birthday. There was also nothing that forced him to start his travels the day after his birthday, so he felt relaxed about the whole thing after getting permission from his parents. That has been the hardest part of his plan after all. Chapter 66, ch. 66, 4th birthday, 1. Today is my birthday, but we won't hold the birthday party today, because today is a Mu Day, and that means the only friend I currently have, which is kind of sad, has to go to school since Mu Day is a weekday. My birthday party has been postponed to Kyo Day, because of this. Still, my parents told me that we would hold our own little birthday celebration today and that we would celebrate again on Kyo Day with Rose and her parents. I naturally had no problems with having 2 celebrations and agreed. My father took the day off to celebrate my birthday and we have just finished our breakfast. Son, since we are going to celebrate your birthday on our own today, and then again with Thorn and his family on Kyo Day, we decided to divide your birthday presents into 2 groups. My father said, but before he could go on, my mother cut in. That's right. We will give you some of your presents tonight, and the rest on Kyo Day. Yesterday we asked you to think about a few places you want to visit after breakfast. Have you already made up your mind? She asked me. I nodded at her question. I had indeed thought about which places I wanted to visit today. I did decide on a few places that I want to visit. I heard on the radio that there is an ongoing exhibition on the Royal Pokémon of Kanto in Hope Town. I want to learn more about the Royal Pokémon, so that's the first place I want to visit, was my answer. My parents slightly smiled at that. There is indeed an exhibition being held in the town hall, so we should be able to visit that place. I just have to look up when the place is open for visitors, but I see no problem with your request. Came from my father. While I showed a happy smile at that, I heard my mother speaking. We should have enough time to visit 1 or 2 more places after the exhibition, so do you have any more places you want to visit? She asked me. I go over my mental list of places in Hope Town that I heard about somewhere and that I want to visit someday. I decide on one place that should match time-wise. I heard someone talk about a store called Curry's Curious Curiosities during one of our trips. They said that the store sells many things that are mostly unidentified and that one can hit the jackpot if they manage to find something that is actually valuable. I think that place sounds interesting. That was what I told my parents. My parents looked quite happy at my choices. We should have no problems visiting those places. I think going to both should take up most of the day. I just looked up the opening hours of the exhibition and it opens at 10 a.m., so we have about an hour until then. Also, let's have our dinner at a restaurant, this way your mother won't have to cook. Answered my father. That's a great idea, darling. My mother agreed with my father. Having decided on the places to visit, we separated. My mother started to clear the table and my father helped her. In the meantime, I went to my room to change into appropriate clothes for a trip outside. While changing into my clothes, I thought about the only noteworthy event that happened in the last month. My Zeta managed to fill in the last 1.1% he had missed and promoted his potential to blue. He had truly come a long way since the time they had met, from the little, low, iron stage NATO with yellow potential that had his potential increased to light green by my space to a high, bronze stage Zeta with blue potential, and all that in less than 2 years. I was happy with the progress of all my Pokemon because I knew that their progress was nothing short of impressive. Anyway, after I was done changing my clothes, I went downstairs and waited for my parents to be done as well. Once everyone was ready, we departed, and at around 9:45 a.m. we arrived at the town hall. Should I buy the regular tickets or the ones with a guide? Do you want someone to tell you stuff about the thing displayed, Mikhail? Came the question from my father. The one with a guide, please, was my immediate answer. I was hoping to learn something new by listening to the guide. My father nodded at my request and went up to the register to buy our entry tickets. He returned smiling. We were lucky. There is a tour that starts directly at 10 a.m., so we won't have to wait like I assumed we would have to. He informed us. 5 minutes later we entered the town hall. Once inside we walked up to a person that was talking with 3 others. We assumed that the woman was our guide, because she looked the part, and thankfully she was. It would have been really embarrassing if she had been a regular visitor as well. Our guide took a look at the time and at exactly 10 a.m. she started talking. Hello, everyone. I am Anne, and I am going to be your guide for this tour around the exhibition. Before we begin with our tour, I have to caution parents to make sure that their children don't touch the showpieces, because once they are moved an alarm goes off, so please spare us the trouble, she said. I had a feeling she was targeting us with the second part, probably because I was the only child in our group. Still, it was good I know that the place was booby-trapped. Anne continued with her speech. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle are the 3 royal Pokémon of Kanto, she said while pointing at the pictures of the 3 Pokémon that were displayed at the entrance of the exhibition. She walked, and our group followed her, towards a display that showed the Kanto starters along with their evolutions. The royal Pokémon of Kanto are recognized as such because their lines belong to one of the strongest Pokémon species most prevalent in the Kanto region that belong to the grass, fire, or water type. While they can be found outside of Kanto as well, they are the most numerous in our region. Every single one of them can be trained by even starting trainers into true powerhouses, as long as they do an adequate job at training them. They also belong to the more amiable species, especially during their first stage, as even Charmander, the most demanding among them, would get close to its trainer and follow his/her lead as long as they get taken care of well enough and receive the respect they deserve. As long as the trust is established between Pokémon and trainer, evolution is not a problem. She passed her for a bit before she continued. The grass/poison type Bulbasaur, with its evolutions Ivysaur and Venusaur. The fire-type Charmander, with its evolutions Charmeleon and Charizard. The water-type Squirtle, with its evolutions Wartortle and Blastoise. All of their species belong to the upper echelon of Pokémon. Still, there are a few of them that gain access to another stage that allows them to surpass even the likes of Dragonite, she said while pointing towards pictures of their mega evolutions. While she did not comment on how one would go about evolving their Pokémon to these forms, her speech showed that the existence of mega Pokémon was public knowledge. They walked towards another display that showed multiple pictures of the starter Pokémon. The special thing about them was that the Pokémon in the pictures all looked different compared to each other. Just like with most other Pokémon species, variants of the royal Pokémon have been discovered as well. These variants are extremely rare and we only have pictures for some of them available. The others have been confirmed but no pictures are available for the public yet. Please note that only the variants whose existence has been confirmed are part of the exhibition. There may be other variants out there that have yet to be discovered, but those are irrelevant for us right now. She indicated towards the group of Bulbasaur first. For Bulbasaur, 4 variants with a single typing have been discovered. Those types are water, ice, ground, and rock. Furthermore, 3 variants with different secondary typing have been confirmed as well, those being grass/water, grass/ice, grass/ground. She explained before pointing at the picture of the different Charmander. Like with the Bulbasaur, variants have been found for Charmander as well. The number of confirmed variants for Charmander is the highest among the royal Pokémon. 5 variants with a single typing have been discovered. Those types are poison, ground, rock, dragon, and dark. Another 4 variants with a secondary typing have been confirmed as well, those being fire/poison, fire/rock, fire/dragon, and fire/dark, she said, and pointed at the last picture showing a group Squirtle. Just like the others, Squirtle has type variants as well. 3 variants with a single typing have been confirmed, those types being grass, ice, and ground. As for those with a secondary typing, 4 have been confirmed, those being water/grass, water/ice, water/poison, and water/steel, she said. I was impressed with the number of known variants. I especially like the look of the grass/water Bulbasaur, the fire/rock Charmander, and the water/ice Squirtle. The shape of the Bulbasaur's body remained the same, but instead of having dark green spots on its skin it had deep blue spots. Additionally, in place of its bulb, it had a few red, purple, and green corals. Charmander kept its general body shape as well, but its body was partially covered in stone plates at its legs, arms, tail, and scalp. It kinda looked as if it was wearing parts of stone armor on its body. The color of its skin was burgundy, a darker shade of red, instead of orange. As for Squirtle, its skin color was an Arctic blue, and its shell was the other difference. The upper half looked like a miniature iceberg, while the lower half still looked the same, just dark blue. After showing them the different variants, Anne continued showing them around while explaining things when necessary. Useful care tips, their preferred diet, what to take note of before and after evolution, the best behavior in case of a wild encounter, and some simple training exercises were some of the things they were told. There were not only pictures but also videos that illustrated what was being explained. There were naturally also parts of the royal Pokémon on display, like the shell of a Blastoise or the fangs of a Charizard. Overall, it was a very informative as well as awesome visit, and I would definitely recommend it to anyone interested in Pokémon. By the time we left the exhibition, nearly 4 hours had gone by, and we decided to eat lunch at a random restaurant before visiting Curry's Curious Curiosities. It was around 3:30 p.m. when we entered the store. The store was not that big, but neither was it small. If I had to guess, I would say it was approximately 100 sqm big. There were quite a few shelves with random stuff on them and a few display cases showcasing things as well. We kept walking around looking at the shelves to see if something stood out to any of us, but anything we recognized was already labeled and priced accordingly. If we wanted to find a good bargain, we needed to find something valuable that had not been identified as such yet. While we were looking around, we slowly started getting separated, which was no problem since everyone was in observing distance. Nonetheless, I was focused on finding something useful among the unidentified merchandise. I obviously made liberal use of my observe function, but most of the unidentified items I checked until now were useless. I found my first jackpot while checking out a magnifying glass. It turns out the thing was used to make the invisible visible. This included ghosts and other ethereal things as well. Name, invisible scope. Type, none. Class, D. Faults, none. Uses, the invisible scope can be used to make the invisible visible. It reveals anything that is in an intangible, ethereal, or otherwise invisible state. This scope is limited and can only show things that are invisible due to the influence of an individual of stage 3 or less. The invisible scope would look normal to anyone who did not know what it was, as long as there was nothing for it to unveil. Due to this, it was only priced 50 poke, which was still expensive for a magnifying glass, but cheap as dirt for the invisible scope. I took the magnifying glass in my hand and continued my search, hoping to land another jackpot. Unfortunately, an hour later I still had found nothing useful like the scope. I had found 2 or 3 items that were worth something, but I ultimately deemed them unnecessary, so I ignored them. Just as I was about to stop, I found my second useful item. Name, Warding Talisman. Type, Ghost/Dark. Class, E. False, does not discern between ally and foe. Uses, the Warding Talisman can be used to keep out ghost and dark Pokémon in a radius of 10 meters from the talisman. Passively charges itself from the environment and can sustain an active use of up to 2 hours. If attacked, the duration reduces according to the aggressor's strength. Can defend effectively against stage 2 Pokémon at most. I was really surprised at my find. What's this? First the invisible scope and now a Warding Talisman. Did I land in an exorcism/ghost movie, or what? Still, these are quite useful, so I am definitely going to get them. After taking the Warding Talisman as well, I went to my parents and told them that I had found 2 things that I wanted. I saw that they had chosen nothing, so we only had to pay for my items. The total cost was 75 poke, but the real worth was probably in the tens of thousands range, so I believe I had made a small profit. After we left the store, my parents asked me why I chose those things. I had seen that they were confused about my choices, but they had waited until we had left the store to ask their question. I was happy with their behavior and told them the truth, kinda. I said that I sensed that these items were special and thus decided to buy them. They were satisfied with my answer and told me they would later try to find out the items' use for me. We walked around the city for another hour before going to the Golden Duck for dinner. I have to admit their roasted sadok tasted remarkable. After dinner, we returned home and watched a movie. Once the movie was over, my mother brought over a small cake with 4 candles on it. My parents told me to blow out the candles and I did. They told me I would get another bigger cake on Kyode, which was great. One could never have enough cake after all. After I had eaten my slice of cake, my mother brought over 4 wrapped gifts. I could guess from their shape what they were and my guess was confirmed after unwrapping them. All I can say is that the gifts were awesome and really expensive. My parents had splurged for my gifts and they said that I would get more gifts on Kyode. Just wow. The first gift was a Silphco bag, Rookie Edition. This was the bag all trainers bought at the start of their journey before they switched to a higher edition later on. It had become somewhat of an unspoken tradition to use it for at least a year before one changed the bag, and even those that could directly afford the higher edition started with the Rookie Edition. I gave them a hard and long hug and thanked them from the bottom of my heart for their gift. The other 3 gifts were 3 complete trainer outfits perfect for outdoor activities. Each set consists of a pair of shoes, a pair of socks, 1 pair of briefs, 1 pair of pants, 1 t-shirt, 1 jacket, 1 pair of fingerless gloves, and 1 cap/hat. The first set emulated the bug catcher outfit a bit. The color scheme was mostly green and yellow. The t-shirt shirt had a Butterfree picture on it. Thankfully the pants were normal and not short pants. The second set had a black and red color scheme going, and the third set was blue and gray. I once more hugged my parents and thanked them for the gifts as well as the awesome day. I directly put my new outfits inside my Silphco bag and went to my room after bidding my parents good night. After I deposited my new bag on my table, I went to bed to sleep. Chapter 67, CH6, 67, 4th birthday, 2. Today Rose and her parents are visiting us for my delayed/second birthday celebration. My parents have not told me what they have planned for today, and it would be a lie if I were to say that I am not curious about the plans they have made. A bit before 9 a.m. our doorbell rang and the Field family stood in front of our home. My mother let them in and we exchanged greetings. As soon as the polite greetings were finished, Rose ran up to me and gave me a surprisingly strong hug. I hugged her back and she started excitedly chattering. Mika, happy birthday. I missed you. Are you excited? I know I am. I wanted to show you Ivy, but Mommy told me to leave her at home together with Princess. Mommy made Tamamo stay with them. Mika, at school we started learning how to play the flute this year and I am going to play you a birthday song. Are you happy? Rose kept speaking, telling me things in one sentence and asking me questions in the next. She simply kept talking without giving me a chance to answer right until now, and she used the nickname she gave me instead of my full name. I remember when she used it the first time. I asked her why she called me that and she insisted that Mika was shorter and cuter. Seeing her proud look, I simply decided to accept it, because I knew that denying her would result in a lot of pouting and disappointed looks. Thank you, Rose. I missed you too. Yes, I am excited as well. I have no idea what we are going to do today, but I am sure it will be fun. I would have liked to meet Ivy as well, but at least I can show you my Eevee and my other friends that you haven't met yet. It's great that you want to play some music and I am sure it will sound great. I decided to answer her in chronological order. Hopefully, she really learned how to play those songs, or my poor ears are going to suffer. Were my thoughts before I tried to get free from Rose, who was still hugging me. Rose, how about you let me go, so we can go to the table? I am sure you are as hungry as I am. Besides, the sooner we eat our breakfast, the sooner my parents will tell me, I mean us, where we are going today. All right. She nodded and reluctantly let go of me. Then we started walking towards the table under the amused looks of our parents. Yeah. Laugh it up, guys. Really funny. Were my thoughts at their not so subtle amusement. A child may not have noticed their amusement, but not me. After breakfast, my parents finally told us where we were going. We are visiting Honey Park, a theme park near Honey City. I already bought our tickets online. They are VIP tickets, so we won't have to wait in line for any attractions. We will drive there and the journey takes an hour, so we will be there by 11 a.m. Since the park closes at 7 p.m., we should have more than enough time to try most, if not all, the things you kids are allowed to do/ride, announced my father. This caused Rose to celebrate. Yay, we are going to an amusement park. Oh, we are going to have so much fun. Isn't this great, Mika? She says facing me and I nod at her. Yeah, I think so too. I'm sure it's going to be fun, is what I tell her, and I really think that as well. Since Honey City specialized in, well, honey, and this was a theme park, then I am sure everything is centered around honey or Beedrill. My mother addressed us while we were talking. We are heading out in 15 to 20 minutes, so Mikhail, if you want to introduce Rose to your Pokemon that she hasn't met yet, then you should hurry. We will call you over when it's time to go. I nod at that to show my understanding and start addressing Rose. Rose, come on, let's go out to our garden. I'll introduce my Pokemon to you. I told you about them on the phone and I am sure you want to see them personally. Rose rapidly nods her head at that. Yes, I want to meet them. Is your Eevee as cute as mine, and can I hug them? She asks me while we walk towards the terrace. Yeah, but you have to get there okay as well, I answer her. We built/bought dwellings for all my Pokemon so that they have a place to stay outside of my room since my room is not large enough to fit all of them inside at the same time. They stay outside most nights, with only 1 or 2 sleeping with me, which is more often than not Eevee and Metapod. I lead her to Eevee's little home first, which is near Agni's place near the terrace. NYX, my girl, come out, I want you to meet someone. I call out to Eevee, who I gave the name NYX after she decided that she wants to evolve into an Umbreon, and I am sure she will prove herself worthy of that name someday. Eevee. We heard her first before she excitedly came out and ran up to my, jumping into my arms, forcing me to catch her. Now with NYX in my arms, I introduce her to Rose. Rose, this little lady is NYX, I say to her, before doing the same for NYX. NYX, this is my friend Rose. Rose has an Eevee too and I am sure she will let you two play together if I can bring you with us when we visit them the next time. As soon as I finish my sentence, Rose speaks to NYX. You're too cute, just like my Ivy. Ivy is the name of my Eevee. I am sure you will be great friends like me and Mika. She says to NYX before turning to me. Mika, can I hold her in my arms, please? She asks me and I simply shrug. You have to ask NYX if she'll allow you to hold her, I tell her, and Rose looks towards NYX at that. NYX meanwhile simply tilts her head up while looking at the side, showing her refusal, before Rose even has the chance to address her. Seeing this, Rose turned to me with a hopeful look that says make her agree. I keep myself from laughing at the situation and agree to ask NYX to let Rose hold her while scratching her favorite spot. She gives me a look that says, only because you ask so nicely do I agree to suffer this indignity. I have no idea how she could convey so much with a simple look, but it kept impressing me every time. Rose, seeing NYX agree to my request, happily takes her from my arms and hugs her, excitedly talking to my Eevee, while said Pokemon tried acting aloof, but I could see that she was getting swept up by Rose's enthusiasm. A minute later I decide to walk towards my next Pokemon since we would not be able to see them all before we had to go if we didn't. Rose keeps NYX in her arms while we walk towards the place Mothra stays, which is the area my parents Butterfree live. My Butterfree and Zato have their dwelling there as well. I show Rose Mothra, telling her that she evolved since the last time she saw her. After that, I call over my Butterfree and Zato and introduce her to Butterfree since she hadn't met him yet. I also tell her that Nato evolved as well. She acts impressed with Nato, which makes him puff out his chest at her. Seeing Zato like that makes me laugh a bit. I bring Rose to the area where my Nidorans stay next and see them chilling on the lawn outside their dwelling, with their parents. Seb, Gaia, can you come over for a bit? I want to introduce you to a friend. I call out to them and they do as I ask. Rose, these are Seb, I say while pointing at my male Nidoran. And Gaia. I finish pointing at my female Nidoran. Seb, Gaia, this is Rose. She is my friend and wanted to meet you. I introduce Rose to them as well, then I speak to Rose. Rose, you can hug them if they are okay with it. The two are safe to touch. She excitedly asks them, and after getting their permission, she put NYX down before crouching down herself to hug his Nidoran and pet them. She then points towards their parents and asks me if they are my Pokemon as well. I nod and tell her that they are Seb and Gaia's parents. Rose makes impressed sounds that do not make me feel proud. I definitely did not feel proud of myself for impressing a 6-year-old little girl. A few minutes later our parents call us over and we bid my Pokemon, that were staying home, goodbye, before leaving for Honey Park. Like my father said, the drive takes 1 hour, and upon seeing the park I felt a bit impressed. The entrance of the park confirms my previous guess. There are quite a few giant Beedrill and Butterfree balloons tied to the entrance gate, that looked like the cell of a honeycomb. The theme keeps showing up during our whole visit. All attractions are named after either a member of the Beedrill Dash, the Butterfree line, or something related to honey. The park has roller coasters and other fast rides, but those are all only available to older/larger people. Still, that does not mean we don't have enough to keep ourselves busy with. There are attractions that we are allowed to enter, like a climbing range that uses strings, that should probably signify string shot, as a theme called Weedle's Walk. Then there is an enormous trampoline field that resembles a net called Caterpie's trampoline home, as well as a range where one can swing around different areas with a multitude of ropes, that are supposed to be string shots, called Caterpie's swinging adventure. We also visited a large labyrinth-like building that resembles a honeycomb, where you can not only go left, right, front, and back, but also up and down called Weedle's Comb. Rose started a round of tag inside that place and it was the most interesting round of tag of my life. There was also a Ferris wheel, with cabins that looked like honeycomb cells called comb wheel, really imaginative I know. I noticed a pattern in the naming of the attractions. Attractions attractive for all age groups were named after honey or the honeycomb. Attractions aimed more towards little children were named after Caterpie or Weedle. Those aimed at older children/young teens had Kakuna or Metapod in the name and attractions aimed at teens/adults had Beedrill or Butterfree in them. I thought it was a good idea. At 6 p.m. we went to a restaurant inside the park and ate there. Predictably the menu had honey-themed names on it and I chose a honey-glazed pidgey roast as well as a soda. All of us also ordered a honey pudding and everything tasted great. After eating we left the park and drove back home. After entering our home, we went to the living room and a bit later my mother stood up and left for the kitchen. She quickly returned with a birthday cake and they all start to say happy birthday to me. The only thing I could say was thank you, so I did. Thank you, everyone. I am really happy right now. I give all of them a hug before I look at the cake. I am sure everyone wants to eat the cake because I do. Everyone laughs at that and I put out the candles, before cutting the first piece. My mother takes over after that and gives everyone a slice. After her first slice of cake, Rose takes out her flute and plays some songs. One of them is surprisingly the happy birthday melody that I know from the Your. Some music does seem to transcend dimensions/universes. We clap for Rose and I hug her. After she returns to her seat, my mother speaks up. It's time for the presents, she says, and Lily speaks up before she can continue. We will go first, she says, and Rose cheers. Oh, I want to give Mika the first present, Rose says before she takes a package from her mother and gives it to me. I hope you will like it, she says happily while I open the wrapping. It turns out to be a blue t-shirt and after unfolding it I can see that there is a heart rose printed on it. The heart is a red heart symbol, and the rose is a rose symbol, so the only word on the t-shirt is I, but it is obvious to me and all adults in the room what this is supposed to mean. All adults start laughing at the face I make after seeing the message on the t-shirt. That means I like Rose. Do you like it? Explains Rose to me, before she asks if I like it. I see her expectant look and feel the stares from the adult. It's great, thank you, I say, but I am sure I will probably never wear it. Still, that is no reason to be rude by disagreeing. We have another present for you, Thorn says before giving me another package. I understand at that moment that they probably gave me the t-shirt to tease me and that this was my real present. It turns out, they bought me a pair of goggles as well as a rebreather, the small kind you see in movies that you simply have to take into your mouth and that allows you to breathe underwater without any air tanks. The goggles can be used underwater as well as in sandy areas, while the rebreather filters the water allowing you to breathe underwater through your mouth, while also keeping the water out. Lily explains to me and I thank them both. Rose pouts at that and says it's her gift as well. We all laugh at that and I thank her as well. After that, my father leaves for a bit before returning with a medium-sized package. This is our present to you. I am sure you will love it, my mother says and I open up the package under their expectant looks. It turns out to be an incubator with an egg. We know how much you adore Agni, so I made a deal with an acquaintance. He got an egg and we got an egg as well. Now, this is yours. From us and Agni for you, Agni's child. We know you will take good care of him or her. My father explains to me while I was looking at the egg in awe and excitement. I carefully put the incubator aside and rush up to my parents while repeatedly thanking them. It has been 3 months since we have gotten the egg, so it should hatch in another 13 to 15 months. Make sure you take good care of it. My mother informs me and I nod at her. I will, I promised them while walking back to the egg. Rose comes over as well and observes the egg in fascination, while occasionally making impressed sounds. I check out the egg to look at its potential. Since it has been more than 3 months since it has been laid, its potential should have settled. Species, Growlithe. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, deep green. Stage, none, Pokegag. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, intimidate, flash fire. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. I am impressed by what I see. While his potential is not as high as Agni's current one that is normal, I have learned from my experiments and some of the knowledge that I have unlocked thanks to them, that the potential of the Pokémon after hatching depends on the potential of both parents. Seeing his potential, the mother probably had green potential. The child's potential takes the average of the parent's current potential and adds +1 to that as the theoretical upper limit. The lower limit is -2 the original average. If the stage is identical to the potential of the better parent, then the probability of the child having better potential is 0.001 to 0.5%. An easier example, current and original potential stayed the same, then the probability is divided for into 0.001 to 0.5%, 0.5 to 20%, 20 to 60%, and 30 to 50%. In this case, Agni has light blue potential, the mother has probably green potential, which means that there is a up to 0.1% probability for the child to have light blue potential, up to 3% probability for deep green potential, a 60% for green, and a 36.9% for light green potential. Knowing my father's luck, he most likely chose the egg with better potential among the two. Besides, my space will upgrade the growlithe's potential after it hatches, so it will most likely have blue potential after the improvement. I thank my parents once more for their present and talk a bit with the excited Rose. 30 minutes later it is time for us, Rose, and I, to sleep, so I bid everyone good night and go to sleep. My mother led Rose to their bedroom, so she can sleep there until the adults go to sleep, then her father will carry her downstairs. They said that Rose and her parents will leave after breakfast, so they would see each other tomorrow. Still a bit giddy by the awesome surprise his parents had sprung on him, Mikhail fell asleep. Chapter 68, CH7, 68, Excursion begins. Today is the day I am going to start my first real exploration trip. Not the little exploring I have done outside our property, but a full-blown excursion. My ultimate goal is the coast near Science City, but the place is more around 1,700 kilometers away, so it will take quite some time to even reach the area I plan to explore. At least the journey there will be an adventure in itself. I plan to steadily make my way down there, by walking until it is time to return home and then use Zeta's teleport to do so. In the same way, I plan to return to my latest point the next morning and continue my journey from there. Once I reach my destination, I will use Zeta's teleport to move between there and home, which should take a bit more than 2 hours per trip, since the most effective distance Zeta can currently teleport is 200 kilometers every 15 minutes. This distance will increase when either Zeta's strength or his mastery of teleport improves. I will follow Route 4 until Viridian City. From there I have to follow Route 3 to Science City. From Science City to the coast it's a bit more than 100 kilometers. Route 4 is what the safe road from Viridian City to Pewter City is called. In the same way, Route 3 is what the road from Science City to Viridian City is called. There are naturally other lower-tier settlements along the routes, but those are the cities that determine the starting as well as endpoints of the routes. As for how long it will take me to reach my destination, I am currently estimating the journey to take 35 to 40 days, if I don't spend extra days in any of the settlements along the route. The reason for that is that I plan to walk around 50 kilometers per day, which should take me around 5 to 6 hours of walking if I take it easy. While I could certainly walk more than that since I plan to spend 10 to 12 hours outside, but in that case, I would be forced to focus purely on walking, which would contradict the purpose of my trip in the first place. I just finished eating my breakfast and am currently going over my bottomless bag, for what felt like the 10th time, to make sure I have packed everything I would need because my mother was fretting over me going outside. I can understand her worry, which is why I do as she asks without complaining, despite getting progressively more irritated by her repeated questions. Do you have enough food for yourself and your Pokémon? I hear my mother asking. Yes, there is more than enough food for all of us. I could probably feed a few more people with the amount of food inside my bag, was my answer to her question. What about items you need during breaks or emergencies? My mother asks as soon as I answer her previous question while looking at me with a worried look. I have all utensils necessary to set up a temporary camp, as well as foldable tables and chairs. I even have dishes and cutlery and everything else I need to cook meals. Not to mention the huge amount of water you and Dad made me store. I started to go over things I had packed while answering her question, but she seemed to have taken an exception to my mild complaint at the end. Don't complain, honey, water is indispensable to anyone away from civilization. No matter how much you think that you could return with Zeta if necessary or that you could find some in the wild, you need to have water at hand in case of an emergency, forcing you to stay put or keeping you trapped at some place. Anything could happen and it's better to be overprepared than to be underprepared. This applies to anything, but it is especially true for trainers. She chastises me while delivering words of wisdom at the same time. Yes, mommy, is all I can say in such a situation. My mother seems satisfied by my reaction and continues. Do you have the recovery items we gave you? She asks while straightening the jacket of my trainer outfit. I am currently wearing the set that resembles the bug catcher outfit a bit, just with long pants as well as a green and yellow color scheme. Yep, all of them are safely stored and they are labeled in case I forget which one is for what, just like you asked me to. My parents have given me 3 of all standard status condition cures, as well as 20 potions and 2 super potions in case of emergency. While I had my berries that could accomplish mostly the same in their effort to prepare for every eventuality warmed my heart. That's good. Don't be afraid to use them, your health and that of your Pokémon are the most important, so do not try to use less in order to not waste anything or something like that, okay? Do you have all your Pokémon with you? Check your belt to see if anyone is missing. Her concern is as heartwarming as it is stressful, but I honestly feel happy about all this, because it shows how much they care about me. They care so much that they try to not restrict my freedom too much despite my age and their evident worry for my safety. They chose to respect my maturity and strength instead of using my age against me, even if they would be happier if I stayed at home. I look at the trainer belt and my 6 Pokeballs attached to it. Yeah, I nod at her. All 6 of them are here, I say while patting the belt. I got the belt from my parents, but the balls my Pokémon were staying in were the balls I crafted myself. Honestly, the way I explained the source of the balls was hilarious and I am still unsure how I convinced my parents with that story, but the result speaks for itself. If my parents now believe that a wandering ball merchant called Urahara is traveling around the region selling/exchanging Pokeballs, then that might be my fault. Well, if I used that alias later on to sell some of my balls, then I theoretically would not have lied to my parents. As for the balls I used to catch my Pokemon, I used an air ball for Zeta, since he had no psychic ball or psychic/air ball, and the air ball was still better suited for Zeta than a common ball. Mothra and Butterfree were caught with bug balls, while Seb and Gaia were caught with poison balls. Finally, NYX has been caught with a common ball. Their balls will be upgraded in the future, but for now, these are good enough. Good. While you're on the road, always keep at least one of them by your side and outside their balls, that way they can keep you safe if necessary, and you won't have to release them from their ball first. Sweetheart, I know you really want to start, so I'll stop after this. Don't tell anyone your real name and keep wearing your mask at all times. Well, except while eating. Follow the official routes, and don't leave them under any circumstances, okay? It would be ideal if you keep following the central lane. It would be best if you don't use the Poke Center or any Alliance facility that needs to scan your balls. Also, make sure you stay out of danger as much as you can and don't forget to come back home on time. You need to be back before dinner, alright? She says all at once. I promise, I answer her. It's not like I can say that I will walk into danger, right? That would be stupid as hell and all she asks of me are things that I plan to do either way. Walking on my own would be boring and having one of my Pokemon watching my back is Trainers 101 in the book How to Survive the First Day of Your Journey by Mikhail Geo. The book also says to keep a low profile and only reveal your identity to those you trust explicitly. Truly the author of the book is a genius of the highest order. My mask is dark blue and covers everything below my nose, just like the one used by a certain silver-haired one-eyed pervert. I don't need to hide my hair color or eyes because they are not that rare, besides my cap hides both well enough that together with the mask my identity is safe. Now, the reason she asked me to stay inside the central lane is that it's safer there, so that was to be expected. My parents explained to me that all official routes were kept relatively safe by the Pokemon Alliance, but because they are so long, and most importantly so wide, all of them spanning 100 kilometers in width, the routes are divided into two parts, the central lane, and the fringes. The central lane is 20 kilometers wide and is obviously located in the center of the route, while the fringes are 40 kilometers wide and are located to the left as well as the right of the central lane. Now, the reason why she mentioned the Poke Center and my balls has been explained to me as well. According to them, I am currently illegally keeping my Pokemon, as long as they are not registered with the Alliance. Now here comes the problem, since I am not an official trainer I am actually not allowed to have so many Pokemon. Civilians, not trainers, can register Pokemon as pets or companions, but that number is limited to 3, as long as they can prove that they can provide for and shelter the Pokemon. Now one would think that I wouldn't have that problem since my parents are official trainers with an okayish class to boot, so they should be able to register them even if there is a limit to the number of Pokemon they can have, right? And you would be right, but there is a little problem with that. If they register my Pokemon in their own name, then I can't use them and it would not be possible to transfer them back to me as soon as I start my journey, since the transfer of Pokemon of a certain strength towards rookie timers is regulated. This is done to prevent rookies from trying to buy or get gifted strong Pokemon by others. Catching them by oneself or raising them by oneself is however no problem. Now here comes the part with the Poke Center. If I want to use the service of the Poke Center, then I have to present my identity card to the nurse. The system knows which Pokemon have been registered in your name, so if you turn up with Pokemon they either have to be already registered or they will be registered during your visit. This would be no problem if I was allowed to have them in the first place. The rules and regulations do make sense, and I actually agreed with the idea, but they were currently working against me, so I had to avoid using most Alliance facilities for now. Only places that allowed anonymity could be used, but in all honesty, I did not actually need the Poke Center to heal my Pokemon. My space would heal them over a period of time and I had all those berries to help me with the health of my Pokemon as well. So, as long as nothing extremely serious happens that requires immediate intervention by the nurses or doctors, he would be fine. Shit. Hopefully, I didn't raise a flag with that. Murphy, stay away, please. With that happy thought, I pull up my mask, strap on my bag, wear my shoes and give my mother a big hug, before I say, see you later, and leave the house. I hear my mother shout after me to not forget to be back before dinner and have to smile a bit. Once I am outside I release Eevee and Zeta, so they can accompany me, making me briefly wonder why I recalled them in the first place before I shrug. Our adventure has officially begun. Keep an eye out, please. We are going to walk into the unknown, I say to them before I mutter to myself, at least for us. Zeta as well as NYX cry out in affirmation, and I walk towards the west, where Route 4 is located at. Chapter 69, CH8, 69, first time on Route 4, 1. I keep following the road leading to Route 4 and 10 km into my walk I reach the fringe area. I know that because I can see a sign that indicates as much. Until now my walk has been uninterrupted, and there haven't been any Pokemon stronger than the Iron Stage. According to what I have learned while preparing for my excursion, the fringe area of Route 4 is supposed to have Pokemon ranging from Stageless to low, Silver Stage living in it. The central lane on the other hand has Pokémon ranging from stageless to low, bronze stage living in it. I consider that information for a bit and decide to call out Butterfree as well. Alright, we have reached the fringe area of Route 4. There are Pokémon here that are as strong as Zaytu. While that does not mean that we will encounter them, I still want all of you to be alert, at least until we reach the central area. I tell my Pokémon and start walking again. Keep a lookout for anything that looks useful as well, I add a bit later. I can see the occasional Rattata and Centauret running around. Caterpie and Weedle were crawling on the ground or trees, and some Pidgey and Spearow were either resting on trees or flying through the air. So, nothing surprising, even if I keep checking the occasional Weedle to look at its potential. I still haven't given up the idea of raising a Beedrill or two. Unfortunately, there have been only duds until now, but I had all the time in the world, so that was okay. Thanks to my trusty companions, the Pokémon have been keeping their distance from me, so my walk has been uninterrupted so far. I hear NYX calling me and look over. Since I ask them to tell me about anything useful they manage to spot, she keeps informing me about every berry tree she sees, and when I see her expectant face telling me to praise her, I can't bring myself to tell her to stop. This has already been the 4th time in the last hour, but fortunately, it takes no more than a minute to look at whatever she finds. I follow NYX to another berry tree, and surprisingly it is one I haven't got yet. Good job, NYX. We don't have that one yet. I praise her and bend down to scratch her favorite spot. She puffs her chest out and brags cutely at my praise while throwing a challenging look at Butterfree and Zaytu. I laugh a bit at her behavior before I straighten again and check what kind of berry it is that she found. Name, normal berry. Type, plant. Class, E. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food. Its sour taste increases the eater's alertness for a while. It also clears any confusion. I nod after reading its uses. That could be useful. Who needs an energy drink when you can have a normal berry? I laugh a bit at my own joke and my Pokémon look at me because I randomly started laughing. I am just happy. The berries NYX found are quite useful. I tell them, which causes NYX to metaphorically swell a little more. I ignore her antics and reach out to one of the berries to pluck it. Terra. I hear a multitude of Rattata call out to me threateningly. Looking over to the source of the noise, I see a mischief of 4 Rattata. Zaytu comes to stand beside me, and Butterfree comes to hover near me as well, so I use my telepathy to understand what they are screaming around for. They are clearly not sapient yet, because their thoughts are not as clear and orderly as sapient ones, but the gist of what they are doing is warning me to keep my hands off their food, which explains why my Pokémon moved so close to me. I am only going to take one berry, no need to get all aggressive on me. There are more than enough berries for you on that tree. I tell them, and it looks like they don't agree with my perfectly tactful sentence, because they give me another warning to keep my grubby hands off their food, otherwise they will attack me. Seeing their behavior, I conclude that these guys won't let me take a berry without us hooping their collective asses, so I decide to check out their strength. Species, Rattata. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. That's the strongest among them, and the other 3 are at the mid, iron stage. Seeing that I deliberate over what to do, I could have Butterfree douse those critters with sleep powder, which would be fast and painless, or I could have NYX beat the shit out of them. I will be honest, the Rattata managed to piss me off a bit, since they're still yelling at me threateningly even now. Besides, together they are just strong enough to give NYX a decent challenge without endangering her life, so it would be a good experience for her. Having come to a decision, I address her. NYX, you should be able to take them on all on your own, so go all out and have some fun. The bigger one in the middle is the strongest of them. NYX agrees enthusiastically and fires swift at the Rattata, before using quick attack to approach the Rattata on the right. Before the poor thing or any of the other Rattata could react, she seamlessly transitions into Iron Tail and delivers a devastating blow to its head. I hear something crack and reflexively flinch a bit at the sound. After briefly confirming that the Rattata is down, she aimed a sand attack at the eyes of the leader, before she repeated the quick iron combo on the unmolested Rattata on the left of the leader, quickly taking that one down as well. Now she was left with the leader and the Rattata that had to deal with the swift she fired at the beginning. Both were over her moves and really angry because of her blitzing them. Meanwhile, I was quite impressed with NYX's performance. I did not expect her to take down 2 of the underlings this fast, or easy, but the next part should be harder because the remaining 2 were much more alert now. Besides, the leader was stronger than its underlings, so it should prove more challenging either way. The 2 Rattata worked together quite well. They used quick attack to run around NYX and attacked her simultaneously from 2 sides. NYX dodged the attacks from her foes to the best of her abilities, and she was rather successful too, since only the leader managed to land a glancing blow. Seeing that she would only be able to keep dodging if she kept focusing on both of her opponents, NYX decided to get rid of the weaker Rattata first. During the next attack on her, she ignored the weaker Rattata and focused on the leader. While it was using quick attack to attack her, fully expecting her to dodge, it was doubtful when she didn't. Instead of dodging, NYX waited for the perfect moment to use her Iron Tail to slap it away. I had to laugh a bit when she sends the Rattata leader flying. Since she had focused on slapping the leader, the other Rattata managed to land its quick attack on her, but she tanked the attack without a sound. After successfully getting rid of the leader for the moment, she turned to the remaining Rattata that had attacked her. By the time the leader came back, NYX had taken out the last nuisance as well. The way she had taken it down was impressive as well, if a bit brutal. She had fired a swift at it and used a quick attack to follow along. While the Rattata was dodging the swift, she appeared behind it and used bite on its tail. After that she swung it around like a rag doll, slamming it from one side of the ground to another. After slamming it around 4 to 5 times she let the poor thing go. To me, it looked like she was a bit miffed that it had hit her with its quick attack. Anyway, the leader came back a few seconds after NYX took down its last underling. It released an angry screech seeing its beaten underling. NYX totally ignores the scream and fires a swift at it, forcing it to dodge. She repeatedly uses sand attack to create a sand cloud to hamper the Rattata's view. While this would also hinder her view, that's irrelevant for what comes next. Using the cloud as a cover she fires a barrage of swifts at her foe. Soon enough her visually impaired opponent is surrounded by homing stars. Not that it could see the sheer size of her attack thanks to the sand cloud. Still, it keeps getting successfully hit by 2 to 3 stars for every star it manages to dodge, and by the time the sand cloud settles, it is battered and tired. Seeing her foe's state, NYX stops firing swift and runs at it instead. She releases a weak sand attack at Rattata and the poor thing flinches at the move, despite it being a practically harmless move that NYX had used as a simple distraction. Well, distraction successful I would say. While Rattata flinches, NYX aims an iron tail at its head, knocking it out. Phew, I release a whistle after NYX finishes her fight. I walk up to her and pet her head a bit before taking her into my arms, scratching her favorite spot. You did a great job. Those were some good strategies and I am proud of you. I tell her and she puffs out her chest at the praise. While you could have easily escaped the quick attack circle the two had formed by using dig, I begin, and she releases a whine of protest at that before I can say the second part of my sentence. I simply continue while ignoring her protest. I know that you did not use it because they could have ignored you and attacked us instead, specifically me. I finish, and she nods at that, confirming why she did not use dig during the fight. While I would have been fine even if they did ignore you, your idea was right. So good job. I praise her again before letting her down again, to her disappointment. I walk around the Rattata to check their condition and see that 3 of them, including the leader, are just knocked out as well as moderately battered, but the Rattata that has been slammed around like a sack of potatoes is seriously injured. To be honest, I do not believe that this one would survive for long, because it would take quite some time to heal from its injuries without the aid of at least some medicine and better yet a visit at the Poke Center. Since it has no access to those, it would take it a while to heal, even if they found a few high-class citrus berries, time that the other Rattata would have to keep it safe and feed it as well. Yay, I don't see that happening, so it would most likely get eaten or starve, but that was not my problem. None of them were good enough for me to take them with me, so if they died later because of their injuries or if they were eaten by someone while they were knocked out was irrelevant to me. The reason I checked up on them was to see if one of them had died since that would have been NYX's first kill, but Pokémon had proven their resilience once more. With that out of the way, I ignored the Rattata and went over to the berry tree to pluck the reason all of this started in the first place. I did not tell any of my Pokémon to finish them off, because I was not ready to order the death of defenseless Pokémon yet. I do not know if I would ever be ready for something like that, but I wasn't right now, so we simply left the scene once I had my berry. What happened to the Rattata after we left I do not know, but I think I heard the cry of a Pidgey while walking away, must have been my imagination. Chapter 70, ch 9, 70, first time on Route 4, 2. After leaving the knocked out but alive Rattata, I keep walking at an angle towards the center of the route. While this meant I would be inside the fringe area for longer than I would be if I walked directly towards the center, it also allows me to cover some distance towards my destination. Imagine a triangle. I am following the longer line, but it is still shorter than the combined length of the 2 other lines. Anyway, I still have 2 to 3 hours before I plan to stop for lunch, so I continue walking while checking out my surroundings. The scenery is mostly constant with grass and trees. Everywhere, except for the sky, is in brown and green tones. There is no real road since those are located in the central lane, so I am surrounded by nature. At least the vegetation is not overgrown, which makes walking relatively easy. Most Pokémon choose to ignore me or don't dare to try anything, because of the Pokémon I keep around. I also haven't seen any new Pokémon, and all the Pokémon I checked so far had lukewarm potential. We also had no luck on the material part, so I am feeling a bit bored right now. Fortunately for me, the stream that runs through the western side of our property runs through some parts of Route 4 as well, and if I am not wrong, then I should, in a few minutes, come upon a part where that happens. Hopefully, I'll see something exciting there. As expected, a few minutes later I hear the sound of running water and shortly after I see the stream as well. Now the question is, how do I get on the other side of the stream? I can't see any kind of bridge. The stream itself is 5 meters wide and probably too deep to simply walk over. I go over to check the depth until I remember that I have a Pokémon with teleport. I cover my face. How the hell did I forget that Zato can simply teleport me over? Let's just forget this ever happened. My plan from the beginning was to have Zato teleport me over. I nod to myself. I look into the water to see if any interesting Pokémon is swimming in there. The part that flows through our area has no real Pokémon presence because of my father's Seadra. There are only some fish. The Pokémon all keep swimming through without staying around. One time I witnessed a group of Goldeen leisurely swimming around a strip of the stream. When Seadra discovered them, well, let's just say it was not pretty and leave it at that. He allows them to swim through, but no one is allowed to settle there. Anyway, back to the current. Hehehe, see what I did there? Ahem, I can see quite a few Pokémon swimming in there, which is good. I can see a few Magikarp, Goldeen, Remoraid swimming around and even 2 Krabby walking along the bottom of the stream. My telekinesis range easily covers the distance to any of them, so if I manage to find one that I want to have, then I have 2 options. I could either use my telekinesis to directly invite inside my space if it is much weaker than me, or I could use one of my Magikarp to beat the crap out of it and catch it with one of my Pokeballs. I mean, I could still invite it inside my space after beating it without catching it, but then I would need to bond with it, so I would probably still catch it anyway. I keep checking out as many of the water Pokémon as I can for the next 2 hours until it's time for lunch, but they are all unattractive. Species, Goldeen. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim. Talents, none. Affinities, water. I checked about 20 Goldeen in that time, at least I think that it was 20. I am not sure, to be honest. I could have checked the same one multiple times for all I know, still was that one was the best among them. Still bad, but that's probably because my expectations are too high. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, light orange. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Yeah, with my own Magikarp breeding ring, none of the Magikarp here were attractive to me in any way, especially since that one was the best one amongst them. Most of them would not even qualify for his food farm, so that was a bit sad. Species, Remoraid. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, deep orange. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, hustle. Talents, none. Affinities, water. This one surprised him, since it was the strongest wild Pokémon he had seen until now. Well, its potential was still not good enough for him, but it managed to surprise him, so that was something at least. Species, Krabby. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, deep red. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, hyper cutter. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Well, I could forgive the Krabby for being crappy, since I managed to check only 3 of them. I did not only check out the Pokémon inside the stream but also used my telekinesis to lift some water out of the stream with a Pokémon still inside, whenever I got bored. The first one that fell victim to my antics was a Goldeen. I made it swim through the air in a ball of water. Whenever it would move forward, I would make the ball of water follow it, so that it did not fall on the ground. The look it had on its face at its situation was hilarious, and after laughing a bit at its expense, I lowered the ball back into the stream. Another time I lifted enough water out of the stream to create a thin arc of water, just big enough for a Remoraid. Then I guided one to the arc and allowed it to swim through it. It looked awesome, and after the first time, the Remoraid returned on its own to swim through the channel again. Some curious Remoraid followed its example, and for the next 20 minutes I just kept up the arc, while watching the Pokémon swim through it. Anyway, I had some fun on the side, but now it was time for lunch. I released the rest of my Pokémon from their balls and call Zato and Butterfree over. Those two were relaxing on the side, while NYX stayed by my side the whole time. I take our lunch from my bag and distribute it to everyone. While they are eating, I ask them a question. Do you want to return to your balls after lunch, or should I put you into my space? I was kicking myself for not asking that after leaving our home. They could have spent the time there instead of staying inside the balls. They talk for a bit, and Seb, as well as Gaia, decide to enter my space, while Mothra wants to stay inside her ball. I naturally agree with their decision and they focus back on their food. While turning my head towards my sandwich, I spy out of the corners of my eye a Weedle that seems to be curiously watching us. I check its potential, more out of habit than any real expectation, but to my surprise, she has deep green potential. Species, Weedle. Gender, female. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth, poison. As soon as I see that, I take out some more of the food my parents prepared for Mothra and try to lure her to my side. Hi, Weedle. Do you want some food? We have more than enough, so if you want some you can come over. I say while shaking the food in my hand, where she can see it. I can see her hesitating, so I am sure you will like it since it's specifically prepared for bug types, is what I tell her. I take one of the pellets and throw it near Weedle's position, forcing her to come a bit nearer to reach it. I observe her crawling towards the pellet and I see how her eyes grow big at the taste. I smile a bit at that and shake the ones in my hand some more. I have more of them right here, so all you have to do is to come closer if you want some. I try to lure her with the promise of more tasty food, and seeing how she is crawling towards me, I obviously succeeded. Once she is in front of me, I give her a few food pellets and watch her as she eats them. After she finishes with them, I put some in my hand and hold it out towards her, so that she has to eat them out of my palm. She hesitates briefly but ultimately does as I want, and while she is eating, I use my free hand to caress her head. She freezes for a bit at that but simply continues eating a moment later, ignoring my action in favor of eating. Eat until you're full. There is more where that came from, so you can eat as much as you want. I tell her while petting her. I start talking to her, trying to appeal to her, while she is eating. I am a trainer, so I provide my Pokémon with all the food they need. I also help them get stronger while doing my best to turn them into the best example of their species. It looks like she is ignoring me, but I keep talking anyway. You know, I see something special in you as well. I am sure that with my help you can become the strongest Weedle and later Beedrill of Kanto. She stops after I say that and I briefly think I managed to move her until I notice that there are no more pellets in my palm, so I take out some more pellets. She resumes eating and I have to laugh a bit at her eagerness. I decide to wait for her to finish eating before resuming my recruitment pitch. Once she finishes the pellets, she looks at me and I take that as my sign to restart my sales pitch. As I told you, I have large amounts of such food stored away, so do you want to follow me? If you join me, I can guarantee that you will not have to go hungry ever again. She looks pensive, so feeling that my chances are high, I continue. Not only can you eat your fill, but I promise to help you train, making you much stronger than you can even imagine. They will call you Queen Bee, Drill. I can see her eyes sparkle at that and know that I have her exactly where I want her to be, so I decide to involve my wingman, wingwoman, or rather wingtopod. You can talk to Mothra, my metapod, if you want. I am sure she will tell you how awesome it is to join my side. After I tell her that, she looks over to Mothra and crawls towards her. They talk for a few minutes and Weedle turns back to me to tell me that she accepts. I exclaim happily at that and walk up to her to hug her. After happily laughing for a bit, I tell her that I am going to catch her now. Then I take out one of my bug balls from my space and catch her with it. Afterward, I release her again, before putting her ball back into my space, since I don't want to carry it somewhere that others could see it. After that, I tell everyone that I am going to resume walking. I gather the trash into a trash bag and store it together with everything else back into my bag, then I put Seb and Gaia into my space and explain Weedle where they went, before pulling her in as well. I briefly check up on her and see that her potential has been improved to blue. She received her own habitat to the right of the Nidoran habitat, instead of joining the Caterpie habitat as I had assumed. Still, it does make sense for her to gain her own habitat, since her habitat needs to have some poison-type energy as well, besides the bug-type energy. After checking up on her, I recall Mothra and tell Zato to teleport Nyx and me to the other side of the stream. Butterfree simply follows us by himself, since he can fly. Once I am on the other side, I continue to walk for another 3 hours. I don't find anything of note during this time, but right now I am starting to ask myself when I am going to reach the central area. It is about time for me to return home, but I want to at least reach the central lane before doing so. Another 20 minutes of walking later, I see a sign that shows that I managed to fulfill my goal, and if I am not wrong, it took only nearly 60 kilometers to arrive here. Happy with finally being done for the day, I hug all 3 of my Pokémon. I recall Nyx as well as Butterfree, before telling Zato to teleport me back home, which he does right into our living room. He laughs at my face when I realize that we are not outside our house but inside the living room, and before I can jump him to tickle him into submission for laughing at me, I hear my mother talking. "Mikhail, honey, you're back. Come and tell me everything." My mother says with a tone that indicates that she wants exactly what she said. I glare at Zato for a bit before turning to my mother. It was great. With that, I begin to tell her about most of the happenings of my day. Chapter 71, ch 71, that stuff really happens? Yesterday, during my walk towards the central lane of Route 4, I did not see anyone else, with that I mean no humans. That was probably because I was walking right through the fringe area. Today, I am going to walk along the central lane, so I should see some human presence, at least I hope so. After saying goodbye to my mother, I ask Zato to teleport me to the last spot we reached yesterday, and he does. One moment we are in front of our home, and the next we are 60 kilometers away. The progress of a whole day of walking was accomplished in a few seconds, and while it was not uninterrupted walking, you get the idea. Now that I think about it, couldn't I ask Zato to teleport me directly to Honey City, since we have already been there before? Zato, at that time Nato, should have remembered the location of both the bus station and the teleportation hub. I could save around 90 km that way. On the other hand, the whole reason I am doing this is to explore, so skipping part of the journey without doing the walking myself, at least once, seems counterproductive. I think I am going to just walk for today. Maybe I will teleport towards Honey City tomorrow, depending on how much of a distance still needs to be covered. On another note, I can't believe I forgot to go over Weedle's full status yesterday. In all that elation and hurry to resume walking, I simply checked her new potential and ignored the rest. I can't believe I let myself get swept away by excitement like that. Well, actually I can, but still, I didn't even check her moves. At least, this is something that can be easily rectified. I let out Nyx as well as Butterfree and start walking, before checking Weedle's status. Name, none. Species, Weedle. Gender, female. Age, 29 months. Type, bug, poison. Potential, blue, 0.4%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, bug/growth, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, food-focused, hard-working. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, F. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, poison, minor, bug, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, air, minor, psychic, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, determined. Masteries, bug e-manipulation, initial, poison e-manipulation, novice. Techniques, poison sting, proficient, string shot, beginner, bug bite, beginner. I look over the whole thing and have to nod at what I see. She is less than a year old, which is good because I don't have to worry about her lifespan. That's one of the disadvantages of most bug types, they have a shorter lifespan. Take Weedle for example, her kind has a lifespan of 3 years while they are stageless. Upon breakthrough, to the iron stage, their lifespan lengthens, and at the high iron stage their lifespan doubles. This is enough to break through to the bronze stage or to evolve, but if one wants to let them do the full limit breaking training then they have to be young, otherwise their time runs out and they have to abort. Hey, I sigh for a bit. I always get derailed while thinking about the age of my bug types. Anyway, her potential managed to barely reach blue, so it seems I got lucky on that front. No talent has been unlocked and she did not possess one before. While this is unfortunate, that could change upon evolution or breakthrough, maybe, hopefully. The bond is artificial for now, but that will turn into a genuine bond soon enough after I spend some time with her. Now her quirks are interesting. The food-focused part will probably go away after she gets used to the fact that she does not have to worry about going hungry anymore. Her hard-working quirk on the other hand is probably something that every trainer would wish his or her Pokémon possessed. That's an awesome quirk to have, as long as she does not start shouting youth, everything will be fine. PFFFFFT, just thinking about a Beedrill with bushy eyebrows and a bowl cut makes me laugh. I can see my Pokémon looking over. Everything's fine. I just thought of something funny. That's all. I tell them. Oh, good. I thought I might have fried your brain while teleporting. Zeta broadcasts telepathically. NYX and Butterfree snicker at that. Ha, ha, really funny. I tell him and ignore him in favor of looking around while walking. I seem to have reached the area where trainers regularly walk through because I can see a few trails that have been created, so I should start to see some trainers soon. A few minutes later I start to see the first few people. They are as I had assumed all trainers, but that had been obvious. I mean, why would civilians walk around outside the official pedestrian roads? The pedestrian roads, vehicle roads, and highways were always at the centermost part of the routes. These roads had a high traffic volume and were used by everyone. Pokémon generally avoid those places, so they were safe most of the time, even it cost a heavy price to get that far. Everywhere else on the routes was the area that generally only trainers walked around. Anyway, I am observing all trainers that I see and I have noticed that most of them are either teenagers or young adults. So they should be mostly junior class or senior class trainers, as long as they are not some kind of super talented person. Naturally, it is also possible for them to be rookie class trainers, but I have heard that those tended to stay near the civvy areas since those parts were safer. Knowing this is important in case I decide to battle against someone. Junior class trainers will be my choice since that should be my current weight class, so accepting a battle with someone better would be asking for a beating, and I have no intention to do so. As I said, I am observing all trainers I come across, and I occasionally approach one of them. Not to challenge them, mind you, but to ask them what kind of trainer they are. Some are unwilling to entertain me, but most are ready to answer me. I learn from them that most newcomers either focus on bug, poison, normal types, or a mix of them since they are the most prevalent and easy Pokémon to encounter as well as catch at the beginning. As a consequence, most rookie class and junior class trainers have Pokémon of these types, with the occasional one having a Pokémon of another type. This did not mean that there were no rookie or junior class trainers that focused on other types or were generalists, just that they were the minority. Most only started to diversify their Pokémon upon reaching senior class or near advancement, that is if they did not decide to just specialize in one of those types. The trainers here are a precious fount of information on trainers, just like the one I am talking to right now. Yeah, no. Something like forcing others to battle just because your eyes meet does not happen. Pfft, Mary, that's her name, by the way, answers my question, before laughing a bit. I don't know where you heard that, but that does not happen. Actually, someone might approach you to ask if you want to battle, but he or she won't force you to accept. After a while, most trainers start to get a feeling for when another trainer is willing to battle from the look in their eyes or their stance. The same is true for the opposite as well, so they avoid those that seem unwilling. Naturally, there is no guarantee that their guess is right, but in that case, the challenged trainer simply declines. She gets a bit contemplative after saying that. Actually, that might be the reason why you heard that you had to battle someone after meeting their eyes. Someone probably used that mood reading skill as a basis to prank some newbies, and the joke spread from there. She nods at her explanation and I nod along because her explanation does kind of make sense. So there really might be trainers that approach me to battle after meeting my eyes or looking at me. I just don't have to battle them if I don't want to. I ask her just to make sure. Yeah, she answers, so that stuff from the games could really happen after all. Even if it is not as extreme, since one can decline and they do it only if they believe the other party to be willing, but no one can deny that people do approach others for a battle after seeing them. I think and nod at her. What about battles? Do you need to register them somewhere or can you just battle? I ask her. Well, that depends on the type of battle and the willingness of the two trainers. All Alliance-supported events, like tournaments or gym battles, are official battles, which means that you need to register them in the system, either through their trainer account in their Pokédex, the Pokédex app, or another terminal connected to the Alliance system. If two trainers want to have an official battle, then they can either go to a venue that presides over such battles or they simply use their Pokédex to register their match. The reason people hold official battles is twofold. First, in case they agree on a monetary prize, the Pokédex directly deducts the money from the loser's account once a winner is chosen, so running off is impossible. The second reason is that the Alliance keeps track of your battle record and gives out rewards depending on your wins. Mary explains, and I interrupt her for a bit. How does the Pokédex know who won, if they are alone, I mean? I ask her. Good question. The Pokédex has a recording function that can be enabled to record the battle. Some algorithms use the recording to determine whether someone has won or not, and in case there is a disagreement, the recording can be used to settle the problem. I nod at that. Makes sense. I think to myself, and just when I am about to ask her another question, she preempts me. Seeing your current get-up, I can already guess your next question. You want to know about unofficial battles, right? She says, and I release an embarrassed chuckle at that before I nod. No, need to get all shy on me. While not really common, people hiding their identities are not that rare. No one really cares as long as you don't try anything too illegal, because in that case, you're in deep shit. In such situations, the case is directly transferred to the higher-ranked trainers, since no one wants an anonymous risk factor, and believe me, those guys and gals will find you no matter how good your disguise is. Gulp, Mary says, and I unconsciously have to swallow at that. Still, no need to worry. That only happens if you do something really bad, or if you repeatedly get seen doing something illegal. Anyway, back to unofficial battles. Those are rather common as well. In case the trainers don't want to register their battle, they simply don't use their Pokédex. In that case, they have to verbally agree on the prize, but there is nothing that guarantees that they will pay up. Still, cases where a trainer breaks the agreement are rare, because of the bad rap one can gain. Don't think anonymous people are safe from that, because there are some really vengeful people out there. I know of a case where someone ran away without paying up, so the winner published everything he could remember of the loser. Height, shape, skin color, eye color, hair color, behavior, quirks, Pokémon, everything he noticed during their meeting he published. The loser got recognized by others because of those clues despite being disguised at that time. Ha ha ha, she explains and laughs a bit at the story she tells. I nod at her. So unofficial battles are the same except for the risk of the loser running off. Does one have to wager something, or is it possible to just battle as well? I ask her and she shakes her head. You don't have to wager anything, but the number of trainers that are willing to battle just for the battle's sake is really low, so you will probably be unable to find someone that agrees to a battle with no wager. Anyway, we have talked so much about battles, how about it, do you want to have one with me? She answers me, before asking me for a battle. She previously told me that she is a junior class trainer and that she currently focuses on poison types, so it shouldn't be an uneven fight. Yeah, why not? How does 3 vs 3 sound? I ask her and she agrees. That's great. Let's see what you can do. She says, and we stop once we find an area that can be used for our battle. Chapter 72, CH 11, 72, my first time. Mary and I are currently deciding on the rules of the battle and the stakes. No swapping Pokémon, alright. She asks me and I agree with her. Yeah, no problem. So, recalling equals forfeiting the Pokémon, right? She nods at my response. What about the stakes? Do you want to wager something? I return a question of my own. Sure, do you want to follow the Alliance recommendation for wagers, or do you want to bet more? I hear her inquire of me. There are Alliance recommendations for wagers. I ask her in turn, genuinely surprised. Yup, they're actually for official battles, but there is nothing that says we can't use them for unofficial ones as well. The suggestions were published to keep the stakes from escalating to avoid creating strong resentment against the winner. I nod at that. It makes sense after all. For rookies, it's a max of 300 poke. Juniors have a max of 1000 poke, and seniors have 5000 poke as the recommended maximum. All amounts that every trainer in that class should be able to afford to lose. She continues and I have to nod again. That makes a surprising amount of sense. I think to myself before I answer her previous question. We can increase the stake if you want. I'll tell you if I can match you or not. I tell her. Alright, for unofficial battles the stake has to be either cash or something of equal value. Which one do you plan to use? She asks me. Well, since I do not have any cash at hand, I don't really have a choice. Fortunately, I am rich as hell as far as material wealth is concerned. I'll wager something and you can match it, if you agree with my offer. Okay, I suggest to her, and she nods. Great. You said you were currently focusing on poison types, so would you be okay with me offering an E-class purple lily for my wager? I ask her. An E-class purple lily costs around 1200 poke, so I'll put up 1000 poke in cash to match it. She answers me, before she adds, don't be surprised that I am matching it with less than 1,200 poke, because 1,000 poke is what you will get if you try to sell it. I agree with her offer. Normally we would have to show that we have whatever we are wagering, but you don't need to take out the lily, yet. You can take it out after I win our little battle. I surprisingly trust you enough to not lie to me about it. She tells me, could be a passive effect from my aura, or maybe I am just that handsome. Yeah, definitely has to be my mysterious look. I think to myself, I have no problem with that as well. I am sure you won't run away after losing to me, just because of 1,000 poke. I fire back at her. She laughs a bit at that. Good, then let's get this show started. Let this big sister show you how to battle outside the sandbox, little guy, she says, before walking a bit further. She stops around 25 meters and stands opposite of me. Meanwhile, I gain a little tick mark at her comment. I know that she said that to rile me up, and she succeeded as well. That's some high-level pre-battle trash talk right there. Little guy, I'll show you something little. We'll see if you can call me like that afterward. I yell at her. Let's see your face when you see my larger-than-average Butterfree. I think to myself, while simultaneously deciding on my first Pokémon. Ha ha ha, she laughs a bit, before she says, surprise me, little guy. The match starts as soon as both Pokémon are on the field, alright. She asks and I agree. We'll call out our first Pokémon on 3. She continues after getting my confirmation, then we start counting together. 1, 2, 3 on 3 we simultaneously release our first Pokémon. I call out my Butterfree, while she calls out a Venomoth. Mary releases a whistle after seeing the size of my Butterfree and I use the time to check out her Venomoth. Species, Venomoth. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, bronze stage, high. We give our orders virtually at the same time. Free, use fast asleep, I tell Butterfree. I decided to call him Free while giving out an order since it saves time. Meanwhile, Mary shouted, start dancing, and I could see Venomoth start using quiver dance, but I don't really care, because it will have to stop one way or another. Butterfree released a cloud of sleep powder and was using Gust to blow it at Venomoth. Thanks to Gust the cloud was moving rapidly towards our opponent, and just as I expected Mary is forced to adjust her order after seeing our opening move. Use Psychic to stop that cloud from reaching you. Venomoth already starts using Psychic after she says the part of her sentence, showcasing their experience and understanding of each other. You wish. I think before calling out, Free, Bug Buzz. Butterfree immediately uses Bug Buzz, before I finish my sentence, stop that mimic from interfering. Just as planned, Bug Buzz interrupts Psychic, keeping it from interfering with our cloud of sleep powder. Mary seeing this, tries to tell her Venomoth to dodge, but it's too late for that. Venomoth gets submerged in the cloud and falls asleep shortly after. I naturally won't allow such an opportunity to escape. Free, wrap it up with an Electrowave and then keep spamming Psybeam until it wakes up or is knocked out. Butterfree does just that, and after only the second Psybeam, I see more than hear Mary release a sigh before she recalls her Venomoth. Well, played. You surprised me, and it seems I underestimated you. That's not going to happen again, so don't think you have won, she says after recalling her Venomoth. That was easier than expected, probably because she underestimated me as she said. I think to myself. Mary puts away Venomoth's Pokeball and takes out another one. Let's see how you deal with this one, she says, and an Arbok appears on the field. I quickly check it out and have to gulp at the result. Species, Arbok. Gender, female. Type, poison. Potential, light green. Stage, silver stage, low. Okay, I did not expect that. Impressive, but I should still be able to beat it, whatever. I hear Mary say, use overwhelming shock, and not knowing what that order entails I give Butterfree an order. Use Psybeam, I tell him, but he freezes up because of Arbok. After Mary's order Arbok aims a glare at Butterfree, while simultaneously releasing a screech, that sounds more like a roar, which causes my Butterfree to freeze up for a moment. Arbok uses this moment to approach Butterfree and uses Wrap, followed by a Thunder Fang on him. Butterfree receives quite some damage, but at least it causes him to get out of his shocked/frozen state. Seeing Butterfree all wrapped up like that I know that I have to get him free first, so I order him to use Sleep Powder. Mary yells not this time, and orders Arbok to use Acid Spray. The move soaks up the Sleep Powder rendering it useless. Before I can give Butterfree another order, Mary gives hers. Use Fire Fang. Arbok does exactly that and knocks out Butterfree. I am a bit stunned by the whole thing, but I release a sigh, before recalling Butterfree. Good job, Butterfree. That one's on me, I underestimated her. I say before stashing away his ball. I consider my options for a bit, but the only one that stood a chance was Zayto. Mothra would be an option as well if she had been a Butterfree, but as a Metapod she was too slow for Arbok. Zayto, you're up, I say to Zayto, who had been watching outside his ball. Zayto teleports on the field and the fight resumes. Disable. Mary directly orders and manages to shut my greatest reliance for this fight right at the start. Now with Zayto unable to teleport, the difficulty went up a notch. Use Psychic, I tell Zayto, because Arbok is a poison type. Now the type advantage is the only thing I can rely on. Zayto gets a grip on Arbok with his Psychic, and just when I am about to smile a bit, Mary counters. Arbok use Crunch to break his Psychic grip on you, and then use Dig until you're full. Arbok then used the dark energy of Crunch to get rid of Psychic, before it went underground. Full? Does she mean rested? I think to myself. Still, seeing that there is nothing we can do to Arbok until it resurfaces, I give Zayto a few orders. First use protect and then start boosting, and Zayto does exactly that, but seeing the smirk on Mary's face, I feel as if I am missing something. I receive my answer shortly after. Arbok resurface behind Zayto and Mary says just 2 words. Spit up, and Arbok releases a big beam of energy at Zayto. The beam crashes against protect and the shield holds up for a bit before breaking, allowing the beam to smash into Zayto, causing an explosion. Well played, so that was what made me feel that something was wrong, but 2 can play that game. You shouldn't have allowed Zayto to boost himself like that. If Zayto loses, then he will take Arbok with him. I think to myself. Hoping that Zayto is not knocked out yet, I yell out an order. Zayto use stored power. A pink beam flies out of the cloud where Zayto is located and hits the surprised Arbok, that together with its trainer, probably did not expect him to stand after being hit by its attack. Stored power being a psychic type move caused massive damage to Arbok, even more so since Zayto was boosted quite a bit. Once the dust settles, I can see that Zayto is on his last leg, claw, whatever, but the same can be said about Arbok. Just when I want to give Zayto another order, he collapses. I have to sigh at that, and I can see Mary sighing in relief. I recall Zayto and thank him for his effort. Before I can send out my last Pokemon, Arbok collapses as well, and I laugh happily at that for a bit. Now I still have a chance to win this thing. I think to myself. I consider my options before settling on Mothra. Mary seems to be a really strong junior class trainer and the others are not strong enough yet. We release our Pokemon at the same time and I have to sigh again after seeing her Pokemon. Species, Golbat. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Potential, yellow. Stage, bronze stage, high. Okay, that's going to be really hard. Mothra's only real chance are her psychic and electric moves, but I don't think she has a chance to get near Golbat, so that leaves me with Confusion and Electroabe. As for using String Shot to restrict or catch Golbat, I don't think Mary is going to let that happen. I think to myself, and am once more proven right, when Mary gives out her order. Keep your distance and spam air slash as well as air cutter when necessary, she says, and Golbat follows. I order Mothra to use Electroabe to take it down the air, but Golbat uses air slash to cut it in half. Mothra dodges the next air slash it releases and I tell her to use String Shot to approach Golbat, but it simply changes to air cutter, destroying her strings, causing her to fall mid-swing, and damaging her at the same time. After that, it switches back to air slash landing a hit before she can recover. Use Confusion to attack him and dodge to the best of your ability, I tell her, because frankly, that's the best we can do right now. This is honestly not a good matchup, and the only reason I did not throw in the towel after seeing Golbat is that Mothra knows electric and psychic moves. Still, Mary and Golbat are fighting smartly without giving us the chance to use Mothra's moves, so our situation looks grim. Mothra succeeds in dodging quite a few air slashes but fails to land any attacks of her own. Seeing Mothra's dodging capability, Mary tells Golbat to only use air cutter because it's a wide area move in contrast to air slash. After that, I can see that there is no real chance for us to win this. I mean, we could probably drag this out for quite a long time, especially with Iron Defense, but I see no way to ultimately win this. At least not without letting Mothra evolve, and I am not going to make her evolve just to win a battle. That's not vital in any way. After coming to this conclusion, I inform Mary that I am giving up. Mary, I am forfeiting. I don't see a way to win this, so there is no reason to drag it out. I tell her, before walking up to Mothra, who looks down after hearing my words. I bend down and hug her to console her. I can see and feel that she is really sad because of her loss. It's okay, darling. This is not your fault in any way. It was just a bad matchup. We simply had bad luck this time. You are strong, and the only reason they won is that Golbat can fly. You would have wiped the floor with it otherwise. I tell her while stroking her spine. Me, Tee, Pod. I could have won as a Butterfree, she says sadly, and I acknowledge her statement but still tell her why I stopped the fight. Yes, you could have won if you were to evolve, but we're not ready for your evolution yet, and no win is worth sacrificing any of your prospects. Let's just take this as a lesson that bad matchups can happen and to never underestimate anyone, alright? I feel that Mothra feels a bit better now and release a sigh, before turning to Mary. She had approached us while I was consoling Mothra and has been waiting for us to finish. I pet Mothra one last time before I recall her, and then I address Mary. Thank you for waiting, while I consoled my Metapod. That was her first loss. Anyway, that was a good fight. You're much stronger than I expected, I say to her, and she nods. No problem, I get it. It happens to all of us. Still, I have to compliment your Pokemon. They are quite strong, especially your Metapod. Having such mastery over her moves and having moves she should only have after evolving. That one is going to be quite the beast in the future, I can tell. She tells me, and I give her a grateful nod. Besides, there is no reason for you to be too sad, because of your loss. You did a good job, and I can confidently say that you are in the upper echelon of the junior class from what I have seen from your Pokemon. It is just that I am already a senior class level trainer in all but name. My Pokemon are strong enough to qualify me for the class, but there are 1 or 2 other requirements I still have to fulfill, so no need to feel bad about your loss. I nod again, really feeling a bit better after hearing that. Thank you for your compliment and encouragement. I thank her, before opening my bag and acting as if I am taking something out from it, while in truth I am taking out a purple lily from my space. Taking out my hand from my bag, there is a flower in it, which I hold out to Mary. A loss is a loss, but thank you, I feel better after listening to your explanation. Here is the purple lily I promised you. I tell her, and she looks me in the eye for a bit. Seeing my clear gaze, she nods and accepts the lily. After that, we talk for a bit, before we separate. Still, she writes her phone number and ID number on a piece of paper that she gives to me, telling me to call her if I want a rematch or simply if I want to talk. I thank her and resume my walk after saying goodbye. Chapter 73, ch 12, 73, Honey City, 1. It has been 2 days since his first trainer battle, which unfortunately ended in a loss, but what do they say? Everything is a learning experience, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. While I do not fully agree with the second one, the first one is pure gold, at least in my humble opinion. Anyway, the 4th day of my trip is about to end and I am about to, finally, reach the first milestone of my journey, Honey City. I had actually expected to reach the city by the end of the 2nd day, but the walking, exploring, battling, and enjoying the journey, in general, had prolonged the trip more than expected. Still, the distance I had managed to cover over 4 days, despite the delays, was decent. Nearly 200 kilometers, that's apparently the distance between Hope Town and Honey City on foot. After our defeat, I healed my Pokémon, before challenging a few more trainers to battles. This time I made sure to challenge normal juniors and also a few rookies because I wanted to let Mothra as well as my other Pokémon taste victory. The cash I got after winning may have been a small incentive as well. I naturally did not want to bully the rookies too much by using Mothra, Zayto, and Butterfree against them. So, I used Nyx, Seb, Gaia, and even Weedle to battle against the rookies instead. By now every single one of my Pokémon had won more than one battle, and I had earned a respectable sum of 10.500 poke. To be honest, I could have earned much more, but I did not wager the maximum amount, because I would have felt a bit bad by bullying them and taking too much of their money on top of that. So, the wagers I offered were 150 poke for rookies and 600 poke for juniors. All these battles taught me a few important things. The most important one was that I found out why the Alliance is endorsing Pokémon battles so much, at least I think I did. My Pokémon told me that the stimulation from the battles helped them process their supplements faster, loosen the hurdles in their training and help them with their moves as well. In short, while the Pokémon do not get automatically stronger by winning fights, fights do in fact help them get stronger faster, as long as one keeps training instead of only fighting. Additionally, this counts for all fights, curb stomps not included, even losses. Anyway, tomorrow is Dial Day, which means it would be the last day of my journey for this week since I promised my parents to stay at home during the weekends. This is why I plan to spend my whole 5th day exploring Honey City, finishing my first week by scouring through my first milestone. I can finally see the periphery of Honey City, right on time as well. It's about time for me to go home and I was afraid I wouldn't reach the city before then. I say to myself, before turning to Zayto, remember this place, because you're going to teleport us back here tomorrow. It's time to go home, Mom's probably already waiting. So, take us back home, Zayto. I tell him, and he does teleport us in front of our entrance. I take out my keys and open the door. After entering I walk towards the living room and see my mother there, once more waiting for me to return. Hi, Mom. I'm back. I tell her as soon as I see her sitting on the couch looking over at me. She stands up, walks up to me, and hugs me, before saying, "Welcome back, honey. Was everything alright? Did you manage to reach Honey City like you wanted to?" She releases me and we walk back to the couch. Once we are seated, I answer her question. Yep, everything went fine. I fought a few trainers and won. I say, and my mom interrupts me with a great job, and that's my boy. Before I continued talking, I kept a lookout for any interesting Pokemon but couldn't find any. I did manage to reach Honey City shortly before coming home. As soon as I say that, my mother congratulates me. That's great. Good job reaching Honey City, honey, she says and laughs a bit at her own joke. I smile at her, and she continues. So, are you going to keep walking tomorrow, or do you plan to explore the city for a bit? Without even a moment's delay, I answer her question. I want to explore the city a bit. They specialize in honey, so there is probably a lot of stuff for the drill line that I can check out for Weedle and a few for the Butterfree line as well, that could be useful for Mothra. Besides, Mothra has her underling, so I plan to see if I can find one for the Queen Bee as well. I tell her, and she started to laugh when I said, Queen Bee. Pfft, makes sense. Ha ha ha, good choice, honey. I'm sure you will find some useful things. As for finding Queen Bee, pfft, really nice nickname, by the way, an underling. I hope you get lucky. Every queen needs some lackeys after all. Ha 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 ha, she says amused before she can't stop laughing. It's not that funny. I think to myself, before repeating it out loud. It's not that funny, Mom. That's just something that I am occasionally using right now because I haven't decided if I want to give her a real name or not. Besides, she is really going to become a queen among Beedrill someday. I'll make sure of that, so it's not exactly wrong either. HMPF, I pout a bit. I know I am too old, at least mentally, to pout, but I am only human and I was sure my nickname for Weedle was quite clever. Yet, it caused my mom to laugh this much. I think I am entitled to feel a bit pouty. Oh, honey, I am not laughing at you. Really? I am laughing because I think it was such a clever idea. Pause, that's also a bit funny. She says, and I can't stop myself from asking really, despite knowing that she is only saying that to pacify me. She nods, says really, and continues. On another note, since you are going to explore Honey City tomorrow, can you buy us a few jars of honey? There is a shop called Walter's Addicting Honey in the western part of the city center that sells the best honey in Kanto. Their honey is really popular, so you might not be able to get any, but if there are some, then buy as many as you can. I think they have a limit per customer anyway. I graciously agree to her request. Sure, Mom. I'll try to buy some honey from Walter. My mother smiles at me at that. Great. I'll tell your father to give you some money for the honey. The one you have to get is the deluxe version and it's relatively expensive. We naturally wouldn't want to use your hard-earned money for this. Besides, depending on how many jars you manage to buy, your money won't be enough anyway. I gape slightly at that, which causes her to laugh a bit again. Yeah, I know, but compared to regular honey, the deluxe version is aimed at trainers and rich people. The honey is really nutritious and helps stay healthy among other things. A single jar costs 1,500 poke. She tells me. Really? A normal jar costs only 10 poke. I ask her and she nods. That's not even the most expensive honey they have, but the deluxe version is good enough for us, Mom says. The hell, that's some expensive honey, is what I would say if I did not know the prices for E-class materials and up, so I'm only mildly shocked. I think to myself. Okay, then I'll buy the deluxe honey. Before looking around to see if I can find Weedle and Underling, I tell my mom and she recommends me a place to start. Good. The store also has a branch near Walter's Addicting Honey called Walter's Buzzing Bees that sells products aimed at the drill line and some poke eggs, Weedle as well as Kakuna as well. If you ask one of the employees or someone outside the store, I am sure they will point you the way there. After that, we talked about other things until my father came home. We ate dinner, where my father wanted to hear about my day as well. Then he gave me a bundle of money saying that there was 15,000 poke in there. We watched a movie and after that, I went to bed. I just said goodbye to Mom and am walking out right now. I turn to Zeta that is following by my side and I tell him to take me to Honey City. I teleport later we are at the place we had left yesterday. I walk into the city and observe the surroundings while walking towards Walter's store. I decided to buy the honey first to get that out of the way. Anyway, I noticed that the Pokémon the people in Honey City seem to walk around with are predominantly of the bug type. It is quite funny seeing people walking around while carrying around Caterpie and Weedle or being followed by Beedrill or Butterfree. There were naturally other bug types as well, but those were the most common. This naturally did not mean that everyone was walking around with a Pokémon, but there were a lot who did. Damn it, I am getting sidetracked again. I ask around a bit and 30 minutes later I arrive in front of Walter's Addicting Honey. I enter the place and walk up to the counter. Excuse me. I would like to buy some deluxe honey, I tell the sales clerk. Of course, sir. I would like to inform you that, unfortunately, due to high demand, each customer is limited to 6 jars per purchase. How many would you like? He asks me and I answer with, in that case I'll take 6. He nods and turns around to call another employee over. The two talk for a bit, after which the other employee leaves for a bit before returning with a bag. The sales clerk takes the bag and turns back to me. Would you like to pay with card, app, or cash? He asks and I answer with cash, please. He nods. Certainly. That would be 9,000 poke. He informs me and I take out the bundle my father gave me. Taking out the required amount does not feel awkward at all and I pay the man his money. Fortunately, the notes are all 500 poke, or that would have been even more embarrassing. The man accepts the money and after making sure it's the correct amount he gives me the bag. I look inside, and nod, after seeing the 6 jars, and turn around to leave. I can hear the clerk saying, "Have a good day," and simply wave my hand a bit, before I remember that I wanted to ask how to get to Walter's Buzzing Bees. Too embarrassed to walk back in after my cool exit, I ask one of the other shoppers leaving the store if she knows where Walter's Buzzing Bees is. Fortunately, she doesn't. After listening to her route description I start walking there. It takes me 5 minutes to reach the place, and I have to say that it is much larger than the other store, but it does make sense since they are selling living Pokémon as well. As soon as I enter the store an employee approaches me. "Welcome to Walter's Buzzing Bees. Can I help you with anything, sir, or would you like to look around on your own?" She asks me and I start to wonder if they are all so polite. I am not used to such polite and attentive store employees, but it's great. I think to myself, before answering her. I would like to take a look at the Weedle, I tell her and she nods. Certainly. If you would please follow me, then I will lead you to the Weedle section. She informs me before she starts walking. I naturally follow her. We currently have 2 5-star Weedle available, as well as 12 4-star Weedle. Would you like to see them first or would you prefer to directly visit the undetermined ones? She asks me, while we are walking. Could you tell me the price range for them? I ask her instead of answering her question. Absolutely, she says before listing the prices. The 5-star Weedle costs 1.500.000 and 1.750.000 poke respectively. The price for the 4-star Weedle ranges from 400.000 to 600.000 poke. The price difference is due to their age or the moves they know. As for the undetermined ones, they cost 100.000 poke each. These 5-star Pokémon are also expensive. At least these ones are cheaper than the 5-star Rattata. I don't even want to know the price for something like a 5-star Royal Pokémon or a pseudo-legendary. Still, because they are just Weedle, they are cheaper than I expected. While I can't or more like won't spend that much money for a 5-star or even 4-star Weedle, I could buy an undetermined one if it has good potential. I think to myself, I would like to go straight to the undetermined ones please. I tell her and she nods. Sure, we currently have 46 Weedle that are undetermined. She tells me and we arrive there. You can take a look and if you want anything then one of the employees here will help you, she says while pointing at the employees that were standing ready in the area. I nod at her and watch her leave. After she's gone I focus on the Weedle and check them out one by one. The bad news is that there are no blue potential Weedle among them. The good news is that I found a male Weedle with light green potential among them. Species, Weedle. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, poison. Now, I only need to come up with 100.000 poke somehow, since I don't have that kind of cash. Turning to one of the employees I ask him a question. Do you buy any useful materials, in case I want to sell some? The employee walks over and answers my question. Certainly, sir. In case you want to sell materials, our in-store appraiser will check the wares and inform you how much the store is willing to pay for them. I nod at that and inform him that I would like to sell some things. He leads me to the appraiser, where I take out 10 portions of E-class silver powder, 8 portions of D-class silver powder, and 2 D-class drills lances. The total comes up to 92.000 poke and I agree to the price. I do not believe I could get a better price for them at another place unless someone urgently needs them, so I did not try to haggle too much. Anyway, together with the money, I won through battles I have enough to buy the Weedle, which I promptly do. It takes a bit to keep my identity a secret, but they accept in the end that I do not want to register as a customer no matter how attractive the discounts are. Anyway, I store the Pokeball containing my new Weedle and leave the store to explore the city, happy that I have managed to complete my 2 main goals right at the beginning of my visit. Chapter 74, CH 13, 74, Honey City, 2. The first thing I do after leaving the store is to put the bag with the honey jars into my space by acting as if I was storing it in my Silphco bag. I can't believe I actually kept hauling that thing around. Must have been the embarrassment of forgetting to ask for directions inside the honey store. Turns out my space does not replicate honey, just like it did not replicate blood, which is too bad. Well, not the blood part, but the honey part, because this thing is actually useful. Name, Beedrill honey. Type, none. Class, E. Uses, contains plenty of nutrition and tastes sweet. Can be eaten as food and long-term regular ingestion boosts the body a bit and helps the consumer to stay healthy, prolonging his/her life. This honey practically redefines the saying eat to live. Well, if this does not ascertain my decision to get myself a Beedrill colony/army then I don't know what will. I may have to wait to realize it, but now I am a 100% sure I will. Anyway, I also check out what has changed for Weedle L1 and see that nothing changed. Since he is inside the Pokeball, he got transported to my house instead of the Weedle habitat, which is good to know. Only after I let him out did his potential rise to deep green. This is the first time I store a Pokemon inside my space while he/she/it is still inside the Pokeball, so I did not know what was going to happen. After I am done with all that, I take a look at Zayto and decide to offer him a chance. Zayto, I am going to walk around visiting stores for the next few hours, so it's probably going to be pretty boring. Do you want me to recall you or pull you inside you know where? I could have NYX accompany me in that case. I tell him and he answers me. For real? I've got zero interest in shopping, so I think I am going to relax, train inside your place. Call me out in case you need me or if something interesting happens. After hearing his telepathic answer I nod and act as if I was recalling him while pulling him inside my space, then I let NYX out of her Pokeball. NYX, I have to visit a lot of stores today and I want you to accompany me, alright? I inform her and she simply nods, before she springs into my arms. I start to walk around the city center while carrying her around and visit all the stores that seem interesting. I check out their wares but buy nothing yet. Not just because I am broke again after my last purchase, totally worth it by the way, but to compare their prices to each other. After visiting I am not sure how many shops I am exhausted, but I have decided on which stores to visit to buy some things that I find useful. I don't know how most women can do this all day long but after just 4 hours I have enough of it. Thankfully, it's time for lunch, so I decided to go to a restaurant before resuming my shopping. I walk towards a restaurant called Soma's Tasty Surprise and enter it. The reason I chose this restaurant is that they also cater to one's Pokemon. I am led to a private booth and let out my Pokemon. Luckily, the menu has pictures for all dishes, so I allow them to choose for themselves what they want to eat. After everyone has eaten I pay the bills and leave. I already decided which 8 stores I am going to sell things at and which stores I was going to visit to buy something. At the first store, I sell 40 F-class, 20 E-class, and 6 D-class vibrant petunias for 42.000 poke. At the second store, I sell the same amount of purple lilies for the same price, before walking towards the third store. There I sell off a few weekend skins. Specifically, 30 F-class, 15 E-class, and 5 D-class skins for 71.000 poke. After that, I walk to the fourth store, which pays me 15.500 poke for 100 F-class, 80 E-class, and 10 D-class poisonous mushrooms. Yay, it seems like those mushrooms are pretty cheap. Good thing I stopped growing them because it isn't worth the effort. The tiny mushrooms are a bit better in that regard since the fifth store buys 100 F-class, 80 E-class, and 10 D-class ones for 44.000 poke. I directly walk to the sixth store on my list, once I am done at the fifth store. The material I sell there is the drill's lance. I bring out 20 F-class, 8 E-class, and 2 D-class ones and receive 114.000 poke for them. I actually decide to stop selling any more of my stuff after leaving the sixth store, because I have gotten enough money for now. Besides, those were nearly all the things I have that could logically be found in big amounts, and while I have even more of them, I don't want to flood the market with them. I earned a total of 328.500 poke from selling all that stuff and can now be considered rich according to civilian standards as well as okayish according to lower-ranked trainer standards. This means it is time for me to buy some of the stuff that caught my eye before. For this, I head towards stores that are selling them for the lowest price. This information is the only reason the torture I endured at the beginning was worth suffering. Anyway, I first visit Butterfree's garden and buy an E-class as well as D-class Butterfree's treat. Name, Butterfree's treat. Type, bug. Class, E. Uses, contains plenty of bug-type energy. A jelly that has been purposely seeped in the energy of a peak silver stage Butterfree for a long time. Can be used as a supplement for any bug-type Pokémon, but is especially useful for the Butterfree line. Name, Butterfree's treat. Type, bug. Class, D. Uses, contains plenty of bug-type energy. A jelly that has been purposely seeped in the energy of a gold stage Butterfree for a long time. Can be used as a supplement for any bug-type Pokémon, but is especially useful for the Butterfree line. While it was pricier than other materials of the same class, it was worth it. At least I think so, because this is going to be useful for Mothra and Weedle, but mostly for Mothra. I drop 20.000 poke at the store for those two. As soon as I am out of the store, I put the treats inside my space and the thing I expected happens. While the treats can be replicated, they can't be improved, which is why I directly bought the D-class version as well. This way I have access to it without my space having to upgrade the E-class version, which like previously mentioned it cannot. It probably has something to do with needing a sample of the energy used during the creation of the treat, at least I think so. Anyway, after Butterfree's garden, I go to Journey's End, which is actually a shop that sells complete carcasses and body parts. There I buy an E-class Metapod's Chrysalis for 2000 poke. That one I buy for my space to replicate, but what I buy next is purely to help my Pokémon since I know that my space can't replicate complete carcasses. I drop 200.000 poke to buy the complete corpse of a low, gold stage, 3-star Butterfree for Mothra. That also brings an end to my much shorter shopping spree. In the end, I am left 106.500 poke, which is only a third of what I had before. Man, I only bought 4 little things and spent 2/3 of my hard-earned money. Trainers do spend money like water. Thankfully they can earn it just as fast, as long as they are strong enough. I think to myself, I am done with everything I had planned for today, and looking at the time I still have around 2 hours until dinner, so the question is, what am I going to do during that time? Actually, I could use that time to check out the battle club I have heard about if there is one in Honey City. After asking around for a bit, it turns out that there is no battle club in Honey City, but there is a bug club. Well, apparently, its real title is Bug Specialists Club, but everyone calls it the Bug Club. Since the descriptions of the passerby I talked to have made me curious, I decide to visit it. It takes me 20 minutes to reach the place, since it's at the periphery of the city center, and I took the wrong turn a few times, but I finally make it there. The building itself looks really classy and has a big sign symbolizing a bug hanging over the entrance. Pretty sure that I came to the right place. I enter the building and walk straight up to the reception. The clerk behind the counter addresses me as soon as I stop before her. "Welcome to the Bug Specialist Club. How may I help you?" she asks me. I would like to know more about the club and maybe sign up, so is there someone available for that? I answer her before asking for some information. Yes, there is. If you walk a bit further inside, there is a sign leading to the waiting room. Right across the waiting room is the registration office. There you can ask about the club and also register if you are interested. She tells me and I nod at her. Just wait a moment please. I'll inform the registration office and they'll call you up when it's your turn. Who should I tell them is waiting? She asks and I answer with Miruem. Alright, then. You may go ahead Mr. Miruem, she says, and I nod before walking towards the waiting area. I follow the signs and sit down once I reach the waiting room. Just 5 minutes later I see someone leaving the door where the registration office is, and shortly after I am called up. Hearing my name I stand up and enter the office. There are 3 desks there but only one has an empty seat, so I walk up to that one. The lady behind the desk, Olivia, and I talked for over an hour. By the end of our conversation, I decided to register anonymously. This meant I only had to provide an alias and a proof that I have bug-type Pokémon. During our talk, I learned a few important points. The Bug Club, just like the Battle Club, is also an alliance-supported organization. It also works the same way as the Battle Club does, the difference being that the Battle Club accepts all kinds of trainers with Pokémon of any kind and the Bug Club only allows the use of Bug-type Pokémon. Trainers are allowed to register anonymously in these establishments by only providing an alias and proving the possession of Pokémon. Those that register anonymously receive fewer benefits as a consequence, but that much is obvious. As an anonymous member, I can earn money by winning battles, bets, and advancing. I also can use my member card for a certain amount of discounts in any of their affiliated establishments. Members are divided into different ranks and every member of the Bug Club starts at the Bug Catcher rank. After that comes the Bug Collector rank, the Bug Maniac rank, the Bug Noble rank, the Bug Lord/Lady rank, the Bug Duke/Duchess rank, the Bug King/Queen rank, the Bug Emperor/Empress rank, and finally the Bug Sovereign rank in that order. Thanks to these rankings, I also learned all currently existing trainer classes, because the club ranks generally correspond to the prowess of certain trainer classes. Bug Catchers, that are stuck at the rank, have the same prowess as rookie class trainers. Bug Collectors have the prowess of junior class trainers and so on. Anyway, thanks to this I now knew the complete class list. It goes like this: Rookie Dash, Junior Dash, Senior Dash, Expert Dash, Ace Dash, Elite Dash, Champion Dash, Master Dash, and Legend Class Trainer. So, a Bug King is a Champion Class Trainer and a Bug Emperor is a Master Class Trainer. According to Olivia, there are currently 5 registered Emperor/Empress rank and 12 King/Queen rank members in Kanto. Additionally, there are 30 Bug Clubs spread out across Kanto, which seems to be less than the number of Battle Clubs, but it's still more than enough, in my opinion, considering that these numbers are only for Kanto alone. She also told me the advancement requirement for the next 2 ranks. If a Bug Catcher wants to become a Bug Collector, then he/she needs 15 wins in a row or 100 wins total, against someone of an equal rank. From Bug Collector to Bug Maniac he/she needs 20 wins in a row or 150 wins, and finally, from Bug Maniac to Bug Noble one needs 25 wins in a row or 200 wins. Anyway, Olivia gave me my member card just now, and I pocket it immediately. Now that I have the card I can leave, but I have to say that these people work fast. I just registered, but it took them only 5 minutes to produce my member card. Thank you for helping me out, Olivia. I wish you a good day, take care of yourself, and goodbye. I tell her and she returns a goodbye of her own. With that out of the way, I start to leave the building. While walking I decide to come back a few fights on Arc Day, since the whole thing took quite some time. It is currently time for dinner, which is why I call out Zato as soon as I am outside the building and tell him to bring me home. Chapter 75, Thank you for your encouragement/well wishes after my second vaccine shot. I want to thank everyone who encouraged me after I posted this note. I did not delete it, so that the comments do not vanish as well. Below is the message this post used to contain. Big thanks for tuning into today's audiobook. Special shout out to our Patreon member whose request brought this novel to life. If you're interested in making your own personalized requests, consider becoming a Patreon member. You'll find the link to my Patreon account in the video description. Your support truly makes a difference, and I appreciate you being here for this audiobook adventure. Until next time, happy reading. Hello, everyone. Audiobook collection here. The upcoming audiobook is a special dedication to one of our incredible Patreon supporters. If you're interested in making your own personalized requests, consider becoming a part of our Patreon community. You can find the link to my Patreon account in the video description below. Your support means the world, and I'm thankful for you joining me on this thrilling audiobook journey. Chapter 76, CH14, 75, Bug Catcher Miru M. 1. After spending a relaxing and fun weekend with my parents, I am back at the Bug Club. My goal for today is to upgrade my rank to Bug Collector, which means I need to win 15 times in a row if I want to achieve that. Truthfully, I don't know if it is possible to participate in that many battles in a single day, but I hope it is. I just went up to the reception to sign up for a fight and am currently waiting for my turn in the lobby. There are 4 huge TVs in the room, where one can watch the ongoing battles. All battles are being streamed live on the club's webpage and later on uploaded to their video library, with the agreement of both trainers, of course. So, it is possible to watch any battles one finds interesting. Members can watch any videos of their rank for free and those above their rank for a fee. Non-members have to pay a fee to watch any battles, which is one of the main revenues for the club. Watching the highest ranking battles has a few more requirements, but that's alright. All trainers that agree to share their battle receive a small cut depending on the popularity of the video, but anonymous trainers only receive a one-time payment depending on their rank. They also asked me while I was signing up for the fights if I was okay with the streaming option, and I told them that I did not want my battles to be live-streamed or recorded. I mean, I can't do anything about the present spectators, but I do not want any videos of my alternate identity out there, at least for now. They accepted my choice and here I am currently waiting for my turn. I have been watching the ongoing Bug Catcher battles while waiting, and all I can say is that I do not believe that I will lose today. There is also the fact that all Bug Catcher battles were only 1 vs 1 fights, so I am 1000% confident that I will get promoted today as long as the club lets me fight often enough. May Bug Catcher Miru M and Bug Catcher Anthony please proceed to court number 4. I repeat, would Bugcatcher Miruem and Bugcatcher Anthony please proceed to court No. 4? I hear from the loudspeakers and start moving there. After entering the court, I see my opponent already standing there, beside the referee. While walking towards them, I check out my opponent a bit. He looks like a young teen, which means his age could be anything between 13.5 and 17.5 years old. He has short black hair, an amber skin tone, and a slightly chubby body build. Once I reach their side, we exchange polite greetings and the referee addresses us. You may have heard these before, but I am obligated to say them anyway, so listen up. Here are the ground rules. The battle is going to be 1 vs 1. In case I decide that one of the Pokémon is unable to battle, then the fight is over. Attacking after I declare the battle over is forbidden and may result in a fine or worse. Attacking the trainer or referee is also forbidden and will definitely result in a fine or worse. Understood. He looks at us both and we nod. Good. Now that's out of the way, let's talk about the wager. Do you want to put up a wager? He asks us and we look at each other. Yep/yeah. We answer at the same time. Alright, then let's talk about the sum. The maximum amount bug catchers can wager per fight is 500 poke. So, how much do you guys want to bet? He inquiries. I'll match whatever Anthony here is willing to bet, I say first, and after briefly shooting me a look, Anthony says, is that so? Alright, we are betting 500 poke. The referee shoots me a look and I nod, confirming Anthony's statement. Okay, 500 poke it is. Please, prove that you have the money you wagered, and after that go to your side of the field. Then once I give my signal, you have to release your Pokémon. The battle starts as soon as the Pokémon appear on the field. The referee instructs us, and we do as he said. While walking to my place, I think about which Pokémon to use for this and the following battles. I currently have 4 bug types, and after briefly thinking about my options, I decide that both Weedle are not strong enough to guarantee my victory, which leaves me with Mothra and Butterfree. In the end, I decide to use Butterfree and leave Mothra as my surprise for the next rank, so that everyone thinks that Butterfree is my best Pokémon. Once the two of us are in position, the referee raises his flag and counts down from 3, 2, 1, begin. He lowers his flag while saying begin, and we do exactly as instructed. I call out Butterfree and Anthony releases a Paras. I think that's the first Paras I am seeing, so I check out its status. Species, Paras. Gender, male. Type, bug, grass. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, effect spore. Talents, none. Affinities, bug, grass. Now, I would like to say what followed was an exciting battle, but that would be a lie. Butterfree made short work of that Paras. Even I felt a bit bad seeing how fast he took the Paras out. He used only 2 confusions to beat it, and the second one was even low-powered because Butterfree saw that Paras was nearly beaten after the first confusion. Once Butterfree knocked out Paras, the referee declared it unable to battle. Butterfree wins, announces the referee, and we recall our Pokémon. After that, we walk up to the referee, where Anthony and I shake hands. I can see that he is feeling a bit down, undoubtedly by the crushing defeat his Paras just experienced, so I try to encourage him a bit. I don't know why I feel like consoling him, but I do. Don't worry about your loss. Your Paras is not bad, it's just that my Butterfree is too strong. It was simply bad luck that you had to fight someone strong that has yet to rank up to a rank that is appropriate for his/her prowess. I tell him, but honestly, I am not sure if it is worse to hear that from someone smaller, thus most likely younger, but I am genuinely trying to lift his spirit. It looks like it worked, at least a bit. That may be right for now, but no, we are going to get much stronger, and the next time we are going to be the ones that will easily win, Anthony says to me, and I simply nod. The referee that had been simply watching our exchange until this point chimes in after that. Alright, Bug Catcher Anthony, please pass over the wagered sum to Bug Catcher Miruem. Anthony nods and takes out 500 poke that he then holds out to me. I accept my winnings gracefully and we bid each other farewell. I have to wait for another 10 minutes until my second opponent is announced, and I use that time to find out more about the betting on fights in general as well as my own. Turns out one either has to be popular or take part in the streaming deal for any betting to be organized, so I can't bet on myself. As far as betting on others is concerned, I am not interested in that for now because I don't know enough about the trainers battling. Anyway, my second fight was against an attractive young lady called Isabelle. I had to stop myself from chuckling when the referee addressed her as Bug Catcher Isabelle because it did not fit her look at all. I used Butterfree and she used a high iron stage Swadloon with deep yellow potential. Butterfree still won easily, but he had to use 3 air slashes because Swadloon managed to throw in an iron defense. After I won and accepted my hard-earned money, I asked her where she got her Swadloon from, since they are generally found in Unova and the western continent. Well, turns out there are a few small colonies of the Levany line in the deeper parts of the Viridian forest, and her parents paid a few experienced trainers to catch her a young Suidl. After thanking her for the information, I returned to the lobby and waited for my next opponent. The next 3 fights went like that as well, with nothing interesting happening, except for the 1000 poke he earned. In fact, the fights were even easier than before, since my third for had a mid-iron stage Metapod, the fourth had a mid-iron stage Kakuna, and the fifth had a low-iron stage Spinarak. After my 5th win, I was informed that I earned 1000 poke for my first 5-win streak. Anyway, I have just finished my 6th battle and this one had been a bit more interesting. The young boy, Steve, I fought against had a low, bronze stage scyther and I have to say it was well trained. I ordered Butterfree to use fast asleep but the scyther used agility and started dodging around, escaping Butterfree's efforts to force him into sleep. Still, while Scyther was running around occasionally hitting my Butterfree with Slash, Butterfree used Psybeams and air slashes to herd Scyther into an Electroape he had shortly before released. Once he got momentarily stuck and shocked I had Butterfree douse him in sleep powder. After that Butterfree used air slash until Scyther was knocked out. The 4 fights after that were relatively uninteresting again, but a win is a win and I did earn 1400 poke, so I can't really complain. The fights were uneventful and took only 1 or 2 moves. The 7th bug catcher had a low, iron stage Wurmple. The 8th trainer had a mid, iron stage Venonat. The 9th one was a bit interesting because he had a mid, iron stage Grubbin. I obviously asked him where he got a Grubbin from, but unfortunately, he said he got it as a gift from a relative from Alola. That was a bit disappointing because Vocavolt are strong and I wouldn't say no to one. Anyway, the 10th bug catcher I beat was a girl called Stacy and she had a high, iron stage Beedrill. The fight against her was a little bit interesting, not because it was harder than the others, no, it took Butterfree only 4 air slashes to beat her. What was interesting was that her Beedrill used something like a metal claw with its stingers/lances. It used its metal sting/lance, not sure which one to use yet, to successfully block 2 air slashes before it was overwhelmed. I made a mental note to remember that move, so I can teach it to my own Beedrill in the future. It shouldn't be too hard I think, since Kakuna can learn Iron Defense, which I can use as a basis for the new move. Not only that, after my 10th victory I received 2 rewards from the Bug Club, 1000 poke for 10 wins, total, and 2000 poke for my 10-win streak. My 11th fight is against an older-looking lady that had a high, iron stage Shuckle with deep red potential. I am a bit ashamed of what I did after seeing that Shuckle, but truthfully I never liked that Pokemon. I had Butterfree douse it with sleep powder and after it fell asleep I had him use Gust to hurl it through the air until I got knocked out because of dizziness. I regretted my decision right after seeing the older woman's sad look and I apologized to her for my unnecessarily mean behavior. The kind woman accepted my apology, and smiled a bit after telling me she was simply doing this occasionally for fun, which I am sure was unintentional, but dealt me a slight blow because of my previous behavior. Resolving myself to not bully a Pokemon just because I don't like its species, I accept the 200 poke from her and say goodbye to her. The fights 12 to 14 are easy wins as well, with number 13 being a bit harder since the girl had a low, bronze stage Ninjask. The battle turned to a little game of tag, but ultimately Butterfree won without any problems. Right now I am registering for my 15th battle. Once I win this one, I will rank up to Bug Collector, which should allow me to meet more opponents that are somewhere around my level. While walking away from the counter I signed up for my next battle, I say that's been much easier than I expected. After I win the next fight I'll rank up to Bug Collector and it didn't even take me a single day, to myself. Chapter 77, CH 15, 76, Bug Catcher Miruem, 2. Bug Catcher Miruem and Bug Catcher Samurai please proceed to court number 2. I repeat, would Bug Catcher Miruem and Bug Catcher Samurai please proceed to court number 2? I hear from the loudspeakers and am a bit surprised. Seems like my opponent decided to use an alias as well. I think to myself before remembering something. Wait a minute, a bug-type trainer near Viridian Forest that's called Samurai. This is not the guy with the pincer and Metapod, is he? I am probably overthinking, but in case I am not, he would be the first known character from my previous playthrough that I have personally seen. At least it shouldn't be too hard to beat him if he is that guy. I mean, that dude was a joke. I think to myself while walking towards court number 2. As soon as I enter the room I am surprised by what I see. My opponent looks just like Yajirobe from Dragon Ball. He looks like someone in his mid-20s, is somewhere around 165 and 170 centimeters tall, has black eyes, long, untidy black hair, and looks overweight. He wears a Kabuto helmet, sleeveless, knee-length red yukata with black stripes, a black obi/belt with 6 pokeballs, black wristbands, black shin bands, and straw sandals. What's more surprising is the F-King katana hanging from his sides. The hell is that guy doing here? Besides the Kabuto helmet, he looks just like Yajirobe. Did he get lost? I thought getting lost was more like the green-haired swordsman's thing. I think to myself, after checking him out, while walking towards him and the referee, I have seen you looking at my katana. You do not have to fret over it, for I have a permit to carry it around. He says as soon as I stand in front of him. My given name is Kinji but please call me Samurai. He continues and offers me a handshake, which I reciprocate. Miruem, I tell him my alias. Well met, Miruem. I have just finished my secluded training inside the Viridian Forest and have come here to test my prowess, after hearing of it. This is my 3rd fight so far and the previous 2 were a bit lackluster, so I hope to have a good fight with you. He says and listening to him I get more sure of my previous assumption. He might really be the guy from the anime. Well, more like a Terran version of him, that looks a lot like Yajirobe. I think to myself, after which the referee cuts in to give his regular spiel. You may have heard these before but I am obligated to say them anyway, so listen up. Here are the ground rules. The battle is going to be 1 vs 1. In case I decide that one of the Pokémon is unable to battle, then the fight is over. Attacking after I declare the battle over is forbidden and may result in a fine or worse. Attacking the trainer or referee is also forbidden and will definitely result in a fine or worse. Understood. He looks at us, but especially Samurai, and we confirm our understanding. That's good. Now, let's talk about the wager. Do you want to put up a wager? He asks us and Samurai answers first. I do not wish to gamble on the outcome of my battle, he says, and the referee turns to me at that. I simply nod, accepting Samurai's declaration. If the guy does not want to bet some money, that's okay. Alright, since both of you agreed, there will be no wager. After I am done talking, please go to your side of the field, then once I give my signal, release your Pokémon. The battle starts as soon as your Pokémon appear on the field. The referee instructs us. Samurai gives me a nod, which I reciprocate, and then we walk to our sides. Upon the signal of the referee, we simultaneously release our Pokémon. On my side, Butterfree appears, as usual, and on Samurai's side a larger than average Metapod appears. He might be as weak as both of his counterparts after all, I think to myself, before checking out his status. Species, Metapod. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, high. Once I see his status, all my previous thoughts of contempt are gone. Damn, that's one hell of a Metapod. Not nearly as awesome as my Mothra, but then again no one is. Still, damn. I think to myself when I hear Samurai addressing me from across the battlefield. Don't underestimate him just because he is a Metapod. He may currently be my weakest Pokémon, but he is still plenty strong, and he easily beat our previous two opponents. So, give it your best shot. He says, and I can only think to myself, that's his weakest Pokémon. It looks like he is strong after all. This is followed by, looks like I am the one being underestimated here. Even if I actually don't want to fight against his other Pokémon if that is his weakest, since I want to win. At least this way I have a chance of winning. We'll do our best, I answer him and give my first command. Use Fast Asleep followed by Air Slash, I tell Butterfree, but Samurai does not stay idle. Upon seeing the powder cloud moving towards Metapod, he gives the command, String Armor, after which Metapod covers itself in a few layers of string shot, effectively keeping the sleep powder, and any other powder for that matter, from touching him. He follows the command with another one, dodge the Air Slash and then use Shooting Star. He says, and I see Metapod dodging Butterfree's Air Slash, using string shot, while completely ignoring the sleep powder cloud. Metapod is aiming his string shots at the ceiling and the walls to swing around the place like a certain spider. Tailwind, I order Butterfree to give him a speed boost, because whatever Shooting Star is, it does not sound like something I want Butterfree to get hit by, which is why I follow up that with, after that dodge everything he throws at you. My order is not a second too soon, because I can see how Metapod, after dodging Butterfree's Air Slash using string shot, gains a metallic glint, which I assume is because of iron defense. Then it uses a few more string shots to turn itself into a surprisingly fast missile. Butterfree, who has completed Tailwind by that time, smoothly dodges Missilepod, who crashes into the ground after missing his target. Metapod created a decent crater in his crash site, and all I can think seeing that is, that would have definitely hurt if it had hit. While Metapod is recovering from his crash landing, I tell Butterfree to use Air Slash. The move hits, it first cuts through Metapod's string armor and then hits Metapod directly, which causes him to grunt. Keep it up, I tell Butterfree, while Samurai gives his own order. Endure it. This is nothing you can't take. Start dodging again and then use the battering ram maneuver. Metapod follows his orders and starts swinging around, trying to crash into Butterfree mid-swing, and simply swinging away if he misses. After that happened a few times, I told Butterfree while Metapod was mid-swing to use Bug Buzz, which he promptly did. While Metapod was distracted by the pain and noise Bug Buzz was causing, ordered Butterfree to cut Metapod's string, causing it to crash once more, hurting as well as distracting it some more. While it is down, keep hitting it with air slashes, I tell Butterfree, and he does. The first hit causes Metapod to release a cry of pain. The second does as well, and just as I was thinking that we had this thing in the bag, Metapod started to shine, which forces my Butterfree to stop attacking. All I could think at that moment was, really, you're going to evolve on me right before our victory? Are you for real? What bullshit. Now, Metapod is going to get a second wind thanks to his evolution. I think to myself when I see Samurai running onto the field, rushing towards his evolving Metapod. I can see him taking out a few things and tossing them around his Metapod. While he is taking out a bottle to feed it to Metapod, the referee interrupts him. Bug Catcher Samurai, your actions are actively interfering with the battle. So, if you do not remove those objects and still try to feed that liquid to your Metapod, then your actions will be considered as you forfeiting the fight. He warns Samurai, who simply waves him off. Metapod's future is more important than the battle. So you can declare the fight over, he says while pouring the liquid on Metapod. The referee nods with a respectful look on his face. Bug Catcher Samurai has interfered with the battle, due to the evolution of his Metapod, which equals him forfeiting the fight. This means Butterfree automatically wins and Bug Catcher Miruem is the winner. After saying that, all of us quietly watch the evolution, while Samurai assists his Pokémon with materials. Before long the evolution is over and the light recedes. At the spot where a Metapod had been, a Butterfree can be seen hovering. It is a bit smaller than mine, but still much bigger than the average. We all give our congratulations to Butterfree and Samurai, and I use the chance to check out its status once more. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, high. Holy shit! His potential increased to light blue. I think to myself. I can't stop myself and approach Samurai, who is currently inspecting his new Butterfree and talking to it. I can hear him congratulating his Butterfree, and after waiting a moment for Samurai to finish his sentence, I clear my throat. Congratulations on your Metapod evolving, I tell him. Thank you. The fight against you gave him the last push. He had been near evolution for a while now, and only a small push had been missing. So you have my thanks. He answers me. No problem, I tell him, before asking the question that had made me walk up to him. Could you tell me what those liquids were, that you used on your Metapod? Naturally, only if you are okay with it. Samurai gains a pondering look for a moment before he answers me. Sure, no problem. Those bottles contained the heart blood and refined blood of Silver Stage as well as Gold Stage bug-type Pokémon that fell to my Pokémon during my stay in the Viridian Forest. He tells me, the guy has taken down Gold Stage Pokémon? Thank Mew, he did not use any of his other Pokémon, or I would have most likely gotten curb stomped, is what I thought immediately after hearing his answer. Oh wow, your other Pokémon must be really strong, I tell him. I can see you have 5 more Pokémons with you. Would it be alright if you told me what they are? I ask him straight after, which causes him to chuckle a bit. He recalls his Butterfree and I do the same with mine. Sure, I've got no problem with telling you about my loyal partners. He begins. These 6 are my only Pokémon because I decided to focus on them before thinking about catching any more Pokémon. Butterfree was actually my newest and thus weaker Pokémon. Besides him, I have a Beedrill, Forretress, Leaveney, Scyther, and Pinsir. All of them can be found in the inner area of the Viridian Forest. That place is really a paradise and simultaneously a hell for us bug specialists. There is a large variety of bug types there, but the danger of the place makes it a risky move to enter the place. He tells me and I thank him for the information. Before we separate I tell him that I will re-challenge him after training my Pokémon, and he tells me he always welcomes a good challenge. Afterward, I go to the counter to check up on my status. The lady at the counter informs me that I received 4,000 poke for my 15-win streak and that I was promoted to bug collector for winning 15 times in a row. She asked for my card to update the information on it, and a short while later my member's card showed my rank as a bug collector. Happy with my achievement, I decided to go home a few hours early today. The meeting with Samurai had been quite a surprise, but I was happy that it happened. Chapter 78, CH 16, 77, Breaking News. After ranking up to bug collector I went home, and my mother was pleasantly surprised by my early arrival. Honey, you're back earlier than expected and you seem quite happy. Did something good happen? You didn't bring home another Pokémon, did you, sweetie? She asked me. No, Mom. I did not bring along another Pokémon. The reason I am happy has to do with something totally different. I start to answer her, and then she interjects with, what are you waiting for? Tell mommy what made my boy so happy. I was about to do just that, I tell her and continue. I went to the bug club I told you about and registered, I say when my mom interrupts me once more. You did not use your real name to register, right? She asks in a slightly worried tone. No, Mom, I did not. I used the name Miruem as my cover and became bug catcher Miruem. I inform her, and she gives me a relieved nod. Anyway, after registering there I started to sign up for battles and I won them all, I say to her. That's my boy, my mother says and hugs me. So, how many battles did you participate in? I think you need a 100 wins to rank up if I don't remember it wrong. I am sure it won't take you too long to do that. She says after releasing me from her hug. Yep, that's right, but one can also rank up after winning 15 times in a row, I tell her, and she starts to show a dumbfounded look. No way, you didn't. She exclaims and I nod a bit smugly. Sure did. Beside you sits the freshly promoted bug collector Miruem. I went to the club, participated in 15 battles, and won them all, which allowed me to get promoted to bug collector in a single day. I humble brag to her, just without the humble part. Oh my Arceus, my baby boy became a bug collector in a single day. I've got to call your dad and tell him about it. My mother shouts before she gets a look on her face that says she noticed something wrong. Oh, sweet Mew, my 4-year-old baby boy managed to reach a club rank equal to my official trainer class. She says to herself. I've got to increase my trainer class immediately. My Pokémon are strong enough, I just didn't bother meeting the other requirements, but I can't let my baby have the same rank, class, whatever as me. He needs to look up to me, and for that, I need to have a higher class. I hear her think out loud. My mother is kind of in her own world right now, but from what I have seen, her Pokémon are indeed strong enough for her to become a senior class trainer. Still, I've got no idea what else she needs for a promotion, but I am sure it won't be too hard for her to fulfill them. Honey, I am going to call your daddy for a bit to tell him the good news, she informs me, and then I need to look up which conditions I am still missing. She whispers the second part, but I hear her nonetheless thanks to my enhanced senses. You can watch some TV, while I speak to your dad. It might take a while, so just do what you want until I am back, she says before she takes out her poke phone and walks to the kitchen. I simply shrug a bit, slightly amused by her reaction to my news. She hadn't even mentioned my earnings. Previously, after I told her I had beaten a few trainers on Route 4, she had told me she could open a savings account for me if I wanted to, so that she could deposit some of the money for me. According to her, it would be easier for me to save money for the future if I had no instant access to it, which would make spending it randomly harder. I agreed with her, and since I did not mention anything about me selling my stuff, I gave her 5k poke that day. I have won around 12k poke today, thanks to the wagers and club bonuses that I had actually planned to give to my mother, but that would have to wait, it seems. After I stand up from the couch, I walk towards my room to check up on my Growlithe egg. It has been less than 2 weeks since I got it, so there were no changes to it, but that was normal since it still had 13 to 15 months to hatch. I am actually on the outlook for some good fire materials, to see if I could help along with its potential before it hatched. While I have the crimson flower available, I don't want to use it, because it's a dual element material. There is still more than enough time, so I will keep an eye out for any pure fire element materials. I am sure I will find some during the next 2 to 3 months. I don't want to risk using fire stones for this because I have no idea how the Growlithe egg would react to them, otherwise, I could have bought some in Honey City. But like I said, it is not urgent, so I can take my time with this. While I am at it, let me check up on my Magikarp. The ones that have already reached the mid-bronze stage still have a while to go until they reach the high-bronze stage. Amongst the ones still at the iron stage, the Magikarp with the poison affinity is not far from being ready for her breakthrough. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 27.8%, 29.2%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly vengeful. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SSS. Strength, SS-SSS. Endurance, SSS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SS-SSS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, fire, minor, water, major, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Content. Masteries, water energy manipulation. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, aquajet, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. Only her energy density needed to improve and she would be able to break through. She would gain the poison typing during her breakthrough, and I am curious if there are going to be any physical changes to her. The other 2 iron stage Magikarp, on the other hand, still need some time until they are ready. Besides training their parameters, I have them focus on their water gun. All of them have mastered water gun, so I want to see if any one of them can upgrade the move, deriving a stronger one from it. What I have them do is to try to reduce the circumference of the water jet and increase the pressure. The inspiration for this are those high-pressure water cutters. I want to see if any of my Magikarp can reach such a level. Even if they do not completely succeed, the training is still helping to train their energy parameters and water gun mastery. There is still the transcended mastery left, so hopefully, they will reach it. Nonetheless, their main focus is still on their parameters training. After looking at my Magikarp, I decide to take a look at my Weedle. Currently, I have them learning how to use Electroabe, but since it has been only a few days since I got them, they have not made much progress. At least they have Mothra to help them along, so I knew that they would definitely learn the move sooner or later. After that, I will have them focus on their string shot. While we have not found a way to make their strings fire, ice, or air resistant yet, it is still a really useful move. Happy with the things I have seen, I go downstairs once more. There I see my mother back from the kitchen. After I sit down next to her, she says, "Sorry for hurriedly going away like that," and hugs me. No problem, I tell her before I add, "Mom, I earned 12.000 poke today. I'm giving you everything, for my savings account. Are you sure you want to give me everything? I mean, I am happy that you are saving your money, but don't you want to have some spending money?" She asks me in a surprised tone. I still have some money left from the last time, and in case I need some more I can always earn more, I tell her. "If you're sure, then okay," she says, and she starts asking me about my day. I tell her about the battles I had and how easy they were, except for the last one. Samurai was strong, and I am sure that if he had not used his weakest Pokemon I would have most likely lost, but he did and I won. The next time we battle I will win even if he does use his other Pokemon. I tell her. Chuckles. My mother chuckles at my declaration. "Oh, honey, it looks like you have chosen your first rival and he sounds like a strong one too," she says. "Mom, he is not my rival. At most he can be the rival of Miru. I say before I have to laugh a bit. Yes, he is not your rival. He is your bug club rival," she answers me, while lightly laughing as well. After that, we just talk about random things, like what she has been doing all day, and before long my father came back from work. "I'm home," he says, and we return a welcome home. After that my father addresses me. "Son, I heard you went to the bug club today and got promoted to bug collector on your first day," he says, and I nod. "Great job. That's my son. You take right after your dad." Before I can say anything to him, my mother interjects and they fall into their joke argument about who I take after. Once they are done, my dad asks me to tell him about my battles, and while I do that my mother goes to the kitchen to set up dinner. A short time later she calls us over and we eat dinner. During dinner, my parents talk about their days went, and my mother tells my father that she looked up what she needed to do to improve her rank. She says that she should be about to do it in a few months and my father encourages her. After that, they talk a bit about buying some of the lands around our property, since it would give their Pokémon more area to live in. Some of them needed more space to freely move around, so they were talking about their options. After clearing the dinner table, we go to the living room to relax. My father turns on the TV and chooses a news channel. We watch the news for a while, when something comes up that can impact me. Currently more than 10 people have been reported missing while traveling on the fringe areas of Route 4 during the last 2 days. During the investigations by the relevant authorities, traces of scuffles have been found. As soon as I hear that, I think shit, because that is going to worry my parents. So, please try to avoid traveling alone on Route 4 or stay away from the fringe areas, at least until the case has been cleared up. The news anchor says, and I think double shit. I turn to look at my mother and as I expected she looks worried after hearing the news. Honey, how about you stay at home until the case has been solved, or you could keep visiting the bug club. Just don't walk on Route 4, please. She says worriedly, and my father agrees with her. Your mother is right, son. You should avoid traveling on Route 4 until this has been cleared up, so you either stay at home or you promise to only visit Honey City. He says, and I try to placate them. I'm sure nothing would happen to me. No need to worry. I tell them, but they keep staring at me until I cave in. Alright, I promise to not leave Honey City during this time. I concede before it can devolve into an argument, and my father nods. My mother on the other hand still looks quite worried but does not contradict me. After that, we keep watching TV, even if the mood is a bit more somber because of the previous news until it is time for me to sleep. Chapter 79, ch 17, 78, Conversation and Role Model. Today, Mikhail had told his parents that he had visited the bug club and that he had managed to improve his rank from bug catcher to bug collector on his first day. After Mikhail went to bed, his parents began to talk to each other about what they had just learned. Edward, can you believe it? My baby has managed to become a bug collector in a single day. Edward, our 4-year-old boy has managed to reach a rank that equals my own, and it took him only a single day, Arya said to her husband. I know, honey, he told me about it as well, and we both saw the member's card with his rank on it. As unbelievable as it sounds and feels, and believe me I feel the same, it's a fact. A fact that is starting to scare me. Edward answered his wife and she interjected. Are you scared of our son? Arya asked puzzled for our son. I am afraid for our son. He retorted, before continuing. He is too excellent, and I am very afraid that his excellence is going to attract unsavory or outright bad attention. I am afraid that someone with evil intentions is going to take an interest in our son, and that I won't be able to protect my flesh and blood from people that are trying to harm him. He stood up and started to pace up and down the living room while pouring out his concerns to his wife. Edward, honey, calm down a little bit. I'm sure, Arya tried to calm her husband, but he interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. At first I was really happy, when he showed his Shinik talent, and the high intelligence as well as growing maturity he showed because of it. I mean who wouldn't be happy if their beloved son turns out to be a genius? He began, while he continued his pacing. Yeah, I was happy as well, when Mika told us about his discovery of Shinik energy. Not to mention his bond with his Natu. Arya voiced her own thoughts on the topic and what she said caused Edward to briefly pause his pacing. He turned to his wife before he resumed his speech. The early bond and the number of his Pokémon are points that add to my worries as well. First, he bonded with Natu, and then with all the other Pokémon, he kept finding. The fast bonding can be explained through his psychic as well as aura talent, but his luck in finding all those Pokémon is insane. I mean, come on, how lucky does he have to be? While we have not tested their potential, their overall fast growth is enough for me to believe that all of them have either 4 or 5-star potential. Edward said, and Arya released a snort. Edward, I don't want to hear you of all people complain about luck. He is simply as lucky as his dad. Even if the number of his Pokémon is getting higher and higher, which is impressive. The thing I have been starting to worry about were the regulations on possession of Pokémon we have been breaking, but his little bug collector stunt has solved that at least, in case it ever comes up. She interjected. Yeah, at least that's been taken care of, but as I was saying before you interrupted me, Edward said before he resumed his pacing. Then we found out that he is talented in aura as well, which caused me to worry a bit because so much talent could attract the kind of attention we are not ready for. As if that was not enough, his talent in aura turned out to be so great that it kickstarted his second maturity phase prematurely, which meant that we couldn't hide it even if we wanted to, Edward let out. Well, at least we managed to find some kind of solution for that. Arya tried to reassure her husband. That we did, Edward confirmed. We decided to conceal his psychic talent since the result of his aura talent was too obvious to hide, and since only Thorn, as well as his family, knew about it, it was easy as well. Yet, I worry about someone discovering about his tremendous potential. I am extremely proud of him, but I worry that he is going to be hurt or abducted by someone if his talent is exposed. Edward took a deep breath before he restarted speaking. As if all of that was not enough, our boy turns out to be a prodigy in training Pokémon as well. I mean, we saw his little training sessions with his Pokémon, and we saw their fast progress, but I had not noticed just how strong they have gotten. For Arceus's sake, he is 4 and he has managed to gain a rank that is equal to the status of a junior class trainer. Most people are more than 4 times his age before they manage to do that, but he did it at 4, and if what he said about his battles is true, then he is not far from being as strong as senior class trainers. Here he stopped for a bit before he continued. And don't get me wrong, I am incredibly proud and happy at his talent and success, I really am, but I just can't stop worrying about the consequences that would follow if his talents and achievements were to be exposed. Arya could hear and feel the worry her husband felt and decided to let him get it all off his chest before she tries to comfort him. It is my inability to keep my son safe in case his secrets get exposed, and someone stronger than me tries to do something to him, that worries me. Every time I think about the possible negative consequences, my chest tightens and I want to keep Mikhail home, hiding him away, without letting him out, until he is older and his excellence does not seem as overwhelming. But I know that we can't do that because we would be stifling our son's potential with our own hands, which would be unforgivable. Not only that, Mikhail could start to subconsciously resent us for essentially imprisoning him, and that's something we both don't want. Edward shared with her. So, I am more disappointed in my own inability to protect my son in case his excellence is exposed, than I am about his excellence itself. In fact, I am really proud of his talent. It's the possible negative repercussion if they get exposed that worries me. I mean, it is my job as his father to protect my son, but I am afraid that I am not strong enough to protect him in case someone much stronger shows up. Edward slumped a bit, both in worry as well as a bit in relief after letting out all the worries that had been eating at him lately. Oh, honey, that seems to have been really eating at you, didn't it? Arya started. I have naturally been worried about that as well, but apparently not as much as you. Before you shared all that with me, I was more worried about being unable to be a good role model for Mikhail, and him slowly stopping to respect me, since he, theoretically, has an equal rank as me now. I was planning to improve my trainer class, and wanted to discuss that with you, she said before Edward cut in. Darling, you won't stop being a role model to him just because he became a bug collector, and he most definitely will not stop respecting you for that. He loves you and he respects you because of that and your love for him. I don't, for 1 second, believe that your or his rank will change anything as far as his love, as well as respect for you, is concerned. Edward said and hugged her. She had to smile at his reassuring words and returned the hug. Thank you, honey. I know that you are right, and I know that my worries are most likely unfounded, but I still want to increase my trainer class. My Pokémon are certainly strong enough to qualify me as a senior class trainer. I looked up the other requirements for a class increase after calling you, Arya told Edward. Yeah, I remember the requirements from the time I ranked up to senior class. The first one is to have at least 6 Pokémon. The second one is to have earned at least 16 B rank badges, which is also the number of badges one needs to gain during one season to qualify for the Junior League. The third requirement is to have 3 Pokémon at the Silver stage, and the last one is to have 3 more at the Bronze stage. While you fulfill the second and third requirement, you lack a Pokémon to fulfill the first and consequently the last one as well. Edward chimed in. I know. As I said, I looked it up and found out that I need 1 more Pokémon, that also needs to be at the Bronze stage. Nonetheless, I am determined to upgrade my class, so I am going to catch myself a new Pokémon. After that, I will update my trainer profile, Arya said resolutely. Besides, this is also one of the 2 things we can do to resolve your worries. The first is getting stronger and increasing our trainer class. This will allow us to gain access to more resources, information, and possibly useful contacts. Us getting stronger will make protecting our boy easier, and networking will make the second option viable. We could try to find a reliable and influential backer that we believe to be trustworthy enough to back up our son. She expanded and Edward had to nod at her idea. You are right, while we could try to appeal to Professor Oak or other influential trainers with a good reputation right now, but we would be unable to guarantee that they would hear us out or even that we would be successful in approaching them without giving up the secret to others in some form. On the other hand, if we keep increasing our trainer class we could approach them or others like them more easily. Edward agreed to Arya's suggestion. That's right. So, we need to step up our training. After retiring from active trainer status, we have both slacked in the training of our Pokémon, and while we have both succeeded in meeting the strength requirements for the next class, we could have been stronger if we had trained more seriously. Well, at least I have managed to fulfill the strength requirement for the next class. You told me you were still missing another gold stage Pokémon, Arya asserted. Well, Sky is not far from reaching the gold stage. It should take her no more than 2 months, and once she has done so, I will have fulfilled all requirements. Edward replied to his wife. Really? You already fulfill all other requirements? Arya asked astounded because she had not looked up what the requirements for the upgrade from senior class to expert class were. Neither had he told her the requirements, besides the need for 3 gold stage Pokémon. Yep, I have everything else covered. The requirements resemble the ones needed for the senior class. The first one is to have at least 6 Pokémon, which is exactly the same. The second one is to have earned at least 16 A rank badges, which, like with the Junior League before with B rank badges, is also the number of badges one needs to gain during one season to qualify for the Senior League. The third requirement is to have 3 Pokémon at the gold stage, and the last one is to have 3 or more at the silver stage. I fulfill all of them except for the third one. I am missing the third gold stage Pokémon, but as I said, Sky is going to upgrade soon. He explained, before seriously looking into Arya's eyes. Honey, sorry for ranting in front of you, and thank you for listening to me, while I let all of that off my chest. Voicing my worries and now thinking about measures to hopefully solve them, has eased my mind a lot. He told Arya, before hugging her. Of course, darling. Supporting each other is part of being married and you have done the same for me many times. As long as we have each other's backs and keep earnestly working towards our goals, I am sure we will succeed. Besides, I love you and you sharing your worries with me only makes me happy, because it shows that you trust me. Even if it took some time, I am happy that you told me your worries. Arya returned Edward's hug and reassured him. Thank you, and I love you too. Edward gave her a peck on the lips before he continued. Hopefully, we will be able to finish everything before the league tournaments start because that could delay our process by quite a bit. This year both the junior and senior tournaments are happening in the same year, so all bureaucratic procedures will most likely be delayed while the tournaments happen. HMPF, what bad luck. The junior league season takes 3 years, so the junior league tournament happens every 3 years. The senior league season on the other hand takes 5 years, so the senior league tournament happens every 5 years, which means both events take place in the same year every 15 years. To think that an occasion that happens only every 15 years, has to happen the year we want to upgrade our trainer class. Arya grumbled, and Edward appeased her. As I said, we should be done way before the tournaments start, so we should be able to avoid the hubbub following it. Sky should reach the gold stage in the next 2 months and I believe you should be able to catch and befriend a bronze stage Pokémon during that time as well, which leaves us with more than enough time to get the whole upgrade thing done. He told his wife. You're right. I think so too. Arya agreed with her husband before she asked him a question. Do you think we should visit one of the tournaments? I am pretty sure Mika would enjoy seeing it. Edward contemplated her suggestion. That's not a bad idea. We could do that, but let's wait a bit before coming to a decision. We don't know if anything is going to happen until then, but it is definitely a good idea. He told Arya. They once more shared a brief kiss, before they talked a bit about the incidents on Route 4. They decided for Arya to accompany Mikhail tomorrow, in case he wanted to visit Honey City tomorrow. As for the day after, they would decide that depending on the development of the situation. After that they decided to watch a funny movie, to laugh and relax a bit after the serious talk they just had. Once the movie was over they went to bed, knowing that they would have to be more serious about training from now on. Chapter 80, ch 1879, Shopping. The next day after he woke up, Mikhail remembered the news about the missing people on Route 4, and his promise to his parents, that he will stay either at home or in Honey City. Seems like another trip to the Bug Club is going to happen today, he thought to himself. He had actually been planning to turn Dial Day into his club day so that he could use the last day before the weekend to battle there. With that in mind, he made his way downstairs to eat his breakfast, before leaving for Honey City. While he was eating he felt his mother staring at him and she seemed to be thinking about something, and seeing how she was staring at him, it probably had to do with him. Right as he was done with his breakfast she seemed to have come to a decision, because her face gained a resolute look. Oh, boy, whatever she has been thinking about, it has to have been quite serious. I hope it's nothing bad, Mikhail thought before he heard his mother clear her throat. Mikhail, honey, I plan to visit Honeydew City. I want to get a 6th Pokémon, so before I try to find one in the wild, I decided to try my luck there to see if I can find one that appeals to me in one of the stores selling Pokémon, and I want you to accompany me, she said. What the hell? That's it? Give me back my feelings of worry and seriousness. Mikhail thought, relieved that it was nothing serious. Sure, Mom. I'll go with you to Honeydew City. I was only going to visit the Bug Club in Honey City anyway, so accompanying you instead is not a problem. He told her. That's good. I was actually planning to accompany you to Honey City and try my luck there, but I decided to change our destination to Honeydew City at the last moment because the probability of finding something good is higher there. His mother told him. No problem, Mikhail told her before he continued. Have you already decided what exactly you are going for? He asked his mother and she looked a bit contemplative before she answered my question. Yes, I have thought about it and I have also talked with your father about this topic. We decided that I would get a Pokémon with either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing. She told him, and he had to nod at that. All of those would help counter one of the types her Pokémon had not been covering until now. That's a great idea. Honestly, I think you should bring father along instead of me if you want to get lucky and find a good Pokémon at those stores, but I'll try my best to find you a good one. My luck is not bad as well, at least I think so, Mikhail said, while secretly adding, especially since I can just check their potential, in his head. I'm sure you can, honey. We'll use Sato to teleport over to Honeydew City. He should be able to reach there in 2 to 3 jumps. Since you're going to be accompanying me shopping, you won't need to wear your trainer gear, so please wear normal clothes, and no mask, or hat, please. His mother told him before she started to clean the table. After they were done cleaning and had changed into appropriate attire, they left the house and had Zeta teleport to Honey City first. After resting for a few minutes, Zeta teleported them to the teleportation hub of Honeydew City, since that had been the only place they had been to in this city. From the explanation of his parents that Mikhail remembered, Honeydew City had a bug-type gym, as well as a grass, flying, and normal hall. So, he expected those to be the most available types on the market, but he hoped they would have some Pokémon with good potential from the types his mother wanted. As long as they were available, Mikhail was sure he would identify them thanks to his observe function. His mother grabbed his hand and started to drag him along. I know where the best stores that sell Pokémon are, so we don't have to ask around, she said, while purposefully walking in a certain direction. Your father and I visited this city quite a few times during our journey, so I know my way around. Just keep following mommy and we will avoid any unnecessary detours as well as any subpar stores. His mother added shortly after. They kept walking for around 10 minutes until they stopped in front of a store called Poke Pals. How original, Mikhail thought sarcastically when he saw the signboard of the store. This is the first store on our list, so let's enter and see if they have any Pokémon of interest, his mother said, before entering the store with Mikhail following behind her. The stores we are visiting only have undetermined Pokémon available. In case someone wants to buy a Pokémon with an assessed potential, one has to call or inform them in advance, so that they can prepare the desired Pokémon beforehand, she explained while she strode right up to one of the counters. Before he could say anything, she addressed the employee. I would like to know if you have any Pokémon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokémon species are they and how many of them do you have? Certainly, madam. Of the typings you listed, we have Pokémon of the fire and electric type available. The fire-type Pokémon we have are Vulpix and Slugma, of which we have 8 and 12 respectively. As for the electric Pokémon we have, they are Pikachu and Voltorb. We have 16 and 10 of those respectively. The employee answered his mother, after looking up the information on their system. Excellent, we would like to take a look at them, his mother replied, and the employee nodded. He called over another employee and told her to lead us to the Pokémon. Did you notice that he did not mention their price? He did that because he wants us to see the Pokémon first. This way we won't simply leave because we find the price too high. Furthermore, in case we find one that we like, we are more likely to buy it even if it is pricier than expected after we have seen it ourselves instead of simply hearing the price, she quietly told him, and he nodded to show his understanding. Either way, we'll take a look at the Pokémon first. Inform me if one of them stands out to you in any positive way, his mother added. Unfortunately, the best one among the fire types was a Slugma with less than satisfactory potential. Species, Slugma. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, deep orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, magma armor. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. The best one among the electric types was a Voltorb that was also a bit underwhelming. Species, Voltorb. Gender, genderless. Type, electric. Potential, orange. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, soundproof. Talents, none. Affinities, electric. After they had seen all listed Pokémon, his mother gave him a look, but he simply shook his head. She nodded her head at his gesture, and they left the store, after thanking the employee, even if she was simply doing her job. The next store they visited was called Poke Dreams and he had to suppress a snort after seeing the store's name. For real, who names these things? These names are so cliché, it's hard to believe, Mikhail thought to himself as they were entering the store. His mother once more strode directly up to one of the counters and addressed the employee, without letting her say anything. I would like to know if you have any Pokémon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokémon species are they and how many of them do you have? She asked and the employee started looking up the relevant information. One moment, madam, she said, and shortly after she started listing the Pokémon they currently had on site. Of the typings you listed, we have Pokémon of the electric, dark, and ghost type available. The electric type Pokémon we have are 8 Pikachu and 14 Magnemite. The dark types we have are 9 Murkrow and 6 Poochyena. As far as ghost Pokémon are concerned, we have 4 Ghastly and 3 Misdreavus, the employee informed his mother. Species, Pikachu. Gender, female. Type, electric. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, static. Talents, none. Affinities, electric. The best one of the electric types was this Pikachu, but she was not good enough as well. He had hoped that they would maybe find a Magnemite with good potential because Magnezone were really strong Pokémon, but unfortunately, the best one only had light yellow potential. Species, Poochyena. Gender, male. Type, dark. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, dark. Amongst the dark type Pokemon he actually managed to discover a rather good one, even if he had no real interest in the species. He decided to shelve it for now, and in case they could not find a better Pokemon, he would inform his mother of this one. The ghost types had no Pokemon with better than orange potential. When his mother asked for his opinion, he told her that he maybe had a candidate, but he wanted to visit the other stores first. She nodded and they walked towards Tom and Thomas, which was the third store on his mother's list. After they entered, his mother once more strode directly up to one of the counters and addressed the employee, without letting him say anything. I would like to know if you have any Pokémon of either the fire, electric, ghost, or dark typing available. If so, which Pokémon species are they and how many of them do you have? She informed the employee, who started looking up the relevant information. Just a moment, madam, he said, and shortly after he started listing the Pokémon they currently had available. We currently have Pokémon of the fire and dark type available. The fire type Pokémon we have are 6 Vulpix, 11 Ponyta, and 7 Slugma. The dark types we have are 4 Sneasel and 8 Murkrow. The employee informed his mother. He had practically gotten used to that exchange by now because it kept repeating at each store. They visited the fire Pokémon first. The Vulpix and Slugma were useless, but one of the Ponyta turned out to be a surprise, and what a surprise it was. Species, Ponyta. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, light blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, run away, flash fire. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. He couldn't contain his surprise and wonder after seeing her, which his mother noticed. Did you like this one, honey? She asked him. I have a really good feeling about this one. Something is just telling me that we definitely need to buy this Ponyta. Mikhail answered her while emphasizing the need to buy this Ponyta. A light blue potential, unbelievable. He thought to himself, while subtly trying to get his mother to buy it or rather her. Okay, let's just take a look at the dark type Pokémon and after that, we can decide if we are going to buy any of them. His mother said to him, and the employee led them to the dark types. After checking them all he could not believe their luck. He had actually managed to find another good Pokémon among the dark types. Species, Sneasel. Gender, male. Type, dark, ice. Potential, green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, inner focus, keen eye. Talents, none. Affinities, dark, ice. One of the Sneasel turned out to have green potential, and if he had not seen the Ponyta, he would have made his mother buy this one, but he could not force his mother to buy both without seeming suspicious because of his insistence. This was why he decided to give up on the Sneasel, but he still told her about it. Mommy, this Sneasel gives me really good feelings as well, but the Ponyta still feels better. He told her with a slightly disappointed look. Really, that's great. So, why do you look down if you have found another Pokémon that you think is good? She asked, seeing his look. I am just slightly disappointed that we are going to miss one of them because you want to buy one of them, Mikhail answered her question. Really? She asked him and he answered with, really, before he added to it. Those two give me the best feeling out of all the Pokémon we have seen until now, and among the two, Ponyta is the better one. His mother gained a pensive look after listening to him. Maybe it is his psychic and aura abilities giving him an inkling into the potential of the Pokémon he meets. If that is the case then I definitely need to get the Ponyta, but by his reaction, the Sneasel is nothing to sneeze at either. She contemplated. Shortly after she came to a decision and nodded to herself. She turned to the employee that had been guiding them and pointed at the Sneasel while asking for its price. When Mikhail tried to tell her something, most likely trying to revert her focus to the Ponyta, she stopped him, and he did. 670.000 poke. The employee told her the price of the Sneasel, and she had to nod at that. It was an acceptable price for a Pokémon of a good species at the upper spectrum of the iron stage, especially if its potential is good. What about the Ponyta we have seen before? I asked and I could see Mikhail sigh in relief at that. 590.000 poke, the employee promptly answered. That was an acceptable price as well, and the price difference between the two was normal since Sneasel were in general rarer than Ponyta. Buying one of them is definitely no problem, but if I buy both of them then I'll have to dip into my reserves quite a bit. She thought to herself, before coming to a decision. I'll take the Sneasel, she said and her boy's head snapped in her direction as soon as she said that. She had to chuckle a bit at that. Certainly, madam. Would that be all? The employee asked and she shook her head. I also want to buy one of the Ponyta we have previously seen. She answered and she saw her son relax at that. In that case please follow me, said the employee after getting the Pokeball of the Sneasel they wanted and recalling it. They went back to the Ponyta and Mikhail pointed out the Ponyta he mentioned. After the employee recalled that one as well, they went to the cash register and paid for them. She had not expected to expend so much but she decided to trust her son's intuition, so she swiftly paid the 1.260.000 poke. After they left the store with her two new Pokémon, Mikhail hugged her, thanking her for trusting him, and she returned the hug while telling him that she naturally trusted him. Since they had gotten what they wanted, she decided to simply stroll around for a bit, before eating lunch and returning home. She would perform the checkup of their potential on another day, since she had to apply for it first, and she currently did not want to do that. Chapter 81, CH 1980, Not So Idle, Idle Week. It had been 6 days since he had helped his mother with choosing her new Pokémon, and he had to say it had been an amusing yet idle time for him. Idle, because he still could not continue his journey towards the coast, and amusing, because of the consequences of his action in helping his mother. Before they had returned from Honeydew City, his mother had reserved a potential check for her new Pokémon on the next day. So, the next morning after breakfast, he accompanied his mother to the test center in Honeydew City. She told him that all Tier 6 and many Tier 5 cities had such test centers available and that they were established by the Alliance so that trainers could check the potential of their Pokémon for a respectable fee. She mentioned that the fee was priced as it was to prevent lower-ranked trainers from mass catching and releasing Pokémon since it would cost a fortune for them to pay for a huge number of tests. As far as higher-ranked trainers were concerned, the high price made no big difference to them, because being strong paid well enough that the price was affordable enough. Now, from what he had seen/heard during their visit, the actual price seemed to be divided into 4, depending on the stage of the Pokémon that was being checked. The reason the League wanted to prevent that was that such actions usually led to an unacceptable increase in the number of Pokémon tides. The Alliance had witnessed such events in its history and did not want a repeat. They outlawed the willful mass capture by organizations and created a permit that was necessary for any such action. Organizations that tried to do so without a permit were prosecuted harshly, but for individuals that mascot Pokémon to check their potential, another measure was found. The Alliance did not want to interfere even more with their trainers, so they found a compromise by increasing the price of the test. Of the 4 options, only 3 were available at the test center they visited. Still, it did kind of make sense, since the stronger the Pokémon the higher the cost, which meant that those of the 4th category were extremely strong, thus rare. So, procuring the necessary equipment for the test center was not worth the cost. Checking Iron to Silver stage Pokémon cost 100.000 Poke. The cost for Gold stage Pokémon was 1.000.000 Poke, and the cost for Dark Gold stage Pokémon was 10.000.000 Poke. Following that trend, Mikhail assumed that the next stage would cost 100.000.000 Poke, which was a massive sum in his eyes. The test itself happened behind closed doors and was executed by equipment produced by the Alliance. The results were encrypted before they were saved in one of the databases of the Alliance, and it seemed that no more than 100 people worldwide had the privilege to access those databases. The result of the test was then printed out by a specialized printer, produced by the Alliance, that sealed the paper so that no one could check the result before the owner of the Pokémon. At least not without breaking the seal, which would expose them. Anyway, his mother paid 200.000 Poke to have the potential of her Pokémon tested. After they returned her Pokémon together with the test results, she was astonished by the result. Mikhail had known what those results were going to be, thanks to his observe function, which was superior to the means of the Alliance. The same could not be said about his mother, who according to her own words expected the potential of her new Pokémon to be 3 stars, or at most 4 stars. So, when she broke the seal and saw the result with her own eyes, she was really surprised. It is quite funny to see the pupils of someone widen like that, especially when their face also shows an astonished look. Still, she managed to school her face quite fast, and put away the paper and her Pokeballs, before leaving the test center with him in tow. After they had left the test center, he asked his mother about the test results, since he, obviously, had no way to know the results without her telling him. She quietly told him that Ponyta had 5-star potential and that Sneasel had 4-star potential. After that, she added that they would talk more in a moment and led him towards a park. Once they sat down on one of the benches, she let out Emerald and told her to make sure no one was listening in on them. After that, she turned towards him with a serious look and asked him more about the feeling he told her about during their shopping trip yesterday. He told her that if he came really close to some Pokémon, or if he touched them, then he would get a certain feeling from them. The stronger the feeling the better, but most Pokémon gave of a weak feeling, like most of the Pokémon they had checked yesterday. They quietly talked a bit more about it and he stuck to his story the whole time. After they were done talking, they visited Poke Dreams, the store where they had seen the Poochyena with light green potential, and his mother asked him to point out the one he told her about yesterday. She bought him after he identified the right one, and then she asked him to compare the feeling the Poochyena gave him with the feeling her Sneasel and Ponyta gave him. He told her that Poochyena gave of the same feeling as her Sneasel, and she nodded at that. She made another appointment at the test center for the next day and they returned home. During and after dinner they talked about what had happened that day and they decided that if the result really came out as Mikhail had told her, then they would occasionally take him to stores selling Pokémon, to see if there were any Pokémon worth buying. In case they found some, they would check their potential at different test centers after a while, before selling those they did not want to keep for profit. So, after they verified that the Poochyena did indeed possess a 4-star potential, his mother took him around multiple shops for the next 2 days to check out certain species if there were any with good potential. He naturally could not check every single Pokémon inside a store since that would take too much time, so his mother would ask the employees which species they had available, and then she would choose some of them for him to check out. He spent the next 2 days checking a huge number of Pokémon for their potential. They visited around 30 small as well as large stores that sold Pokémon during that time, and he did indeed manage to find some Pokémon with good potential. He was not exactly sure how many Pokémon he had checked during that time, but he was confident that it was more than 1,000. Out of that number, he had located 6 Pokémon with 4-star potential and 1 with 5-star potential. At least that would be their potential according to the Alliance standard. The one with 5 stars was a light blue Hoot Hoot, and the 4 stars were a light green Pidgey, a light green Pikachu, a light green Centaurette, a green Sandshrew, a green Voltorb, as well as a deep green Sunkern. Since they did not plan to keep any of these Pokémon, they decided to sell them all. They gave the Pokémon to his father, who spent some time on Kyodai to take 4 Pokémon to the test center in Lime City and 3 Pokémon to the test center in Emerald City. After Edward saw that Mikhail's feeling was accurate once again, he went around the stores of both cities to check out the prices of the species they had bought. Once he had an estimate, Edward went around different stores to sell all 8 Pokémon. After some haggling, he managed to sell the 5-star Hoot Hoot for 3.200.000 poke, and the 7 4-star Pokémon for 4.365.000 poke. So, after subtracting their expenditures, they earned 4.435.000 poke. Mikhail saw the happy look on his mother's face after she heard how much they earned from simply reselling some Pokémon and decided that it had been a good idea to tell them about his feeling. They talked about the reselling business after celebrating for a bit and came to the decision to reserve 1 week every 3 months for the whole thing. Mikhail and his mother would spend 5 days going around stores to buy any Pokémon that caught Mikhail's fancy, and his father would spend the weekend selling those Pokémon. Additionally, it was also possible to keep one of the Pokémon, in case one of them really wanted the Pokémon for their team. Anyway, that had happened yesterday, and today while they were watching the Grauday evening news, they saw that there has been major progress on the missing case on Route 4. Apparently, the investigators had managed to track down the suspect, after said suspect released all missing people except for one. The suspect turned out to be a Tangela, that used to belong to the last missing person. As it turns out, the Tangela had been abused by its trainer and had been enduring the abuse for quite a while. After it managed to break through to the gold stage, it rebelled against its trainer. It first put to sleep the Persian of his trainer and then broke its Pokeball. Afterward, it beat the crap out of its former trainer, before he could call out any of his other Pokémon. The others did not come out of their own violation, because they did not like him enough to muster the effort it took to leave the ball on their own. The reason for the other missing people was that some people tried to interfere when they saw the actions of Tangela. Tangela beat their Pokémon, and captured them, taking away their Pokeballs, after forcing them to switch them to sustenance mode, because they interfered. After that, it took everyone involved into the Viridian Forest, where it made those people help it build a home for itself as punishment. It provided them with berries as well as water. After they were done, and Tangela was satisfied, it returned their belongings and released them all, except for its former trainer. The investigators found and caught it after that. After a thorough investigation, it was decided that it would work for the Alliance at one of their plantations for 6 months, before being released to the Viridian Forest. The reason for such a lenient verdict was that it did not harm anyone except for its former trainer, and even made sure the others were alright during their time with it. Additionally, it promised to help teach a move it knew to one of the Pokémon of every trainer it abducted. As for the former trainer of Tangela, he did not have as much luck. During the investigation, it came to light that the guy did not only abuse Tangela but also all his other Pokémon, except for his starter Persian. Tangela was simply the one that got the worst of it. Additionally, the guy seemed to have done some minor crimes such as petty theft and running away after losing. His sentence was pretty harsh, I think, which showed that the Alliance did not like those that abused their Pokémon. He was forced to release all his Pokémon except for his Persian and was sentenced to 5 years of jail, as well as a 10 years service at the border. According to his parents, the guy would have a really hard time at the jail, because most people disliked people that abused their own Pokémon, a bit like with child molesters in his old world. Furthermore, his time at the border would probably be even harder until he caught new Pokémon and trained them while doing his service. Mikhail asked them if it wouldn't be dangerous if the guy returned even stronger after 10 years at the border, but his parents assured him that after 10 years of service, the military would have instilled some serious discipline and acceptable principles into the guy. Mikhail went to bed that day happy that he could resume his trip to the coast tomorrow, which also happened to be the first day of the new week. Chapter 82, CH 20, 81, Route 4, 1. It has been 3 days since I have resumed my trip towards the coast after we heard that the case on Route 4 had been solved, and during this time I have managed to cover half the distance towards the next milestone of my journey, Leaf City. Leaf City is the next Tier 5 city on Route 4 after Honey City, on the way to Viridian City. The distance between Honey City and Leaf City is around 300 kilometers, and during the last 3 days, I had already left 150 kilometers behind me. Like always, I kept NYX, my Eevee, Zayto, and Butterfree outside their balls to accompany me while walking as well as a safety measure. The others were chilling inside my space since I did not want to keep them in their balls if they didn't want or have to. Anyway, my guys and gal were happy that we could start going out again, so they were really active during our trips. Thanks to that, we managed to find 4 more new useful materials. The first one was found by Zayto on our first day. It was a psychic seed that he felt about halfway through the day. Name, Psychic Seed. Type, Psychic. Class, E. Uses, it's a seed that has absorbed Shinic energy from the environment. Contains Shinic energy and can be used as a supplement to help Psychic-type Pokémon. When consumed while under the effect of psychic terrain, then the consumer receives a temporary boost in their energy density. The second item was discovered by none other than NYX. On the second day, during one of her check UPS on shrubs she believes could be interesting, she actually managed to find something. Name, Balanced Root. Type, Neutral. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that is saturated in neutral energy. Contains neutral energy and can be used as a supplement to help normal-type Pokémon. I was actually curious how that root came to be and expanded the description of the material since I generally made the observe screen only show the important bit. Name, balanced root. Type, neutral. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that is saturated in neutral energy from a plant that has somehow absorbed too much neutral energy. The plant concentrates the excess energy it cannot convert or contain inside a part of its roots, which then gets separated from the main root to prevent the plant from getting overloaded. Contains neutral energy and can be used as a supplement to help normal-type Pokémon. It was interesting to know, and it showed how resilient plants were. Some even had a function like lizards that separated their tails to escape dangerous situations. The third and fourth materials were found on the third day, which was yesterday, by Butterfree and NYX respectively. Butterfree found a sweet leaf. Name, sweet leaf. Type, plant. Class, E. Uses, it's a leaf that is really sweet. Can be used as a supplement and as food. It gives the taste of nearly everything a sweet tone. Can give a little temporary energy boost, which helps the consumer to stay active. As for NYX, she found a Moon's Buttercup. Name, Moon's Buttercup. Type, plant. Class, E. Uses, it's a flower that has absorbed lunar energy. Can be used as a supplement and contains lunar energy. Pokémon that prefer the night can make the most of this flower. Besides those materials, nothing new was found. The Pokémon I saw were still of the same variety and none of the ones I bothered to check had any good potential. Don't get me wrong, I still check every single Pokémon I encounter, but only those of the species I find interesting enough. I had actually stopped checking out every Caterpie, Weedle, Rattata, Centaurette, or Paras I encountered. There were too many of them, and nearly none of them had any decent potential, so I decided to ignore them. In case I want any of them in the future, I could check out the stores. The same could naturally be done for all Pokémon, but it was more of a balance of interest, time, and encounter rate that led me to that decision. Anyway, where was I? Today is the 4th day since I restarted my trips, and half of the day is already over. We just finished our lunch and are resuming our walk. 10 minutes later I noticed some traces 10 meters from my current path that were different from those of the Pokémon we had encountered until now. Curious about which Pokémon they belonged to, and excited to see something different, I went up to check them out. After the novelty of walking outside passes, all that walking can get a bit monotonous, and if not for the occasional trainer battle or new discovery, I would have probably been bored. So, things like these traces were welcome distractions for me. From what I could make out, the traces were caused by a bipedal Pokémon, since there was always a single pair of footprints. The depth of the footprint tells me that the owner does not belong to the super heavy or heavyweight class, so Pokémon like Snorlax can be excluded. Our current location excludes a large number of options, like Radon or Golem. Only Pokémon living in or near forests, as well Pokémon living on plains should be around, so Pokémon like Nidoking or Primeape are possible. Or at least they would have been, if not for the shape of the footprint. The footprint shows that the owner has a 3-nailed foot shape, so Nidoking, with his single-nailed foot, or Primeape with his 2-toed foot get eliminated as well. That leaves us with Kangaskhan, Scyther, Pinsir, and Ursaring. I removed Teddiursa because the footprint is too large to belong to one. The form of the foot and position of the nails allows us to exclude Pinsir from the suspect list as well. Wait, Kangaskhan can be removed as well since the middle nail of Kangaskhan is generally longer than the 2 outer nails, which is not the case here. That leaves me with Scyther and Ursaring as the most likely candidates, at least of the Pokémon that are common near areas like these in Kanto. Now I am currently leaning more towards Scyther since their feet are wider than those of Ursaring, and these prints fit that category, but the difference is not large enough to be sure. So, I need additional information before I can come to a conclusion. Let's check for other traces along the path the footprints left behind. In case it is a Scyther, there should be some cut marks somewhere along the way, left behind by its sickles. If it's an Ursaring, then there would be some claw marks along the way. At least, I am guessing that they left behind some other traces. I am pretty sure the Pokémon is alone, or at least it was alone when it was here. There is no second set of footprints, so as long as the second Pokémon did not keep stepping on the exact same place as the first, then the Pokémon is alone. That does not mean that it is not part of a group, just that it's walking around on its own. I follow the footprints for around 200 meters until the first useful clue turns up. Up to this point, the Pokémon had an obstruction-free path, but here it encountered some vegetation that hampered its road. It cleaned up the obstructions, and after checking the broken branches that were left behind, I can exclude Scyther. The reason for this is pretty simple. If the Pokémon had been a Scyther, then the breaking point of the leftover branches would be smooth, since it would have used its sickle arms to cut them apart. That is not the case here. The braces that I just checked looked more like they were slashed apart by claws, which points to Ursaring. Now the question is, do I keep following the tracks left behind what is most likely an Ursaring? Ultimately, I decide to follow them, because of a few reasons. First of all, we are still on Route 4, so the Ursaring should be below the gold stage. Since the strongest Pokémon on the routes are generally kept below the gold stage. Since it is at most at the high, silver stage, I should have no problem escaping it if it proves too strong for us, which would include everything above the low, silver stage. If we are strong enough to beat it and its potential is good enough, I plan to capture it. Even if it is too strong, it could lead me to other Ursaring or even a few Teddiursa. So, I decide to keep following the traces. I follow the tracks while keeping the sounds I make to a minimum, and for the next 20 minutes, I discover a few more traces that make me sure that it is an ursaring that I am following. The occasional markings I see lead me to the conclusion that it is marking its territory, so I begin to believe that it is relatively new to the area. Another 15 minutes later I hear some sounds in front of me and all of us make maximum effort to be quiet and inconspicuous. Then I see it less than 100 meters in front of me. It is actually an ursaring, so my conclusion turned out to be right. Since I want to know how strong it is, I recall my Pokémon except for Zayto. I tell him to stay put and quietly approach the ursaring. Once I am near enough, I use my telekinesis to check its status. Unfortunately, at least for me, the ursaring notices my action, more like it feels my telekinesis coming in contact with its body. It warily looks around and manages to spot me. Seeing that I have been spotted, I run towards Zayto and tell him to teleport us away, which he promptly does. The last thing I see before being teleported is ursaring launching a hyper beam. Once I see that I am at the entrance of Honey City, I check the status screen of the ursaring I tactically retreated from and promptly plop to the ground trembling a bit. I have never been so grateful to have a Pokémon that knew teleport, or that could have ended really badly. The reason for my slight panic is what I have seen of ursaring's status. Species, ursaring. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, green. Stage, gold stage, low. All I could think once I saw that was thank everything that is holy that I ran away the moment it discovered me. The second thing I do is facepalming because I remember that I could have entered my space if I had recalled Zayto beforehand as well, but because of my excitement, I had forgotten that that was an option. I wait there for 1 hour just talking with Zayto before I decide to return to the place we saw the ursaring. This should give the ursaring enough time to calm down and leave the area. Once Zayto teleports me back to the place I look around. As I assumed the ursaring is no longer around, but the area itself is a bit destroyed. I could see the traces left behind by the hyperbeam the ursaring fired at me, and some destroyed trees, that it probably destroyed in anger when it saw me escape. The reason I returned to this place is that I plan to follow its tracks once more. I know that I have no chance to do anything to the ursaring itself, but I am hoping that by following its tracks, I will be able to find its home. There I hope to find some Teddy Ursa or some weaker ursaring. In case I get detected, I plan to hide inside my space this time, so I recall Zayto. After that, I start to follow ursaring's tracks once more. After following the track for more than an hour, I finally arrive at its home. I make sure to keep quiet because I can see the ursaring resting there and it is not alone. Chapter 83, CH 21, 82, Route 4, 2. The place my stalking has brought me to is an area that has a cave entrance. I can currently see 3 ursaring and 7 Teddy Ursa relaxing in front of the cave mouth. It seems like the ursaring are keeping an eye on the Teddy Ursa, while they are playing around. 2 of the ursaring are slightly smaller than the third one, so I assume that they are female, while the taller one is male, but I could be wrong even if I don't think I am. Now the question is, are these 3 ursaring parents with a grown child, or does the sleuth compose of 2 or more families? I am actually leaning more towards there being more than one family, because of the high number of Teddy Ursa that I can see. I could be wrong and those 3 could actually be 1 male and 2 female ursaring. In that case good for him, but I still think that the sleuth is made up of multiple families. This would mean there could be more Teddy Ursa and ursaring inside the cave, or that some ursaring are currently out either procuring food or patrolling their territory, maybe both. I have to consider all these points if I don't want to experience a bad surprise while trying to approach them. Now, one would think, are you out of your mind? Why would you try to approach an area with so many ursaring? And I can only say that I want to check the potential of the Teddy Ursa. Now that I am here and have seen so many Teddy Ursa, I want to see if one of them has good enough potential to be worth any risk. I have already given up on the ursaring, because they are too strong, which means not only that I can't beat them, but also that they have lost multiple chances to increase their potential. This means that they would have to have really good potential to be worth catching. For me, the stronger the Pokémon before capture, the higher its potential needs to be. The lower its strength, the lower the potential requirement. At least it's like this for Pokémon that I want to join my team. If it is just for the sake of having them, then my requirements are a bit lower. Personally, for a bronze stage Pokémon, I would prefer deep green potential, but if it is from a rare species I would reluctantly accept green potential as well. If it's at the silver stage then green potential won't make the cut for my team at all, but I could capture it as a gift for my parents, or to sell it. Anyway, I decided to observe the cave, the bears, and the area for a while to see if I can find an opportunity to check out the Teddy Ursa and to see if I could capture one of them without getting caught by the ursaring. For the next 20 minutes, nothing different happens. The Teddy Ursa are playing around and the ursaring are relaxing while keeping an eye on the Teddy Ursa. Then I see one of the ursaring looking at the sky, and I think it is checking the time because it calls out to the others afterward. The Teddy Ursa hearing the yell and gather in front of the ursaring. Once all the Teddy Ursa stand in front of the ursaring start to talk to each other before one of them addresses the Teddy Ursa, who sit down. After that 2 of the ursaring walk into the cave, while one of them stays behind to watch over the Teddy Ursa. A short while later, I see the 2 ursaring returning with multiple things in their arms. The smaller one sets down the large leaves she brought, and the larger one puts down the berries in its arms on them. Seems like they don't want to eat dirt or earth. They return to the cave, and upon seeing that I release a relieved sigh. Their behavior leads me to believe that there are no more ursaring inside the cave. A few moments later they return once more, this time with the bodies of 3 rithicate and 7 rattata, that are swiftly deposited on the leaves as well. Once they are done with that, the group starts to eat. The teddy ursa eat a rattata each together with some berries, and the ursaring do the same just with a rithicate instead. After everyone has eaten his portion, the ursaring dig a hole and put the leftovers inside before refilling the hole. Then they gather together and walk in a certain direction. I discreetly follow them, and a few minutes later I start to hear the sound of running water. A bit later I see the bears drinking water from a small creek, and I have to say they have chosen a great place to live. Access to water, a nice cave, and most likely no one strong enough to harm them. What is confusing me is that the trainers working for the Alliance that are tasked with patrolling the routes are allowing them to stay around. I mean, I understand that this area is only in the fringe area of the routes, but according to what I had learned, the Pokémon in these areas are supposed to be below the gold stage. Still, that could be deliberate as well. Something like mini-bosses for the routes. If that was the case, then there could be other Pokémon at other parts of the route that were just as strong as the ursaring. Maybe that was the way for the Alliance to stimulate and challenge those that want to be challenged like that. I mean, no one forces trainers to walk along the fringes after all. Anyway, a few minutes after the group returns to their home, I get my opportunity to check their potential, in the form of the 4th ursaring returning from wherever it had been. Now, most people would ask how the return of the 4th ursaring gave me any chance to check their status. Well, it is what followed its return that gave me the chance. After it came back, it spoke with the other ursaring, and shortly after 2 of them followed it back where it came from. Seeing that there is only a single ursaring around, I decided that the risk of approaching them is low enough for me to risk it, so I quietly approach the teddy ursa. 100 meters away from them, I decide to use my telekinesis to lift myself up a few centimeters and levitate myself the last 60 to 70 meters, to avoid making any sounds while walking. In the same vein, my use of telekinesis helps me keep my smell from spreading. I cautiously approach the group, and once I am near enough to check their stats, I stop. Then I wait for a short while to see if they will detect me or not, and once I am sure that I am in the clear, I start checking their status. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. The first does not notice my telekinesis coming into contact with its body, and after checking its potential, it turns out to be a dud, so I directly move on to the next one. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. This one is a dud as well. I simply continue with the rest of the teddy ursa. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. This one turns out better than the previous 2, but just light green potential is not really worth the risk of kidnapping him. At least not for the current me. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, light green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, honey gather. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Among the next 3, the first 2 are totally uninteresting, while the third is a bit more interesting. She is at the low, bronze stage with light green potential, and she has a hidden ability instead of one of the standard ones. Nonetheless, while that is interesting, it is still not enough for me to risk anything. After that, I have pretty much written off this group of teddy ursa, but I still decide to check out the last one. It's a matter of principle, and who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and that one has at least green potential. Species, teddy ursa. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral. Yes, hell yes. I was starting to think that these guys were having a severe case of inferior fertilizer, but thankfully at least one of the teddy ursa turned out to be not a disappointment. I think to myself. Happy with my find, I quietly retreat for the moment to wait for a good opportunity to nap that one without dying in the process. Around 20 minutes after my retreat, the 3 ursaring return with the bodies of 1 Firo, 1 Seeking, and 5 Rithicate. It looks like the returner called them over to carry over its prey. They directly carry them into the cave, and after they come out again, they deliver me my second opportunity. It looks like they are planning to collectively hold a nap, which seems a bit reckless in my opinion, because they could be ambushed while they were sleeping, but it seems like they were confident in their safety. Most likely because of their strength. The largest one lays down at the entrance to the cave, effectively blocking it. The other 3 lay down in such a way that they form a triangle with the Teddiursa in the middle. As for the reason why they are napping outside and not in the cave, I can only speculate that they want to nap under the sun. I am really starting to believe that they are overconfident like this because they know that they are the strongest group of Pokémon around this place. Otherwise, this kind of seemingly reckless behavior makes no sense, but it provides me with a great chance, so I am not complaining at all. I wait for a bit more than 5 minutes to make sure that all of them are asleep before quietly and carefully approaching the group of Teddiursa. Once I am in range for my Shinic abilities, I use my Shinic energy to carefully cover my target in my energy, so that I can pull it in my space without waking it up. I am naturally keeping an eye on the napping Ursaring while doing that, in case they wake up while I am busy. I don't want Teddiursa to resist my energy, because that would keep me from taking him in. Not to mention that any struggle would most likely wake up the others, which would be pretty bad. Just as my energy finishes covering the Teddiursa's lower body, he turns around. I freeze, stopping any kind of movement, even holding my breath, and my heart leaps up to my throat. I slowly relax again, seeing no further movement, and I resume my effort. My energy keeps covering more and more of Teddiursa's body, from its lower body up to its upper torso. Once my energy reaches his throat, one of the Ursaring twitches, making me freeze once more, mentally cursing it for scaring me like that. After waiting a moment to make sure that it is not waking up, I resume covering the Teddiursa in my energy. 3 seconds later I am done, which allows me to place him inside my space. Those were the most nerve-wracking 40 seconds of my life, I think to myself. Happy with my success, I briefly contemplate if I should leave them something in exchange for Teddiursa, like a mountain of berries or something like that, but I decided against it. Since I achieved my goal, I quietly and carefully retreat away from the area, and once I am far enough I call out Zato, to have him teleport me home. As for the reactions of the Ursaring, after waking up from their nap, once they notice one of their Teddiursa missing, that's not my concern. Chapter 84, ch 22, 83, Teddiursa. Mikhail looked around after their escape and saw that Zato had brought them to his room. He relaxed a bit, slightly releasing the tension that had built up during his latest stunt. He walked up to his bed and sat down. Now that he was safe, decided to check up on his newest guest. He told Zato to keep an eye out and entered his space. Teddiursa's habitat was a clearing with a single small hill that had a cave. It was positioned in the western area and was 1,400 sqm big. He saw Teddiursa lying on the grass beside the entrance to the cave, and apparently, Teddiursa had slept through the whole thing, which to be fair only took seconds. Still, this did not bother him in the slightest. He took out a common ball and quickly balled him while he was still sleeping. Once the capture was complete, he let Teddiursa out once more. He had to chuckle when he saw that the fellow was still sleeping. Mikhail decided to check out Teddiursa's complete status before he woke him up. Name, none. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Age, +4 year. Type, normal. Potential, light blue, 62.4%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, pickup, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, low. Vitality, F. Strength, F. Endurance, G. Agility, G. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Immunity, ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, sleeping. Content. Masteries, neutral energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, lick, beginner, scratch, beginner, sweet scent, beginner, play nice, beginner, charm, beginner, brick break, beginner, fire punch, beginner, fury swipes, proficient, feint attack, proficient, slash, proficient. He had to nod at what he saw. Teddiursa's age proved that it was still relatively young but not too young, which was good. The potential boost Teddiursa received improved his potential to light blue, and looking at the percentage, Mikhail could infer that Teddiursa's potential had been deep green by the slightest of margins. The talent and quirk sections were empty, which happened to Mikhail for the first time, but that was alright. Truthfully, he had been a bit too lucky as far as the talent section was concerned. I mean, those were supposed to be really rare, but every single one of his 6 main Pokémon, except for Butterfree, had one. So, he was not complaining that Teddiursa did not gain a talent. As for having no quirk, that simply meant that he had no characteristics that stood out, which was not a bad thing as far as he was concerned. The artificial part of the bond section was normal as well, but it wouldn't stay that way for too long, hopefully, because he was hoping that Teddiursa would warm up to him during their time together. For now, the artificial bond together with the friendly feeling from Mikhail's aura and the friendly function of his space should make Teddiursa accept his new situation pretty fast. The fact that he was not sapient yet also helped. Pokémon that did not receive any mental stimulation from the outside as his own Pokémon did, had certain periods where they gained sapience. For normal types, it was between high, bronze and low, silver stage. The Ursaring line generally gained sapience during the high, bronze stage. Mikhail did not know what would happen first. Would the mental stimulus from his use of telepathy help Teddiursa gain sapience early, or would Teddiursa reach the high, bronze stage first? Moving on, His parameters are at the limit of the low bronze stage, which was a happy surprise. From what he saw, it wouldn't take too long for Teddiursa to reach the mid-bronze stage. Teddiursa had the standard strengths and weaknesses all normal types had, and the only surprise as far as moves were concerned were Fire Punch and Brick Break. Moves he had most likely learned from the Ursaring from his previous group. The relatively low number of moves and their lukewarm mastery was not really surprising for him. Teddiursa was still young, and most wild Pokémon did not focus too much on the mastery of their moves until they were older or much stronger. Most of the time they focused on their parameters first, and moves came second. After he was done with checking Teddiursa's status, Mikhail took out a few Oran berries as well as a few raspberries and put them beside Teddiursa. Then he took out one of the Magikarp with the worst potential from his subspace, which was deep orange by the way. Once the struggling, since it was outside of water, Magikarp was in front of him, he used his telekinesis to let it float. After that he focused on his Shinik energy and created one of his Shinik daggers, which he then proceeded to ram into the head of the Magikarp, aiming for the brain, twice to kill it. The first strike broke its defense, the second killed it. He managed to do it so easily because it was only at the low iron stage, thus much weaker than him. As for why he was not hurling despite killing his first Pokémon, well, the Magikarp was not sapient yet, and that meant it was nothing more than an intelligent fish in his eyes. He had caught, killed, and cleaned fish in his previous life, so besides the fact that it was a Pokémon, he had no difficulty with killing it. Had it been sapient, he would have probably shown a completely different reaction, because honestly, he was still a bit queasy about killing another sapient being. But that was a problem for future him. The reason he killed the Magikarp was that he planned to give it to Teddiursa as food. Not only did that satisfy Teddiursa's hunger, but it also kept low-potential Magikarp out of the gene pool, so two pigeons with one stone. Once he had everything ready, he called out to the Teddiursa to wake him up. Hearing his voice, Teddiursa started to stir and woke up. Teddiursa sat up and looked around confused by his new surroundings until he saw Mikhail. He tilted his head and called out confused. Mikhail used his aura speech to convey his friendliness towards Teddiursa before he addressed him. Teddiursa, do you know what trainers are? Mikhail asked him, and Teddiursa nodded at that. That's good. I captured you and I am your trainer, he informed him. Teddiursa's reaction confused Mikhail a bit. He had expected Teddiursa to be upset that he had been separated from his sleuth, but contrary to his expectations, Teddiursa seemed to be more upset that he got caught without a battle. After talking for a while, he learned that Teddiursa was at the age to decide if he wanted to stay with the sleuth or if he wanted to leave the group and live on his own until he made a sleuth of his own. Teddiursa was planning to leave and he had told his parents as much. This meant that he, probably, did not cause the Ursaring to go on a rampage, simply because Teddiursa was missing, which was great. It was one of those protagonist luck moments that only happen to main characters in stories, but he was certainly not complaining. He had been afraid that he had caused the Ursaring to go on a rampage, which would have probably ended with him being unable to resume his journey through Route 4 for a multitude of reasons. Nonetheless, it seemed he had dodged the bullet, so that was a relief of epic proportion. Mikhail gave Teddiursa the usual spiel with never going hungry again, while pointing towards the berries and the Magikarp, and with helping him become as strong as possible, appealing to the common desire of all beings, which was being full and getting strong. Teddiursa started to eat and he kept eating while they were talking. They came to an agreement. Teddiursa was cool with the whole me being his trainer thing, but he wanted his capture fight. Additionally, Mikhail had to promise that he would never mention that Teddiursa had been captured while he was asleep to any outsider, including his parents. Only his other Pokémon were allowed to know, and that was only because Zato already knew. Mikhail readily agreed to Teddiursa's request, because frankly, it was something ridiculously easy and it was always better to gain the full cooperation of your Pokémon from the very beginning. That made the whole training thing much easier. As for the battle Teddiursa wanted, Mikhail brought over Mothra for the fight. The whole thing was over pretty quickly. The only remotely dangerous move for Mothra that Teddiursa had was Fire Punch, and he had warned Mothra of it. So, she simply spammed confusion until Teddiursa was beaten, which did not take too long, because of their strength difference. After his defeat, Teddiursa wholeheartedly accepted his new position, and he gained respect for Mothra as well. Mikhail planted an Oran berry tree and a raspberry tree beside Teddiursa's cave. Afterward, he told him that he was not allowed to hurt or eat any of the other Pokémon inside this place. Then he allowed Teddiursa and Mothra to talk among themselves and left his space. Once outside, he briefed Zato on the happening inside his space and he saw Zato releasing a sigh of relief. He thanked Zato for keeping an eye out and they went downstairs. They relaxed until dinner, and when his parents asked him how his day had been, he told them that it had been okay, not mentioning his little tryst with the Ursaring. Tomorrow was Dial Day, and he had actually planned to visit the Bug Club that day, but he decided otherwise. He was going to continue his trip along Route 4 instead. He had to stay at home during the weekend, so wanted to use Dial Day to cover some more distance, since his adventure with the Ursaring had distracted him today. The next day he did exactly as he had planned. He walked along Route 4, only occasionally stopping to check some materials or Pokémon, without participating in any battles. He had to mention that he heard nothing about any kind of Ursaring rampage, so that was great. He did not encounter any Ursaring during the rest of the day as well, which meant they were not hunting after him, which was even better. He had been a bit worried about that because he had been uncertain if they had noticed any scent he may have left behind during his maneuvers. Still, Teddy Ursa had been right, and no negative waves had followed his plunge. At the end of the day, he managed to cover around 70 kilometers, which left about 80 kilometers to leave city. When he returned home, he was happy with his progress and his parents noticed his chipper mood as well. They asked him what made him so happy today and he told them he was simply happy with his progress. During the weekend he stayed at home, and he noticed that his parents were a bit more active as trainers than before. The reason he said that was that he saw them training their Pokémon more than usual, especially his mother. She focused mostly on her newcomers, but she didn't neglect her other Pokémon, and she was not alone in this. His father trained his Pokémon more than usual as well. Generally, his parents trained their Pokémon 2 to 3 hours per day during the weekends, one half on Kyo Day and the other half on Grau Day. Nonetheless, this time around they extended that time to 4 to 5 hours and they trained all their Pokémon at the same time, or at least they tried to train as many at once as possible. Naturally, they did not focus on only one Pokémon but kept an eye on everyone, and gave advice or instructions whenever necessary. They did not train at the same time so that one of them could spend time with him while the other was training, and he was allowed to watch their training for an hour or so before he relaxed with the other parent. So, he was a bit perplexed by his parents' new attitude but also a bit impressed when he started his new week on Arc Day. Chapter 85, ch 23, 84, Leaf City. Mikhail was walking along Route 4 when he saw a sign that said 10 kilometers till Leaf City. Yesterday he had walked around 50 kilometers, and since this morning he had covered another 20 kilometers. The most notable event yesterday was that he had seen a troop of wild mankey. That was the first time he had seen that species, so that was a bit exciting. He saw them while they were passing through the area, but he had only enough time to check out one of them before they were gone. He didn't pursue them, because he was not sure if he wanted a mankey, at least for now, so he decided to be satisfied that he had checked out at least one of them. Species, mankey. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, light yellow. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, anger point. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting / weeb / pers. Aura. The mankey's potential was okay, and he was mildly curious about the potential of the troop leader, but he let it go. Maybe he would come back for a mankey when he decided that he wanted a team for an aura user alias. Since he knew that the fighting type was a sub-branch of aura, it would make sense to specialize in fighting type Pokémon for that alias. It turned out that in this universe fighting type energy was personalized aura that could be weaponized. Pokémon that did it instinctively and passively were categorized as fighting types. He also briefly entertained the idea of challenging a senior class trainer after he easily won a few more battles against some juniors, but he ultimately decided against it. He had no interest in participating in a battle that he knew he was going to lose with a 99% probability. I mean, every single senior class trainer had at least 3 silver stage Pokémon, so as long as his opponent was not an idiot, the gap in strength between their Pokémon meant he would lose. Well, he could, maybe, win if it was against a newly promoted senior, but how high was the likelihood of encountering someone like that as his opponent, if he did not specifically search for someone like that? Anyway, that was what happened yesterday. Today, he, or more like NYX, managed to find something new, a berry he did not have before. Name, Rindo berry. Type, grass. Class, F. Uses, contains nutrition and grass-type energy. Can be eaten as food and used as a supplement. It's especially beneficial for grass-type Pokémon. It turned out to be one of those berries that in the games could have the damage of a single elemental move during battle. Here that effect did not exist, but it was a useful source of grass-type energy and beneficial to the training of grass types. Personally, he liked this effect more, but that's probably just him. He praised NYX like always. He practically had to, since she kept looking at him with a look that said praise me, praise me. Actually, he was a hard man that was immune to cute and adorable things, but as a trainer, he liked to avoid making his Pokémon sad, as long as it was unnecessary. Anyway, knowing that there was only 10 kilometers left to leave city, he accelerated his walking pace. It took him about 30 minutes to arrive at the periphery of the city, and his first thought when he saw it was that they probably took the city name too seriously. The city sign was wrapped in vines, and he could already see way too much green for an urban city. He was proven right, because after he entered the city he saw that there were many green regions, like parks and playgrounds, in the city. The city was in a sense like Honey City, just that instead of honey and bug types, Leaf City focused on flora and grass types. He was starting to see a pattern there and was starting to wonder if all Tier 5 cities followed that example. That would be weird and kind of interesting at the same time. Mainly, because he was kind of curious how they avoided becoming repetitive if that was the case. Nevertheless, he always enjoyed walking through a city for the first time. Seeing the citizens walking around with a Pokémon that fit the theme of the city was always a bit amusing for him. Here the most common Pokémon following around people were Oddish, Bellsprout, Sunkern, and Hoppip, as well as their first evolutions. Their last evolutions were rare, but that was normal. He saw the occasional loaded, Seedot, Rosalia, and even 1 or 2 Sudla as well as Shroomish, but those were much rarer than the first group. While roaming around he learned of a few interesting points. First of all, Leaf City had a minor gym. The gym specialized in grass types, and he could definitely remember that Flower City, one of the cities that were on the way to Rose's home, had a minor gym that specialized in grass types as well. So, he asked around what that was about, and the answer made sense. Actually, he had thought of it as well, he just wanted to make sure he was right. Anyway, since there were 66 minor gyms in Kanto, there were bound to be repetitions. The Alliance tried to make sure that those repetitions were distributed evenly across Kanto. Currently, there were 3 minor grass-type gyms, and they were located in the left dash, center dash, and right parts of Kanto respectively. This allowed people to challenge different types of gyms without having to travel to all of Kanto. Surprisingly, there was no hall, which meant that the gym was mostly unchallenged. The second point was that he found a grass club. It was the grass-type counterpart of the bug club in Honey City. He had no way to join it since he currently had no grass-type Pokémon, but he did visit it to watch a few battles. He paid some money to watch Pokémon beat the shit out of each other, and he had to say the 80 poke were worth it. He watched the fight between 2 foresters, which was the equivalent of senior class trainers, and it was awesome to watch. It was a 3 vs 3 battle and one of the participants even had a Venusaur. Well, the guy with the Venusaur still lost to the lady with the Executor, but both are great Pokémon, so he had fun watching them bash each other anyway. After the fight, while leaving the stands of the court, he felt someone with a respectable amount of aura enter his sensing range. Whoever that was at least a tier 1 aura user, or at least someone that did not bother suppressing his aura below that grade, so he got curious about the person and tried to find him or her. Well, it turned out to be a guy. The youth looked like someone that is about 16-17 years old, which actually put him into that age range, plus 1 or 2 years. He seemed around 175 centimeters tall and looked slim but not thin. The first thing that stood out to Mikhail was the dark blue, spiky hair. The fellow had an ivory skin tone, and he saw blue eyes when the guy turned in his direction for a moment. Since this was the first time that he met someone besides himself that had aura, Mikhail decided to follow him. The youth left the grass club and Mikhail followed him. The two walked, one ahead and the other following behind, in the direction of the Poke Center. When they arrived at the Poke Center, the guy did not enter but walked towards the public battlefield behind the center instead. Mikhail obviously followed along. There were quite a few people around the place, and he walked towards the stands to discreetly observe the guy from there. No matter how stalkerish he sounded, he was simply observing someone from a distance due to curiosity. There was nothing stalkerish about that. Anyway, he sat there for the next hour watching the guy battle against others. By this point, Mikhail was pretty sure that the guy had started his official journey just recently, even if he had some, or more like 1 Pokémon, longer than that. The reason for this conclusion was that the guy only used 3 Pokémon, and he had no other Pokeballs on his belt. While this did not necessarily mean he had no other Pokémon, it did give that impression. Additionally, the strength of his 3 Pokémon were another indicator, along with his age. The youth had a Lucario, that seemed to be somewhere around the bronze stage, most likely low or mid. Mikhail did not believe that he could check its potential from a distance without being noticed, so he didn't. Which was why he had to guess their strength instead of being sure. Anyway, besides Lucario, he also had an Iron Stage Chimchar, and an Iron Stage Ralts, which was quite an impressive lineup. He had a super rare aura Pokémon, a royal Pokémon, and another quite rare Pokémon. If he did not have some kind of connection, of any kind, Mikhail was willing to eat his hat. From the lineup, it looked as if the fellow wanted to specialize in fighting types, and he already had the makings of a strong team. Lucario, Infernape, and Gallade were strong Pokémon that could become the ace of any team they were a part of, so that he already had all 3 was impressive. Especially, if their potential was good. After an hour of observing him, Mikhail came to the preliminary conclusion that the guy was an approachable, friendly, and helpful person. He would encourage the loser if he won, congratulate the winner with a smile if he lost, and spoke nicely to those that approached him for whatever reason. Furthermore, he had some kind of confident air that made him popular among the young ladies, if Mikhail interpreted their giggling correctly. So, after making that conclusion, he decided to talk to the fellow since it would be great to get acquainted with another aura user. "Excuse me," he said once he stood in front of him. "Yeah." The guy focused on him and asked, "Sorry if this sounds kind of weird, but I have watched a few of your battles, and I have to say I am impressed by your Pokémon." Mikhail said while thinking that a little bit of flattery always helps. "That's all right. It's a public place, so anyone can watch whatever they want. Still, thank you, I am quite proud of them as well." The guy answered before he could start the next sentence, but Mikhail used that last sentence to continue. "And you do have something to be proud of. Lucario, Chimchar, and Ralts are really rare Pokémon, some more than the others but still rare. Would it be okay with you if I ask where you found them? I would be really interested in finding some as well, so that information would be extremely useful." Mikhail asked, hoping that the guy did not think his request was too much. The youth chuckled a bit before he answered, "I don't mind. You're not the first person to ask me that question, and I doubt you're going to be the last. I understand that they are popular Pokémon, especially Lucario since it's the signature Pokémon of the Aura Guardians, so I'm already used to it," he said, and Mikhail had to nod. He seemed to notice that Mikhail was still waiting for the answer, so he continued without making him wait. "As for where I got them, unfortunately, I can't help you with that. Not because I don't want to or to hide it, but because I didn't catch them in the wild, he answered. Mikhail was a bit disappointed at that, but he had actually expected something along those lines. The whole point of Mikhail approaching the fellow was to get acquainted with him, after all. The information would have simply been a sweet bonus. He seemed to sense some of Mikhail's disappointment, thanks to some emotion sensing no doubt because he apparently decided to elaborate. I received Ryula from my family before I started my journey, and Chimchar is my official starter. I received her as my official starter after gaining my qualifications in Sinnoh, he explained, and Mikhail was a little bit surprised. You're from Sinnoh? I could have sworn you were from Kanto. Mikhail asked him because Mikhail had assumed the guy was from Rhoda, since he had Aura, a Lucario, and he was starting in Kanto. He smiled at the question. Yes, I'm from Kanto. I just spent a year in Sinnoh for an exchange, he said before he continued. My name is Aaron Varon, by the way. Mikhail had to smile when Aaron introduced himself. Like Sir Aaron, from the stories, and it even seems to fit as well with you having a Lucario. Mikhail chuckled a bit, and Aaron joined him before Mikhail continued. Nice to meet you, Aaron. I am Mikhail. He finished without mentioning his surname. The reason he even used his real name was that he was not sure if Aaron would notice him lying in case Mikhail used an alias. Since he wanted to get acquainted with Aaron, Mikhail decided to use his real name. Nice to meet you as well, Mikhail, Aaron replied. Mikhail wanted to keep the conversation going, so decided to ask Aaron a question. Seeing your current Pokémon, it looks to me like you plan to focus on fighting types, am I right? Aaron nodded at that. You're right. I plan to become a fighting type specialist. That's actually why I am here. He began but stopped, and did not continue. How about we walk to the bench and continue our talk there? It would be better than to keep standing here, at least I think so. What do you say? He suggested, and I agreed with him, so we momentarily stopped our conversation to walk towards one of the benches beside the battlefield. I want to thank Crepusculum, one of my patrons, for providing the basic template of the OC, Aaron Varon. Crepusculum's OC, Aaron Varon, which got introduced in this chapter, won the OC event I previously held on my Patra *on. Aaron is going to appear sporadically in the story, so this is not the last time he is going to appear. Thank you, once more Crepusculum. Chapter 86, CH 24, 85, Aaron Varon. We sat down on one of the benches that no one was around and resumed our talk. Where was I? Ah, yes, fighting type specialist. I stopped at this place because I wanted to resupply, before entering the Viridian Forest. Aaron said, and I tilted my head. Viridian Forest? Why? I asked him. I could actually guess the reason, but I was not sure if I was right. Well, as I said, I want to specialize in fighting types, and I plan to have a rather large team because I will need one for my future plans. Viridian Forest has 3, maybe 4 Pokémon that either have or will gain the fighting type upon evolution. Aaron responded to my question. So, I was right after all. I nodded to myself. As expected of me. Anyway, narcissistic self-praise aside, 4. I thought to myself, before directing that question to Aaron. 4? I can only think of 3 of the top of my head, and 2 of them are going to be hard to find. Aaron chuckled at that. Heh, not bad. You could directly think of 3, that's not too bad. Seems you are quite knowledgeable. Why don't you tell me who you think I mean and I will tell you who you are missing? He told me, and I had to smile at his move. The way he said that he gains information first before he has to give out some himself, and in case I list Pokémon he had not thought of at all, he does not come across as uninformed for overlooking them. He probably had not thought of that when he said it, but doing it subconsciously is even more impressive. Well, let's see, there is Mankey. I just saw a troop of them yesterday and I know that they live in and around Viridian Forest. I started, and Aaron nodded at my first choice. He indicated for me to continue, which I did. Then there is Heracross. It is well known that they live in Viridian Forest, but they are pretty hard to come by. He nodded once more. And then there is Breloom, the evolution of Shroomish, but like Heracross, Shroomish are relatively hard to come by in Viridian Forest, at least outside of the inner and core areas. I finished, and he nodded once again. You're absolutely right. Still, you overlooked the 4th one, most likely, because of its simplicity, and the fact that it is situation dependent. The 4th one is Poliwrath, or more like Poliwag. They can be found in ponds and I am sure there are a few in the forest. I mean, I don't necessarily have to catch one in Viridian Forest, but if the opportunity comes up, I'll take it. He answered, and I had to agree. I had overlooked Poliwag because it could be found nearly in all areas of Kanto with a large water source. So, there was no need to visit Viridian Forest to catch one, but as he said, if it turns up, why not? True, I ignored that one. I acknowledged, before asking him what he has plans to do now. I will try to catch a Mankey first, before focusing on Heracross and Shroomish. As you said, they are much rarer and I think I will need to camp inside the forest for a while to get one. So, I plan to get the easy one out of the way first. As for Poliwag, I'll need to find a water source inside the forest anyway, so I'll hopefully find one there. He answered. He looked a bit thoughtful before he asked me a question. You said you saw a troop of Mankey yesterday, right? Could you show me where? That would make it much easier for me to find one. He asked and I agreed. My help would make him feel grateful, and since I wanted to befriend him, that fit my plans as well. Besides, I am a good guy, so helping people is no problem at all. I thought to myself. Still, I was curious about something. If you manage to catch all 4 of your targets, won't you have 7 Pokémon together with your previous 3? You know that rookie class trainers have a carry limit of 6 Pokémon, right? I asked him and he nodded. Yeah, I do. I am going to send one to my grandparents. They will take care of it for me until I need it. I had to nod at that. Makes sense, I told him. As for why he said grandparents and not parents, I could guess that they probably died, but that's not something that one asks someone they just got to know. Are you done with your preparation, or is there still something you need to do? I asked him. Nope, I finished everything before coming here. I just need to make a quick trip to the Poke Center. I want them to take a last look at my Pokemon before I set off. I agreed with him. Then let's meet in 20 minutes in front of the Poke Center entrance, I suggested and Aaron agreed. A bit more than 20 minutes later, he came out of the center. Sorry, there was a bit of a line, so it took some more time. He apologized, and I waved him off. No problem. It's just a few minutes. I have a Zato, and he is going to teleport us there. So, we won't have to waste time walking there. I told him, and he smiled. That's great. I was feeling a bit bad for taking up so much of your time, but this takes care of that. He admitted, and I had to smile at him. What a nice guy. I thought to myself. I called out Zato and told him where to teleport us. Once there I called out Nyx as well, and Aaron called out his Lucario. Seeing it, I asked Aaron if I could touch his Pokemon, and he said he had no problem with it as long as they agreed. So, I asked Lucario for permission and after receiving an okay, I touched the nail on the back of his hand. It was really hard, and I naturally used the chance to check out its potential. Species, Lucario. Gender, male. Type, fighting, steel. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, steadfast, inner focus. Talents, combat instinct. Affinities, aura, steel. I was impressed with what I saw. Lucario had light blue potential, which was pretty good. I had guessed that he would be at the mid, bronze stage and I have been proven right, as always. That he has a talent is surprising, that said talent is combat-oriented is just plain unfair. The fact that Lucario's affinity is aura instead of the personalized sub-branch is less impressive compared to that, but still cool to know. I gave out some heartfelt compliments and my genuineness made the two smile. Aaron called out his 2 other Pokemon as well and after checking out their status as well, I was more than impressed. Species, Chimchar. Gender, female. Type, fire. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, blaze, iron fist. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. Species, Ralts. Gender, male. Type, psychic, fairy. Potential, green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, synchronize, trace. Talents, none. Affinities, Shinik, fairy/positivity. After seeing the potential of the 2, I categorized Aaron as a cast member. You know MCS, SCS, and so on. With Pokemon like that, plus his aura Aaron practically screamed I am going to be someone really strong in the future. My decision to become friends with him only strengthened. I need to surround myself with friends that may be able to keep at least somewhat up with me, or I am going to leave them behind, which would be sad. It's better to save everyone from that kind of disappointment. Afterward, I told him in which direction the man key moved and Aaron thanked me. Thank you, Mikhail. I am going to follow their tracks. Before we separate, do you want to exchange contact details? He asked me. I would be happy to, but I currently don't have a number, so could you give me yours and I will contact you with it. Once I have one as well, I'll tell you about it. I told him, and he gained a weird look on his face for a moment, probably asking himself why I had no number before he shrugged and agreed. Sure, he said and took out a piece of paper, on which he wrote his number. He then gave it to me and I thanked him. Do you mind if I accompany you for a bit? I have nothing else to do at the moment, and I might catch a man key as well if I find one that I like. Naturally, only after you caught yours. I told him and he agreed. This guy is really too nice. Most people would have hesitated, thinking that there may be some disagreements if both of us get interested in the same man key or something along those lines. Yet this bro didn't hesitate a single second before he agreed. Alright, let's go, he said after recalling his Chimchar and Ralts. We followed the tracks for around 1.5 hours before we found the whole troop just chilling around 3 trees. There were 14 man key in total, and I think I saw the man key I checked out yesterday among them. I was not sure, because they resembled each other a lot. So, we found them. What now? I asked him, because of their high number. Leave it to me. He answered me before he simply approached them with his Lucario in tow. I felt him using his aura to send out the feeling that he came in peace. The man key looked a bit agitated at his approach, but his aura trick seemed to work because they did not outright attack him. Aaron stopped at a small distance from the man key and addressed them. I am here to ask if one of you would be willing to follow me. I promise that the one that does will never have to go hungry and that I will help him or her to get as strong as possible. He proclaimed and I could feel him using his aura to prove that he meant what he said. Because he openly broadcasted his feeling on the topic while speaking, I could see that it was working as well. Some of the Mankey looked as if they were considering his offer, and they started to talk among themselves, ignoring us. I used that chance to check out all their statuses, using my telekinesis. As long as I did not target him or his Pokémon, Aaron could not detect my use of Shinik energy. Of the 14 Mankey, 3 turned out to be not bad. Species, Mankey. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, vital spirit, anger point. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting / weep / pers. Aura. Species, Mankey. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, vital spirit, anger point. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting / weep / pers. Aura. Species, Mankey. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, defiant. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting / weep / pers. Aura. The one at the bronze stage seemed to be the leader, and he had a hidden ability, so that was nice. Yet, he was not good enough in my opinion. The first and second ones were more impressive as far as their potential was concerned. I was impressed by our luck to find a group with not 1, but 2 Mankey with light / green potential. On a side note, I am really happy that the effect of vital spirit is slightly different here than in the games. No one deserves to be sleep deprived, even if it is useful in battle. So, after finding out that it only activated after some triggers are fulfilled, like an elevated pulse or a certain amount of adrenaline, I was relieved. This meant as long as they are relaxing the ability is deactivated and they can sleep. Anyway, after checking them all out I got curious which one Aaron was going to choose. Was it going to be one of the good ones or a dud? In the end, everyone except for the leader was willing, and Aaron approached every single one of them, one by one. He stopped longer in front of a few, including the 2 with green potential, and in the end, he chose the male with light green potential. I was a bit surprised at his choice. He managed to choose one of the 2 good ones, even if it was not the best one. I know it was not because of his stage, because all Mankey except for 2 were at the high iron stage. So, after Aaron fought against and caught the Mankey of his choice because apparently the Mankey still wanted a fight, I asked him why he had chosen that one. My Uncle Riley always tells me to check if I feel comfortable / compatible with a Pokémon before or after catching it. Otherwise, it will be much harder to get along in the future and it helps with bonding as well as training if we are. I believe him, so that is what I did. This one simply gave me the feeling that we would get along the best among them. Aaron told me, without openly mentioning his aura. Good to know. Thank you for telling me. I think that getting along with one's Pokémon is important as well. I told him while thinking, so, it's some aura bullshit. Still, it was a useful ability, if it always guaranteed that the potential of the chosen Pokémon was good. Not as accurate and useful as mine, but not bad. Besides, the potential of the Pokémon was not the condition, the compatibility was. So, it could have been a fluke for all I know, even if that was unlikely. Anyway, I was uninterested in any of the Mankey for now and told Aaron as much, so we left after saying goodbye. I had Zay to bring us to the Poke Center in Leaf City since Aaron wanted Mankey to go through a checkup. So, after I agreed to contact him once in a while, we said our farewells and went our separate ways from there. Chapter 87, CH 25, 86, Route 4, 3. I am happy that I have met someone who could become a potential friend and / or rival. The most significant point is that Aaron could potentially somewhat keep up with me, which is important for my future social life. Otherwise, things could get awkward if my theoretical friends constantly feel inferior to me. That's a recipe of disaster that I would like to avoid if possible. Maybe it is my overactive imagination, but I can see myself dealing with jealousy-filled backstabbing in such a case, and no one, me included, wants that. Anyway, I have another 3 hours before it is time for me to go home for dinner, so I decide to use that time to cover some distance. Viridian City, the next milestone of my journey, and the official end of Route 4 is about 200 kilometers away. Viridian City is the first Tier 6 city that is on my path to the coast, and it is also the first city that I am going to visit that I know from my previous life. Honestly, the only thing I believe could resemble the city from the games is the gym, and with that I mean its typing. Actually, the gym there is one of the 12 major gyms, so there is that. On top of that, is the fact that the city is enormous, so I can't use the game as some kind of reference for its design, that would be ridiculous. Still, I am curious if the major gym is going to be a ground type one or maybe a generalist one. Is Giovanni going to be the gym leader, or is it going to be someone else? I have heard nothing about Team Rocket and to be honest, I don't see any kind of evil team, the way they are portrayed in the original, surviving the alliance. At least from what I have learned about them until now, I can't see them tolerating those terrorist groups. I think the only way groups like that could potentially exist, is if they are just part of the criminal underworld instead of being straight up evil teams, kinda like the Mafia. It will be interesting to see and learn about that in the future, but honestly, I think it's going to take a while for me to come in contact with information like that. As far as meeting any such group goes, I don't think that would end well. At least not for me. The existence of an underworld and some criminal groups is nearly guaranteed, because honestly as long as there are humans there is going to be crime. That does not mean that I want to come in contact with criminal groups, especially not ones that manage to exist under the rule of a global government. At least, not while I am relatively weak. Damn it, I started to digress again. Anyway, it will be interesting to see Viridian City, but for that to happen I have to cover the 200 kilometers. If I cover around 30 kilometers in the next 3 hours that still leaves me with about 170 kilometers. Since today is Mu Day, I could theoretically cover the 170 kilometers by the end of Dial Day, if I skip my visit to the Bug Club once again. I am actually considering doing just that because that seems more useful to me than fighting in the Bug Club. Besides, Viridian City should have a battle club, and there I could use all of my Pokémon, not just my bug types. I spend the next 3 hours walking through Route 4. Occasionally, I would meet a wild Pokémon and use Teddy Ursa, Weedle to beat them. In case the opponent was too strong for them, I used either NYX or one of the Nidoran instead. None of the wild Pokémon had any desirable potential, the best one being a yellow potential Oddish. We also found no new materials during that time, but I have to admit that we may not have been as thorough as usual. Mostly because I was walking faster than usual, which gave me and my Pokémon less time to check out the area. I also fought against only 2 rookies and 1 junior during that time, refusing about 8 more challenges. The rookie battles were 2 vs 2, and I won them using only Teddy Ursa. This is impressive for a new capture, especially when I only had Teddy Ursa for 5 days, which proved that Teddy Ursa was already pretty strong, at least for his stage, before the capture. The battle against the junior was 3 vs 3, and I only used NYX for that one. I was planning to focus on her for a while in preparation for her evolution. The fights were useful for training as well as bonding, and together with the Moon's Buttercup, I am sure that she can evolve into Umbreon soon. None of the trainers had any interesting Pokémon, the strongest one being a Sand Slash belonging to the junior class trainer. Anyway, after the 3 hours were up I went home, and we, just now, finished our dinner. After dinner, my father decided to go out to check up on his Pokémon. He said that Sky could break through any moment and that he wanted to see if she had succeeded while he was working. Half an hour later, he returned with a bright smile on his face. Sky broke through to the gold stage. He told us and laughed happily. We congratulated him and had a small group hug. Tomorrow after work, I'm going to visit the Alliance Center in Pewter City to update my trainer rank, so I'll probably come home a few hours later than usual. My father informed us. Sure, honey. I'll give Mikhail his dinner and wait for you, my mother said, and I had to chime in as well. Oh, I'll wait too. Let's eat together, I said. No way was I going to be the only one eating dinner. None of you need to wait for me. I'm not sure how long it will take me to come home, so it's better if you eat dinner without me. I'll find something to eat in Pewter City while waiting for the upgrade to finish. My father interjected. My mother looked as if she wanted to protest, but my father looked her in the eyes, and I have no idea what kind of messages they exchanged through their couple telepathy, but a few moments later she reluctantly nodded. With that out of the way, we relaxed the rest of the evening, and I went to sleep after watching a movie about a Jolteon named Bolt. The next day I managed to cover around 60 kilometers, and NYX managed to find a Spillenberry. Name, Spillenberry. Type, plant. Class, E. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food. Its extreme spicy taste increases the eater's metabolism for a while. It also clears any sleepiness. Completely actives all cells in the body, which is useful for any physical training. Warning, may cause dehydration, because of excessive sweating, and nausea, because of extreme spiciness. We also briefly saw Yanma, but it escaped before I could try to catch it, and I would have definitely tried to catch it. Species, Yanma. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, ancient. Abilities, speed boost, compound eyes. Talents, danger sense. Affinities, bug, flying. As soon as I used my telekinesis to check its status it seemed to have sensed something because it immediately took off. After seeing his status I concluded that his danger sense went off after I used my telekinesis on him. The regret I felt once I checked his status after Yanma flew away was immeasurable. Light blue potential, an ancient gene, and AF * king talent on top of that. That thing was easily on par with Mothra talent-wise, and I let it slip away. It was the second Pokémon with a genetic variant that I saw, after the Centaurette variant, and I let it get away. I was genuinely depressed for about 30 minutes, and NYX, as well as Zayto, worriedly circled me during that time, trying to cheer me up. It took me 30 minutes, but after releasing a deep sigh I let it go. Still, I am sure that it would have taken me longer to regain my cool without the two trying to cheer me up. Shortly before dinner, I returned home, and for the first time since my arrival on Terra, we were eating dinner without my father. I asked my mother how my father was going to go to Pewter City, and she said he would fly there on Sky. Apparently, it would take Sky only 30 minutes to fly there, despite Pewter City being around 450 kilometers away from Hope Town. The funny thing was, that according to my mother, that was only Sky's speed while making sure my father was safe. If she went all out she could make it in less than 10 minutes on her own. I knew from the Pokédex data in my previous life that Pidgeot could reach up to Mach 2, but to hear about it from my mother, and to know that Sky could apparently go even faster if she wanted to, was mind-blowing. My father came home shortly before it was time for me to sleep. "Before you stands expert class trainer Edward." He bragged a bit and started to laugh happily. "Congrats, honey," my mother told him while she went up to him to hug him. I could naturally not be left out, so I went up to them and joined their hug. "Congratulations, Dad," I told my father while squeezing the two. A short while later we broke up the hug and went to the sofa. My father took out his new trainer card to show off, and to not disappoint him we OAT and AHH'd. That day my father went up the ladder gaining the corresponding benefits of his new class, but there was a catch. Non-active, or not, in case of an emergency he had to step up. On the upside in such situations, he would be a team leader with another 9 trainers under him, that were all seniors. Anyway, after talking for a while it was time for me to sleep, so I said my farewells and went to sleep. The next day I resumed my journey through Route 4, but compared to yesterday my luck was not as good. I did not find anything useful, and none of the Pokémon had any attractive potential. The best one was a deep yellow Ekans that crossed our way, but just like all the other wild Pokémon that wanted to battle us, it got its slippery ass kicked. By the end of the day, I had covered another 60 kilometers, leaving me with only 50 kilometers until Viridian City, which meant I could reach Viridian City by the end of tomorrow. Since tomorrow was Dial Day, that would allow me to end my exploring weekdays while reaching my next milestone, which meant that after the weekend I could start my new week by exploring the city. In that vein, I covered the last 55 kilometers. It turned out that I was missing 55 kilometers, not 50 kilometers, on Dial Day. I actually managed to gain something useful that day. It was not something we found, but something one of my opponents wagered, instead of money. One of the juniors that I won against bet a fire chip, and I accepted. Name, fire chip. Type, fire. Class, F. Uses, it's a fragment of a fire gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store small amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon. While it was not that useful, since the amount of fire energy was truly small, my space could still upgrade it, so it turned out to be extremely useful. Especially since I finally had something to help along with my Growlithe egg. Once, my space replicated enough D-class chips, I would surround the egg with them. It shouldn't take more than 2 weeks to begin the first round, so I did not have to wait for too long. Anyway, after reaching the outer periphery of Viridian City I had Zay to teleport me home. I spent the rest of the day chilling with my parents. Chapter 88, CH 26, 87, Viridian City, 1. Fresh on Arc Day I had Zay to teleport me to the periphery of Viridian City. During the weekend my father and I relaxed, while my mother, spurred on by my father's success, focused more on the training of her 2 newcomers. She still spent time with us, she just prolonged her training time by quite a bit. I was a bit worried that she may overwork them, but I saw that she made sure not to overdo it. My father also said that she knew not to force them to train more than they can endure. Ponyta and Sneasel were quite enthusiastic since they disliked being Mother's weakest Pokémon. What can I say except for, as expected of a species, that agrees to servitude after a loss in exchange for food and the chance to get stronger? Well, that was still the better alternative to being eaten or simply killed, but those were the rules of nature, so adaptation it is. Anyway, I made my way into the city after storing Zato, and once I had covered more than half of the outer area I called out NYX to accompany me. While walking through the city I made sure to observe the people walking around, and the Pokémon that accompanied them. I noted that the partner Pokémon of the people divulges something about the type focus inside the city. At least it had been like that until now, but the current impression I am getting paints another picture. There is no majority of one particular type as far as I have seen. After 30 minutes of simply walking around and observing my surroundings, I start my investigation into the general information on Viridian City. Talking with pedestrians, as long as they are willing to talk to you, is generally the easiest way to gather information on the place you are. You could use the internet, but then you would only learn the most obvious stuff, and it would miss a personal note. Besides, sometimes you need to know about something if you want to find out more about it on the internet. People on the other hand tended to slip in other facts along with the stuff you asked about. Was it always useful? No, but sometimes you learned some interesting stuff. Anyway, I just kept walking around exploring the city for a few hours, while occasionally approaching some pedestrians to talk with them about interesting things about Viridian. While strolling I found a few interesting places, and through the conversations, I learned some more information on interesting places and facts. First of all, the major gym was not one specializing in ground types, and the gym leader was also not Giovanni. The Viridian gym actually did not specialize in any type at all. The gym leader was a generalist, the only one among the current 12 major gym leaders. At first, I thought it can't be, don't tell me Blue is the gym leader, but it turns out he wasn't. Actually, when I mentioned Blue 1 or 2 times no one reacted, so either he doesn't exist, yet, or he is not well known, yet. Maybe he has another name, but I will have to find out some other time. Anyway, the gym leader's name is Colby Ventura, and I learned that his ace is a Ridon. Besides that, I also heard he has a Pidgeot, Electrode, and Kingler. I am sure he has more than that, but those were the ones I heard about. Besides the gym, Viridian City also has 3 halls, a ground-type hall, a flying-type hall, and an electric-type hall. Yes, I checked if the leader of the ground hall was Giovanni, but he wasn't. For now, it seems Viridian is rocket-free, but I am still not disavowing the possibility of them hiding themselves. Quite successfully at that, if that is the case. After all, that roaming around, it was nearly time for lunch, and before I went to one of the restaurants that were recommended to me, I decided to call Aaron to ask him how things went on his end. It has been 5 days since we met, and I am curious if he succeeded in finding his targets. So, I walked towards one of the phone booths I saw while roaming around. Yes, they still have phone booths around here on Terra, and I am thankful for that. Otherwise, I would have no easy way to call him that couldn't be traced back to me. Anyway, I took out the paper with Aaron's number from my bag of holding and dialed it. It rang 3 times before he answered the call. "Hello, Aaron. It's me, Mikhail," I said, and he greeted me back. "I just wanted to know how you're doing. Have you managed to find what you have been searching for?" I asked, and he answered me. "So, you're still camping around the outer part of Viridian Forest?" I wondered after hearing his answer. "What about the Pokémon? Did you find any at all?" I asked curiously. "So, you have seen a few Poliwag while replenishing your water, but none felt right." I marveled. Seems like the guy was really planning to catch only the ones he felt good about. Who knew how long it was going to take him to find one he was satisfied with? "Well, that's too bad. How about Shroomish/Breloom and Heracross?" I inquired and listened to his reply. "Too bad that you found no Heracross at all, but they are supposed to be rare, especially in the outer part, so that was to be expected. To be honest, I think you are going to have to search for quite some more time the way you are choosing your Pokémon." I began. "I mean, you may have not seen any Breloom, but you found a group of 3 Shroomish, right?" I asked, and he agreed. "Yet, you caught none of them, because they did not feel right. If you insist on that, then you will most likely have to go through a high number of candidates. I hope you have reserved quite a lot of time for this trip because you're going to need it." I told him, and he laughed before he answered. "Well, it's good that you expected that. As long as you know what you're doing, everything's all right." I told him before he started asking about me. "Me? Well, not much, to be honest," I began. "After we separated, I leisurely made my way to Viridian City, and I am currently exploring the place," I told him. "No, I did not encounter any difficulties during the trip, but thank you for asking. Unfortunately, I saw no fighting types as well." I answered his question. "Yes, no problem. I will tell you in case I see some fighting types during my trips." I replied to his request. "Yeah, you take care of yourself as well. Good day to you too, and good luck." I reciprocated his farewells and hung up. Then I left the booth and walked towards another one that was on the way to the restaurant I was planning to visit. A few minutes later, I entered the other phone booth and called Rose to ask her how she's doing. "Hi, Aunt Lily, is Rose there?" I asked Rose's mother, who answered the phone. "Yes, I am fine, thank you for asking. How are you and Uncle Thorn?" I talked to her for a bit. "That's great to hear. Is that Rose that I am hearing? Could you please pass the phone to her? Thanks." I asked her, and she thankfully did. It's not that I did not want to talk to her or something like that, but she always started to try to tease me and partner me up with Rose. I mean, we're 4 and 6 respectively, so please slow the hell down. Anyway, Rose and I talked for 15 minutes before I managed to hang up. Well, it was mostly her talking and me listening, with some occasional input from me. Still, I currently had only this one friend, so I could listen to her talking for 15 to 20 minutes per day without complaining. As for Aaron, he might become one, but for now, Rose was the only one. Back to Rose, she told me everything was fine on her end. She talked a bit about her school life, and about her Vulpix, and Eevee. That was also what I had expected because that came up every week during our talks. What I did not expect was her telling me that she got another Pokémon. A Whizmoor, to be precise. She said it was a gift from her parents and the son of her father's Exploud. All I could do was congratulate her. Still, she was only 6, so she had nearly 10 years until the start of her journey. Yet, she already had the beginnings of a solid team. Ninetales, an Evolution, and Exploud were strong species. Nevertheless, it was better for me that way. As I had previously said, it is better if my friends are strong and have high potential. That way they won't fall behind too much, and things won't get too awkward between us. Anyway, after ending the call, I walked towards the Flying Choice, a restaurant that was recommended to me multiple times. The name apparently contains 2 puns, as far as I heard. The first one was that if you repeated Flying Choice really fast, sometimes it turned into Frying Choice, which was the main dish type. The second pun was that all food variants were from some kind of bird Pokémon, hence flying. I ordered 2 portions of Pidgeot stripes as well as some fries, and I have to say it tasted awesome. 10/10 would recommend. After eating my fill, I visited some of the stores I saw while strolling around, and in one of them, I bought something that would be useful for my Growlithe egg as well. Name, Fire Rock. Type, Fire. Class, F. Uses, it's a rock that forms around a fire stone. While it is not as precious or useful as a fire stone, it can absorb and store small amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon. According to the clerk, rocks like these could be found in mines, near the evolutionary stones. They were like the disappointing little brother that the Firestone grew up with, but for me, it was still useful. Especially after my space upgraded it. Together with the fire chip, I had one more option to surround my Growlithe egg with. I could use them alternatively, which would help me, since I have a limited supply of them, and the production rate was not that fast for the D-class version I was planning to use. The rock was relatively cheap, I paid 500 poke for it. Besides buying the fire rock, I also sold some of my berries, but only the standard ones, not the rare ones. I had way too many of the standard ones, so I sold around 300 of each. Since there were 9 types of berries, I sold a total of 2,700 berries and got a total of 160.000 poke for them. Naturally, I sold them in across multiple stores, since I did not want anyone to get curious why I had so many berries. All that took a few hours, and by the end of my selling spree, there was only 2 hours left until dinner. I decided to use that time to check out the locations of the gym, the 3 halls, and the battle club I had heard about so that I could check them out tomorrow since I did not have enough time to check them all out today. This way I could decide in which order to visit them, to avoid walking in circles. It took some time to find them all, and after mentally noting down their locations, I returned home. Chapter 89, CH 27, 88, Viridian City, 2. Bright and early, well okay, not bright and early, but right after breakfast, I returned to Viridian City to finish visiting the places I had no time for yesterday. Right at the top of my list were the major gym, the 3 halls, and the battle club. If, after that, I still had some time, I could scout out the stores selling Pokémon. That way I could see if there were some worth buying either for myself or my family, but mostly my family. Still, since I was still unsure if there was an active crime organization operating in Viridian or not, I was not planning to go overboard. Yet, purchasing Pokémon from Viridian City would allow us to distribute our purchases to multiple cities, and as long as we did the same while identifying them, we would attract less attention. Which was exactly why I decided to look around the stores despite my misgivings. Anyway, the first place I visited was the major gym, and I can say the looks bigger than either the minor gym or the gym I have seen before. The Alliance seems to have knowingly set certain size standards to the gym buildings depending on their rank. So, minor gym, major gym, and it honestly made sense, at least it did to me. Where was I? Yes. The major gym. After I entered the gym, I could honestly say that it was an overall better looking place than the lower ranked gyms I had visited before, even if there were only 3 of those. From what I could see, they invested a lot into it, since it did kind of represent the highest, or more like one of the highest, powers of the Alliance, and it showed. From its design to its furnishing, everything was great. Nothing that said too much, but still enough to impress those that saw it from either the outside or the inside. After asking around for a bit, I learned that all major gyms had a theme going depending on their type, but the Viridian gym had none since it was a generalist gym. The gym leader simply decided to go for a classy look instead, unlike the pewter gym for example, which had a rock theme going. After a lot of asking around, I also learned at what stage the Pokémon the gym leader used for his battles were at, and which Pokémon he commonly used. 1-star challengers, who wanted to earn a 1-star S rank badge, had to win a 4 vs 4 battle, against a team of mid to high silver stage Pokémon. There were apparently 8 Pokémon he used the most against these challengers. Those Pokémon were Butterfree, Arbok, Raichu, Sandslash, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Hypno. 2-star challengers had to win a 5 vs 5 battle, against a team of low to mid gold stage Pokémon. Apparently, he used 9 Pokémon here, instead of 8. Probably because the number of fighters per battle increased, and he did not want to overwork them. Those 9 were Fearow, Wigglytuff, Vileplume, Slowbro, Rapidash, Marowak, Hitmonchan, Pinsir, Tauros. As for those who wanted to earn a 3-star S rank badge, had to win a 6 vs 6 battle, against a team of mid to high gold stage Pokémon. His 10 most commonly used Pokémon in this category were Crobat, Poliwrath, Golem, Gengar, Exeggutor, Electabuzz, Forretress, Houndoom, Exploud, Altaria. In case someone wanted to challenge his main team, they only had to win a 4 vs 4 battle, but they still only got a 3-star badge. It's more like a self-inflicted difficulty raise, since some people like to make things hard for themselves. He mostly used these 8 Pokémon for this: Pidgeot, Arcanine, Gengar, Kingler, Electrode, Umbreon, Gardevoir, and his Acerudon. Unfortunately, I only knew that they were at the Dark Gold stage, but nothing specific. Learning about the first part was not that hard, I simply asked the gym employees, but learning of the Pokémon he actually used for those battles took me quite some time. A few hours actually, since I had to ask a large number of people, and search the internet for information. The gym employees kept mum about the Pokémon, so I had no choice but to do so. Still, they told me that the other gyms also used the same standards for their challenges, so that was helpful. From all this, I could conclude that 1-star badges were mostly aimed at senior class trainers, while 2- and 3-star badges were aimed at expert class trainers, at least prowess-wise. After I left the Viridian gym, I visited the halls next and spent around 1 hour at each hall to learn more about them. Mostly because I was curious, and not because I was planning to challenge them anytime soon. It turned out that the ground-type hall was the strongest among the 3. The Hallmaster from what I heard was not far from becoming an elite, while the Hallmasters from the Flying Dash and Electric Hall were only strong Ace-class trainers. The name of the ground-type Hallmaster was Lin Bifong, and I had to laugh when I heard that. Her Ace Pokemon was a Rhyperior, and I honestly wondered why the gym leader had not evolved his Radon after learning about this. My guess was that either material needed for the evolution was really hard to get, the requirements were hard to fulfill, he had some personal reasons, or maybe all of them were true. Anyway, back to the Hallmasters. The Electric-type Hallmaster had a Magnezone as his ace, and the Flying-type Hallmaster had a Honchkrow as his ace Pokemon. Trainers that visited the halls could schedule fights against hall members if they wanted to, but to be allowed to challenge the Hallmaster they needed to beat 3 high-ranking hall members first. The halls made money through these challenges, and honestly, it seemed like a good place to battle against good trainers. All the things I learned so far show that everything the Alliance does seem to be aimed at allowing trainers to get a good challenge. They do this to provide those who work hard enough the chance to get strong. They prepared a great foundation for the growth of their future assets. This shows how important strong trainers are for the Alliance and humanity as a whole. Once I was done with checking out the halls as well, I ate a pizza at Aldini's Delightful Meals for a slightly late lunch. After the best pizza I ever had, I went to the Battle Club to check it out. I have been thinking if I should register or not because I did not want to stand out in Viridian just yet. Since I was still unsure if I wanted to attract any attention to myself in Viridian City, not even to one of my aliases. Still, after I entered the Battle Club and talked with some of the employees for a while, I decided to register, but I was not planning to participate in any battles yet. I confirmed that Science City had a battle club as well, so I could participate in battles once I arrived at that place, if I wanted to. Anyway, I did not only decide to register while talking with the employees and trainer in the Battle Club. I also learned about the ranks of the members. It was kind of obvious now that I thought about it, but all specialist clubs derived their rank titles from the Battle Club, or they, at least, allowed themselves to be heavily inspired by the Battle Club, and it showed. Everyone started as a page, and those that stayed pages for a while were equal in prowess to rookie-class trainers. After achieving 15 wins in a row, or a total of 100 wins, against someone of equal rank, their rank was upgraded from page to squire. A squire was mostly equal in prowess to junior class trainers, and after 20 wins in a row, or a total of 150 wins, they ranked up to knight. Knights, generally, had the same prowess as senior class trainers, and for any advancement after Knight 1 needed to fulfill an additional requirement to rank up, after fulfilling the first one. The extra requirement was to beat a certain number of opponents at the rank 1 wanted to achieve. One would think that since the plan was to rank up, beating a few people of the rank 1 aimed for should be no problem, but the catch was that one only had a certain amount of chances to achieve the goal. Those that failed to do so had to fulfill the first requirement once more. So, to rank up from Knight to Knight Commander, one first had to achieve 25 wins in a row or a total of 200 wins. Afterward, one had 3 chances to challenge a Knight Commander and needed to win at least one of them. Those that succeed became Knight Commanders, and those that failed had to achieve 25 wins in a row, or a total of 200 wins once again. Knight Commanders, typically, had the same prowess as expert class trainers. The next ranks that followed were Lord/Lady, Duke/Duchess, King/Queen, Emperor/Empress, Sovereign. These were the ones the specialist clubs simply adopted after adding their element in front of it. Anyway, after conversing for a while with whoever was willing to talk to me, purely to gather information, obviously, I decided to watch a few battles. Since I could battle junior trainers anytime I wanted, I chose to watch 2 senior/knight battles instead. There were no higher ranked battles scheduled that time, so I could watch any of their battles. The battles were quite interesting, and I noticed that compared to rookies and juniors, all seniors had at least one or more rare, high BS, Pokemon. I did not get to see that many samples since night battles were 3 vs 3, and some of the trainers had the same Pokemon, but there were a few rare ones among them. The first battle was a guy with a Parasect, Mook, and Lickitung, against a lady with a Rapidash, and a Machamp. The reason I did not mention her third Pokemon was that I did not see it, since she won without having to use it. Still, after she called out her Machamp I had to laugh a bit. Seeing such a refined-looking woman standing beside a Machamp looked funny to me. As far as the battle was concerned, it was good but less exciting than I expected. That was probably due to the less-than-ideal matchup between the Pokemon. Rapidash made short work of Parasect with a few uses of a Flame Charge and Flame Wheel combo that turned into a pseudo-Flare Blitz, without the self-damage. The guy tried to have his Parasect at least paralyze or poison the Rapidash, but the flames burned the powder before it could come into contact with its skin. It looked a bit sad really how fast he lost. He should have at least taught it how to use Dig, that way it would have held out longer. After that came the fight against Mook, and the lady had her Rapidash attack from a distance using Fire Spin, Flamethrower, and a final Fire Blast, but the Mook did not just stand there letting Rapidash attack it without retaliating. Mook used moves like Shock Wave, Sludge Bomb, Mud Bomb, and Sludge Wave to dish out as much as it got hit. Naturally, there was some dodging involved, but in the end, Rapidash won. Still, it took some damage and got poisoned. As a consequence, it got taken out by the guy's Lickitung, after being hit by 2 rock slides. After recalling her Rapidash, the women called out her Machamp, who proceeded to trash the Lickitung. The Macamp used what looked like bullet punch to arrive in front of Lickitung, then it chained that with a low sweep to break its balance before it used a vital throw. After that, it lifted the Lickitung from the floor and used a seismic toss. The fight was over pretty fast, but the fluid chaining of the moves by Macamp impressed me. Each move prepared the opponent for the next one, allowing Macamp to execute his string of moves without giving the foe the chance to counter. At least Lickitung couldn't do it. Pokémon with enough endurance, those with enough pain resistance, or those fast enough could probably break the chain, but it was still impressive. The second battle was a lot less impressive than the first one, except for the last fight. If the first battle had a less than ideal matchup, then this one was just sad. I couldn't stop laughing at the face of the losing trainer when he saw the Pokémon the winner called out. The loser used a Parasect, a Vileplume, and a Venusaur, but the winner only used an Arcanine. Parasect versus Arcanine was just sad. Arcanine used a single fire blast to end that one. It dodged all of Vileplume's attacks and bested after hitting it with 2 flamethrowers. Now, the last fight was much more interesting, but there was only so much the Venusaur could do against the Arcanine, especially since it looked like Arcanine was stronger than Venusaur regardless of the type disadvantage. Still, Venusaur did its best, using moves like Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Vine Whip, Stomping Tantrum, and a final Hyper Beam to take out the Arcanine. Still, in the end, it fell. Arcanine successfully dodged most of Venusaur's attacks, and it used the pause after Hyper Beam to end the battle by using what looked like a combination of Flame Wheel and Giga Impact, which I now dub Flame Impact. By the end of it, Arcanine looked really exhausted, but the battle was over, so it was inconsequential. After watching those 2 battles, I left the battle club and visited a few stores, during the 2 hours I had until dinner, to look for any good Pokémon. I saw a few that were good enough to earn some bucks off them and decided to bring my mother here the next time it was time to buy some Pokémon for the family to sell. Chapter 90, CH 28, 89, Evolution, S, and Breakthrough, S, 1. After I returned home that day, I decided to spend the rest of the week focusing on the training of my Pokémon. Some of them were nearly ready for either a breakthrough evolution or both, and I wanted to use these days to help them bridge that point. So, the next day I had Zay to teleport me to Viridian City and walk towards Route 3. From there, instead of walking to cover some distance, I walked a bit off the path and searched for a good place to train undisturbed by other people, since I did not want anyone to see our training. The occasional wild Pokémon on the other hand were welcome since we used them as involuntary sparring partners. Their ultimate fate depended on their intent when they approached us. Those that were simply curious or had no ill intent in general, were healed and even compensated with food. Pokémon that came with ill intent were fought without holding back at all. Their fate was dependent on their luck. No one died yet, at least not through our hands. I, especially, focus on Mothra, the Nidoran, and the Magikarp with poison affinity, because those 4 are the closest to their next step. They all did specific parameter training, just like they had been doing inside my space when I was not using them in battle. The difference was that I was now actively keeping an eye on them and participating in their training. As for NYX, she still had a bit before she was ready to evolve, so I let her do her thing. She followed me most of the time, cheering on / making fun of the others. Our first day ended without any breakthroughs or evolutions, but that was okay. We came back to the same place the next day, and as luck would have, Mothra finally managed to bring her last parameter, agility, to SS after we were halfway through the day. Who would have thought it would be so hard to train the agility of a Pokémon without any limbs? Sarcastic, half depressed, jokes aside. Now, that Mothra had brought all her parameters to SS, it was time for her to evolve. With her previous limit breaking and her current limit breaking, I was pretty sure that she would unlock a genetic trait, at least I hope so. The limit breaking improved her potential, and the rest of her after all. That should include her genes, so I was pretty hopeful that she should gain something during her evolution to Butterfree. Since I did not want to attract any attention because of Mothra's evolution, I put everyone into my space, myself included. There I started to take out the materials I had prepared for her evolution. Only D-class and above materials were used. I started surrounding Mothra with Butterfree treats, compromised ambers, bug, and silver powders. After that I dabbed the ointment I made, using the low gold Butterfree carcass, some ground amber, some silver powder, some ground float stone, and a ground Pidgeotto's crest feather, on Mothra. Once everything was ready I gave her the go, and she started her evolution. It was impressive to see because the phenomena caused by her evolution was much greater than the one caused by Butterfree's and Zeta's evolution. She attracted much more energy to herself, her cocoon of light that always emerged was much bigger than the one Butterfree had, and the light she released was much brighter as well. The process took a bit longer than expected, but in the end, the light stopped, and the cocoon vanished. When I saw Mothra's new form my jaws literally dropped. She was breathtaking, awesome, impressive, and many other such complimentary words. The first thing of note was her size. I would estimate her to be about 2 times the size of a regular Butterfree, which was around 50% larger than my first one. Yet, that was not the most impressive thing about her new form. No, looking at her I was absolutely sure that she had unlocked a genetic trait because she had 2 traits that normal Butterfree didn't. The first one was some sort of white mane around her neck portion. The second one was a blue flame-like pattern on her forewings. Mothra's main body was nearly as large as I was, and if we included her feet then we were nearly the same height. Naturally, she won the height contest, if we added her wings into consideration as well. In that case, she was somewhere between 220 and 240 centimeters. It was a bit hard to give a concrete number without really measuring her, but that's what it looked like to me. Anyway, I went up to her, hugged and congratulated her. The others seeing my action walked over to congratulate her as well. We talked for a bit and Mothra chittered excitedly, which was understandable. She had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Had it not been for me asking her, she most likely would have evolved much earlier, because she disliked the mobility disadvantage she had as a metapod. While she was able to compensate for that with the use of string shots, she still had wanted to regain her full mobility. So, she was really happy now that she had evolved. That she could now fly was an awesome bonus as well, that made the delay worth it. While everyone was enthusiastically talking, I decided to check her new status. Name, Mothra. Species, Butterfree. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, bug, flying. Potential, light purple, 64.59%. Genetic variation, royal. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug, flying, Chinook, grass/flora, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, likes to eat, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, electric, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, bug manipulation, proficient, Chinook energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, gust, novice, tackle, proficient, bug bite, proficient, electroabe, advanced, thunderfang, advanced, psychic fangs, advanced, harden, advanced, iron defense, advanced, iron head, advanced, string shot, mastered, confusion, mastered. Well, first of all, she obviously gained the flying type, and then there is her potential. While it is still light purple, it increased by about 60% thanks to the materials I had prepared for her. Next up is the point that proves that she unlocked a genetic trait. Apparently, she is now a royal variant, which would explain the white fluffy looking mane around her neck, and the royal blue flame-like pattern on her forewings. The royal trait gave her a plus 25% bonus that applied overall. After that came her two abilities, compound eyes and tinted lens. Compound eyes increased her accuracy by about a third, and tinted lens allowed her to improve the impact of moves due to type disadvantage to that of neutral ones. Mothra's talents stayed the same, but her affinities had some change. She gained the flying/air affinity, and her Chinook affinity reached the same standard that one's typing has. Since it did not cause her type to change, it probably meant that the flying type had a priority during evolution. Still, she now had the same affinity other psychic types had, so that was great. Her resistances and weaknesses were the same all bug, flying type Pokémon had, so nothing surprising there. Nonetheless, seeing her enlarged list of weaknesses, especially her major weakness to the rock type, caused me to decide on training her resistance to those types. Besides those changes, there is only the move Gust left, which she learned upon evolution. Its mastery is at novice grade, which is to be expected since it's brand new. After a while, we left my space and everyone focused back on their training. While the others were training, Mothra was getting used to her new body and checking out her moves to see if anything changed. It turns out that it did. Her moves were quite a bit stronger than before, despite her mastery and parameters staying the same. The most likely cause for this was the combination of her evolution and the bonus from her new genetic trait. The evolution part happened to everyone, but the new trait was most likely the biggest contributor to the large boost. Shortly before dinner, we returned home, and the faces of my parents when they saw Mothra was hilarious. They were slack-jawed, and I could not stop myself from laughing. My laugh brought them out of their stupor, and they congratulated Mothra and me, mostly Mothra. I thought I briefly saw an anxious look on my father's face before it vanished, but ultimately decided that I probably imagined it. After that they started circling her, checking her out, and occasionally giving Mothra an ego boost by saying how impressive she was. The rest of the day we, mostly my parents, talked about our Pokémon. We also talked about our next scouting trip, and I told them about periodically alternating between cities and the stores we bought the Pokémon from. They agreed, and told me that they had already decided to do the same, but that they were proud that I had thought of it as well. They hugged me and all that. It was one of those happy family moments. I could have probably powered a Patronus with the good memories I made if that had not been part of another universe. Ultimately, it was decided that we would do our scouting trip next weekend since my mother said that her Pokémon were about to break through to the bronze stage, and she wanted to focus on that during this weekend. The next day was a dial day. This meant that the day after would be the weekend, during which I would have to pause my focused training. These 2 days also doubled as a rest/relaxing period for my Pokémon, so that was not a problem. Nonetheless, we returned to our new training site the next day and resumed our training. Now that Mothra had evolved, I focused more on the others to help them achieve their breakthrough/evolution. Just when I started to think I would have to return home without anyone succeeding in the last step, my poison Magikarp successfully raised her energy density to SSS, which meant that all of her parameters had now reached that point. Since that was the case, I pulled her from the pond I had her training with my other Magikarp into my space and then told my Pokémon to continue to train. I informed them that I would be back soon and entered my space as well. Once inside, I told my poison Magikarp that she could begin her breakthrough, and she did. The phenomenon was not as big as that caused by evolution, but as always when a Pokémon broke through, she started shining a bit by the energy she attracted from her environment. Since she had brought her poison affinity to the same standard as her water one, she shined even brighter than normal, since she attracted extra energy to fuel the changes that were happening to her body while she gained the poison typing. The same had happened to my Dragon-type Magikarp as well as Grass-type Magikarp, so I was not worried. After the light settled down, I could see her new look, and she had not changed that much. Half of her body was still burnt orange and the other half purple, as it had been before her breakthrough. Furthermore, she had also grown a row of small spikes/thorns along her spine. Besides that, the tips of her whiskers and fins turned a light shade of purple, while the white of her tail gained some purple as well. Other than that, there were no physical changes. After congratulating her, I checked her new status. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water, poison. Potential, blue, 93.6%. Genetic variation, poison variant. Abilities, swift swim, poison touch. Talents, none. Affinities, water, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly vengeful. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, G. Strength, G. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, G. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, bug, minor, steel, minor, fairy, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, ground, minor, psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner, dash, proficient. Techniques, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, aquajet, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. The first thing that changed was that she gained the poison typing. With it came some other things as well. First of all, and I had subconsciously ignored that for the others, was the mention in the genetic variant section. There was now a poison variant there, but all it did was show that she was a poison variant. It had no other use. The reason it was even mentioned there is that my observe took the Og Magikarp as the standard, so every other type variant was mentioned in the genetic variant section as such. The same was true for other species as well. Anyway, moving on. Additionally, to the mention in the genetic section, it also influenced her resistances and weaknesses. She now had the same resistances water/poison type Pokémon, like Skrelp, would have. Looking at the list, I had to say it was impressive because that's a pretty large number of resistances. Another thing that happened after she gained the poison type was that one of her abilities changed. Rattled got replaced by Poison Touch, which made it possible to poison someone through touch. She would have to learn to control that so that she did not poison someone accidentally, but it was a good ability. Those were all the changes that happened because of her new typing. The only other change that happened was that her potential increased as well as her new parameters, but that happened thanks to her breakthrough. Her potential went from lower scale light blue to upper scale blue. She was only missing a bit more than 6% to reach deep blue potential. Thanks to the +2 she received for the starting values of her parameters, because of her SSS breakthrough, she began directly at the mid-bronze stage. The reason for that was that her high agility and endurance pushed the average of her parameters to F, which in turn made her a mid-bronze stage Pokémon. I was always happy to see the result of all that hard work put into breaking their limits. Once I was done checking her status, I left my space and was back at our training spot. I called out Magikarp and put her back to the pond with my other Magikarp. Everyone saw her new look and came to congratulate her for her breakthrough as well as her new look. Magikarp swam happily at all the positive attention she received, and it took a while for the others to return to their training. A bit more than an hour later, I recalled everyone, except for Zayto, either in their balls or into my space. Afterward, Zayto teleported us home, and we relaxed for the rest of the day. Tomorrow was the start of the weekend, so for the next 2 days, we would be at home. Chapter 91, ch 29, 90, Evolution, S, and Breakthrough, S, 2. The next day, an hour after breakfast, my mother left to do her training while I stayed at home with my father. After Arya left the house, she walked towards their training ground, while thinking about the progress Ponyta and Sneasel had made since she had gotten them. Ponyta, more than Sneasel, was nearly ready for her breakthrough to the bronze stage. They only had to make sure she met all their training goals before Ponyta was allowed to break through. Once she arrived at her training spot, Arya called out Ponyta, Sneasel, Emerald, and Rivers. She had brought Emerald and Rivers along to keep them safe in case someone tried to attack them. Additionally, Rivers was able to easily put out any fire caused during Ponyta's training, so that was another reason why he was here. The two of them were naturally not just standing around but doing their own training as well, but the two already knew what she wanted them to do, and went at it without her having to say anything. Seeing them doing their thing, she focused on her newcomers. It has been some time now that you have joined me, so I would like to ask if you have thought about my offer to name you. As you have learned everyone on my team has names, so do the two of you want one as well, or would you like to be called by your species name? She asked them, once she had their attention. Ponyta showed her agreement, while Sneasel decided against a name for now. How about Agnea? Arya asked, yet Ponyta disagreed rather quickly. How does Rhiannon sound? She gave another suggestion, and Ponyta seemed to consider the name for a moment before she shook her head once more. So, you like that one better than the other first one, huh? Let's see. What about Epona? Do you like that one? Arya asked, and to her joy, the newly dubbed Epona agreed. Happy with having found a name that they agreed on, she turned to Sneasel. I am going to start with Epona today, so you'll have to do your training on your own until I am done with her part. She told him before she began giving out instructions. I want you to train both your Icy Wind and Metal Claw alternately. Try to swap between them once in a while, she said. SNE, Sneasel curtly agreed. Your aim for Icy Wind is to reduce its width, to concentrate its power. As for Metal Claw, try to reduce the time it takes to form it, and the hardness of the claw. You can use one of the boulders over there as your target. She instructed him while pointing towards the area he could train at. Sneasel gave an affirmative cry and went over to the area she had pointed at. Seeing Sneasel following her instructions, Arya turned towards Epona. We are going to check up on your progress with your moves first. Afterward, we will check your physical progress. She told her, and Epona agreed. They walked towards another set of boulders before Arya addressed Epona once more. Alright, I want you to start with 3 back-to-back volleys of ember. Aim each volley at a different boulder. She instructed Epona while pointing at 3 of the boulder in front of them. Arya wanted to see how long she took between volleys and the strength of her ember. She also wanted to see how much she had managed to limit the spread of her ember, since they had tried to concentrate the ember into one area, instead of letting it spread out. Epona followed her instruction without hesitation. Arya noted that there was a more than a second delay between each ember, and she had to nod in satisfaction at that. Such a small amount of delay was already pretty good, and any further progress would be part of totally mastering the move. She went up to the boulder to check up on them after her Ponyta was done with her performance. She inspected the impact point and was happy with what she saw. Well done. You have reached a point where I can say that you fulfilled my goals for your ember. She praised Epona, and it was true. From the size of the impact area, which was a bit larger than her palm, Arya could say that Epona had done a good job at concentrating her ember. The same could be said about the strength of her ember, which could be seen by the damage caused by the impact area. Since she successfully hit all 3 boulders, it showed that she also had no problem with aiming at different areas, while rapid-firing embers. Fire Spin is next. I want you to use the concentrated version first and then the wide area version. Arya told her Ponyta, and Epona delivered. Arya checked the damage caused to the area the fire spin had been aimed at, and also measured the time it took for the fire spin to dissipate after Epona had fired it. Predictably, the concentrated version caused more damage, and took longer to dissipate than the widespread version, but she was satisfied with the results of both. While the widespread version was weaker and persisted less than the concentrated counterpart, it targeted a wider area, which would be useful in case they had to use it against multiple opponents. Those were currently all of Epona's long-range moves, so next up were her short-range ones. Let's see your Flame Charge and Flame Wheel next, she said to Epona, who executed both flawlessly. For both moves Epona had to cloak herself in fire, but there was a difference in the focus of the moves. Flame Charge focused on using the flames to cause fire damage during the impact, while simultaneously boosting the user's speed a bit. Flame Wheel on the other hand fully focused on using that fire coat to damage the target. Since the fire was not used for any other purpose, the fire cloak was more focused/concentrated, which meant it caused more damage on impact than Flame Charge. Additionally, the concentration of fire made it possible to burn the foe. She had Epona use the moves a few more times to control all aspects and gave a pass for both moves as well. Nepo, New York, Ponyta. Epona displayed her happiness over Arya's praise. After letting Epona be happy for a bit, Arya told her to show her agility. Epona currently could stack 2 agilities, which was acceptable. That number would increase with her mastery. Her execution speed was acceptable as well, so Arya told her to demonstrate Quick Attack next. After checking up on Quick Attack and being content with the result, she asked Epona to demonstrate her last 2 moves, Stomp and Double Kick. The result of Double Kick was good, but Stomp needed more work, which was understandable since it was a newly learned move. Okay, you can rest for a bit, while I go and check up on Sneasel, she told Epona, who laid down after hearing that. We'll check up on your physical performance once I'm back, just so you know, Arya informed her relaxing Ponyta. After she said that, she walked over to the area Sneasel was training in. Sneasel turned to her since he noticed her approach, but she motioned him to continue, which he did. She observed him performing Icy Wind for a while before she started to give her input. Sneasel, your current aim is to compress the area of your Icy Wind, so until you can get that part successfully down, your execution speed is not important, she said, which made Sneasel look at her. You can train your execution speed after you have succeeded in the first part. Until then, take your time before executing the move. It is okay to be slow while using it as long as you manage to limit the area of Icy Wind, she elaborated, after which Sneasel nodded. It resumed using Icy Wind, but this time he took his time before performing the move. That's better, keep doing that until you can do it reliably. Once you have that down, you can focus on performing it faster. Arya encouraged Sneasel. She kept watching for a bit longer before she told Sneasel to keep up the good work and returned to Epona's side. Okay, time to check up on your physical performance, Arya said before she started taking things out of her Silphco bag. She first took out the weights and the straps to attach them to Epona. After that, she started to strap the weights on Ponyta one by one. Let's see your maximum carrying capacity first, she said while adding the weights. Arya slowed down at 70 kilograms and addressed Epona. Tell me once you reached your limit. We don't want you to get hurt, alright, she said, and Epona agreed curtly with a PON. Arya could see Ponyta slightly straining at 80 kilograms and was pretty sure they were at her limit at 85 kilograms if they wanted her to be able to move while carrying that load. Ponyta conveyed her being at her limit at 87 kilograms, and Arya stopped adding more at once. She had Epona slowly walk around while carrying that weight and measured the time. After 5 minutes she stopped her and started praising Epona while removing the weights. Once all weights were removed she patted her, before mentioning the next exercise. After resting for 5 minutes, I want you to run around the area 10 times as fast as you can, Arya told Epona, after which she gave her something to drink. Once the 5 minutes were up, she gave Epona the start signal and measured the time it took her to finish. It took Epona 120 seconds to finish the 10 laps. Since one lap was around 400 m, that meant that she had run at 120 km per hour on average. This was a great time, and she passed on the speed aspect. Great, you've done a good job, she praised Epona, who soaked in her praise. After praising her some more, which also doubled as rest, they started the next exercise, which was to measure her endurance. Alright, next up I am going to strap 61 kilograms on you, and you're going to run at 70% of your full speed for an hour, she informed Epona, who was not as eager to do that, but she still did. Arya used some of the time while Epona was running to check up on Sneasel. She observed his metal claw training and gave her input here and there. Still, he was doing a good job with the move and she told him that as well. He was happy with the praise and continued his training with even more vigor. After an hour was up, Arya gave Epona the signal to return and started taking off the weights. While doing that she checked up on her situation. After checking Epona's physical condition after her run, and seeing that she could still continue if necessary, she was satisfied with the result. She gave Epona something to drink and took out an oran berry from her bag. Alright, we're done with the all assessments. You've done a really good job Epona, and I am proud of you, Arya told Epona, and the Ponyta was really happy with the praise. Arya went up to hug her, and she stroked her mane while hugging her. They stayed like that for a bit, before Arya gave Epona the result of their test. Epona, you've done an awesome job. After seeing everything I can tell you that you are ready for your breakthrough, she said, and Epona got excited. Nay Ponyta, Epona exclaimed, and Arya agreed. Yes, you can break through now, she said, and after receiving her confirmation Epona initiated her breakthrough. She shone in the light that happened during all breakthroughs before it settled down. Seeing that her Ponyta successfully broke through, Arya heaped a few more praises on her. Her other Pokemon that had noticed the commotion came over to congratulate her as well. After everyone celebrated for a while she told them that it was time to go back home, so she recalled everyone beside Emerald and made her way back home. Around 4 hours after she had left my mother came back home. My father and I were relaxing during that time. We talked for a while and spent most of it watching TV. Yet, seeing her face radiating happiness, I could see that my mother had managed to achieve her goal during that time. I could not think of something else that would cause her to radiate such happiness and satisfaction. It seemed one of her Pokemon, Ponyta most likely, had successfully advanced to the bronze stage. This meant Mom now fulfilled all requirements to upgrade her trainer class. As expected, she told us that her Ponyta, whom she had named Epona, had successfully reached the bronze stage. We hugged her and congratulated her. After staying like that for some time we separated and my mother called the Alliance Center in Pewter City to make an appointment for her trainer class upgrade. She managed to get one for the next day. We spent the rest of the day just relaxing and ordered some pizza for dinner. Chapter 92, CH 30, 91, Evolution, S, and Breakthrough, S, 3. That Groude mother went to Pewter City to increase her trainer class, just as my father had done before her. She borrowed Sky from my father and returned nearly 3 hours later as a fresh senior class trainer. We held a mini celebration for her, and she informed us that she was planning to use some of the money we had earned to buy a good evolution source for Star, Hersteru. Naturally, neither my father nor I disagreed with her. I was actually happy with this because it meant that Star's potential would most likely increase, thanks to that evolution source. The potential of some of my parents' Pokemon were less than stellar. If my parents wanted to keep rising up the ranks at a relatively fast speed, they would have to increase the potential of their Pokemon somehow. In case that was not possible, they would most likely have to replace them one by one with Pokemon that have better potential. This obviously did not mean that they would abandon their Pokemon, but that they would retire from the main team of his parents. They would become either second-string members or retirees. Surprisingly, if Star managed to increase its potential, then his mother was only left with Sunny, her Gloom with light yellow potential, as only Pokemon with worse than light green potential. She would have to keep strengthening the potential of Star and Emerald since light green was not that great, but it would be enough for now. As for his father's Pokémon, after Cyan, his Butterfree with yellow potential, the worst one had green potential. So, I was not too worried about him. What was actually surprising was the amount of light blue and blue potential Pokémon my parents had. My mother currently had 3, and my father had 3 as well, with 3 more that were likely to upgrade to light blue in the future. That was really impressive and showed that my parents had the potential to become extremely strong trainers in the future. Yet, that was the thing with potential, it gave one the chance to achieve something, and it also made it easier, but ultimately, one had to work to reach that point. This took time, and there was the possibility that one would never reach their full potential, because of a multitude of reasons, so slow and steady wins the race. This was true for my parents but also for myself. Anyway, the next day was the beginning of a new week, so I returned to my training spot at the start of Route 3. I decided to focus on my Nidoran, as well as my Dragon Magikarp and Grass Magikarp. My 2 Nidoran, Seb and Gaia, had already reached the high bronze rank thanks to all the battles and training they did since I started my trip to the coast. Name, Seb. Species, Nidoran. Gender, male. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.2%, 61.5%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, patient. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid, high. Vitality, C-B. Strength, C-B. Endurance, C-B. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, D-C. Energy density, D-C. Name, Gaia. Species, Nidoran. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 49.6%, 61.8%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid, high. Vitality, C-B. Strength, D-C. Endurance, C-B. Agility, C-B. Energy capacity, D-C. Energy density, D-C. Yet, I wanted them to be firmly settled at their new rank before I gave them the go for their evolution, and they were so close to achieving it. The aim was to raise the majority of their parameters to B, and I was positive that they would succeed in the next few days. Both only needed to increase only one more to succeed. After that, they could evolve to Nidorino and Nidorina respectively. My Magikarp on the other hand still need quite some training, a few weeks or even months, until they managed to reach the high bronze stage, which was my requirement for them to evolve. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water, dragon. Potential, blue, 89.4%, 93.6%. Genetic variation, dragon variant. Abilities, swift swim, shed skin. Talents, none. Affinities, water, dragon. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly combative. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E-D. Strength, F-D. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, F-E. Energy density, F-E. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years. Type, water, grass. Potential, blue, 87.1%, 91.8%. Genetic variation, grass variant. Abilities, swift swim, sap sipper. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, peaceful. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, F-E. Strength, G-E. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, F-E. Energy density, F-E. Once they achieved an average of C, they would be considered to have stepped into the high bronze stage, but as could be seen by their status, that was still a bit off. On another note, their potential had come along pretty well, and I was sure I could boost it to deep blue with the help of some materials during their evolution. We trained until it was time for lunch, which I decided to eat in Viridian City. I went to Aldini's again and ordered some spaghetti. My Pokémon got to choose one of the Pokémon specials, at least those that were not inside the space. After lunch, I decided to call Rose and Aaron, which was why I decided to come to Viridian for lunch in the first place. During my call with Rose, I asked her how she was doing and dutifully listened to her talk, for about 20 minutes, about her school life as well as the things she did with Princess, her Vulpix, Ivy, her Eevee, and Boom, her Whizmoor. I told her about Mothra's evolution and a bit about our training. Naturally, nothing important, but enough to talk for a while. After that bit of low-key bragging, we said our farewells, and I hung up. I changed phone booths and called Aaron next. I asked if he made any progress in his endeavor to catch some fighting type, or future fighting type, Pokémon. Surprisingly, he said that he had already captured 2 out of his 3 targets. Apparently, he managed to find a Poliwag that appealed to him 4 days ago at one of his water trips, and after challenging Poliwag to a battle and beating him with Lucario, Aaron caught him. Additionally, just this morning he came across a group of 5 Shroomish led by a Breloom that had one that felt right. So, Aaron asked the leader for permission to invite her, most likely using his aura to avoid any unnecessary conflict, which he naturally did not mention to me. Still, I was pretty sure that was what he did because I don't think the Breloom would have listened to him otherwise, at least not without a fight. Anyway, he got her permission to invite her. The Shroomish decided she wanted to battle to test him. After Aaron won using his Chimchar, he caught her as well. I congratulated him for his captures and asked if he had checked them yet, but he said he was not planning to leave the forest until he had caught a Heracross as well. I was impressed with his determination and perseverance and wished him good luck. After talking for a bit more about this and that, and after I told him of Mothra's evolution, we ended the call. As for why I asked about his new addition's potential, despite us not being that close yet, I did it to test the waters and to show my interest in his future. Some would say I was too hasty, and that it could be seen as being too nosy, but I went with the flow. It felt okay, so I did it, and he showed no adverse reactions, at least I heard none. After ending my call, I left Viridian City and returned to my training spot on Route 3. There I focused on the training of my Nidoran. Seb had to do exercises that focused on improving his agility, like running exercises, leg training, swimming, and stretching. Gaia had to do strength exercises instead, like weight training and swimming. They kept at it until it was nearly time for dinner. There naturally were breaks between exercises, and I even massaged them to help relax their muscles as well as to help them relax. Unfortunately, they did not achieve their goal, but I still praised them for their hard work, because they had truly worked hard. I recalled everyone and called out Zato to return home. We resumed our training the next day, and shortly before lunch, Seb managed to increase his agility value to B, which meant he was ready to evolve. He got all excited after I relocated him and the others to my space for his evolution. I surrounded him with a few portions of all D-class poison-type materials that I had, after which I gave him the go-ahead. He started shining like all Pokémon did during evolution, and after the light settled down, I took a good look at his new form. He had grown considerably. I estimated his length to be between 100 to 110 centimeters, and his height to be somewhere between 50 to 60 centimeters. His horn had grown to around 15 cm as well. In conclusion, he looked impressive. Before I could go up to him to congratulate him, a blue missile flew past me. I saw Gaia excitedly checking out her brother, and the two were talking enthusiastically. I shrugged at her understandable excitement and went up to the two, and congratulated Seb as well. I gave him a hug and a few pats on the head, while carefully avoiding his horn. The others followed my example, and soon we were surrounded by the others and there was loud chattering happening all around. While everyone was talking, I checked Seb's new status. Name, Seb. Species, Nidorino. Gender, male. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 61.5%, 79.3%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, patient. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Poison, minor. Bug, minor. Fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor. Psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner, proficient. Techniques, Leer, beginner, Peck, beginner, Dig, beginner, Poison Sting, proficient. Focus energy, proficient. Fury attack, proficient. Helping hand, proficient. Toxic spikes, proficient. Double kick, proficient. Horn attack, proficient. Endure, proficient. Bite, beginner. Poison fang, proficient. Poison jab, proficient. Toxic, advanced. The only things that changed were his potential and his mastery over his poison energy. The materials that he absorbed during his evolution helped increase his potential by nearly 20%, which was good. It also looked like his evolution gave him the last push he needed to improve his mastery over his poison energy. Other than those two, the rest remained the same. After I was done with looking over Seb's status, I allowed the others to celebrate a bit more and even handed out a few berries to everybody. We had our lunch inside my space, and about 40 minutes later I told everyone that it was time to go back to training, and left my space with those I was training. Gaia seemed to have been motivated by her brother's evolution and threw herself into her training. Unsurprisingly, a few hours later she managed to increase her strength value to B, thus qualifying for evolution as well. She excitedly hopped by my side, as I relocated everyone once more. Just as with Seb, I also placed materials around Gaia, and after I was done she evolved as well. I checked her new look after her evolution, and her changes were bigger than those of Seb. She went from four-legged to semi-bipedal. Well, more like bipedal with the option to walk on all fours as well. Gaia was somewhere between 90 to 100 centimeters in height, on 2 legs. This did not include her ears. Her length, tail included, was at about 120 centimeters. I went up to her and hugged her. This time no one rushed ahead of me. I was patting her head and congratulating her for a few seconds before the others rushed up and joined in as well. I naturally checked her status as well, and just like her brother, she had only 2 changes as well. Name, Gaia. Species, Nidorina. Gender, female. Age, +2 years. Type, poison. Potential, blue, 61.8%, 79.6%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, poison point, rivalry. Talents, keen hearing. Affinities, poison. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Energy capacity, C. Energy density, C. Resistance, grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Poison, minor. Bug, minor. Fairy, minor. Weaknesses, ground, minor. Psychic, minor. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries, poison energy manipulation, beginner, proficient. Techniques, growl, beginner, scratch, beginner, tail whip, beginner, crunch, beginner, poison jab, beginner, poison sting, proficient. Fury swipes, proficient. Helping hand, proficient. Toxic spikes, proficient. Double kick, proficient. Bite, proficient. Dig, proficient. Endure, proficient. Poison fang, advanced. Toxic, advanced. Just like her brother, her potential increased by nearly 20% as well, carrying her ahead of her brother once more. She also raised her mastery over her poison energy to proficient, so I could only assume that the evolution gave them some insight/nudge that helped them. Other than these, the rest remained the same. We celebrated for about 30 minutes more before I told everyone that we were going home earlier today and that training was over. There was only a bit more than an hour until dinner, so I decided to stop now and simply go home early. I had Zay to teleport me home, where I told my parent over dinner about Seb and Gaia's evolution. My parents were surprised once again and I couldn't stop myself from laughing. One would think they would have gotten used to things like this by now. I was not sure if I saw another strange look on my father's face, but it kinda looked like that. Just for a second or so, and honestly, I was not sure if his face simply cramped up for a moment, but I decided to look out for it the next time. They congratulated me and the rest of the evening went like always. Chapter 93, ch 31, 92, The Other Side. Mommy, do you know what Mika told me just now? Rose asked her mother. No, honey, I don't, but I'm sure you're going to tell me about. Her mother answered her. He said Mothra evolved, and that she looks cooler than other Butterfree too. Can we go to them? I want to see Mothra. She asked. Oh, it's about time that happened, but sorry, honey. Your father and I are too busy at the moment for a visit. Maybe sometime next month. Her mother answered her, and she was a bit bummed out at that but still nodded. Okay, Mom. Say, Mommy, Mika keeps telling me about all the training he's doing with his Pokémon. Should I start training mine too? She asked her mother, after shelving the idea of visiting Mikhail. She had been simply playing around and relaxing with her Pokémon since she got them. Yet, constantly hearing from Mikhail about how he was training his Pokémon, how they were getting stronger, and how they were kicking the ass of older people, she got a bit curious and unsure if she should start training her Pokémon as well. The most they had done was trying out a few moves of Princess Ember had looked nice, like a little firework, but they had not done any training, which was why she asked her mother if she should train her Pokémon. Oh, sweetheart, you don't have to train your Pokémon yet or ever, if you don't want to. Her mother told her, and she tilted her head a bit, looking at her mother questioningly. Rose, honey, you're only starting secondary school after next year. You still have more than enough time to decide what you want to do in the future, or if you want to train your Pokémon. Her mother began, and she seriously listened to her. You only have to decide if you want a Pokémon-focused education or not at the end of secondary school, and even then you can still change your mind during the first year of tertiary school. Even if you want to do something with Pokémon in the future, that does not mean you need to become a strong trainer. Her mother said, and she was a bit puzzled. But aren't you and Daddy trainers? Mika's parents too, and now Mika as well. I always thought I was going to become one too. Rose said, confused as if she had been thinking that she would definitely become a trainer in the future as well. Her mother released a sigh after hearing her. Rose, you don't have to become a trainer just because your father and I are trainers. There are many other things you could become even if you decide to work with Pokémon. You could become a performer or an actor. Even if you decide to be a trainer, you could become a coordinator instead of a standard one. What I am trying to say is that you still have time to decide what you want to do and that you don't have to rush into things. Mikhail is just a special case, a really special one. Her mother said. Rose, who had listened to her mother attentively, thought for a bit before she said, so, should I start to train Princess or the others or not? Her mother rubbed her face and sighed. If you want to, we could slowly ease you into training. I am sure Tamamo and the others can help Princess and the other two with their moves and everything. She began, and Rose smiled at that. We will start easy and see how it goes from there, not like it could hurt no matter what you decide in the future. We just thought you would like to relax and play around for a while longer. Her mother finished, and Rose went up to her to hug her. Thank you, Mommy, she said, and her mother just stroked her hair. After a while, her mother addressed her once more. Since we decided to do this, we will visit the park every 2 days for 2 hours. We will do the same once your break is over, just after you come back from school," she said, and Rose nodded. Rose thanked her mother once more before she skipped to her room and rushed up to Princess. Any, Princess, you know what?" she asked excitedly. Vulpix only tilted her head at Rose's behavior. "We are going to start training with Tamamo and the others from now on. Isn't that great?" Rose said, and Vulpix tipped in agreement. She could already see herself becoming like the Ninetales in the future, unleashing firestorms while looking good doing it. Rose broke Princess out of her fantasy when she started talking about all the things they were going to do in the future. "And then you're going to release flames like whoosh, and we will win. We're going to be awesome." Rose finished her description on how they were going to become super strong and be the best while looking great doing so. After that, Rose shifted her attention to Ivy and Boom to talk to them about their future awesome training as well. After Rose went to sleep that evening, her parents talked about Rose's new wish to train her Pokémon. "Well, as you've heard from her during dinner, Rose wants to start training her Pokémon," Lily began while chuckling a bit, remembering her daughter's enthusiastic explanation on how super strong they were going to get through that training. Thorn had to laugh as well when she said that. "Yeah, I did. How come she suddenly wants to start training? Until now she was content with simply playing around with them," he asked before his face suddenly got shadowed. "Or is there someone that has bullied her, making her want to get stronger?" he inquired in a low tone. Lily had to chuckle at her husband's behavior. "No, nothing like that. She had her weekly call with Mikhail, and he told her how his Metapod had evolved," she explained, and Thorn quipped in. "About damn time. That thing was much stronger than any Metapod had the right to be. I was starting to think he was never going to let her evolve with how long he had been delaying it." She giggled at his reaction. "Right? We were all starting to wonder when it's finally going to happen." Thorn was still a bit puzzled. "That shouldn't have been the reason for her sudden interest in training, right?" he asked, and Lily shook her head. Apparently, Mikhail's constant tales of his Pokémon training have made her curious if she should start training as well. She began, and Thorn had an enlightened look on his face. "So it's still Mikhail's fault?" Lily indicated a so-so with her hands while replying to him. "Not fully," Rose said. "Since we are trainers, her best friend's parents are trainers, and now her best friend is also on the fast lane to become a trainer, she should obviously become one as well," she said while shaking her head at the logic of it. "I naturally told her that she had way more options available, and talked a bit about them, but I ultimately decided that it would not hurt to ease them into training," Lily added, and Thorn nodded at that. "Well done, honey. You've made the right choice. No matter what she decides to do in the future, being strong can only help her, and since we are starting this early, she can take it as slow as we want." He agreed with her. "That's what I said as well," Lily told him. "I'm going to have Tamamo and Kojin train them, and I want to borrow Amp, mainly to help train Boom," she informed him, and it made sense. Having a Ninetales teach a Vulpix, a Flareon teach an Eevee, and an Exploud teach a Whizmoor, was the simplest way for them to do it. "Good idea, darling." Thorn praised his wife. "I'll have Lou occasionally go with you. I'm sure there is much that he can do to help with the training," he added. At the time Rose had been talking with her mother about her future training, Aaron had just ended his call with Mikhail. Interesting young guy that one. I felt some pure aura on him, and he seemed nice enough, even if he is a bit too curious. Still, I felt no ill intent, so that's okay," he mused to himself. "Seeing that he keeps checking up on me, it seems he wants to become friends. That's good. I can keep an eye on him and see if I should recommend him to the folks at home if he really has some talent in aura," he thought out loud before he shook his head. "Anyway, I've been here for a week already, and I haven't seen a Heracross yet. Maybe it's time I go a bit further into the forest. Otherwise, I feel as if I'm going to be here for a long time." He pondered and decided to just that. He tidied up his camp and recalled everyone except for Lucario and Shroomish, whom he put on his head. She lived inside the forest for her whole life, so she could give him some tips or warnings from up there. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head a bit deeper and find us some Heracross," he said, addressing Shroomish and Lucario. Lucario just shook his head at Aaron's antics, but Shroomish warbled in agreement. Aaron started walking at a brisk tempo deeper into the Viridian forest. He slowed down about 3 hours later since the average strength of the wild Pokémon he encountered was rising. He had only covered about 90 kilometers, but since he had slowly made his way deeper into the forest during the last week, he was not far from the boundary of Viridian Forest's outer area. He had yet to reach the inner area, yet the average strength of the Pokémon was equal to that of his Mankey. So, he stopped advancing and started to search for a good place to set up his new camp. It took him another hour, but he found the ideal place for his camp. The place was near a water source, a little creek, and was relatively hidden as well. After he was done clearing up the area around his new base camp, he called out all his Pokémon. He put down Shroomish before he addressed all of them. "All right, folks. This is our new base," he said, motioning to the area they stood in. "We are going to perform our search with this place as the center. Hopefully, it won't take us too long to find a Heracross, because I don't think we can go much further without risking our lives," he said, and his Pokémon started murmuring. "Nonetheless, I think we'll get lucky soon enough, so you don't have to worry. I plan to stay here for at least a week, which gives us enough time to find a Heracross," he added before he returned everyone except Lucario and Ralts. He then motioned for him to get on his head before he addressed him. Remember this place? He began, if I give you the signal, I want you to teleport us to this place, alright. He finished, and Ralts gave an affirmative Ralts in return. Around an hour later they came upon an area with a pond, and he discovered traces that looked to be from a far-fetched. Those were relatively rare Pokémon, but not his current target, so he ignored them and kept looking for any traces left behind by a Heracross. It took another hour, but Ralts suddenly patted his head and pointed at one of the trees in front of them, where Aaron saw traces left behind by a Heracross. He praised Ralts for his keen observation and released a sigh of relief. The traces were relatively fresh, which meant that there were definitely Heracross coming through this area or even living around this place. Since he had found a trace, he started following the traces with renewed vigor, in hopes of finding a Heracross that clicked with him. Chapter 94, CH 32, 93, Route 3, 1. The next day, instead of teleporting to my training spot, I had Zay to teleport me to the exit of Viridian City towards Route 3 so that I could continue my trip towards the coast. During my time at my training ground, I had noticed that the composition of the Pokémon appearing on Route 3 was a bit different compared to the one on Route 4. Since Route 4 went through the outer area of the Viridian Forest, there were many bug and grass-type Pokémon among the wild Pokémon. Compared to that, I had yet to see any grass-type during the time I was training on Route 3, and the number of bug types was really low. Instead, I had seen a higher number of the usual ones that were practically everywhere like Rattata and Pidgey. Still, I had not really left my training area during that time, so it was possible that I would see something different for a change. Anyway, enough about my keen observation skills. After I set foot on Route 3, I started walking towards Dew City, which was the next milestone on my trip to the coast. Dew City was about 250 to 260 kilometers away at the moment, so I would need around 4 to 5 days to cover that distance. This meant that I would be unable to arrive there this week since today was Jiratidai, which meant I had only 3 days left before it was the weekend. Since those 3 days were not enough to reach Dew City anyway, I decided to actually visit the Bug Club this dial day as I had previously resolved, but time and again delayed. That left me with today and tomorrow for walking along Route 3. On dial day I would visit the Bug Club, and during the weekend I would visit Viridian City with my mother to buy some Pokémon for the new family business as we had agreed on last weekend. I was pretty busy this week. Man, I started to digress once more. As I said, I was currently walking along Route 3 with Zayto and NYX by my side, occasionally checking some Pokémon or some materials to see if we could find something useful. Until now it has been unfruitful, even if it has only been like 15 minutes. I had seen a group of Grimmer just 5 minutes away from Viridian City but decided to leave them alone, after finding none with any good potential. Either only some of them or none of them had learned how to control their smell, because they smelled to the high heavens. Which was why I didn't try to battle or interact with them, even if it would have been a useful experience. Had there been only one, I could have maybe endured the stench, but so many of them turned the area around them into a biochemical quarantine zone. At least it felt like that to me. I shudder to think about what a group led by a mook would be like if a relatively small group of Grimmer was already this bad. I was actually surprised that the surrounding area had not started to die yet and was wondering if I had to notify anyone about them. I filed that for later and moved on. Just a few minutes later I saw a Smeargle. Yes, I saw the most useless and simultaneously useful Pokémon ever, at least according to all the media I had seen in my previous life. In this universe, they were not as useless as in the games but also not as awesome as in the literature. I, obviously, balded even if it had bad potential. Species, Smeargle. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light orange. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, own tempo. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. I personally had no use for it, save for maybe using it for breeding, and I would never do that with Pokémon that had such bad potential. No, the reason I caught him was to give him to my parents, so they can do whatever they want with him. They would most likely sell him, but to whom and for how much was not my problem. As for why I said that he was not as useless as in the games, that's easy. While they still had the equivalent of a shitty BS, that could be remedied through copious amounts of backbreaking, hellish training, and lots of limit breaking. Plus, unlike the Smeargle from the games, Smeargle could learn moves on their own as well on Terra. Their possible move pool, without the use of sketch, resembled that of the Apom line. Now, on to why they were not as awesome as in some of the literature I had read. While the move sketch still allowed them to permanently copy a move that had just been used, there are limitations. First of all, executing the move and for it to take effect took some time, which made it unviable for battle. Additionally, the number of moves a Smeargle could simultaneously have that had been sketched was 4. Not only that they could only use the move sketch 5 times per stage, so depending on how strong they were they could only use it a few times. Fortunately, it was stackable, so leftover uses could carry over to the next stage. Still, this meant it was better to catch them while they were weak to prevent them from wasting those chances. In conclusion, this meant that they were useful and I would definitely catch one for myself if it had good potential, but they were not the key to unlimited wealth. On a side note, I had a theory that the Smeargle line had through some lucky genetic mutation bullshit gained the Mutastick. See what I did there? Ability to unlock the genetic memory of some moves through the use of sketch. This was why they had a limit on it, and why they could not learn them on their own. Still, useful though. Damn it, I keep digressing. Moving on. After putting away my new capture, I continued my walk with a small pep in my step. During the next 20 minutes I saw 2 or 3 Voltorb and the occasional Meowth, but the farther I got from Viridian, the rarer that became. Another 2 hours later and the only interesting Pokémon I encountered except for members of the Pidgeot, Rattata, Spearow, Ekans, Centaurette and Zigzagoon line were 3 Machop. Naturally, I did not forget to mentally note that information down to later tell that to Aaron. Unfortunately, the best one had only yellow potential, so I merely beat them up with Weedle and Nyx as training. I was using some of the stronger wild Pokémon, like Rattata, Pidgeot and Zigzagoon at the high Iron stage, to train both Weedle and Teddiursa. I used those even stronger, mostly the evolutions of the previous group, like Raticate and Pidgeotto between the low and mid bronze stage, to train Nyx and Zato. Mothra and the Nidos had to get used to the bodies for now, so I didn't use them yet. It had been some time since I had gotten the 2 Weedle, and using some good old hard training, the occasional battle, and the many bug-type supplements that I had, many of which were even extra useful for members of the Weedle line, I managed to bring both to the high Iron stage. Name, none, temporary, Queen Bee. Species, Weedle. Gender, female. Type, bug, poison. Potential, blue, 0.4%, 26.9%. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Parameters. Stage, Iron stage, mid, high. Vitality, E-B. Strength, E-C. Endurance, E-B. Agility, D-A. Energy capacity, F-C. Energy density, F-D. Condition, healthy, happy, tired. Masteries, bug E-manipulation, initial, novice, poison E-manipulation, novice. Techniques, electroabe, novice, new, bug bite, beginner, string shot, beginner, proficient, poison sting, proficient. I checked her status after her latest battle. My first thought was that I needed to think of a name for her pretty soon. After that came that her potential and parameters had made good progress. Her moves on the other hand had been a bit neglected, even if there was not much that could be done there anyway. She had increased her mastery of string shot to proficient, which helped the mastery of her bug energy. Additionally, she had recently learned electroabe thanks to Mothra. Other than that, nothing else changed. The status of her lackey was even less impressive, but his progress was nonetheless not small. Name, none, temporary, lackey 1. Species, Weedle. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Potential, deep green, 7.6%, 39.3%. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Affinities, bug, poison. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Parameters. Stage, Iron stage, low, high. Vitality, H-C. Strength, H-C. Endurance, H-C. Agility, G-C. Energy capacity, I-D. Energy density, I-D. Condition, healthy, drained, tired. Masteries, bug E-manipulation, initial, poison E-manipulation, initial. Techniques, bug bite, novice, new, poison sting, novice, beginner, string shot, novice, beginner. Looking at his status, especially his condition, I decided to let the poor guy rest for like a week. I had made him train even harder to let him catch up to Queen Bee, and he had succeeded, barely, thanks to copious use of supplements. Yet, his move mastery, as well as his general condition, had suffered because of it. At least the supplements used had also given his potential a boost as well. So, I relocated him to the space and gave him off for the rest of the week and the next week as well. This obviously meant that I did not use him, while battling the occasional wild Pokémon and trainer, for the rest of the day. Well, that simply meant Teddiursa and Queen Bee had more opportunities to battle instead. By the time dinner came around, all participants were tired, and we had managed to cover roughly 50 kilometers. Seeing their fatigue, I told them that they would not do any training or battles tomorrow. Weedle and Teddiursa weakly complained, but I insisted. I had Zay to teleport me home, which took a bit longer than usual, because of his tiredness. I simply relaxed the rest of the day, and the next day I had Zay to return me to our last stop. Afterward, I put him and the others into my space for them to chill. Today, instead of Zato and Nyx, I had Butterfree and Gaia accompany me while walking. They, along with Seb and Mothra, were my battle lineup for the day. Since all of them were at the high bronze stage, I ignored all wild Pokémon below the mid bronze stage, which left me with much fewer opportunities to battle. During the whole day, the only ones that fulfilled that requirement were a Raticate, 2 Fearow, an Arbok, a Linoon, and a Drowsy. I battled against all of them, except for one of the Fearow, who simply flew away, totally ignoring me. The Drowsy was a surprise for me because psychic types were generally much harder to find/spot in the wild. Had it not been for his light yellow potential, I would have caught him. The Drowsy was already sapient, as nearly all psychic types are by the time they reach the high Iron stage, and after his defeat, he asked me if he could join me. For the previously mentioned reasons I declined, and I could see as well as feel his disappointment at my refusal. That made me feel quite bad, and I actually tried to console the guy. I even went as far as to heal him and gave him a few E-class as well as 1 D-class psychic seeds before moving on. It was only the second time a Pokémon directly asked me to join me, and I felt bad for refusing. Don't judge me, okay? Anyway, thanks to those wild battles and some trainer battles, Mothra and the others got some pretty good exercise. 2 hours before it was time for dinner actually Gaia, stumbled upon something useful. Quite literally this case, since she fell flat on her face because of it, and I had a hard time not laughing. Regrettably, 1 or 2 snorts may have escaped my mouth. Name, Big Root. Type, Grass. Class, E. Uses, it's a root that mysteriously contains some insight into health-absorbing moves. Can be eaten as food, but tastes pretty bad, and may cause indigestion if more than a small amount is consumed. Upon consumption, the consumer may gain some useful insight into any health-absorbing moves they possess. It was a good find, even if its use was pretty limited. What honestly confused me a bit was how the hell the root held any kind of insight into anything, but I decided to do like a certain straw hat wearing guy together with his friends always did and simply categorized it as a mystery root. After stopping Gaia from destroying the root and putting it away, I calmed her down and we continued on. Since I decided to ignore most of the wild Pokémon, we managed to cover more distance than usual. By the end of the time I went home for dinner, we had covered a distance of 80 kilometers. Chapter 95, ch 33, 94, st. I nerfed Miru. After I woke up this morning I took my Growlithe egg out of my space just as I had been doing every morning before breakfast. I always put it inside before sleeping, so that it could get the bonus provided by the breeding area that was created for it. Then after waking up I would take it out, so that my parents could check up on it while I was out exploring. This time I decided to check its status to see if anything had changed. Species, Growlithe. Gender, male. Type, fire. Potential, deep green. Stage, none. Pokegag. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, intimidate, flash fire. Talents, none. Affinities, fire. Nope, nothing had changed after all, but I had expected that. There was still quite some time until the egg would hatch, and I was sure I could increase his potential at least once before then. To help along with that I was going to start using the fire chips and fire rocks that I had been accumulating for this. I was sure that the D-class versions would have been too much for the egg, which was why I had my space produce the E-class version instead. This had resulted in an increased production rate, which left me with enough materials to start my plan now, rather than in a few months. I put the incubator in the padded area inside my room specifically prepared for it, before taking out 10 fire chips and placing them down in a circle around the incubator. Name, Fire Chip. Type, Fire. Class, E. Uses, it's a fragment of a fire gem that has retained the ability to absorb and store certain amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon. Afterward, I took out 10 fire rocks and placed them down around the incubator as well. Name, Fire Rock. Type, Fire. Class, E. Uses, it's a rock that forms around a firestone. While it is not as precious or useful as a firestone, it can absorb and store certain amounts of fire energy from the environment. Contains fire-type energy and can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokémon. To be honest, I had half expected the fire rock to turn into a firestone after the upgrade, but ultimately that didn't happen. Apparently, the rock was missing the wavelength that evolution stones possess. As a result, only its effectiveness got improved, but it didn't turn into firestones. By my estimation it should take the egg about 2 to 3 weeks to drain these chips and rocks, so until then I won't have to replace them. Anyway, after I placed the incubator in its place and surrounded it with the fire materials, I went downstairs for breakfast. I told my mom about the chips and rocks I had placed around the incubator so that she didn't get surprised while checking up on it. I simply told her that I had bought them in Viridian City, using the money I earned during battles. Well, the part of my money that I didn't hand to her for safekeeping. She readily accepted my explanation. After I was done eating, I hugged her and left after telling her that I'll see her later. Just as I had previously decided on, I had Zay to teleport me to the entrance of the bug club. I walked up to the registration desk and signed up for a fight. This would be my first battle as a bug collector after my rank up. Battles between bug collectors were 2 vs 2, so I needed to decide on which ones to use. As I was sitting there in the lobby thinking about my options, I realized I had FK'd up. I had 4 bug types, which was good. The only problem was that after Mothra's evolution, she had become too distinct. If I used her here, then my connection with this alias would be uncovered as soon as I used her outside the club, which I had already done. So unless I was willing to out my alias as Miru, I couldn't use Mothra. Well, that still left me with Butterfree and my 2 Weedle is what would normally be the logical conclusion. The only problem with that was that both Weedle were only at the high iron stage, while the Pokemon of most, more like nearly all, bug collectors were at the bronze stage. As if that was not enough, I had given Lackey 1 the week off, because of his exhaustion, so he was out as well. This left me with only Butterfree and Queen Bee, who was only at the high iron stage. I should have thought about this before coming here. At least the battles were only 2 vs 2, I could still win, as long as no one too strong came up, thanks to Butterfree's strength. I was simply going to use Weedle first, have her battle as long as she could without getting trashed, so that she could get battle experience, and then recall her. After that, I would send in Butterfree and hopefully mope up the opposition. I would have to take longer rests between battles since I couldn't substitute them, and I also wouldn't be able to participate in as many battles for the same reason. I normally avoided being in a disadvantaged position, so this was something new for us, but it would be a valuable experience nonetheless. I called out both of them and explained the situation to them. Contrary to what one would expect, both were excited by the prospect. Since it had been some time since I last checked his status, I decided to check up on Butterfree's status before the battles began. Species, Butterfree. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Potential, deep green, 86.72%, 96.69%. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens. Affinities, bug, flying. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, B-A. Endurance, A-S. Agility, A-S. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, A. Condition, healthy, excited. Masteries, bug e-manipulation, beginner, proficient, air e-manipulation, novice, beginner. Techniques, tackle, beginner, string shot, proficient, bug bite, proficient, electroabe, proficient, harden, proficient, iron defense, proficient, gust, proficient, confusion, proficient, sleep powder, proficient, stun spore, proficient, poison powder, proficient, bug buzz, proficient, psybeam, proficient, advanced, air slash, proficient, advanced, tailwind, proficient, advanced. It was impressive how far the guy had come. He was only missing a scant few percent to upgrade his potential to light blue. Not only that, but by the time his strength had reached the A value, his endurance and agility parameter had also increased to S. This made me hesitate on allowing him to break through to the silver stage since he was only missing another 2 S values to receive a 40% potential bonus upon breakthrough. Besides his impressive progress with his parameters, he also improved his masteries, both for his elements, as well as moves. I had him focus on Psybeam as well as Air Slash for long-range offense and Tailwind for mobility. This overall improvement in his strength was the reason I was willing to go with my current plan, despite practically participating in 1vs2 battles. Soon enough the announcement came and I had my first fight. Our first fight was against a boy that used a low, bronze stage Ledian as his first Pokémon. As planned I used Weedle first, but no matter how hard she fought, she had nearly no chance at winning. She tried to hit Ledian with Poison Sting or entangle it with either String Shot or Electroabe, but the Flying Menace dodged all her attacks while flying. We tried to use strategy to lure it into some string traps, but it was too fast, so we had no chance to box it in. Using String Shot to either approach it or dodge its attacks was also not working that well, because of the speed difference. So or rather she did her best to tire out Ledian instead so that Butterfree could have an easier time beating it. We did just that until I saw that she was unable to hold on. I praised and then recalled her, before calling out Butterfree instead. As soon as he appeared on the court, he used Tailwind to give himself a mobility boost. While it might have been unnecessary because of the strength difference between the two, but it was part of our standard battle protocol, so I ordered Butterfree to use Fast Asleep, and he released a cloud of sleep powder that got propelled by a gust. Ledian naturally dodged it, but it successfully reduced its airspace. I told Butterfree to bombard it, and he used Psybeam and Air Slash to attack it. While Ledian managed to dodge a few, he ultimately fell to Butterfree's assault. The boy recalled his Ledian and called out a low, bronze stage Pineco next. This confused me a bit because that was a really slow species and a pretty bad match against Butterfree. The only thing I could think of was self-destruct, but as mentioned earlier it was too slow to reach Butterfree with it. I told Butterfree to take it out from afar when the boy gave an order that surprised me. Or more like the result of said order surprised me. After the boy said Rapid Carnival, his Pineco first shone with a metallic light, which made me guess that it used Auto-Tomize. Afterward, it used Rapid Spin, followed by Rollout. It practically shot at Butterfree and started to glow halfway to Butterfree. Surprised at the turn of events, and seeing that he would have a hard time dodging the blast radius with how fast that Pineco had gotten, I told Butterfree to use Ultimate Defense first, before he tried to dodge. Ultimate Defense was the command for the combo of Harden and Iron Defense. As I had expected, Pineco used Self-Destruct as soon as he was close enough, trying to take Butterfree down with it. The boy had apparently decided that he could not win against Butterfree with his Pokémon, so he had settled for mutual destruction. I could respect that, but unfortunately for him, he was going to be disappointed. Once the dust stirred by the explosion settled down, his downed Pineco and my mostly unscathed Butterfree became visible. The referee declared the result and praised my opponent for his strategy. Since Weedle was exhausted and Butterfree was mildly injured by the kamikaze attack of Pineco, I took a 30 minutes break to heal them and give them some rest. After that, I registered for our next battle. We battled another 7 times that day. The overall sequence stayed the same. I sent Weedle out first so that she could hopefully tire out the opponent's first Pokémon. After that, I cleaned out the rest with Butterfree. Towards the end, winning got harder, mostly because Butterfree was pretty tired. Which was why I decided to stop, even if there were still 2 hours until dinner. I used that time to visit Viridian City instead. I checked up on the Pokémon I had marked for our family, to see if they were still there. Fortunately, all of them except for a light green potential Diglett were still available. It seems someone got lucky with that one. Anyway, once I made sure that the Pokémon I was going to show my mother tomorrow were still there, I returned home. The next day, after breakfast I addressed my mother. Mom, while I was in Viridian City, I went through a few stores to look for any Pokémon that would be useful for us and I found some. Could we go to Viridian City this time? I told her, before asking for her consent. Oh, did my boy do preliminary work for his family? I'm so proud of you. Of course, we can go to Viridian City. She answered while pinching my cheeks as if I was a little boy. Okay, I may have been a little boy in her eyes, but that stuff was still embarrassing, even if I used to like doing it to little kids as well. Great, I said, after choosing to ignore her actions. My father, who had been listening on the side, decided to butt in as well. How about I come with you as well this time? We could turn it into a little family work trip, he said, and I just shrugged. My mother on the other hand just looked into his eyes, quirked an eyebrow, and posed a question. Were you not planning to train your Pokémon? My father, who absolutely did not squirm under her gaze, replied. I want to do something together instead. We shouldn't neglect family time. We've been busy during the last few weekends, so this weekend I want to do something together, even if it is kinda like work, he said, and my mother put on a face that clearly said, yeah, I believe you. Still, she chose to reply with something positive. Oh, honey, how thoughtful of you. That's a great idea, she said, and our weekend business trip turned into a weekend business trip for the whole family. It took us a bit less than half an hour, because Zato had a bit of a harder time teleporting so many people at once, but we arrived at Viridian City. Still, considering that the distance we covered was about 800 kilometers, I would say he did a good job. I led my parents to the different stores I had found good potential Pokémon in, and my parents bought them without any hesitation. After that we simply strolled around, occasionally visiting some other stores as well. I brought them to Aldini's because I quite liked the store, and I was craving some pizza. We ate our lunch, I had my pizza fungi and everyone was happy. After lunch, my parents decided to return home, since they were satisfied with our harvest. I had selected 7 Pokémon beforehand, the missing Diglett excluded, and during our stroll, we managed to find one more. So, we bought a total of 8 Pokémon today. Our yield consisted of a light green potential Icans, a light green Pineco, a light green Sandshrew, a green male Nidoran, a green Hoothoot, a deep green Farfetch'd, a light blue Goldeen, and a light blue Pidgeot, that I was totally planning to set aside for myself. The only one I was interested in was the light blue potential Pidgeot, and I was absolutely taking that one. I had no interest in the rest. While the Goldeen and Farfetch'd had good potential, I was not really interested in their species. Had it been the Galarian variant instead, I would have definitely taken it for myself, but the normal one was just meh in my opinion. The next day my father flew around a bit to get the Pokémon checked in several batches at different cities. He came back and told us about the results. I used my manly charms to persuade my parents to leave the Pidgeot to me. I definitely did not use watery, hopeful eyes, pouting, no pleases were involved. I didn't put on the whole program. Nope, only my manly charm, and natural handsomeness. After that my father went around once more, but this time to sell the rest, since they were not interested in any of the others as well. When he came back a few hours later, he told us that he got a total of 8.170.000 poke for all of them. Our total expense for all Pokémon, including their potential test, was 3.050.000 poke. Pidgeot was included in this as well. So, after subtracting our expenses from our earnings, we were left with a profit of 5.120.000 poke. Had I not taken Pidgeot for myself, that could have been even more, but I would say that it was good money for a few days of hard work. We were all happy with the result and ordered some sushi for dinner as a tribute to the Goldeen that made up the bulk of our earnings. That night while I was laying in my bed, I suddenly remembered the Smeargle that I had caught and subsequently forgotten. I facepalmed at my Goldeen brain and decided to tell my parents about it tomorrow. Having made that decision, I went to sleep. Chapter 96, ch 34, 95, Route 3, 2. Early next morning, right after waking up, I registered Pidgeot's Pokeball to myself. Afterward, I called her out and introduced myself to her. While doing the whole introduction spiel, I checked her full status. Name, none. Species, Pidgey. Gender, female. Age, +3 years. Type, flying, normal. Potential, light blue, 6.9%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, tangled feet, big pecs. Talents, composed. Affinities, flying/air, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, weak, artificial. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, B. Immune, ghost. Resistance, grass, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, accepting. Masteries, air e-manipulation, beginner, neutral e-manipulation, novice. Techniques, agility, beginner, wing attack, beginner, tackle, proficient, sand attack, proficient, gust, proficient, quick attack, proficient, whirlwind, proficient, twister, proficient, feather dance, proficient. Oh, wow. I was impressed. Her status screen was really impressive, much better than I had expected. Well, I already knew her potential was light blue, so there's that. She had 3 abilities, but I already knew that flying types, or more like the bird-like Pokémon, had keen eye as a bonus/racial ability, so I had expected that. What I had apparently ignored/overlooked while choosing her was that she had a talent. Seems like I focused too much on her potential. I have to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. Anyway, her talent made sure that she stayed calm and composed no matter how stressful or bad the situation was. In my opinion, this was a great talent to have, just about there with combat instinct, even if it was slightly worse. As a result of her talent, her quirk was calm, which made sense. Her weaknesses and resistances were pretty standard. The points that really impressed me were her parameters and moves. She had trained half of her parameters to the A value, and I was pretty sure that she was planning to do that to the rest of them as well. Who knows, with her talent and quirk, I would believe it if she said that she was planning to break her limits. As for her moves, except for agility and wing attack that were most likely newer additions, all her moves were trained until proficient mastery. Her age showed that she was more than 3 years old, and from her status, I could see that she did the best she could to use that time to the fullest. Seeing her status, I was pretty sure that she would have someday become a powerhouse on her own if she survived long enough. Yet, now that she was mine, she would have a smoother path reaching that point. Once introductions were out of the way, I relocated her into my space. She received her own habitat, and her potential was increased to blue, 66.9%. After confirming that everything went okay, I made my way downstairs for breakfast. While I was going down, I remembered that I wanted to mention Smeargle to my parents. Since today was ARC Day, my father was at work, so only my mother was at home. I shrugged at that. Either Mom would call him and tell him about it, or he would find out when he came home. I was just happy that I had activated the preservation mode on the ball, or Smeargle would have gone without food for nearly 3 days. Thankfully, I had decided on using the stasis mode for all Pokémon that I had caught but not really wanted, or that could have ended badly. Anyway, after I sat down at the table, I addressed my mother. Mom, I forgot to tell you and Dad about something I did on Pokémon. I began. What is it, honey? It's nothing bad, is it? She asked in a slightly concerned tone. No, it's nothing bad or anything. It's just that I encountered a Smeargle that day, and I remembered hearing that those were pretty valuable, so I caught it. Yet, I forgot about it later on, because I was not really interested in it. I told her, and she gained an incredulous look on her face when she heard my explanation. Really? She asked a bit in disbelief, and I nodded. Yeah, I suddenly remembered it last night. So, I decided to tell you about it today. I added, and she started to look concerned about something. It's been more than 3 days since you caught it, and you forgot about it until now. Doesn't that mean the poor thing is starving right now? She asked, sounding a bit disappointed. At least she sounded like that to me. No, fortunately, I activated the stasis mode on the common ball after I caught it. So there's nothing wrong, hopefully. I told her while whispering the last part. Good, she said with relief before she continued sternly. I still hope that something like this does not happen, young man. Once we catch a Pokémon, we are responsible for them, so don't go around forgetting them again, alright? She started out sternly but got softer towards the end. I promise was all I could say in this situation because I knew that what I did was kind of irresponsible. The forgetting part, not the stasis one, that one was brilliant. Nonetheless, after doing her required soft scolding, she put on a smile and hugged me. Still, you did a good job catching it. Smeargle are worth pretty large sums regardless of their potential. So, even if it has bad potential, it will still sell for much money. She praised me, and I smiled at her. After a bit, we separated, and I casually took out Smeargle's ball. I gave her the ball and started eating my breakfast. My mother just chuckled at my nonchalance before she joined me. Once I was done with breakfast, I hugged my mother and had Zay to teleport me to our latest spot. A bit less than 15 minutes later, we arrived at the pace, and I called out NYX. After that, we were once more on the way to Do City. There were still around 120 km to the place, but I was positive I could visit the city sometime on Girati, which was the day after tomorrow. I kept walking until lunch, and during that time I saw a few of the usual Pokémon. So, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Centaurette, and Zigzagoon, but none were good enough for me to catch. Still, I had Weedle, Teddy Ursa, and Pidgey battle a few of them. None of them had any problems beating their opponent, but it was still battle experience, so that was good. I also saw a Pidgeotto and a Raticate, but NYX beat them soundly. We naturally met some trainers as well, but I only agreed to 3 battles. Neither of the trainers had any uncommon Pokémon, and I used NYX, Zato, Seb to win those battles. Anyway, once lunchtime came around, I had Zay to bring me to Viridian City. I had to call Rose and planned to call Aaron as well, so I had to come here for lunch. So, after eating some crispy strips at Flying Choice, since I couldn't always eat Italian, I went to a telephone booth and called Rose. She told me that she started training as well with the supervision of her parents, and some other stuff that she did during the week. After ending my weekly talk with Rose, I changed booths and called Aaron. I was surprised to hear that he was still camping in Viridian Forest, despite catching a Heracross on Dial Day last week. Apparently, he had found some far-fetched tracks after my call, but simply ignored them, since he had no interest in the regular far-fetched. Yet, he actually found traces of a Surfetched on Pokkaido while looking for a Heracross. What actually happened was that he followed some Heracross tracks to an area where a battle took place recently. At first, he thought the Heracross briefly fought against a Farfetch'd, since the footprint of the two were pretty similar, but after checking the surrounding area he found traces that fit neither Heracross nor Farfetch'd. So, he started to check the area thoroughly and found a white feather, that together with the traces led him to the conclusion that it had been a Surfetch'd that battled the Heracross instead. This naturally made more sense than a Farfetch'd fighting a Heracross. Anyway, since Surfetch'd were pretty strong fighting types, and he had actually found traces of one, he obviously added it to his capture list. His plan was to either capture the Surfetch'd or a Galarian Farfetch'd since he did not believe that the Surfetch'd was the only one around, at least he hoped not. So, even after Aaron managed to catch a Heracross on Dial Day, which was the day after, he decided to stay in Viridian Forest for a bit longer. He told me he had actually found some normal Farfetch'd during the last 2 days, but none of the ones he was searching for. I was pretty surprised that there were actually Galarian Farfetch'd and Surfetch'd in Viridian Forest and made a mental note for myself before I wished him luck in his endeavors. After our call, I briefly wondered about the luck of some people, before I called out Zato and returned to my last point. I kept walking along Route 3 and for the next 2 hours, I saw nothing besides the usual, except for another Rathicate as well as a Firo that I beat with NYX. However, after that, I actually saw a few Mariup leisurely eating some grass. I naturally checked their status, since I actually wanted to have a Mariup, but unfortunately, none had good potential. I was going to keep walking, but NYX apparently had other ideas, because she walked towards the small herd of Mariup. Just as I was going to warn her to leave them alone, I saw her ignoring them. Instead, she was focusing on the grass they were eating. She looked a bit confused as if something was off with the grass, but she had no idea what. So, being the handsome, intelligent, and observant individual I was, I walked up to her and checked out the grass myself. Name, static grass, clump/bundle. Type, electric. Class, F. Uses, grass that sometimes grows after some grass survives in an area where lightning has struck. It can absorb electric energy from the environment and static energy. Contains minuscule amounts of high-quality electric energy. Can be used as a supplement for electric-type Pokémon. No wonder the Mariup were staying around this area. I took a bundle of grass for myself since this thing would be useful. It turned out that the static grass was like the silver powder, you needed a certain amount before it registered as an item. In this case a bundle/clump of 30 blades of grass. Anyway, I praised NYX for a few minutes for her find, since I would have ignored them without her. I checked out the area for a bit more, just to make sure I did not overlook anything. I came up empty and continued my walk until 20 minutes before dinner. During that time I fought 2 trainers and won. I also saw another Firo, but it flew away before I could challenge it. Furthermore, I saw a small pack of Pochayana, that I tried scanning from a distance to avoid provoking them unnecessarily. Well, I forgot to consider that my telekinesis won't work on dark types. So, I had to approach them and get in contact with them to check their status. When I tried to do that, they got alert, and after I came a bit closer, they turned around and ran. I also saw a few Taillow, but none of the ones I checked had good enough potential. Other than that nothing out of the ordinary happened, and I had Zay to bring me home for dinner. I managed to cover about 50 kilometers today, which was an alright amount. While we were eating my father was praising me for capturing the Smeargle. According to him, even 1-star Smeargle could be sold for up to 1.500.000 poke. So, he was going to check its potential during the weekend, and depending on the result, he would search for a buyer. I simply nodded at him and accepted the praise. During Mu Day, which was the next day, I covered 60 kilometers, which left me with only 10 more until Dew City. While walking I saw the usual Pidgeot, Rattata, Spearow, Centauret, and Zigzagoon. In addition to that, I also saw a few Taillow, a group of 3 Snubbull, and even 2 Wingull. On top of that, I seemed to have been really lucky or unlucky, depending on who you ask because I also met 2 Furret, 1 Linoon, and 2 Swellow. I was actually considering if I should catch one of the Swellow for my mother, but none of the Pokemon I met that day had any good potential. The best one was a yellow potential Furret, which was not good enough as well. So, I could only battle against them for the battle experience, but they were not useful otherwise. Anyway, thanks to the 60 kilometers I covered that day, I only needed to walk for another 10 kilometers tomorrow, before reaching Dew City, which was the penultimate milestone on my trip to the coast. Chapter 97, CH 35, 96, Dew City. The next morning I had Zay to teleport me to our last stop so that I could finish the last 10 kilometers before Dew City. After I called out NYX, I decided to check them both, since it had been some time that I had checked their status. Name, none. Species, Zato. Gender, male. Age, 3+ years. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, light blue, 98.9%, dash blue, 6.42%. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, early bird. Talents, moderately increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, psychic, flying, ghost, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, high. Vitality, A-S. Strength, A-S. Endurance, S-SS. Agility, S-SS. Energy capacity, S-SS. Energy density, S-SS. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, major, psychic, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, Shinic E-manipulation, proficient, advanced, flying/air E-manipulation, beginner. Techniques, Leer, proficient, peck, proficient, nightshade, proficient, gust, proficient, confuse ray, proficient, psycho shift, proficient, wish, proficient, light screen, proficient, reflect, proficient, cosmic power, proficient, calm mind, proficient, advanced, stored power, advanced, protect, advanced, air/advanced, psychic, advanced, shadow ball, advanced, teleport, advanced, mastered. Looking at Zeta's current status filled me with pride. The little guy had come a long way from the little native that I had met a few years ago. His potential had been boosted to blue during their time in Honey City, and since then, they had managed to increase it by about another 6%. The psychic seeds they had obtained played a significant part in it. Zeta's parameters had already been trained high enough for him to gain the second stage potential boost, 80%, upon breakthrough since the average of his parameters was SS, but I was not planning to let him break through yet. I had made him break through to the bronze stage prematurely, but I planned to have him gain the full potential boost this time around. His moves saw no big difference because I had Zeta focus on only 2 moves outside of battle, which were Calm Mind and Teleport. Calm Mind was always useful for Psychic-type Pokémon and had reached advanced mastery. I do not believe that I need to elaborate on the importance of Teleport. He successfully reached the mastered grade for the move while teleporting me and my parents last weekend. Apparently, the added difficulty of teleporting multiple people for great distances helped his mastery increase. The increase in mastery of his Psychic-type moves allowed his manipulation of Shinic energy to increase as well. He had reached an advanced mastery of Shinic energy, which was pretty impressive. Those were the obvious changes to his status, but he had also gained quite a bit of battle experience since we started our trip to the coast. This was important, otherwise, he would be unable to utilize his full strength when necessary. Anyway, NYX had made good progress since the beginning of our trip as well. Name, NYX. Species, EV. Gender, female. Age, 1+ years. Type, normal. Potential, blue, 26.9%, 38.21%. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, stealthy. Affinities, normal/neutral. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, E-D. Strength, E-D. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, E-D. Energy density, E-C. Immunity, ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries, neutral energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, growl, beginner, tackle, beginner, tail whip, beginner, sand attack, beginner, helping hand, beginner, takedown, beginner, endure, beginner, proficient, baby doll eyes, proficient, bite, proficient, copycat, proficient, baton pass, proficient, dig, proficient, focus energy, proficient, charm, proficient, shadow ball, beginner, advanced, quick attack, advanced, swift, advanced, iron tail, advanced. Her potential had increased by more than 10%, and while she had not reached the high bronze stage yet, she was not too far from achieving it. NYX had increased all her parameters by a single value during this time, and I estimated that she should be able to reach the high bronze stage after another 2 to 3 months of training and battles. Once she reached the high bronze stage, I would give her the go-ahead for her evolution. This meant that she would be a high bronze stage Umbreon in 2 to 3 months, which was really impressive considering that she was less than 2 years old. I had her focus solely on Shadow Ball during move training, and thanks to that she managed to raise it by 2 grades, to Advanced Mastery. All the battles she participated in helped her improve her mastery over Endure to Proficient. Satisfied with what I had seen, I started to whistle while walking towards Dew City. NYX was hopping around happily beside me to the heavenly sounds I was producing. It took me an hour of leisurely walking to see the periphery of Dew City. From the trainers I had battled on the way here, I had learned some interesting information, besides Dew City being a Tier 5 city. The most important thing I had heard was probably that Dew City had a minor water-type gym and a flying-type hall. Additionally, it had a flying-type club. Compared to the grass club in Leaf City that I could not take part in, because I didn't have any grass-type Pokémon, I could register for the flying club. Zaytu, Pidgey, and Butterfree were enough for now, even if I couldn't use Mothra for this club as well. I was sure that I would have more flying-type Pokémon by the time I reached a high enough rank to need more. Anyway, once I was about to enter the city, I recalled Zaytu and entered with NYX by my side. We just kept walking around for about 2 hours to talk to pedestrians and to get an overview of the city as well. While talking with the people on the streets, I learned stuff like, which ones were the best restaurants and where were they located? Which store has the best prices and which has the best selection? Where were the best places to rest and relax? Where was the gym, hall, and club located? Important things like that. After getting a relative overview of the place, I decided to check out the gym first. After learning that the current gym leader was a woman called Mara, that had a seeking with the king/queen Jean as her ace, I asked her if there was a photo of the seeking I could look at. I was understandably curious what the seeking was looking like. As if she was prepared, the receptionist said that they were selling photos of the gym leader and her Pokémon, since she was pretty popular. I paid 20 poke for a photo that showed the gym leader together with her seeking, which was pretty expensive in my opinion, but I was curious. Looking at the picture I could understand why she was popular. Mara had long, red hair, a really pretty face, and a perfectly sculpted body. Her curves looked just the right amount of big to not look too big, and she seemed pretty tall as well. A short question later I learned that she was 178 centimeters tall. In short, she looked like the woman of most men's dreams. I would give her a 10/10. After I was done looking at Mara, I focused on her seeking, which I had totally not ignored because of her. Just wow, where do I begin to describe the thing? First of all, after comparing Mara and her seeking, I could guess that it was about as long as her, but because of its width, it was bigger. Its body was not as round as that of a regular seeking but overall still pretty round. The biggest difference was its horn and its colors. The black stripes and spots that were on regular seeking were purple instead. Additionally, the part of the body that was normally white was royal blue instead. The position of the horn was slightly shifted upwards, and two much smaller horns were added below it. It looked much more impressive than a regular seeking, and I was pretty tempted to get myself one as well. This was the influence the upgrade version of Mothra's royal gene had on Pokémon species, and I was impressed by it. I had forgotten to check out all the modifiers I had inside my knowledge sea after Mothra had unlocked her royal gene. However, I made a mental note to look them and their effects up later. After I put away the photo, I asked the receptionist about the process necessary for the challenge, and she told me that it depended on what kind of badge I wanted. Apparently, even the qualification process changed according to the difficulty one chose. Those that wanted a 1-star badge had to beat a single gym trainer who had Pokémon ranging from the low iron stage to the low bronze stage, depending on the number of your badges. The battle ranged from 2vs2 to 4vs4 according to the number of badges as well. The gym leader battle ranged from 2vs2 to 4vs4 as well depending on the number of badges the challenger has. The strength of the alliance provided team depends on that as well, ranging from the mid-iron stage to mid-bronze stages. For a 2-star badge one had to beat 2 gym trainers with mid-iron to mid-bronze stage Pokémon. The battle went from 2vs2 to 4vs4 according to the number of badges as well. The gym leader used some of her own high-iron stage to mid-bronze stage Pokémon for the battle, which ranged from 2vs2 to 5vs5 depending on the number of badges the challenger possessed. For the 3-star badge, the number of gym trainers increased by 1, while their Pokémon ranged from high-iron to high-bronze stage. The versus battles stayed the same. The gym leader used some of her mid-bronze to low-silver stage Pokémon for the battle, which ranged from 3vs3 to 6vs6. This was apparently how all minor gyms handled the challenges. Frankly, the difference between what I just learned about minor gyms and what I had learned about the procedure of Viridian Gym was enormous as far as the difficulty of the challenge went. Still, it was kinda obvious, since the Viridian Gym was part of the senior circuit, and minor gyms were part of the junior circuit. Besides, the Viridian Gym had given me the impression that it was hard even among major gyms. I briefly wondered if I should give it a try, but the receptionist rained on my parade by pointing out that it was impossible to do the gym challenge anonymously or with an alias. So, I thanked her for her time and left after looking around the building for a short while longer. After leaving the gym I made my way to a restaurant a few of the pedestrians had recommended. The restaurant was called the Sea's Jewels, and it offered all kinds of seafood that catered to everyone. It had regular fish dishes in the lower end price range and Pokémon dishes in the higher end price range. I ordered the Golden Goldine for myself and the Seeking Special for NYX. I also ordered 16 Seeking Specials for takeaway for everyone else, after asking if Pokémon of their species could eat it. Initially, they did not want to accept my takeaway order, because they apparently did not provide that service, but I managed to charm them into doing it anyway. The taste was awesome, and the bill was awesome as well. Especially since I agreed to pay 20% more for the takeaway. After I paid the 11.280 poke bill, I made my way to the flying hall next. I checked out what kind of offers they had besides the whole challenge thing, and I was positively surprised that they offered care lessons, as well as some flying move guidance. I had seen stores/places that offered such courses as well, but the quality of the courses offered by an official hall had to be better, at least I thought so. I decided to make use of that for my flying types, mostly for Pidgeot, since the others had their hands full with their current move set. I registered Pidgeot for the Roost course and paid the 10.000 poke fee. That was okay from what I heard about TM prices. Afterward, we were guided to the hall trainer that specialized in teaching that move. We spent around 3 hours with the guy, and at the end of it, he told us to return tomorrow for another session. Move courses comprised of 3 sessions that were 3 hours long, and generally, that time frame was enough for the hall trainers to teach the move. Still, in case the Pokémon did not succeed, one had to register for another course. However, if the Pokémon managed to learn it earlier, they kept coaching, helping the Pokémon improve their mastery. After I left the flying hall, I still had around 2 hours until dinner, so I decided to visit the flying club next. I talked to the receptionist, and as expected, the format was the same as in the other clubs. The first 3 trainer ranks were pretty different, and the ranks after that were the same as in all clubs, just with a sky in front of the title. So the first 3 ranks were Bird Keeper, Rookies, Bird Collector, Juniors, and Bird Tamer, Seniors. After that came Sky Noble, Experts, and so on. Since I had enough flying types, I decided to register under an alias. I used for this identity. Once I had registered, I decided to sign up for a battle. Since I was a newbie, I started as a Bird Keeper, which meant my opponent was pretty weak. He used a mid-iron stage Spearow, so I had Pidgey battle him, which she won pretty easily. Seeing her fast win, I decided to sign up for another fight. That one was against a young girl that used a high-iron stage Taillow, but Pidgey won that one without too many problems as well. After that battle, I decided to leave the club, since the time for dinner was approaching. Once I was outside, I called out Zato and had him teleport me home. Chapter 98, ch 36, 97, Route 3, 3. Today was the 7th day since I had made my way from Dew City towards the last milestone of my trip, Science City. The first 2 days were nothing special. I saw the usual wild Pokémon, spent 3 hours after lunch in the flying hall to finish the roost course, battled a few trainers, while occasionally checking if I could find anything useful. Well, I actually did see a few Poliwag and Wooper near a pond, but none of them had any good potential. I managed to walk around 50 kilometers on both Pokéday and Dial Day, so I covered about 100 kilometers before the weekend came around. Since it was the weekend once more, I spent the next 2 days with my parents at home simply relaxing. Well, at least my mother and I did. My father went to check the Smeargle's potential on Kyode. I tried to tell him that he shouldn't bother since I did not feel too optimistic about it, but my father said that nearly all worthwhile places he was considering selling the Smeargle at wanted to know its potential, so he still went to do it. The 2 of them were slightly disappointed when it came out that it only had 2-star potential, but they weren't bothered for long, since I had cautioned them about it. Besides, we were still going to earn a lot of money from its sale. On Growday, my father flew away for a few hours to sell off Smeargle, and after he returned he told us that he managed to get 3.200.000 poke for it. So after subtracting the potential identification fee, we still earned 3.100.000 poke from a single Pokémon. The only noteworthy thing that happened on Arc Day was my talk with Aaron. Well, I made a stop at Dew City during lunch to call Rose and Aaron after filling my stomach. Oh, and that of NYX, can't forget about NYX. I didn't order anything for the others this time, since the last time proved that it got too expensive if I did. Besides, they were eating their lunch inside the space. Anyway, after I left the restaurant, I found a telephone booth and called Rose first. We simply talked for a while. She told me about her school day since her school started again. She also told me about all the training she and her Pokémon were doing with the help of her parents and their Pokémon. Their training basically consisted of her Pokémon getting down their moves, as well as some basic strength, endurance, and running exercises. Rose also told me that she had wanted to visit us to see me and Mothra, but that they couldn't because her parents were too busy at the time. I told her that it was fine and that there was still the next holiday. She got excited by that and asked how I was doing. I told her a bit about my trips, and about the different kinds of Pokémon I had seen. After a while, we ended the call and I changed booths to call Aaron. Aaron told me that he had managed to track down the Sirfetch'd on Dial Day, but that they didn't click. Still, after receiving the confirmation that there were more of his kind around, Aaron apparently challenged the Sirfetch'd to a battle with the condition that the Sirfetch'd would lead him to some Galarian Farfetch'd if he won. The Sirfetch'd accepted after making sure that Aaron would not harm them and that he would not force anyone to come with him against their will. After coming to an agreement, they battled. Aaron told me he used Lucario and that they managed to win after a really hard battle which they nearly lost. The Sirfetch'd kept his promise and led them to his kin. From what Aaron told me, that group seemed to be the only Galarian Farfetch'd group inside Viridian Forest, at least from what the Sirfetch'd told him. Those were apparently all the descendants of the Sirfetch'd. After checking out all the Farfetch'd, he felt positively towards 2 of them, but in the end, he chose the one that he felt the highest attraction to, even if it turned out to be the youngest and weakest of them. Anyway, after he got his Farfetch'd, Aaron started making his way back to Route 4, and from there to Pewter City. I told him about me walking through Route 3 and we ended the call shortly after. By the end of Arc Day, I had covered another 40 kilometers, since I got slightly delayed by the phone calls. The next morning I decided to check the situation of the fire chips and rocks while doing my daily checkup on the Growlithe egg. The condition of the egg was pretty good, but there still had been no change in potential. As for the fire materials, from what I could make out, there was still enough fire energy for them to last another 5 to 6 days. Afterward, I had my breakfast and left to continue my trip. I walked a bit faster than usual to make up for the shorter distance I had walked the day before. So, I participated in fewer battles than I usually do. During lunch, I decided to check the status of the second half of my Magikarp. It had been some time that I had looked up their status, since I only looked at the status screen occasionally to see the result of our training, or the influence of something. Anyway, I checked out my only regular Magikarp first. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water. Potential, deep blue, 69.6%, 74.7%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Parameters. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Vitality, G-E. Strength, G-E. Endurance, E-D. Agility, D-C. Energy capacity, G-E. Energy density, G-E. Looking at his parameters, one could see how hard the guy trained. While still behind the dragon variant and the grass variant, he was not too far off. A few more months of hard training and he would reach the high bronze stage, which would mean that he could evolve to Gyarados. The rise of Magikarp's potential in the last few months was okayish. 5% were not bad, especially considering that his potential was already pretty high and that the water materials I possessed had become nearly useless for Magikarp. The Magikarp with a fire affinity was way luckier in that aspect. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Age, 1+ years. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 19.6%, 29.4%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water, fire. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, slightly impulsive. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SS-SSS. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS-SSS. Agility, SSS. Energy capacity, SS. Energy density, SS. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, aqua jet, beginner, dash, proficient, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, swift, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. Thanks to the materials for the fire type I had gotten for my Growlithe egg and the materials I already had for the water type, his potential had increased by nearly 10% in these few months. On top of that, the training he had been doing supported by the supplements I have been giving my Pokémon allowed him to raise another 2 of his parameters to SSS. So, he was not too far from being allowed to breakthrough. I was excited to see what he would look like after gaining the fire typing during his breakthrough. The last point would be his increase in mastery of his aqua jet. I had him focus a bit more on his parameters, so he only had time to focus on one move. Since aqua jet was pretty useful for Magikarp's mobility, I had him focus on it, and he had gotten proficient in it. After I was done checking his status, that left me with only the youngest member of my Magikarp 6. Cringy group name aside, I checked out her status as well. Name, none. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Age, 33 months. Type, water. Potential, light blue, 11.5%, 18.3%. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Affinities, water, dark. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, calm. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, high. Vitality, SS. Strength, S-SS. Endurance, SS. Agility, SS-SSS. Energy capacity, S-SS. Energy density, S-SS. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, grass, minor. Condition, healthy. Masteries, water energy manipulation, beginner. Techniques, swift, beginner, aqua jet, beginner, dash, proficient, tackle, proficient, flail, proficient, bounce, proficient, hydro pump, proficient, splash, advanced, water gun, mastered. Her progress was just as impressive as that of the fire affinity Magikarp, at least parameter-wise. Thanks to her hard training and the supplements I provided, she managed to bring up all her parameters to SS while improving her agility to SSS. While her potential increase was not insignificant, it could have been more than the nearly 7% it was. The reason she had gotten a smaller increase than the fire affinity Magikarp was that I had no dark type materials available except for the Moon's Buttercup, which was a recent addition, as well as Black Apricorn, and that had already lost its effect. So, I had to use mostly water type materials for her that she had also started getting used to, which was why her improvement was smaller. After lunch I resumed my trip, and thanks to my faster than usual speed, I managed to cover about 60 kilometers by the end of the day. This leads us to today. I had covered about 200 kilometers until now, and there were still around 60 kilometers more until Science City. This meant that I would get to spend tomorrow inside Science City, at least as long as nothing big came up. Don't want to provoke Murphy by talking in absolutes. This meant that as long as nothing wrong happened, I would reach my last milestone before the coast itself by tomorrow. With that happy thought, I left the house and had Zay to teleport us to our last spot. After I called out NYX, I started walking. During the last few days, I had noticed that the closer I came to Science City and the coast, the more water-type species started to show up. It started with the occasional Wingull as well as Wooper, and the higher number of Poliwag, yet that was not the end. Yesterday I had seen the occasional Marill, and just now I saw a Seduck. I was definitely not complaining about the increase in diversity, on the opposite I was happy about it. The only unfortunate point was that I had seen no Pokémon with great potential among them yet. All this still gave me some fun and excitement during my walk. That and the occasional trainers I battled. Shortly before lunch I even saw my first wild loaded. Unfortunately, it just had light yellow potential, so I left it alone, despite being interested in having one myself. During lunch, I saw a Pelipper flying overhead, which was surprising since I had not thought that they would fly this far inland. I mean, we were still a bit more than 200 kilometers away from the coast, so that was cool even if it was too high up for me to check its potential. Now one would think if this is too far inland for Pelipper, then why isn't it so for Wingull? The answer to that question is preference. A Pelipper is much bigger than a Wingull and needs more food. They have a much easier time procuring that food at the coast or the open sea, so they generally prefer to stay around those places. Since Wingull are smaller, they don't have as much of a hard time getting something to eat inland. After lunch, we resumed walking and 2 hours later I saw a loaded that I was not too sure what to do with. Species, loaded. Gender, male. Type, water, grass. Potential, light green. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rain dish. Talents, none. Affinities, water, grass. It was not really good enough for me to want it personally, but it would feel like a waste to just let it go. After the upgrade by my space, he would have at least green potential and might even reach deep green potential. You know what? Even if his potential is not good enough for me to want him in my team, I could still give him to my father. A loaded would fit well into his team. Now that I thought of it, I kind of regret not catching the Mankey that time with Aaron. Sigh, I got a bit too picky lately. Anyway, I challenged the loaded to a battle and won using Pidgey. After that, I used one of my common balls to catch it, before I went on with my trip. I put him inside my space and let him out. The space did its thing and raised Loaded's potential to green. I also gained a new habitat that would be left empty after I gave Loaded to my father, but I was not going to complain about more space. By the time it was time for me to return home for dinner, I saw a sign that said 8 kilometers to Science City, so I considered if I should keep walking, but I decided otherwise. Wouldn't want to be late for dinner, you know. So, I called out Zaytu and we made our way back home. Chapter 99, ch 37, 98, The Talk and Science City. That evening, after dinner, while we were lounging on the couch, I took out Loaded's ball and showed it to my parents when the topic of our day came up. They were naturally curious about my behavior, even if they looked a bit exasperated. What did you do this time? My father asked, and I put on an obviously fake hurt look. Wouldn't want the old man thinking that he really hurt my feelings. Whatever do you mean? I did nothing. I opposed and he got that really look on his face while looking at the ball in my hands. Well, okay, not nothing. I conceded but still contended the question. This time it's not for me, I told them. Boys, no need to get agitated, came from my mother, who played the mediator. Now how about you guys stop your comedy session, so that Mikhail can tell us why he pulled out a pokeball, she said while shooting my father a look. So, honey, why did you pull out that ball? She asked while turning her focus towards me. Well, I was walking along Route 3 today, I began and told them a short version of my day since that was what started the thing. My parents quietly listened to me, only occasionally throwing in remarks like well done and good job or simply nodding. The Loaded gave me a pretty good feeling, so I caught it for Dad. I ended my narrative with the capture of Loaded. Your dad, not yourself. Came from my mother and I nodded at her question. Yeah, I'm not really interested in having more Pokemon for now, I answered, even if that was not the whole truth. Okay, but why your dad? She asked curiously, while my father just nodded along. He seemed content with leaving the talking to my mother for now. I once saw a Ludicolo fight while visiting the Battle Club in Viridian City. It looked pretty strong, so it left a good impression on me at the time. I began my explanation. My parents looked content with simply letting me speak, so I continued. I learned that the line has the grass/water typing, and you already have water and grass Pokemon. I clarified why I chose to not give the Loaded to her. My mother just smiled at my justification. Dad on the other hand has only one water Pokemon that can't really leave the water and no grass type. So, I decided to catch the Loaded for him, since Ludicolo is a pretty strong Pokemon that covers those shortcomings. I clarified why I chose to capture it for my father. After listening to my full explanation, my mother hugged me and turned to face my father. Did you hear that, honey? Our baby boy is already trying to take care of us. Isn't that just precious? She said in a sweet tone that showed how proud she was of me and my action. I just smiled when she said that, even if I mentally cringed a bit when she called me her baby boy. Yeah, that's great. My father answered her while ruffling my hair. I silently complained about that. Never liked it when someone ruffled my hair, but he had parent privileges, so I didn't complain out loud about something so minor. Son, you said Loaded gave you a good feeling, right? How would you rate it? He asked curiously. I paused a bit before I answered him, making it seem as if I was contemplating the answer. Well, I would say worse than the feeling Ponyta. Sorry, Epona gave me, but slightly better than Sneasel, I told him. He mused after hearing my answer. So, either 5-star potential or 4-star potential at the upper echelon. That's great. Good job, son, he said while patting my head. Thanks, Dad. Here, I simply replied while passing him Loaded's ball. My father smiled and just pocketed the ball for now. He was most likely going to talk with Loaded later on. My mother, who had been smiling heartily and just listening while we were talking, asked me a question after she released from her hug. Honey, you said you're going to arrive at Science City tomorrow, right? I agreed since it was true. In that case, could keep an eye out for any good water-type evolution materials. I tilted my head a bit at her request. She seemed to consider that as me asking why, so she started to explain the reason for her request. I want to evolve Star into a Starmie, and I want to use this chance to raise its potential as much as I can. Science City is one of the major cities near the coast, so they should have some of the rarer water-type materials available. She explained, and my father agreed with her but decided to elaborate, most likely to impress me with his knowledge. You can ignore the normal water stone because it won't be good enough for your mom's plan. The highest class Star can use without wasting the material is C, so we need something in that class that is much stronger. Don't worry about the cost, just look around and tell us if you find anything useful. He told me and I conveyed my understanding. Sure, I'll do it. I'll find the best stuff for you, Mom. I assured my mother. I'm sure you'll do, honey, she said while pinching my cheeks. We talked a bit more before we decided to watch a movie. We chose to watch Pokeranger and the Temple of Spirits. The movie was pretty interesting and was most likely supposed to interest kids in the profession of Pokémon Rangers. Well, I had to admit the movie was pretty good and they most likely succeeded. The movie was about a Pokémon Ranger that stumbles upon a half-buried temple during one of his missions in the area between routes. Surprisingly, he calls for backup from the headquarters, most likely because the Alliance did not want to encourage reckless behavior, and then a team of 10 Rangers explores the temple full of ghost and ground Pokémon. The movie ends with the capture of a spirit tome that had been brutally ruling over the tomb and wanted to kill the humans after learning about them. After the movie ended, I wished my parents good night and left for my room. The next morning I made my way towards Science City. It took me less than an hour to cover the last 8 kilometers and see the periphery of the city. Once I had covered more than half of the outer area, I fell into my by now routine of just exploring the city for a few hours while occasionally talking with the pedestrians. Well, the most important thing I learned during my jaunt was the information on the classics. Science City was a Tier 6 city, with an ice gym and 3 halls, those being the Water Dash, Flying Dash, and Normal Type Hall. In addition to that, there were also a battle club and a sailors' hangout called Call of the Sea that stood out to me. From what I had heard, sailors that wanted to spend their time further inland at a major city liked to visit that place. The reason why this was important to me was that multiple people assured me that if there was word of any rare water material around, I would hear it there. Besides, they apparently occasionally gave out tips on training water types as well, and they supposedly sold the best seafood too. Another really important thing I learned is that apparently, Science City was not the last large city I would find on my way to the coast. No, there actually was a Tier 5 major city called Coast City just 5 to 10 kilometers away from the coast itself and around 150 kilometers from Science City. So, if I really wanted to get some rare water-type materials, I was likely to find some there. The reason I did not know about Coast City was that it was not on any of the maps I had previously looked at, since it was not part of the main route system. Well, at least this meant I would have practically reached my goal once I arrived at Coast City, and I would also have a nearby city to rest between explorations of the coast itself. Anyway, back to Science City. After hearing the name of the current gym leader of the Ice Gym, I could not believe the number of coincidences I was encountering. Her name was Elsa and her ace Pokemon was a Vanillux. The descriptions of her that I had been given portrayed her as a beautiful blonde woman that was apparently also an ice elementalist. Hearing about someone with a special talent was pretty cool, especially one that was neither aura nor Shinic in nature. On top of that, she had a pretty important position, since she was a gym leader. This once more confirmed what my parents said about the Alliance supporting/safeguarding people with special talents. At least I thought that this supported that, or she would not have gained such an illustrious position. I would have to visit the gym itself to learn more, but this was already enough for now. I had to look around the stores some more first before I could visit the gym or the halls, or more like I wanted to get that out of the way first. On the topic of halls, it looked like there was another flying hall here, despite there already being one in Dew City. Now many would think that this was unnecessary, but I would disagree. First of all, there was a large enough distance between the cities that the argument became pretty weak. Furthermore, the most common species around Science City were of either Water Dash, Flying Dash, or Normal type Pokemon, so it made sense that the halls were specialized in those types. I was going to visit them to see if they had any offers that were useful to us. Pidgey had benefited from learning Roost, so I was curious about what else I could gain from them, especially the Normal Hall. As for the Battle Club, I was planning to visit that one tomorrow since I had too much to do today. The first thing I did after I finished my preliminary scouting was visit the Call of the Sea. I just stayed there for an hour talking to some of the sailors and other customers that were there, and I got some good information. Many of the sailors recommended me some stores after I brought up the topic, and the 2 stores that came up the most were Deep Sea Treasury as well as Ocean's Fortune. I made sure that I got the route description for those 2. Furthermore, one of the sailors told me about a place near the coast and Coast City where I could find some Phoebas. Another one told me that it may be possible to see a pod of Lapras near the coast in a month or so. when I asked about their safety since I had heard in my last life that lapras were endangered and I quite liked the species. The sailor said that the Alliance sent some high-ranking agents to supervise their passing, to make sure no illegal hunting happened. Apparently, they did not interfere with trainers that got the permission of the pod to challenge one of them for capture but simply made sure that criminals did not interfere with their migration. The Alliance normally did not interfere too much but known migration routes were being supervised so that the events did not get disrupted by greed or criminal organizations. After spending that hour collecting information, I decided to eat my lunch there. Their baked fish with sauce was awesome and I would definitely recommend it. Maybe I'll bring my parents here when they came over to Science City to buy the item my mother wanted. Once I was done with eating, I left the Call of the Sea and made my way to the Ocean's Fortune since that store was closer to my current position. I leisurely walked towards the store and I must say the first impression I got was cool and classic. The front of the store looked like wood and the decorations gave one the impression of it being part of a ship. I entered the place and walked up to the information desk to ask about their assortment of evolution materials. The man employee was of the friendly sort and politely asked if I wanted to be led to the section of the store or if I wanted to see their catalog first. I decided to take a look at their catalog first because that one was usually more extensive than the store displays. The employee politely accepted my request and brought out a pad from under his desk that he handed over to me. Chapter 100, CH 38, 99, Science City, 2. The pad in my hand had the whole assortment of the store, so I first chose the evolution section. Surprisingly, the section was divided into 3 sub-segments, which were books, supplements, and triggers. I was here for the triggers, which fit surprisingly well since I assumed that anything that triggered an evolution was in that segment, evolution stones included. However, I was kind of curious about what they had to offer in the other segments, so I took a short peek. The book section contained a variety of you wouldn't believe it books. There were all kinds of books that were about many different topics, all on evolution. Books containing talking of the experience of training up certain Pokémon up to their evolution. Books about evolution items either in general or specific ones. Books about evolution in general and books about what to do before and / or after an evolution. In short, there were books for many different topics all focusing on the main topic of evolution. None of the books were cheap, but some of them were pretty expensive. Even more astonishing was that some had extra requirements for the buyer, like psychic enforced non-disclosure or a certain trainer class. I checked out the supplements section next. There were all kinds of supplements listed there. Concoctions, drinks, materials, and even food that helped to alleviate the consequences of premature, rushed, or desperate evolution. Others helped boost the positives of evolution and so on. Naturally, the first group had to be taken for an extended period, and the latter was no miracle that multiplied the effects but generally gave a small but welcome boost. After satisfying my curiosity, I took a look at the trigger section and found all kinds of water-type evolution items. Each item had a picture of the product besides its name. From deep sea tooths to the standard water stones, they had quite the variety, and most were available in multiple classes as well. I chose to use the filter since I was looking for items that worked for species that could use a water stone to trigger their evolution. That still left me with quite a few options, so I tried to see if I could target certain species and it seemed that option was available. I naturally chose Sturyu and I was left with 3 items that were for sale. The standard water stone, something called Tear of the Deep Sea, and a red gem of the sea, which from what I could see was actually a Starmie's red jewel core. No wonder the last one was among the items most useful for Sturyu. It came directly from its effing evolution itself. They even used the species nickname to name the item after adding a red at the beginning. Well, at least it could still help the next generation in some way, so at least that was nice, right? Anyway, since the highest class star could effectively utilize was C-class, there was no reason to look for anything higher. Fortunately, they had the C-class version of all 3 items available, and boy was there a large difference between the prices. The cheapest was the water stone, which cost 140.000 poke. That was okay since I already knew beforehand that the C-class fire stone, thunder stone, leaf stone, and water stone cost as much. The Tear of the Deep Sea was next and cost 920.000 poke, while the red gem of the sea was the most expensive at 1.490.000 poke. That was even a bit more expensive than the B-class water stone, yet I knew that we were going to buy the red gem. We could afford it and I was pretty sure that it would be the most useful for Star's evolution, which was the most important point for us. I decided to take a look to see if they had any red gems of the F and E class. I was planning to use them as supplements to boost the evolution a bit. There were not many, since not many people wanted F-class evolution items and even E-class ones were not that popular. Nonetheless, they had 4 F-class red gems and 6 E-class ones, which cost 24.000 poke as well as 90.000 poke per piece respectively. After coming to a decision, I returned to the pad to the employee and thanked him for his help. I had essentially already made my decision, but I decided to take a look at Deep Sea Treasury first to see if they had something that may change my choice. So, I left Ocean's Fortune and made my way towards the other store. Once there, I looked through their assortment and they had something called Azure Jewel that was pretty good but not as good as the red gem, at least not for Sturyu. Apparently, the Azure Jewel was the best evolution item for Shelter. It was a bit cheaper than the red gem at 1.280.000 poke, but that was not enough to change my mind. After I found out that they had no better alternative, I left the store happy to have finished my parents' assignment. Afterward, I made my way to the gym to check it out. At the reception desk, I asked if they were selling photos of the gym leader and they were. After examining the photo, I can only confess that she really resembles her namesake. She was pretty tall and had a slender build with long, platinum blonde hair. She also had pale skin with a light dusting of freckles as well as blue eyes, rosy cheeks, thin pink lips, and a small nose. The picture showed her in a teal dress while she was manipulating some ice. After satisfying my purely professional curiosity, I put away her picture and asked the receptionist and the other visitors some questions regarding the gym challenge. From what I learned, gyms used the same format for their challenges as the minor gyms, with the difference being that the Pokémon were generally stronger by a whole stage. This made sense since gyms were part of the senior circuit like the major gyms, unlike the minor gyms that were part of the junior circuit. So, the weakest Pokémon used during the challenge was at the low bronze stage instead of the low iron stage, and the strongest Pokémon used by the gym leader for 3-star challenges was low gold instead of low silver. Elsa herself was apparently an elite class trainer, which was impressive considering her relatively young age. I was unable to learn her exact age, just that she was young. Anyway, after learning more about the gym, I left and made my way towards the flying hall. It turned out that this flying hall was more combat-oriented than the one in Dew City. While they did offer courses for Pokémon care and moves in addition to the challenge aspect, the selection was less extensive than in Dew City. However, in return, the average strength of the hall members and hall master was higher. After leaving the flying hall, I went towards the water hall next. The only water-type Pokémon I had were my Magikarps. It was just that I was pretty sure that they already learned all the moves they could learn before evolving to Gyarados. So, this visit was more to check what they had to offer, and if there was something that my Magikarp could profit from. Well, they did the standard challenge thing all halls did, and they also offered care and move courses, but unfortunately, none were useful for my Magikarp. Still, I was planning to return once they evolved or I got some new water types because they were offering to teach some good moves like Aqua Ring, Rain Dance, and Crab Hammer. My last stop for today was also the last hall. Once I was at the normal hall, I acquainted myself with their offers as well. While I was browsing through their selection at the reception desk, the people around me suddenly started to excitedly chatter. From their talking, I managed to get that the hall master was going to walk through the reception along with his ace Pokémon, a female Pyroar. I could understand their excitement, because from what I had heard, most hall masters preferred to focus on training or their duties. So, they appeared less in a public manner than gym leaders. The reason hall masters were pretty popular was the fact that many of them were just as strong as gym leader, and strong trainers are pretty popular on Terra, kind of like celebrities. This was especially so for trainers with distinct Pokémon, and after hearing that the hall master had Pyroar variant instead of a regular one, everyone's excitement made sense. Once I heard that piece of information, my curiosity shot through the roof, so I decided to check her status, even if that was most likely only going to yield her potential. I planned to position myself in such a way that the Pyroar would hopefully have to slightly brush by my side to walk past me, since I seriously doubted my chances of checking her undetected through my telekinesis. Still, I did not believe that she would react too aggressively to that. It was unlikely that the hall master would let her walk outside among the pedestrians otherwise. Anyway, I moved towards the entrance to get in position, but the area was already pretty full due to the other people in the reception hall that wanted to see the Pyroar, I mean the hall master. Naturally, I did not let that discourage me and started to push my way through. While I was shoving, nudging, and tugging my way through the crowd under the quiet curses of my victims, sorry, got a bit dramatic there, I meant curses of the innocent onlookers, I concocted my plan of action. By the time I had reached the front of the crowd, a small distance from the entrance, I had a simple but effective plan. Once the hall master and his Pyroar came into my immediate area, I was going to act as if I got pushed by the people behind me and accidentally stumble into the path of the Pyroar. Then I only had to brush by her side or have her brush by my side and use that moment to check her status. Obviously, I was not going to risk myself if she seemed aggressive or dangerous, so I was going to evaluate her behavior first, before executing my plan. About 2 minutes later, they turned up and I observed Pyroar's reactions to the crowd and any interactions that happened. I have to say the difference to a regular Pyroar is obvious at the first glance. Regular Pyroar had dark brown fur with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. They also had a gold and red mane that looked like a shield for males, and females had a crest-like mane in the same colors. Well, the normal variant Pyroar of the hall master kept the color pattern for her body, but her mane differed from the regular one. Instead of red and gold, it kept the color pattern of its body and was dark as well as light brown. It looked pretty cool, at least in my opinion it did. Anyway, after I was sure that I would not end up mutilated because of my plan, I got ready to enact it. Once they were close enough, I used a slight push from the people behind me to stumble forward right into the path of Pyroar. The Pyroar simply dodged slightly to the side and just walked past me. Still, it used its tail and brushed the tip of it on my face, while giving me a slight smile. I used that chance to check her status while smiling back, obviously without showing my teeth, and waved at her. I saw Hallmaster Isaac just nodding at me and I naturally nodded back. I looked after them for a while until they were further away before I checked the status screen of Pyroar. Species, Pyroar. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, blue. Stage, genetic variation, abilities, talents, affinities. Her status was as empty as I had expected, but what could see still allowed me to infer some things. First of all, her type only showed the normal type, so it was reasonable that the genetic variation was of that type as well. Especially since I knew that she was a normal variant, that simply confirmed it. Next up, that I could see her potential meant that her strength was somewhere around stage 5, the dark gold stage. Being unable to see anything after her potential meant that she was above the low gold stage. Taking these points into consideration meant that her strength was somewhere between the mid gold stage and the high dark gold stage. Once I was done musing over her status and my curiosity was sated, I returned to the reception desk and went over their offers once more. From the move courses, I singled out 4 that I thought were the most useful for now: Disable, Flash, Hyper Voice, and Screech. Not everyone could learn one of those, but they were pretty useful and I believed that many of my Pokémon could learn at least one of them somehow. Once I had singled out those moves, I mentally noted them down and left the hall, since it was time to go back home. During dinner, I told my mother about the items I found for her and that the red gem seemed to be the best one. My parents didn't even flinch when I told them the prices, which showed that they had expected as much. They decided to visit Science City with me during Kyo Day to take a look at the items and to hopefully buy one. I was going to visit the Battle Club tomorrow to participate in some battles, so I decided to go to bed slightly earlier than usual. Big thanks for tuning into today's audiobook. Special shout out to our Patreon member whose request brought this novel to life. If you're interested in making your own personalized requests, consider becoming a Patreon member. You'll find the link to my Patreon account in the video description. Your support truly makes a difference, and I appreciate you being here for this audiobook adventure. Until next time, happy reading.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.